Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, I want you two to debate. Dell and Lance. Who had a worse night, Berhalter or Biden? Ready? Lance, go first.
I'm going to say Biden. He's president of the country. It was an issue. It wasn't great.
No, okay. Dell?
Wasn't great.
Berhalter or Biden?
Well, one isn't going to lose his job because of what happened last night because nothing's going to change anyone's mind. Nothing. Berhalter will, and that'll happen when he loses to Uruguay.
Oh, wait. Biden might lose his job because of last night?
No, he won't. People don't get their minds changed by that. Either they'll vote for someone because they don't
true.
like the other side, but him stumbling through whatever is not going to convince anyone.
If you're an anti-Berhalter, you've wanted him gone forever anyway. You still are going to want him gone no matter what. How much was that on him, Berhalter, and how much was it on Weah just putting them in a pickle?
Well, it's on Weah for what he did, but the point remains that, hey, sometimes in football, your safety gets hit with a targeting penalty. It keeps a drive alive. But you know what? The previous 3 years of you being a crappy coach already laid the groundwork. So the groundwork has already been laid. So sure, the player made a mistake, but the groundwork had been laid for Berhalter for years.
I didn't think they just didn't look very good in general. Even
how do you lose
even a man down?
They've lost 3 out of 27 matches with Panama. 3 out of 27, and 2 of them are on Berhalter's watch.
And this is a guy who's staked his claim to dominating CONCACAF as Mexico's been on a decline. But the U.S., and rightfully so, should believe they're better than CONCACAF.
Now they have to beat Ecuador.
It's Uruguay.
And
unless
and
you
they
they got to beat both of them.
No, they don't play. They don't, well,
No,
maybe or not. You
no.
just said the wrong country. They don't have to beat Ecuador.
Eventually.
Stop
Dale
it.
Dale didn't even want to play that game.
Stop
Said
it.
the wrong country.
Yeah.
Don't turn it into a thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in Uruguay won 5-0.
Now the question will be.
Uruguay is one of the strongest.
Yeah.
The
luck.
The issue will be whether Uruguay, now that they have the group in hand for the most part, is going to sit guys. If they don't and they play a strong squad, the U.S. is cooked.
You want to knock out the U.S.
Well, I don't think they care. It's a South.
I'll bet you.
They
I'll
don't care
bet
about
you
the
you're-
U.S.
That's
Argentina,
yeah, but you're still
Brazil,
knocking out
Colombia.
a world superpower.
No, they're not. Once
not
again,
in soccer,
yeah, exactly.
but in life.
No,
Well, I'm not sure anymore.
they're not gonna.
I do wonder, do people get pleasure in knocking out the U.S.? You heard what? Of course, they're not a factor in soccer. Haven't really been a factor in soccer, but it's been all right. The U.S. men's national team has
fine.
Has been all right.
For a regional power, but they're not cool. No one cares
CONCACAF.
about the world stage for the U.S. The U.S. isn't a serious team that people consider on the world stage, and that's the problem. So, they got to play Uruguay. They're probably going to lose if Uruguay takes it seriously, and then the countdown will be, will the Soccer Federation, who has ties to Berhalter, there's like family involved, will they make a decision and go, all right, we can't have this for the World Cup. You've already embarrassed us in a big tournament on our home soil. Now you've got to go.
Okay, Will, what are the odds that Biden and Berhalter both get replaced before the next huge event, which is election and World Cup?
What do you mean? You mean a candidate replaced? Biden's not going to replace as a candidate, is he?
Oh, yeah, there's a possibility.
There's a lot of
That's
talk
why they wanted
afterwards.
it this early. We've never had a debate this early. That's why they wanted it this early, to see how bad he was, and so they could replace him.
Well, let me ask you.
Well, I
Welcome,
don't know if that's
Michelle
why they did
Obama, your next president.
Yeah, what? She probably gives you the best chance to win.
Probably.
Probably. Yeah. Well, I didn't watch the debate mostly because whatever. It's two old men fighting about stuff. Who cares?
Dale, you missed comedy. You didn't really miss anything good.
Okay, listen. It was sports, too. Okay, golf. It was all about who's a better golfer.
That's even a more reason for me not to watch. You're talking about golf?
Let's hear.
I don't have it.
You don't have it? I emailed it to you.
Okay.
You're going to have to, at some point, we will play what it devolved into. Because it wasn't just Biden. It was also Trump. It was Trump being Trump. You know what to expect from him.
Did you see tour golf?
I'm going to finish. Hold on, to wrap this up. He would never even
No,
answer. Trump didn't answer a question.
I don't know what's happening with child care in this country, because he just said, wait a minute. I gotta go.
He called me the worst president.
He's the worst.
I have many people say I'm the best. Many people. It was literally, it was one of the most astonishing things watching those two yesterday. I just thought, this is like 2012 Astros, where I got to watch. I'm like, man, this is our ace and this is our number 2? Like, oh my God. We had no chance of winning.
Feldman Remember they signed him to a $30 million deal? That's our ace?
It's just
That's
like
the guy you gave money to?
I was thinking about the options are so bad. I was just looking, and I said, and I understand politically you can like one person or another, but it just literally this is probably the worst options. The worst two options the country's ever seen relative to age and Trump's a little bit of a lunatic.
Did you see?
This was it's crazy.
Biden said he was a 6 handicap.
Yeah,
Did you see? Wait, did you see
Trump
his swing? Have you seen his swing?
No. Trump goes, I've seen your swing. He goes, I'll go to the driving range. Biden, wait until you guys hear how terrible this is. There's a whole thing on golf that happened out of nowhere. Trash talk about golf started. And Trump, I mean, whether you like him or you hate him, you think he's bad for the country, you think he's an existential threat, some of the stuff he says, you couldn't even, I won a club championship, 2 club championships, not even seniors. And you can't do that unless you're very smart and you can hit it a long way. He said this on a debate out of nowhere.
I've seen your swing.
Like, I've seen his swing. You can't even hit it 50 yards, Joe. You can't hit it 50 yards. I can hit it a long way, and you can't hit it a long way. Yes, I can.
Going, oh, my God.
This
is you and your friends, she said.
I know. A 6 handicap. He goes, that's the biggest lies told all night. I mean, I was just like, what are we watching? What are we watching?
Oh, what you sent me, though, afterwards, that woman.
That's Jill Biden, his wife.
Oh, that was Jill?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was somebody. Oh, my God. That's so awful. That is so awful. There was a crowd backstage or where,
It's his post.
Wherever they were.
It's an event after the
Joe,
debate.
you killed it.
Joe, you did so good.
Yeah, you answered all the questions. She goes, you answered all the questions.
It didn't sound good. I'm telling you. Dell, if you think that there's not going to be discussions about replacing candidate, there is. There already was yesterday. I was watching all the coverage. I don't know why. I guess because there was no Astros. There was really nothing. I'm watching that in Chernobyl. I mean, you want to talk about depressing. I'm not sure which is more depressing right now. What the choice that we've got at president or watching Chernobyl? What a great show. I know everyone said it was great.
It's awesome.
It is, but it is all the people who were quote unquote, you want to talk about heroic people in Chernobyl, like, yeah, I guess I'm just going to die, but I'm going to do it. I'll do it for the country.
Yep.
In the U.S., forget it.
We
would have ruined everything. Like, no one's taken one for the team in the U.S. But, yeah, 1986 in Russia, how many people knew they were going to die or have cancer, and they're like, well, I guess I better do it for the greater good. Of course, Russia was scumbaggy, too, lying to all their people across the world, across their...
Oh, my God. There's a video afterwards of Jill leading him off the stage. He can barely walk down the steps. This is so bad, y'all. This is so bad. I don't know who was worse, the U.S. What was the deal with the punch to the back of the head?
It was stupid. There was nothing beforehand that looked like it would.
Well, something must have happened.
Something must have happened at some point.
Well, there was a not a dust up, but there was like a shoulder into the shoulder thing like seconds before, and then. I didn't
think it was much.
It wasn't enough to do what he did. Look, Weah, the guy in question, the guy who got the red card, well, about 20 minutes or so into the game.
16.
Or I don't know, maybe 18. Don't remember exactly when it was. Weah, who's a good winger, plays for Juventus. Or was it Milan? Either one. Some Italian club.
It's Juventus.
Juventus. He lost his cool. Panama, known to bring physicality to the game and try to knock you off your game. The Panamanian defender, kind of charged into him with the shoulder, and Weah to try to ward him off, swung, and it hit him in the head. That's automatic. You're done.
Man,
and they initially got a yellow card. It's dumb. I mean, he's gone. He apologized to the team. I don't know if at the half or after the game, went on Instagram to apologize to the public. Look, that isn't Berhalter's fault, but like I said before, it's just it's a buildup of events. And it doesn't matter that that's not Berhalter's fault because he didn't build up enough equity to survive that not being his fault. So if they lose to Uruguay, which you expect, hell, with Panama playing Bolivia, Panama's likely to win. They need to beat. They can't even get through with a tie. The Americans, Because normally with them at the end in those big tournaments, hey, you get a tie, get the result you need, you get through by the skin of your teeth. Now they have to beat one of the best South American teams in the world, and it's unlikely if Uruguay actually cares.
And you don't have way of playing. Who is,
It's all leading up to look. It's all leading up to will the U.S. Federation do what they should have done after the last World Cup and not bring him back because his contract expired and then they brought him back. If they finally want to let go of the reins and give it to someone who's serious about it instead of doing this kind of almost, we talk about nepotism in the NBA, and Woj spoke on about that. There's nepotism in the U.S. Soccer Federation. If they decide, you know what, we're going to turn this over to someone because we don't know what we're doing, maybe we've got a shot at the World Cup. But if they continue with Berhalter or hire someone of his ilk, we're going to get embarrassed at the World Cup.
Ilk? What does that mean?
He's not cut out for this job.
Yeah, who's a candidate?
We don't have any as of yet. We know people are rumored to think, hey, this guy would be interesting, but there are no candidates because the U.S. doesn't really look. No,
I found it interesting that Giovanni Reina is actually a starter for this team.
Well, yeah, they've worked out their issues, I guess. But
he's one of the 11 best, isn't he?
How uncomfortable is that whole thing?
I don't know. Gio certainly wants to play for his country. He didn't play much for his club, so it's been a weird kind of a run up to this tournament for him. There was questions about how much he would play because he just didn't play much for his club.
The Panamanians were dirt. I mean, Del, tell the truth. I know you love Panama, but this is really.
Why do you love Panama?
It was brutal. Like they were dirty.
They did
yesterday.
everything. They did what
they were grimy.
Who cares? They won, and that's all that matters. The problem is the U.S. knows this is how Panama will play.
Do they always play like that? Because they were grimy. As hell.
It was aggressive, mostly because the referee didn't get a handle on it early. But they will play. CONCACAF devolves into that, and the U.S. should have known. And Weah got caught, and he put his team in a bad position. But I mean, for most of us, losing to Panama, I mean, sure, it sucks, but honestly, the way the U.S. soccer plays for the most part under Berhalter, all these things can always pop up at any point because there's a lack of trust in the manager. So the manager has shown since he was hired that he is not right for this particular job.
I get all that, but I don't know. It feels weird you saying, and I think you're a pretty level-headed thinker. You're saying this pops up because there's a lack of trust. Okay, I'm fine with all that, but I don't think that. But I can't square that with Tim Weah.
I'm not blaming him.
In a man-down
I told
situation.
you, I'm not blaming him for what Tim Weah did. The problem is, I said he hasn't built up enough equity to survive something like this happening.
True. Do they win if Weah?
They probably win.
I think they
probably.
Yeah, they're playing a man down all night.
Yeah, they probably win the game.
And they get up 1-0, but they were really. I thought they were poor defensively. There were too many really good opportunities for Panama. There's lots.
Well,
of
they were poor because they were down. Well, they were down a man for like 70 minutes plus.
Yeah, I mean they were losing. And then he made. Did you think it was a smart move to sub in all three? Right.
I don't think you should have taken out Balogun. He was good, and you saw Pepe had a chance late that he didn't convert. That would have put them up 2-1. I don't think it was smart to sub out Balogun. You should have put Musa in the game probably as well as opposed to Cardozo. Those are the questions you have to ask about him managing the game. Look, you can't fault him for Weah, but you can get after him for the substitutions.
5 on the back. I mean, they tried to. They tried.
You try everything. You park the bus, and the problem for him, the team scored the goal. That Balogun scored a great goal, and then they gave up the tying goal 4 minutes later. So you do something spectacular after being down a man, and then you give it right back. These are the issues. So you can't blame. You can't blame him for Weah. You can blame him for how he managed, and you can blame him for how his team responded when they went up. Because these are her problems that the team has faced throughout his tenure.
All right, let's break. We've got a lot more to do. The greediest league in the history of leagues.
No.
We got to talk about that.
No.
We got to talk about the Rockets with their
$4.7 million.
The trade. We got to talk about that. It's going to be $12.3 million.
Not million.
Billion. Yeah, they could triple it because it's an antitrust loss.
Well, that's
triple it.
That would be
Then there goes that contract you just signed.
Anti-American. I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't sell your services to providers.
Okay, so we got that. We got the Rockets making a trade last night. We got the big series in New York. We got all kinds of stuff. Don't you go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. So, I mean, the U.S. took it on the chin last night. Biden really did. It wasn't good. But the NFL might have taken it the worst of all. They lost a $4.7 million billion dollar lawsuit, antitrust lawsuit. Now they're going to appeal, and we'll see what happens. But it's all about the Sunday ticket. It's all about colluding between their providers, the distribution of colluding. One of the things that might end up from all of this.
How is it colluding when you sold it to? It was the fact that people couldn't get it unless they had satellite. But that's why the
also
satellite
having
company
to buy
bought it.
all of the games when they only want certain ones or whatever, to their local team or whatever team that they want to watch. So you have to buy. Everything.
Well, the individual option would have rescued them. I would technically be. I mean, I have had the NFL Sunday ticket since its inception on satellite television. I should be, if I'd have been in on this lawsuit, I would be getting $1,946. Sports bars get $50,000, I believe. Ones, there's two different. There's a business and then there's the individual. 2.4 million consumers. I never saw anything on this. Like, I never saw, but then it raised the point, like, do I want to be in on this one?
No, I don't think you do.
Probably not, but I mean, I've been a consumer.
You don't want your name on there?
No, but I've been a consumer of theirs for years and years. Every year I pay that same high fee, but it was the only reason that I was with over the last 4 years, well, before, we went to YouTube TV. But that's still, you're forcing people into getting YouTube TV right now.
Right.
So basketball so the NBA package, you can get only Rockets? Or are they going to face a lawsuit too?
I don't know.
But the difference is,
here's the problem: do people care enough?
No, but also they can get it digital. Like, you have options to get. It's really not just that you don't have individual
packages. Well, since YouTube,
packages.
don't you have the ability to get it? YouTube came along last year. Don't you have the ability to get it digital? The NFL,
because it's YouTube.
It's YouTube.
It's available anywhere with Wi-Fi. The issue they had is it was previously satellite.
Yeah, right.
It was restrictive.
Yep.
And so I think that's probably the big problem. But this is $4.7 billion and could be higher. And remember, college football just took a $7 billion beat? Is that no? What was the college football number where they agreed to the was it $3.7 billion? The college was it $7 college football. They were getting taken to court and they agreed to, the rev share because they were going to get their brains beat in court, and so they settled for, it was a huge amount.
$2.8 billion.
$2.8 billion? So college football in the NFL, there is talk that the NFL is just going to shut down and no longer play. And they'll say, how do you like it now? That's the Caitlin Clark go play for the Big Three option. Well, we'll show you. We're going to shut down, and now you just can't have football.
Yeah. So the long-term effects are possibly being much cheaper. It really there's a
over
chance
400 this year. It's over 400.
Yeah,
it's actually gotten higher.
And the price will probably go down now because
this year. Because I just got my email like, "Hey, Lance, you're gonna automatically renew. Just giving you a heads up, it's gonna be $400. Okay, and all your great games." And I'm like, man, can't y'all just give me free stuff? NFL?
Yeah.
And the NFL does give us. We can watch games through some way, but it's not the way I like it.
Right.
I want to have it on all my screens.
So they think it could be in the $70 range. This one story says it could go down to the $70 range.
Chance.
Yeah. So regardless of whether the verdict stands, damage may be enough to compel the NFL to reconsider the price and flexibility options for Sunday Ticket moving forward. This could lead to adopting a plan in the $70 range, similar to the one ESPN reportedly pitched. See, ESPN, that's one of the things. ESPN pitched a $70 range, and they're like, "Hey, if you guys could do it for $70, why are we doing it for $400?"
Hold on. $70 for every game. No, it can't. That has to be individual. There's no way they're doing $70 for every broadcast game and for 17, 18 weeks. There's just no way they're.
Well, all of those games are going over free
John, do you
TV
understand?
in their markets.
John, do you understand who has to set this price? YouTube. You know how much they've already paid?
Yeah.
This isn't the NFL. This is YouTube setting these prices. YouTube is the one who raised prices for me. You know why? Because they got to get their money back. They can't make this 70. They'll never get their money back.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whoever wrote that is stupid. This is not an NFL issue now. It's YouTube has already paid the money.
Oh, you think Mike Santa Barbara is stupid? Okay.
Yeah. Does he not know that YouTube is the one setting these prices?
Maybe he's in the middle of this thing. I don't know. But maybe you over here, just thinking about it now, think he's stupid.
No, this is really easy.
Okay.
YouTube has already paid an unbelievably high amount of money. They've got to recoup their money. That's a reason they are raised the prices. They go down to 70, they'll never make it back. It'll be a cataclysmic loss for YouTube.
Or someone like me who refuses to pay their exorbitant prices goes, you know what? That's more reasonable.
Yeah.
I'll pay for that.
Yeah. You know what? I've never paid for it. I've never paid for it.
You will, but you would have to have four.
I like to go to a bar and watch the games.
Hold on. You would have to have 5 to 6 times the amount of people do it mathematically. And I don't think you're going to see a 500% increase.
Hell, even if it
That's
was
just not feasible.
Even if it was like, hey, we'll cut that to like 150, 200.
It used to be 289 for years.
I might give it a thought, but I'm like, I got other ways.
You're just streaming.
I got other ways.
You got other.
I'm not gonna like. I'd rather have it on my TV. I just got a great TV. I'd rather have it on my TV.
Stealing.
But I'm not paying $400 to watch my favorite team.
Get a Fire Stick.
That's stealing too.
Stealing.
Fire Stick's not stealing.
Yes, it is.
You two are.
If you have a Fire Stick, no.
You and
They
Raheel
sell
are some
Fire
of the
Sticks
worst
on Amazon.
television people ever.
But I know they sell them. But if I'm using
Eric
a Fire
Layden.
Stick and taking away from the NFL and not paying them, I'm stealing from them. Yeah.
Well, I will tell Roger.
Yeah.
If I find out that you're streaming stuff illegally, we live in a society now where we're allowed to surveil people and tell on them. And I will.
How are you going to surveil me?
I will tell on. I will ask you questions like, "Hey, did you see that big game this weekend that wasn't on your local television?"
Yeah, I saw the
provider?"
highlights.
No, but did you see that play on third down?
No, I didn't see it. Look at that. I
Then I can't
avoided
tell
your
on you.
trap.
But
Look
when
at how
I hear you say.
Look at how I adeptly danced out of your trap. I didn't see the play.
But once you
Sorry.
fall into the trap, I'm going to immediately tell on you. Immediately.
I don't blame him one bit, not one little bit. Breaking
And I'm
it
gonna put
here.
it on TikTok.
All right, 713-780-3776. We got to talk about our Astros tonight. They are in New York against the Mets, taking on the Mets tonight. Big series. But first, let's talk Craig DeSurf.
Let's talk about Craig DeSurf. How are you getting to where you're going? Did you know that the newest vehicles, and I'll give you some that would make a great starter car, for example, or maybe you want to downsize. Maybe you've had kids and they moved out, and now you want to go from your big SUV, and you want to go down to something that's a little bit smaller and you can downsize. They've got great options. The Envision, the Traverse, which Traverse has actually a little bit more size. Honestly, it's just a shorter version of some of the big SUVs out there, but it costs a lot less. And of course, GMC has their versions as well. It's a great opportunity for you to start paying less. You can trade in the vehicle that you're on right now. Maybe you have a higher number that you're paying every single month. You're in the middle of that, and you want to trade it in and get something that makes more sense financially. Well, there's never been a better time. They have great dealer cashback incentives and finance rates right now going on for you for a variety of the vehicles they have. And the great thing about the Buick and the GMC and the Chevy is a really good conglomeration of the three companies because they've got a variety of different types of vehicles from a size standpoint and from the standpoint of fitting your budget, or if you just really want to go all out and have some of the best looking, trucks or SUVs out there, they've got some fantastic features that'll help you flex and ball in style as well. But all at great prices, whether it's a lease or whether it's a purchase, they're going to make sure that you get the best trade-in value and the lowest prices with really, really tremendous customer service. LanceZCars.com. They cannot be beaten. They're out in Angleton. Craig DeSurf is going to make sure that you are happy. It's LanceZCars.com.
Champion Energy. That's what we're talking about now. I charged my car last night, my truck, my F-150. And you know what? I'm not even worried about it. I don't know how much more I use with that, but it's negligible. Here's the deal is I get a bill every month and I just feel good about it. I mean, I know that there's ridiculous bills out there. If you have a ridiculous electricity bill, you really need Champion Energy. I've been with them for going on 17 years now. And it's just been perfect. If you are somebody that goes every month, you're laboring with your electricity bill, stop. Go to champion.energy/1560. See the rate. It's awesome. You're going to love the service. You're going to love everything about it. Champion.energy/1560.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Some good news. Kyle Tucker hitting off a tee. Took about 30 swings off of a tee.
I'll take it.
I'll take it, too. I want to see Kyle Tucker back in the lineup. That would be sweet. But just off of a tee. This is a month ago now. Dude hit a ball. How hard did he hit that off his shin? Goodness gracious.
No, he hit it hard. Remember,
I
thought it was cracked. I thought we were looking at.
He was down. He was hurt.
We were looking at long. I'm worried about Carlos Correa too. Not really. I mean, it's a twin, but
no. I asked last night. He's okay.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, Carlos immediately
Yeah.
grabbed his arm and said, "Take this is bad."
I asked my boy last night, and he said no, he's okay. It was a big scare, but he's okay. 30 balls off a tee. He will Tucker's going to make the trip with Houston to face the Mets starting on Friday with the hope he can start ramping up baseball activities this weekend. He's probably going to have to do a minor league stint, right? I would think. I wonder why he's going there unless he's going to go straight to the big team. I would think he's going to have to get some swings in.
I bet he doesn't.
Yeah,
he's Kyle Tucker. I bet
yeah, he's Kyle Tucker. He's
it's not like he had an upper body injury. It's just once he knows he can shift his weight fine without pain, he's ready.
Well, Espada said I need to see him running around. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I don't think it's about getting.
Well, do you DH him to start? Yeah, probably, right?
Do you want to play an outside in this heat?
He plays inside. Oh, you mean at Sugarland?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't want that.
And mosquitoes?
No.
We can't do that to him.
He's going to be okay. Put on some mosquito repellent. Goodness gracious.
But how are we going to keep him?
Are you telling people that you don't want them to go to the ballpark?
No.
I mean, stop already. That's our team.
Send them to the big club. I think he'll go straight to the big club.
Probably. Apparently the Mets there's some issue as to why they are on this run right now. Is it Grimace? Since Grimace threw out the first pitch, they're 12-2. Or it might be Francisco Alvarez. Their catcher came back, and they're 22-3 in the last 25 games he's played in.
I mean, baseball people will tell you it's maybe the catcher, but I would say Grimace. And here's why.
No.
I also believe that, what did we say? You don't play all systems go until you lose now. Because Dell even said it yesterday.
Yeah.
We're on a little bit of a run, so let's not do anything different during the run.
No.
And so let's let the run play out. And in fact, even if you lose, I don't think, would you rather be 17-2 or can you only follow superstitions until you're, where you have to be undefeated during a superstition? No. If you're a baseball person, you should be superstitious. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
And to me, if Grimace threw out the first pitch and you started winning, that's good enough. And with the Astros, I feel like you got rid of that jinx Abreu, and now the weight is lifted off the world.
They're a different team now. Yeah. They're a different team since
thank
then.
God we don't have this.
What did you think of Dana Brown being asked, "Hey, how about Loperfido at first?" He said he's an outfielder. Period. He's an outfielder. Why are they reluctant? I wonder to put Joey Loperfido at first base. I wonder if I'm hoping the plan is Yainer Diaz at some point moves to first.
Maybe that's why. Maybe they don't want him locking in there. He is a good outfielder, though.
Yeah, he is.
The dude can track the baseball.
He's also a good first baseman, though. Have you seen his plays at Sugarland?
Yeah, but he's got great range. I think that's your center fielder of the future, or your Kyle Tucker of the future, maybe. Maybe your right fielder. But Jake's fine, but I think that, Loperfido could end up being a center or right fielder. Or left, but I would put him in right if he. I don't know what kind of arm he has. Have we seen him tested? I don't recall him really being tested.
No, I'd say it's all he does is make diving catches. We don't. He never throws. He never throws the ball.
So I mean, from a cover ground standpoint, I was thinking center. From an arm standpoint, if he has enough arm, then put him in right field. Did you, by the way, ever see that guy in Japanese League Baseball, the one with the cannon? It's insane. He can throw it. He throws like you're playing catch, like you're playing catch from
the warning
60
track to
60 feet
the
away.
catcher.
Yes, a laser. It's it was unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen it. The closest I've seen ever in my life was Dave Parker's throwing an All-Star game.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like that. Or Bo Jackson also had one too.
Yeah,
that was Bo. Those are two that stand out as iconic. This kid, I'll see if I can find it for you.
Japanese right fielder.
Yeah, but he's got like his father. Yeah, he's not a Japanese. He has a Japanese name. I'm just going to prepare you. He's not going to look Japanese to you.
He doesn't.
So I know it's going to be. It's going to mess with your head a little bit, but yeah. But I'll try to find it for you.
Okay. Apple TV game tonight, boys. Thank you. Good night. Have you started the Bear yet?
No, yeah.
I haven't either. I'm saving it too. I haven't seen it yet. Apple TV game tonight, everybody. Everybody loves Apple TV games.
Oh, it's so great.
Everybody loves it. No, there has not been one complaint about an Apple TV game, which is awesome. Thank you very much. What do we know about AJ Griffin?
Pretty good player.
Yeah, it was disappointment. He could shoot the ball at Duke. It's been a disappointment for the Hawks. That's why they're getting off of him. He was a first-round pick who, not in their rotation, doesn't play. And the Rockets made a trade for him.
Apparently, the Rockets have been enamored with him for a while.
That was a report from people that they liked him during the draft process.
He's got range.
He just did not get on the court with the Hawks.
Yeah, I wonder now how does he bust this rotation? Of all things. I mean, he's right in the wheelhouse of some of our best players.
He's a 20-year-old. He's young. He's a wing. And in theory, he brings shooting.
We do have wings now.
In theory, he brings shooting, but that's theoretical back to college. He didn't get the chance to show that with the Hawks.
So is Jabari, are we just locking in that Jabari is a full-time 4 now? Just a stretch 4? I mean, right? That's what he is now. Because what else are they going to do? Dylan Brooks is there for 3 more years.
Okay, so what happens if you want to put Steven Adams and Alpi on the floor at the same time?
Then I think
Jabari's
out, and Dylan Brooks or Tari Eason play.
Yeah.
This is the only thing is that's another jammed up spot is that wing spot now with you've got Tari Eason, you've got Dylan Brooks, you've got Jabari who can play there, and now you added another player who is depth on the court. I mean, look, they added a good player in the rotation. Whatever, that's fine.
Which one, Reed or AJ?
No, AJ.
Yeah.
They added a depth
Is he a
guy.
good player in the position?
I don't know. He's a mid-first rounder who they liked. I think they'll probably.
He really hasn't proven he can do it at the big league level.
No, he hasn't. But this is a different team, and maybe a change of scenery will do it for him. It's not you didn't really give anything. You're fine.
No, you gave up your second rounder.
And if you go back to his rookie year, he didn't play a lot last year's rookie year. In the 72 games he played,
yeah, he was pretty good.
He shot 39% from 3, so that is that shooting we're talking about. For whatever reason, in Atlanta last year, he only played 20 games and didn't get many opportunities.
Huh.
And it's Atlanta.
What do you mean?
How many times the Astros pull guys off other teams and get them to play better?
Atlanta's been a better team than you over the last 5 years.
Yeah, but
That's
the
not really
Rockets
true.
have been.
Yes, it is.
Bubbling, but it's been a bubbling volcano.
Yeah, well, it's not. It is true.
Yeah, but two can be the same. Atlanta has. Come on,
that's Atlanta. You know what people are saying with the Rockets? Oh, that's
not
Houston.
anymore.
No.
Not anymore. They're not. Not anymore. They're not.
Yeah,
now.
but exactly.
That's where you're wrong.
Even in that point, the Hawks have been a better team than you over the last 5 years.
Yeah, but not
really.
We
not
know.
markedly.
Oh, name all their championships.
I didn't say they. I didn't say they.
Got
boom.
Name all your playoff appearances.
Boom.
Let's see. In
the last 5 years.
0 for
We're
27.
not worried about 5
the
years.
0 for
I'm talking about
27
an organization.
Playoff, the James Quidd against the Spurs playoff.
Yeah.
That's not what.
The Chris Hamstring
Has-
playoffs.
Have the Hawks ever made it to the Western Conference Finals? No.
It's be impossible considering where they're located. Unless I know the Braves were in the NL West for a time, but the Hawks have been in the East for quite a bit.
That doesn't matter.
And they made a conference final relatively recently.
Yeah, but so did the Rockets.
But before, the Hawks are more recent than the Rockets.
Well, but that doesn't matter now.
Okay.
So not only so we had AJ Griffin, we had the trade. We'll see if he can fit into the rotation. The rotation is now 12 deep. Okay, so it's going to be really, really interesting to see how Ime works out.
That's not a rotation. That's your entire active roster for the most part.
I know. Well, apparently it's 12 deep now.
No, just like Rocket fans will lean into core 6 and core 7.
Is Jay Sean still with us?
He's not dead, right?
I mean, is he still on this? Is he still on this team?
As a matter of fact, I think Brad O had a really good post, and it's one of the things that I've kind of mentioned too. Is if you were trading for a player. When you look at the amount of money, for this 1 year, Steven Adams, Jeff Green, who you still have Jeff Green, Steven Adams, Jeff Green, Jay Sean Tate is over $7 million a year, and there was one other player as well. You've got pieces that you can cobble together that will be
Cobble's
expiring.
a good word, I think, for this.
Yeah, because there'll be expiring contracts. So teams who want to get rid of a player that they don't think they can sign although that would be an expiring contract as well, I guess. But I guess maybe if you've got a contract that you don't want, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is if you're looking for expiring contracts and you have a contract you don't like. That's the only concern. That's the only way you trade for Jeff Green, Steven Adams. Like, they're obviously not going to really help your team in any not for the future. So you're just trying to get rid of a contract. That would necessitate bringing in a guy with a contract that someone else doesn't like.
Yeah, right. I mean,
and that's not really who you are either.
Big ups to Jamal Shed, a Toronto Raptor now, drafted in the second round. And
What pick did he go? Did he go before Bronny?
Oh, yeah, way before Bronny.
That's what I thought, yeah.
And how about Bronny James being drafted by the Lakers? No one saw that coming. I mean, out of nowhere. Listen, there wasn't a lot of buildup about a 55th overall pick. Okay, so it was amazing.
The story around it has created a big concern. Did you hear the story? What Bob Myers said?
What did Bob Myers say?
On the air, he just said, "Look, I'm hearing from people who Rich Paul was saying if you draft him, he's going to Australia.
Yeah, right.
He's not going to play for you. He's going to Australia." So they manipulated an entire second round. Well, I say that. How many teams wanted Bronny James?
I don't think anybody was taking him.
Who wanted Bronny James?
Oh, if you try to take him, you watch and see what's going to happen to you.
But the big anger here.
That 4-point-a-game guy.
The big anger here is you had a manipulation of a draft and nepotism like we maybe have never seen before.
No, we've never seen it.
And so, I mean, at the highest level, and that's what's turning into, and Bomani Jones is basically fighting people over this because he's very consistent. Like, you can think whatever you want about Bomani, but he says this about, I think there's a difference between nepotism and being in a family that does something. Like, just because you have a dad who did something and was successful, does that mean you're not allowed to even try to get into that business? I mean, it's ridiculous. People call out nepotism sometime when nepotism is when you get, when somebody's put into a job, to me, at a very high level that they're completely incompetent. And we see that now. That happens a lot. I don't think a guy being a quality control coach making $16,000 a year is necessarily like, yes, it helps that his dad was something.
Well, but it takes the job away from somebody else, though.
Well, maybe. But what happens? Like, people have used this for Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan is a phenomenal coach.
Yeah.
That avoids somebody try to use Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is a tremendous race.
If you're a terrible driver, you're not going to be able to drive. I guess
yeah,
to
that's
John's,
like saying
to John's
Ken Griffey
point,
Jr. was.
To John's point, like at the entry level, Kyle Shanahan proved himself, and now the results bear out that he should have got that opportunity. But to John's point, quality control coach who's related to an established coach probably gets the job over a guy who doesn't have the connection.
Yeah.
And
but you know what?
He also is advanced in football knowledge
we don't know what the other guy might know. We just know that this guy know is related to the coach,
I
so he
don't
gets
think
the job.
everything can be called nepotism. This was a clear-cut case.
This
of it,
is nepotism.
but at the same time, it's a second-round pick in the 50s.
Yeah.
The Lakers, like, it wasn't even necessary. I don't even know that it was even necessary.
Yeah,
Rich Paul did that.
I'd be terrible. I'm terrible at cultivating a relationship because if I'm a GM and Rich Paul's calling me about, hey, don't draft my son. Don't draft my guy. He needs to go to Lakers. Oh, don't worry about it, Rich. He wasn't even on our board. I'd be very honest and probably ruin that relationship. He wasn't on our board, Rich. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Rich would care about that. He just wants to get him.
Yeah, but
he wanted to get it's a bet for a guy who has, like, you can't complain about privilege and certain buzzwords and then do what LeBron and Rich Paul did after what happened with Anthony Davis. You know, some of the stuff, the amount of coaches that have been, like, it looks really bad for LeBron. Ultimately, it's a second-round pick. Bronny's not going to end up being a good NBA
Here's what it's
player.
going to be.
It's not really.
Here's what it's going to be.
not really
Bronny's going
anything.
to come in about the third or fourth game. It's going to be much anticipation. He's going to enter the game in the second quarter. LeBron and Bronny will be on the court for the first time together, a father and son. It'll be a moment, and then Bronny's going down to the G League. He will be a G Leaguer most of the season. Yes.
Oh, with a guaranteed.
Guaranteed
well,
money.
He averaged 4 points a game.
Yes.
They can
He
play in the
doesn't need
preseason
to be in
together.
the NBA.
Yes. No.
They can play in the preseason together.
Yeah, but it's got to be in
Dale,
a
that
regular
doesn't
season
count.
game. It's
That
got to be in the
doesn't
regular.
count.
All right, 746. You know, John Daspit and his son you never know. They might
John Daspit's
perform law together.
John Daspit's son is going to be about 2 years old.
Yep.
So maybe they could practice law together.
Maybe.
John is not an old guy, so John, it's possible. It's possible. John and Johnny, is that what it's going to be? Is this
Maybe.
like Bron and Bronny? It'll
Right.
be John and Johnny. Maybe so. Personal injury law is the family business, and John Daspit's very good at that. He's one of the best that you're going to find because he understands the process. And there are a lot of people who are personal injury lawyers. You can look up and see. You can see the billboards anywhere in Houston at any time. If you're driving, you're going to see the fact that I just told you that's all you're going to see now. You're going to realize how many there are. But the problem is also that a lot of these people just are going to sign you up, and then it's just a matter of, okay, let's get the most we can from this insurance company and let's get out of here. Let's get a settlement, or they'll work with the insurance company to get something done, and it becomes a turn and burn situation. You do not deserve to be treated like that. If you've been hurt due to someone else's negligence, you need somebody who's really looking out for your best interest and not their own. And that's what John Daspit and his staff of like over right at 70 lawyers across the state are willing to, and he's hiring right now. So if you're an upcoming, an upstart lawyer, let me know, and I'll put your name over to John Daspit. He's hiring and hiring and hiring. Keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Big caseloads, but they have a lot of lawyers to handle it, so you get the attention that you deserve. And he's going to make sure you get great settlements. And he does that because he wants to make sure that you're compensated for the pain and suffering and all the bills that you're having that are stacking up, your inability to work. It all needs to be accounted for, and that's what John Daspit does. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here. Glenn Davis joining us at the top of the hour to break down exactly what's going on with this U.S. team. Just so disappointing last night. So disappointing. And he will get the expertise of Arca.
Do you no longer believe that we can win?
It's doubtful now. I mean,
it's one of the corniest chants in all of sports. I believe that we can win.
I believe
it's not. It's a cool one.
It's awful. I believe that we can win.
I believe that it takes forever to build it up.
I believe that
we will win. I believe that we will win.
It's
let's
terrible.
Just get to the hook.
That's it. That's all they say.
We don't have good cheers.
I believe that
we will win.
I believe that we will
win.
I believe that we will win.
The English take our songs and turn them into fun things. They change the that's Yankee Doodle Dandy or She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain. They'll sing She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain and put these hilarious
Actually, I think we
lyrics.
stole them from them.
She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain?
Not that one, but
Yankee Doodle Dandy?
She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain. When did they steal that one?
No, you've heard it, haven't you? No, the English use the English use that. They changed the lyrics.
What I'm amazed at,
and they'll call someone the C word in the middle of it.
Yeah. What I'm amazed at on Wrexham is how they all know the words to all these songs that they sing in the stands.
It's unbelievable. And they know the words, and then they'll change lyrics for a specific player.
Yeah.
They change lyrics for a player. You know, when I was at Arsenal match with West Ham, after
I want to go to a Wrexham game.
Arsenal was okay. They didn't have a ton of great chance, but we went to a bar, and you had to have tickets to the match to get in. You couldn't get in if you didn't have tickets to the match. And the three of us got in. And you know what else they do? They just sing songs that are playing on the shuffle of their Spotify or Pandora or whatever. Because if it was Oasis, hey baby, you're gonna be the one to save me. The whole bar. There were songs that they absolutely. There's one. Living on a Prayer, they did that with that too. They sing all of the songs with their. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it's a lot of
That's fun. That's
English
fun.
soccer matches, and then I went to a La Liga match. No alcohol allowed. None. And there's not even any food. People bring their own sandwiches in.
When I went to the Real Madrid game, there's no concession stand.
No concession stand. They brought sandwiches in.
Yeah, no, they bring their
wrapped
sandwiches.
in foil, eat it at halftime.
Yeah, at halftime they eat their own sandwiches. And I'm sitting there, I'm like,
no
hey, I don't have a sandwich.
There must have been some real hooligan stuff that happened to where, and there's no alcohol at all.
But there was a lot outside, though. I can tell you that. There was a lot outside. Let's get Kevin in here. Hey, Kevin, what's going on?
There was beer in the Bundesliga. I can promise you that.
Oh, yeah. What's
up?
Hey,
nothing much. Good morning, fellas.
Hey, Kevin.
How you doing, man?
Red Raider Kevin.
Hey, man. Letting them hang, brother. That's all. Y'all been all right?
Good. How about you?
Good.
Hey, man, I can't complain. Look, on the whole not Magic, I'm sorry. Same person. On the whole LeBron thing, it's no big deal about him getting his kid a job. Like, man, people do. Look at Giannis. We know his brother doesn't deserve to be in the league. Like, superstars like LeBron throw their weight around all the time. Now, here's what I said yesterday. Now, had this been Magic and he had gotten his son a job.
Oh, you just wanted to match. You just wanted to call
use
for the Magic
right
job.
pronouns.
I'm just saying we'd have something to talk about this morning if the Lakers had drafted EJ with the 55th pick. The Los Angeles Lakers select Irvin Magic Johnson Jr.
Could you see him?
Kevin just wanted to get jokes off.
Could you see him sashaying across the court?
Don't say sashaying, John.
Come on, John. Work with me, John.
I'm with you on this one. I would much prefer to see Magic
to the mic. Well,
and his
don't back
son.
up.
No, were you?
Don't back up.
Dell is out.
Push the mic.
Dell's out.
I don't like the way it was maneuvered To be honest with you, Kev, I don't love Rich Paul telling
why do you
people
care?
not. No, because it sets really bad precedents for an age. I know they do this in the top 5 sometime in sports and baseball and basketball. This is the 55th pick.
Well, in the
let
NFL,
kid-
Eli Manning said, "Don't draft me. You draft me, I'm not playing for you."
Look,
John,
no,
wait.
the way this works is you trade up if you're the Lakers. If you're really worried about someone else taking Bronny, which
Nobody
I don't
was
think
worried
anyone
about it.
was going to take.
Nobody was worried about it. It was all.
So
But
don't
Lance,
make these phone calls.
let's be real. Let's be real. How many superstars on rosters, on the tail end of that roster, when you got guys late or in the middle of their careers, hey, they want to play with their buddies that they may have played with in college or a college roommate or something, and they get the team to bring him in.
It's true, but Kev, it happens. But these are real ball players. Like Bronny has never proven he's a real baller. He got 4 points a game in college.
Neither did Giannis.
No, Thanos is. Yeah, that's clearly what. Kevin, you know this too. A lot of times, remember the college deals where you bring in you want to get the 5-star, you got to bring in his boy.
Yeah.
And so there's the secondary.
Yeah,
it's not nepotism, but they do that.
But let me tell you a situation. So back when I was at Tech, there was a twin combination, a sister and a brother. So the sister was Female Athlete of the Year out of McKinney, Texas, named Tammy Walker. Matter of fact, she's the athletic director and head coach of the girls basketball team up at Beaumont United. Her brother, they brought her in, and the deal was you got to give the brother a scholarship. Well, guess who ended up in the NFL? The brother.
Oh, he did?
Oh, really?
Sometimes, yeah, Sammy Walker. He played in Pittsburgh and Green Bay.
Yeah.
And now the nephew, Tony Brown. Tony Brown is in Indianapolis with the coach. That's Tammy's son.
Yeah.
So sometimes it works out, man, in the favor. You know, hey, she was a heck of an athlete. You know, they kind of forced a deal where the twin brother gets a scholarship as well. And, hey, it worked out for Tech at the end of the day. So you're right. I do know situations where that's happened. And sometimes, and hey, look, we're talking about the 55th pick.
Yeah.
On most teams' roster, that guy's not even going to make the team or he's going to get designated for assignment or something. But who knows, man? Let's say Bronny works out. He probably won't, but let's just say he will. Like, the 55th pick is not going to get the Lakers out of the play-in game.
Nope.
So what was the big deal about them taking him?
No,
that's
there's
my
nothing
thing.
wrong with
nothing.
The issue is with Rich Paul. It's not with them taking him.
Yeah, no. All right, we got a break because Glenn Davis is joining us on the other side right here, talking USMNT next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
8:01 here on the show. Glenn Davis joins us right now, and we're talking about the international soccer scene. Lots to talk about, but we're going to focus in on the U.S. and Copa America. They lost yesterday to Panama. 16.5-minute mark. You had Tim Weah sent off on a red card, lost his cool through what amounts to is a little kind of a punch at the back of the head of the – and this is a rough and tumble game throughout. It really got nasty at the end with Panama getting a red card and being sent off. But the big thing is U.S. scored, take a 1-0 lead, then gave up 2 goals, including one, just an equalizer 4 minutes later. And so a lot of the talk now, Glenn Davis, who joins us now from Soccer Matters, international soccer historian and a gentleman of leisure. Dell talked about the fact that this is going to be a lot of Berhalter talk. Berhalter cannot escape this. He's always going to be a topic. But, man, did Tim Weah put them in a really, really unfortunate spot yesterday just because he lost his cool.
Yeah, guys, good morning. Listen, I think you knew with the Panama game, I think all the talk all week long would have been your biggest power is going to be emotional control, right? Panamanians are physical. They're going to put pressure on the ball. They're going to get tight on people. They're going to kick people. They're going to try and put the bait lines out to get you to take the bait, and that's exactly what Tim Weah did. So you absolutely changed not only this game, but you change your entire tournament right now, and that's how quick it can all just flip on its head. So it was very disappointing. Came from a guy that you didn't expect it to come from. Took the bait, and from there on, that's the first thing you have to talk to about is simply just that moment, and everything becomes different then, and everything becomes plus Panama.
Yeah, the offside didn't help early on. Was that a big boost to score in the first few minutes and then taken away? So that was tough. But, yeah, Weah just destroyed it. Glenn, let's say they don't beat Uruguay. Let's say they don't advance in this tournament. Let's say that now we sit here. Is this it for Berhalter?
I think it has to be. I mean, if we're growing as a soccer nation, I think people have to be held accountable. That's usually the coach. For some reason, I have felt that this group now has gotten too comfortable with the coach. The performances seem to go up and down. I mean, this was a big litmus test, Panama. You knew exactly what was coming at you. You knew that you were going to have to remain incredibly under control with the emotional side of the game and the mental side of the game, and that they were going to try to bait you into things. And you failed it miserably, and I get it. It's one guy, and one guy made a decision, and it's not going to be something that you're going to focus on for the rest of this young man's career. But, look, we've been building up to this. All the hype with 2026 here, and this was the big tournament. We need South American competition. We haven't even gotten to Uruguay yet, and we already have a problem. So, yeah, I think there's no question that his job is definitely on the line. And I also think that, when you're down to 10 men, I don't think it was dealt with very well. You go through these scenarios, and to play with 10 men, you could still win this game. Yeah, it's disappointing, I think, to a lot of fans.
Was there anything that bothered you from a strategic standpoint with Berhalter? I understand the accountability angle, and certainly soccer's quick to pull the trigger on guys that don't get it done across all countries. However, did you have a problem specifically with anything that happened after Weah was sent off?
Well, listen, you got an incredible wonder hit from Fowler and Balogun, right? So, unfortunately hidden underneath this, you finally got a striker who scored twice in 2 games, and they've been good goals. But then, you concede shortly thereafter to Blackman, who, by the way, the assist was Coco Carrasquilla of the Houston Dynamo. He's also the guy that cracked Christian Pulisic at the end of the game and got red carded. So that's the guy that plays here locally. I mean, nobody really even pays attention to that, believe it or not. But yeah, I think, with 10 men, things become very different, and it becomes a lot of all hands on deck. People have to emerge during these tough times. I didn't think Gio Reyna emerged well during this. It's a time where you're going to have the ball. It's a time where you're going to have to take a little bit more risk within the context of being composed and having a good team shape. And yeah, looked for a while like the U.S. was going to handle it okay. I mean, you can't panic and say it's all over after what happened to Weah, but there's still a game to be played. But yeah, I don't think they responded very well with 10 men. And, these guys, Karaskia, Martinez, Blackman, Barcenas, these guys are all kicking and hitting people and just trying to make this a big, messy game. And they did. And it all was detonated by the fact that Tim Weah lost his mind.
How does this affect what you think of them for the World Cup? You had to have higher hopes than what they looked like yesterday?
I've always had high hopes because I love this group of guys, and they're all playing on big clubs, and it's been very different, for us in this juncture of the national team and our growth, and it's always been this, U.S. soccer. It's always been this, we've got to prove ourselves to people, and you started to get the feeling with these younger guys taking control of this, and I don't think that feeling is going to be lost, but, to not even get to Uruguay, we're always talking about CONCACAF and the competition, and okay, we're dominating that now. We're beating Mexico consistently. Mexico's down too, and yeah, I think we expect more now, and I think that's a good thing. I mean, the bar has been raised, but this is a heavy. We just fell off a couple of rungs of the ladders, and a lot of it's just based on game to game. You guys know this. I mean, the emotions, the judgment comes off of one game. So now you got one opportunity to turn this around against Uruguay and maybe move the needle in the other direction. It's not going to be easy.
They're really good, but there's a chance. Is there any chance that they are not going to play their best guys because they don't need it?
It's possible. It's possible that Marcelo Bielsa, is doing some things to rest people and navigate a tournament. I mean, those are all the things that now people are thinking about, right? I mean, you get a win against them and goal difference, you break, and goal difference, you can still advance. But I just think it's hard for me to even look past that yet just because of what a mess yesterday was.
Yep. Who's a possibility to replace Berhalter?
That would be a really good question. I think it would have to be – I think you have to get a manager that's just – higher profile, somebody that is very different, maybe foreign, international. I know I'm going to tick off some people with that one because a lot of people want a U.S. coach always. I'm not sure that's the case. I don't know. I'd have to really think about that to see who's available, who would want that job. I think it would be an appealing job. It's the 2026 World Cup in the United States. Mm-hmm. There's plenty of great coaches that have never been to a World Cup in a New York minute could be going. But they would have to be the right fit for these young guys. And yeah.
Vincent wanted to know, this is off the U.S. men's national team, but he wanted to know what your thoughts were about Alex Morgan being left off the Olympic roster and U.S. for the U.S. women's national team.
I think it was, without a doubt, the time. A U.S. women's national team has to grow from being a popularity contest to being about soccer. I think Emma Hayes, who's come in as the coach, this was her job to come back in, make this about a soccer team, which has been for many years the best team in the world, who really accelerated the growth of the women's game. It became a social program, national team, aided and abetted by U.S. soccer. Let's get back to soccer. I think Alex Morgan's had a remarkable career. But Alex Morgan, to me, along with Megan Rapinoe, took the U.S. national team in the last World Cup and made it their own for their own selfish motivations, right? That was an incredibly messed up team in that World Cup. So Emma Hayes is tough. She is about football. This is a good move, which I think was a pretty obvious move. Morgan's older now. She hasn't been scoring goals with the national team, and there is a boatload of really exciting young talent on the women's side that are attacking players.
What's your give us a couple of breakdowns of what your thoughts are on Euro Cup so far?
It's been awesome. I think there's been some incredible stories. Georgia has been a good story. I mean, most people can't find Georgia on a map, right? They don't know it's around Turkey and Russia, but Georgia's had some really, really exciting matches. There's a lot of just upsets and things. How about Austria? Austria winning a group with the Netherlands and France, right? I mean, whoever thought that was going to happen? Headed up by Ralph Ragnick, the guy who got run out of Manchester United. So I think a lot of it's been exciting. I think the first round, you guys know, can be very deceptive. And I think now that we get into the knockout stages this weekend, I think we start off with a really good one with Denmark and Germany. I wouldn't be surprised if Germany got upset, even in front of their home fans. But I think teams morph into different things here in the knockout stage. So, do we see the Belgiums? Do we see the Frances of the world? Do we see them now emerging after playing really subpar, not really very appealing soccer in the group stages?
Glenn Davis here, the soccer expert. I was listening to your show the other night. It's always great, man. Good stuff. How's our Dynamo?
Dynamo got Charlotte tomorrow. Charlotte's fourth in the East. They will not have Coco Carrasquilla, and neither will Panama in their next game in the Copa America. Excitement around a new striker coming in. I'm really excited to see how he blends in with this team. His name is Ezequiel Ponce. He's from Argentina. Good penalty area guy. The Dynamo will be playing, with a striker now, which is different than this whole false nine setup they've had. So it's interesting to see. I mean, it's tough for the Houston Dynamo to grab eyeballs, I mean, there's just so much going on with Euros and Copa America. You got the Olympics coming up. We just had 68,000 Colombians out at Energy Stadium. It was incredible. Prior to that, Mexico and Jamaica with over 50,000. So just a lot of amazing soccer going on right now.
Yeah, it really is. Really is. As we head towards Houston's becoming a great soccer city.
I got to say, I was at the Colombia match the other day, and I've watched a lot of the Copa, a lot of the Euros, a lot. Yep. I feel like I wanted to get your trained eye on this. I feel like it's just been the soccer has been much more cohesive and much more flowing in the Euros than in Copa. Copa has felt like it's not as free form. It's not as smooth. There's a lot of turnover. It's a more physical. I would say it's also been more physical.
I think it's a little less tactical. It's more like a street fight South America.
Yeah, exactly.
But we have to take into the culture and the things that are a little underlying. I think the other cool thing about, and this is what I love, when you see Argentina play, every single guy on that team was born in Argentina. Same with Colombia, right? You don't have any of these dual nationals, right? So I don't know if this is fair to say, but I almost think there's just a slight bit more playing for your shirt and pride in your country, as opposed to potentially being a naturalized citizen who, because I can't make the Dutch national team, I'm going to try to go to this other national team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's something to be said about that. I wouldn't go too deep on it, but, imagine if we really had national teams where you really had to be born in that country, right? It would be very interesting. But when it comes to South America, I think always their World Cup qualifying has been the most grueling and I would almost say vicious. And I think what you're onto is a good thing. But I love them both, honestly. I can watch this stuff because there's real consequence involved.
Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, every Tuesday, Wednesday. Right here on ESPN.
Next week, Monday and Wednesday. But July 4th.
There's
I hope
a match.
You guys are going to be out there. It's probably going to be Messi in Argentina here. It's going to be unbelievable.
I'm going.
The most high-profile athlete in the world in Houston.
I'm taking Dell. Me and Dell are going to see Messi versus. I'm going to test him because he's a big soccer fan.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Dell, I've got tickets. Do you want to go or not to go see Messi, the greatest player that's ever played?
Are you going to give me the tickets? Or are you
no,
going to be
you're
there?
going with me. This is a test.
Then I prefer not to go.
This is only a test, Del. This is a test. This is only a test.
You had a chance
I'm going
to
to
see
fail
Messi.
it then. I can watch him on TV.
Glenn, you see the hatred? You have producers that you like and they like you. We don't have that.
And who like to go to live sporting events.
Yeah.
I don't mind a live sporting event as long as you're not there.
See, that's how ugly
This is what we
Glenn.
deal with.
Yeah, I
Glenn.
thought you guys were hanging out after. Probably took the game in last night at a sports bar.
No,
I thought
Me
all
and
three
Dell
of you
a
guys-
lot of times we'll sit on the couch and we'll watch
no,
games together.
Lance, I don't know if you know this, Glenn, but Lance is a weirdo.
That's not even true. He's in there when I'm working on my draft stuff, and me and Glenn have actual conversations. You're gone because you can't stand people, so don't call me the
No,
weirdo.
I can't stand you.
I'm giving you a chance to watch
wow.
Messi.
This is
Do you
ugly.
want to watch Messi?
Not with you.
Messi on TV is nothing.
Messi in person. Now that's
Messi in
something.
person, that's the real.
That's the real
The
deal.
problem
the
is
real
the
deal.
problem is
John and I have seen Messi
So
in
wait,
person.
Lance, did you say you got the tickets for the Inter Miami against Tigres game?
Yeah, I got that when they came
man,
out. I
yeah,
bought those
see.
early.
That was a good move. I mean, 2 times we could have him here is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I bought those Tigres tickets because I'm like, I want to take my son Alec to go see Messi play. So
I hope you have a field pass, and I'm going to tell
Field
Messi's
pass?
Messi's personal security that you're a threat, so that guy can tackle you.
We got a break. And Clint, thanks as always, man. Monday and Wednesday, Soccer Matters right here on ESPN
somebody
97.5
slide
and
tackles me,
92.5.
I could die.
Good stuff. Thanks, Glenn. Now
Thank you, guys.
you need to talk about your grill.
Yeah. So Paul Wall has a grill. There's a lot of people with grills, and especially here in Houston.
It's different.
But this is a different, and that's what I was saying, John. This is a different grill. We're not going to Johnny Dang's. We're going to Rick and Michelle Martin's. So very different people selling grills, very different grills. These grills are going to make you a hit with all your friends, all your family members. Get a brand new, you can get a brand new pizza oven, and that's going to be something that you can supplement with the grill that you already have. Maybe you have a great grill. Maybe you don't, and you want to find a discount on it, or you want to get a top-notch grill at the lowest possible price you can find. The spot is Texas Star Grill Shop. It's the spot. You can go to 975grills.com. When you sign up for their it's kind of like a newsletter, the club, you're going to have access to all the best sales. Whenever they have a sale, you're the one who's going to get the hookup. They're just going to let you know. Anytime there's a hookup, you got a direct line. They're going to say, this is the price discount here. We've got a clearance on this. We've got discounts on our meat, on our seasonings, on our rubs, whatever the case may be. You're going to find it first, and you have access to it. And it's simply by signing up online at 975grills.com. But pizza ovens, griddles, smokers, big green eggs, Traegers, anything that you're looking for, they have. They can get it assembled and delivered to you absolutely free when you're a member of the club. And there is no better way to upgrade your barbecuing talent, your skills, and your results than Texas Star Grill Shop. Go to 975grills.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've been talking a lot of soccer. Big game yesterday that they lost. How disappointing. Losing to Panama. Goodness gracious. That was awful. Then we had the now, do you have the golf? Because golf played a huge role in our presidential debate yesterday. It was an exchange that my wife said, this is you with your friends. This is how horrible this is.
It really delegitimized the whole debate when golf became a central topic.
It got to the point of embarrassment.
It was the first time my kids were like watching. I say kids. I mean, they're Alex about to be 20. Snacks is going to be 16. Mason 17. But it was the first time that they were like, Sebastian just couldn't believe. He goes, they're not answering. Trump's not answering a question. He keeps talking about what he wants to talk about. I said, I'll be honest with you. That's kind of how
it works.
Debates typically work. Yep. They just try to get to their points. Now, Trump was just counterpunching. If Biden said something he didn't like, he had to get. Trump can't stand somebody getting last word on him.
No.
Getting back to him calling me the worst president in the world that's ever existed. Many people have said I'm the best. many. Well, and then somehow it got to golf, and I was just laughing, just thinking, wow. I mean, at least this is funny a little bit, but
it got to it. Listen, here is the golf exchange, and we've seen Trump swing. I've seen Biden swing now.
Two separate. No, Trump would be Biden. Now, Biden said he got to an 8 or a 6 when he was vice president under Obama. Well, that could have been when he was 66 years old in 2008.
Yeah, he was never a 6. If you've seen his swing, he was never a 6. Here is the exchange.
It's not even senior. 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in.
And then there's another one. Do you have the one with? No, that's one of my favorite ones where he goes, I won 2.
And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to it.
He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
He can't hit a ball 50 yards. Now, do you have Biden?
You have to be.
Well, there's the one where they're talking about, the other one Lance sent. Here it is.
Just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act like children.
Trump goes, let's not act like children. This exchange was high comedy between the two of them.
I love it.
High comedy between the two.
Those are our presidential
one
candidates.
One of them is going to be a president. Well, both of them have been.
Yeah.
Although I'd say Biden's a little less likely to go off on the tangents. Although he tried to take a shot at the way Trump looked or whatever. And then he called him an alley cat, which I thought was a good, you've got the morals of an alley cat. He goes, I never had sex with that porn star. That was also, there was a lot of firsts in a presidential debate. You've got the morals of an alley cat, followed up by Trump saying, I never had sex with that porn star. That's something you might hear in a French debate. I feel like somebody in France may have had to say that. That's got to be the first time an American presidential candidate has ever said, I never had sex with that porn star. Hold on, your mic's off.
It could have been, I never had sex with that woman. We've had that before.
Yeah, that was not a debate, but yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes, that was a...
That seems to be something our presidents are saying more and more often now.
Not Biden. He's not going to be the one to say that.
No, I don't think. I think he's probably
he's
said,
out of
I
that
haven't
mix.
had sex with any woman for a while now.
I just know that it was a rough watch, really all the way around. But it was not a. This is not a political show, but it was there was some sports that came into it, obviously, so we have to include it because of the sports action that was in there. And apparently, Koepka and DeChambeau and Koepka are going to join in with Trump, and they're doing the match. And this is for the presidency. And this is for the presidency.
DeChambeau is trying to put together a match.
I'll drive against you only if you carry your bags. See, that was a shot at fitness.
Yeah, right.
Biden was trying to say you're not fit enough. You have to carry your bags. How about Trump? I've won 2 club championships. That's what he said.
Do you really think Joe Biden could walk 18 holes without falling down?
Well, I just don't think he could walk 18 holes. I'm not sure either. I don't think either one of them could walk 18 and carry their bags.
No.
Neither one of them's walking 18. There's a lot of humans, regular people, who are not walking 18 and carrying their bags. If it's a big bag with a lot of clubs, they're not doing it. Now, pull carts maybe, but I really doubt that either one of those guys are pull carting 18. You don't even like cart path.
No, we ain't doing cart path only.
So, but I don't. What led to that? Where Trump goes, I was 2-time club champion, not even the seniors. He goes, and not even the seniors, the regular one. And you know how you do that? You got to be really smart, and you got to hit the ball a long way.
I just imagine him hitting balls into the rough and some guy scurrying into there, grabbing the ball and dropping it on the green.
Yeah,
I just imagine a lot of that going on.
Do you believe that Trump foot wedges stuff? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. No.
Absolutely.
Does he
You don't
bump
play
it
him.
in the fairway?
You don't want to, yeah.
He absolutely bumps it in the
I
fairway.
get 2 clubs relief from this tree. No.
Well,
tree's in the way. You can't get relief from a tree. You know, you get 2 club links from the tree. That's the way it's played. Like, you're in the fairway now, sir.
Well, that's right.
I wish they'd argue about a different sport, like my dribble package. You can't stay in front of me.
I could post Joe up.
You
couldn't post up anybody. I used to play street ball whenever I was when I was a kid. I played street ball against some of the toughest guys out there. I could post you up so fast.
In an empty gym, I could hit 70 out of 100 threes, something like that.
Yeah, right.
Joe can't even shoot.
Like lean into what's going on in the world, like the draft and how they're talking about draft prospects. I could have a great workout at any time. I can read. I'm not like Tyler Kolek. Something.
I could go out and get 3 catches for 26 yards.
Specific to you.
I know, but you know, and then
that's
Joe would have come back and said, "You got tiny hands. You can't catch anything. You'd have drops.
You're not brave over the
I
middle."
wouldn't drop anything. I'd go over the middle. You saw Putin knew not to mess with me. A lot of safeties would not dare to hit me. They know not to mess with me. Linebackers will not hit me. They know I don't put up with it. You couldn't even get off the line.
They call me Yak. That's my last name.
Yards after catch.
That's my nickname, Yak.
The most yards after contact. Yards after, some say catch, some say contact. I get yards after both.
Either way, it's the same.
Yeah. It's additional yards. Joe couldn't get it. He'd fall down.
Just call me Debo.
Joe would get no yards after catch. None. They'd tackle him immediately, and he'd be down. He'd be injured. He'd be like Tank Dell. He'd get a concussion from falling on the ground. No, I'm just saying. Wow. I'm trying to bring it back to here.
Wow. That's a low
CJ
blow.
Stroud, I'm pretty sure I could get 700 yards in a season, 64 catches, and I'd be a good fantasy option. Many yards in PPR, many points. Joe would get no points. You'd be on the waiver wire forever, Joe. You would never get picked up, not even by Daryl Morey. And he picks everyone up in fantasy. You'd get none. You could do this so much with everything. With Trump, you could, and you got Joe trying to come back. What? What are we doing?
Couldn't understand anything.
Yeah.
I can't understand Zadok
Joe's
Jewelers.
got no 3-and-D. He can't defend anyone. He would get. You look at Joe, and he's like Zach Edey. You put him in the high pick and roll, and he's done. He's got no ability to switch off. They'd isolate him. He'd be played off the court.
I do know that
Zadok Jewelers.
Jewelers.
So you were saying
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, Zadok Jewelers. Zadok Jewelers has a chance for you to get gifts that are going to make a difference in her life. And there's some things I want you to know about. Pre-owned watches. Zadok Jewelers sells pre-owned watches. If you have And they've got a large selection of pre-owned timepieces. So if you're looking for something that's top-notch and it's pre-owned and it's going to be in top condition, they've got a timepiece for you. If you're looking to sell yours and you say, man, I keep mine in top condition and it looks great and all this, hey, they want to buy it from you. You bring in your watch, and their in-house team of 7 master horologists are going to evaluate it and give you a price. I've told you before, they buy, they sell, and they also trade. So this is a great opportunity for you guys who are really into timepieces. You've got multiple watches. You want to get something brand new. Make sure and bring one of your watches in, and you can trade that thing in, or you can get money for it because their horologists are going to have you set up. And, of course, the most exclusive timepieces in the entire state are found right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It is the good people over at Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776.
I'm going to give you a little hint on something. So Biden was using, I'm pretty sure he's using Upneek. So you notice how open his eyes were yesterday?
Yeah.
very, very open. The eyelids. So there's something called psoas, T-S-O-S-I-S, where your eyelids start to droop a little bit. It happens when people get older. Some people have it as a it runs in a family. Like it runs in my family with my right eye. My grandpa Zerline had it. I have it. My sister Nikki. When we get tired, it does.
King Butter, does he have it?
No, he's not part of the real family, and he's out anyway.
Okay.
But there's something called Upneek that a eye doctor told me about, and I got them. They're drops. You put them in your eyes, and it strengthens. There's two different types of eye. The way it was described to me is, like if you walked around, Dr. Whitsett told me this. If you walk around the corner and you see a bear, and you do like this, and your eyes would get wide. There's a muscle there that doesn't trigger as much. And so what these drops do, you put a drop in your eye. I use it when I go on TV. You put a drop in your eye, and your eyelids get super strong. Like they get really strong. You can. I told people at NFL Network about the makeup girls, and they freaked out and immediately bought some for people there. So I guarantee I was looking at that. I know this is a total aside, but this is the kind of good information that you would never get from Sean and Seth or Steve and Gary or any of these other shows. I'm just telling you,
Steve and
there's
Gary,
something called Upneek.
Scumbag, wormy
you put
idiots.
One drop in your eye, and all of a sudden you're like this.
Steve and Gary, scumbag, wormy idiots. They were back in Chicago, back in the. They did Death to Disco.
But what is he referencing?
I have no idea.
When he said Steve and Gary.
I don't know all the different shows.
Yeah, right. Okay, so it's Upneek. Upneek. Okay.
You get get a prescription for an eye doctor, then you can order it online.
Can they help? Is there anything that'll help with mumbling? Because he could use some of that too.
You know what helps with that? Nothing. When you get to a certain age, you go downhill. Look at Jose Abreu.
He mumbles?
He doesn't mumble, but he mumbles with his bat.
The at-bats were the equivalent of mumbling.
That's his
worried
mumbling.
About Justin Verlander. Not mumbling, but age is undefeated.
Yeah, where is he, by the way? That'd be great.
Don't worry about it.
What are we doing for Sunday, by the way?
Let's not rush him back, because we found out, they rushed JP France back, and now he's got shoulder surgery now for the year. Let's not rush.
Yeah, but this is more a Christian Javier neck thing.
Yeah, well, don't rush him back.
How do we have multiple neck things in a season?
Well, Christian Javier's thing turned into an arm thing.
Yeah, it did turn into an arm thing.
So let's not rush.
Is he around anymore?
Who, Verlander or Javier?
Javier.
I'm sure he's recovering.
Is he?
From surgery. Let's not rush back another neck thing before it turns into an arm thing.
Yeah, that's true. Let's get Isaac in here. Let's talk about our Rockets. What do you say, Isaac?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I want to talk about the Rockets and
Let's
the
go.
they had. Hey, you guys are right. Dubs for Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so going into the second round, I was hoping we really had a legit chance to go after Jamal Shead, keep him in town, but that didn't happen. That's okay. It's part of the business, but good luck to him anyway. So, we're thinking about everything going on just from yesterday going into today. It's kind of disappointing with the U.S. soccer, disappointing with Joe Biden, disappointed we didn't get Jamal Shead. So if we can, what do you think? Can we get a request from DJ Dale and play some feel-good tunes today?
Dale, can you play something that
people want?
I'm not a DJ.
Well, you are a
Can
DJ,
you play
kinda. You kind of are. You play music.
Come on, give people something. It's Friday. Can you play
Friday,
Debbie Deb?
Friday. How about the Friday song?
Can you play Debbie Deb?
No.
Night in music.
Come on, Dale.
Come on, Dale. Just do something.
Yeah, Dale, something.
Nah, I'm good.
What? That's so bad.
You know what you can do? Open up your phone, type in whatever you want. You can hear it. In fact, it'll be in better quality. Listen to it on your phone. It'll be in great quality, actually.
Just don't. You're driving people away from the show.
No, but if music is what you're looking for as opposed to great sports talk.
He asked really nicely. Like, no one's being a jerk about this.
Except him. Except Dell.
It's nonsense. No, I'm not playing music because things in sports you barely care about didn't go your way.
But can't you do something to send us into the weekend?
Yeah.
At 8:40?
Yeah.
We can play music all of News of the Weird. In fact, we do that. If you want music, listen to News of the Weird. There's a music bed throughout the entire segment. There it is. You did it yourself. I didn't have to do it. And by the way,
listen to this one, Del.
Now I got to kick you off the stream so they can't hear it.
Thanks. That's nice. See, that's nice.
It's
that
called
got me
Lookout
going.
Weekend.
No, it didn't. You
Yes,
didn't.
Got everybody going.
Got everyone going.
Yeah.
See, And look,
Deb.
if you had just put your headphones in, that would have sounded great in your headphones, as opposed to playing it over the radio.
What are you talking about?
I was telling people, if you want to hear great music and
No,
great quality, listen to it on your phone.
You don't ever want to like be part of a fun time where everyone comes together and they listen to music and they're happy. You go to concerts. Why can't we turn today into just like a little concert?
So you don't do your job?
Yeah, so we don't have to talk as much.
It's just intro music.
Yeah.
Or play it underneath us.
Let's do.
Ain't it fun? We can play Paramore.
Is that what you want?
Bops, yeah.
No, that's
yes,
not what I
play,
want.
Haley Williams.
No, we can, or you mean I can? I can make the choice. No, I'm good.
I can play it off a phone. It just doesn't sound as good.
Go ahead.
I don't know if that's a lot of treble. Why are you just playing Baton Rouge?
You don't get goosebumps when you hear that song at an LSU game?
Yeah, but we don't go to LSU games.
No, I don't go there.
Yeah. Well, see, you guys don't have any. What do they play at Miami games? Nothing.
I don't go to
Tricky.
They
Trick
play
Daddy.
Trick Daddy quite a bit.
Trick Daddy.
They play
yes.
Trick Daddy?
Yeah.
I will say, one of the coolest things I saw in Stadium was they played Pusha T and what's his name? The DJ. God. Oh, the creepy looking guy who.
Well, you're gonna have to be more specific.
Yeah, this is. I was watching. I was at a USC game against Juju Smith-Schuster. I was scouting USC versus somebody, and between the third and fourth quarters, they played something that was. I'll have to see if I can find my own music that was really good. Sometimes did you see Jump Around is not on? And if you saw that, they did not. I guess they didn't get the rights. I don't know. Wisconsin plays this. How do you not have Jump Around for Wisconsin between third and fourth quarters in college football?
Because they didn't want to pay for it.
Really?
The guy who the band went there one game. Did you see that 30 for 30?
Yeah, I did. It was Everlast. And
Yeah.
actually, Danny Boy, when there was just Everlast.
Yeah.
I saw them, and I saw House of Pain, The Hooligans, which is James Conn.
So they don't play it. They can't play it anymore?
No, they play
Son
it.
Dubious.
He's talking about the video game. They play it at actual Wisconsin.
Yeah.
No,
but,
and
but they didn't
Everlast
want to
did
pay
go
for the
there.
rights.
They went there. Yeah.
Yeah, Everlast went, and it was a big deal.
Yeah.
I was at Cypress Hill at the Unicorn. Oh, my God. That place was insane. And then the guy who had the keys, who was supposed to be our designated driver, we see him on the stage, and he stage dives off like, oh, God. And then he lost the keys to the car.
Oh, no.
We were looking around the Unicorn Lounge for a long, and we finally found it. Like, dude, are you okay to drive? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Like, you hadn't been smoking or drinking? He goes, no. I'm just stage diving. I'm just having fun. Like, all right. So you're fine. He goes, no. I'm totally.
But he lost the
said,
keys.
I'm totally sober. I just had to stage dive. Like,
Okay.
okay, that's fine.
That's fine. Hey, there's some things we didn't get to for the draft. We will do it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I'm talking about my peeps over at Air Team. I love what Air Team did for me. You'll love what Air Team does for you. Air Team they've got the experience. The Curtises have been doing this. Darren and Dawn and Garrett are there now. This is the third generation of Curtises that are running Air Team, 35-plus years. They've got people that have been with them for 10, 15, 20, 30, more than 30 years. They've got people that have been with them. That just tells you what kind of company that they are. But I'm going to tell you this. They've got all the rebates and everything else. You've got a warehouse full of equipment and parts, which means that you're going to get it at a better price because they're not buying them one at a time. They buy it in bulk. They've got full fleet of trucks stocked with parts right now. If you need something, you got 24-hour emergency service. This is their time because it's so hot. You're running your air conditioner 24 hours a day. Well, here's the deal is you really, really, really need to maintain your equipment. And if you don't do that, you're going to pay for it like I paid for it. I didn't. I was dumb. Don't be dumb. Hey, call Air Team. Let them come and look at you. Let them clean out your equipment. Let them make sure everything is working great so that it doesn't break down in a month or two. You're going to spend a little now to save a lot later. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-956-8326, 713-956-8326.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you guys see Shohei Ohtani get saved by the ball boy?
Yeah, not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they wear poor-fitting helmets.
I know. Line drive off the bat, and Shohei Ohtani's right behind the kid, and the kid grabs a line drive and saves him. Saves Shohei Ohtani. Apparently, Ohtani gave him a bunch of free bets on his website.
Okay. Not free stuff, not an Ohtani jersey. Free bets, huh?
Yeah, bunch of free bets.
Does he get a sign-up bonus, too?
Well, if you go to mybookie.ag, promo code bet975, is that where, do you think that's maybe where Shohei bets?
Nah, I feel like we would have heard that name if that was the case. I thought you said Ohtani had his own site, so it's like Ohtani 17, and that guy gets a sign-up bonus if he goes to Ohtani's site.
It's Ohtani's.
It's a promo code Ohtani17, yeah.
Ohtani17.ag.
Yeah. And you type that promo code in, you get a sign-up bonus. Or maybe you're an existing customer, like his interpreter was.
How interesting is this Kyle Filipowski story?
Well, if you don't know the deal, allegedly, and Kyle Filipowski and his brother and his mom took to Twitter yesterday after a clip from the Low Post from I'm just forgetting his first name now. The Low Post podcast. Jonathan Gavoni was on it and just kind of casually threw it in that the NBA teams were concerned that Kyle Filipowski had a girlfriend who was older than him by a couple years, and then that was all he kind of threw in there. Like, they're concerned, they're not sure, and then he said the workouts didn't go great or interviews didn't go great. And then Kyle Filipowski's family got to Twitter and was like, "Well, yeah, she's been grooming him since high school, and we don't talk to him anymore."
So did you see her in the green room?
Well, there's a clip. There's a picture of them after the first round where he wasn't drafted.
Where he wasn't selected.
Yeah.
When they showed him and they showed her, and I thought, she's interesting. She is a good-looking young lady. I didn't realize she's 8 years older than him. Apparently, according to the mom, she stalked him in high school.
Yes.
She now has taken over his life and instilled the Book of Mormon on him, and perfectly he was drafted by the Utah Jazz.
And the insinuation by the mom is she knew that this young man was going to be a really good basketball player, so she latched on early, knowing that the bag was going to come, and maybe not just for her, but for the Mormon church as well.
She's been trying to put a ring on it since he was in high school.
Here's what Daniel Filipowski, his brother, said. "I'm Kyle's oldest brother. Y'all don't have a clue of the context of the story that has to do with his girlfriend. There's a story that has been pushed under the table for 2 years now." He said, "If Gavoni responds to my DMs, he would be able to get the full story that no one knows about the outside of who's involved, Duke coaching staff and his agent. Other than that, messaging him on his Instagram account, don't know how to get in touch with him, but look up and read on Mormon grooming and brainwashing, and you'll find some introductory details in there to connect some dots into the story that is going on." The mom said, "You are opening a 2-year issue," and she is 28 with an end game 3 years ago to have a diamond ring on her hand when Kyle left Duke. He was still in high school, she said. So apparently this is and this is something that goes on in drafts in football and basketball. Oh, they 100% want to know. They want to know who your girlfriend is. They want to know baby mamas. They want to know if they're going to have drama with it. They want to know family. They want to know if there's issues where somebody in the family is going to be a problem. They want to know people you hang out with. Is there anyone that's, if there anyone that's really clicked up tight from a gang standpoint? Is it they check everything on these players, the backgrounds, and you will slide. If they think you're going to be a problem, nope. Teams will pass on you if they think that somebody in your life you can't. I'll give you another hint or another idea or an idea of something that happened with your guy. I'm screwing up his name again. Florida State running back Dalvin Cook. Minnesota was perfectly happy drafting Dalvin Cook because they could get, but every team knew that because there was a thought that Dalvin's boys wouldn't go to Minnesota with him. But there was a thought that if you draft Dalvin Cook in a certain radius of Florida, you're not just drafting Dalvin. You're drafting a bunch of guys. And so there were some teams that were worried about that because you got to check in on who has the most impact with the player. And if Filipowski, and this is, it's the same kind of thing. If Filipowski's got this issue.
Well, at least she's leading him towards a religious belief as opposed to.
But is she controlling him?
Well, apparently.
She's 8 years older and controlling him?
Yeah.
That's the same thing. It's not about necessarily a religious belief. I mean, he's going to the Jazz or whatever. It's about this guy has somebody who's been – this is what they could think.
Right.
This guy has somebody who's 8 years – it's a relationship we're not really comfortable with, and it's getting messy with the family because, they may interview the family.
Right.
Go say, hey, what kind of kid was he? Oh, well, let us tell you about what's going on here. Ooh, we're out on all this.
Yeah. But she's kind of hot, so, I think that's okay then.
Started the week this way. We're not ending the week this way.
No, she is. Have you seen her?
So what?
Yeah.
The hot ones get you in trouble more than anybody.
Right.
So
well, at least she's leading him toward and not heroin, or she's leading him towards the Mormon faith. I mean, would you think they're doing? What did the Mormons do? Were they just what is it called?
Ask him. He's the one who brought it to the show.
Yeah, you brought it to the show.
I just signed a new 3-year contract with the NFL with some very specific language in it.
What was it that you
are they
called
consider,
it?
Are the Mormons considered a protected class?
Where they just lay on each other?
It's called soaking, and I'm not going to talk any more about it. I'm answering your questions so we can get done with this.
Asked and answered?
Yeah.
Asked and answered. And what about that Rocket draft? Have y'all even talked about A.J. Griffin?
Do you think Filipowski and do we know?
I don't know
what's going on there.
I don't know.
Would you like? Okay, hold on.
I don't know what Caitlin Hutchinson is up to with him.
If your boy JT had a girl who was 28 years old and she started getting him into the Mormon religion, and isn't that great that she's 8 years older than him, and then she doesn't. Now you don't get to speak with him anymore. Like they don't speak with him for 2 years. You're cool with that?
No. Now that's where we're drawing the line.
But what does she look like though, John?
No, but I'm talking about.
She looks good.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the Jazz though, saying she. You know what?
You
she's
think
fine.
the Jazz are like, oh, she's attractive, so we're okay with it?
So we're okay.
What?
We'll draft him. Did they draft him or not?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what she looked like played a part.
You don't know.
No,
you don't know either.
You don't know.
You don't know either.
I think they're thinking, we got pretty good value here.
Yeah.
Well, we had him in the first round.
Yeah. No, most everybody had him in the first round.
Yeah, we think he's better than Frank Kaminsky was when he was drafted.
And maybe he'll wake up. Maybe he'll snap out of this spell she's got him under.
With what? With
We've
being
known
around
many a man who's
Mormon
been under
women?
a spell. They don't just snap out.
Oh, at some point you do. At some point you do. You snap out of it.
Well, I mean, all he's going to be surrounded by is more Mormon women, so how's he going to snap out of it?
Well, there's a lot of that stuff going on up there.
Well, that's okay.
A lot of what? A lot of what, John?
It's okay if there's a Mormon woman he likes. This one happens to have been trying to control him, allegedly trying to control him since he was in high school. It's somebody 8 years older?
Yeah.
Like when he was 17, she was 25?
She saw, according to the family, she saw a meal ticket and she locked on early.
Yeah. And then Tyler Kolek got drafted by the Knicks.
Yes. So
do you think he's going to be able to get there because he can't read subway signs? Do you think he's going to be able to get to the arena?
Maybe the Knicks get him a driver. I don't know. I don't know. If you missed that story, allegedly, part of Tyler Kolek's issue when he was at Marquette was his inability to read. Now, he did post a grade point average of over 3.9, mocking that particular sentiment, but it still remains. Yeah. I don't know if that's the sound he makes when he tries to read, or maybe that's what you hear in his head when he tries to read. Just a banging of
dogs.
Oh, no. Are you going to be Hollywood Henderson on Tyler Kolek? He couldn't spell cat if you spotted him the C and the T.
That's Terry Bradshaw.
I know, but Hollywood Henderson said it, yeah.
He couldn't spell cat. You spotted him a C and a T. Yeah, no. Well, is that a good spot if I'm Tyler Kolek?
To be a backup point guard?
Yeah, but Jalen Brunson ain't coming off the floor.
Well, that's true. Tibbs plays all those guys a lot of minutes, but, you know, you want to go to – you're going to get coached pretty well and hard, and maybe he likes that, and that's a winning team with aspiration. So he's going to get a taste of big-time basketball early. He's not going to be – he may not play very much, but he won't be on one of those franchises where they're fine with being awful. So maybe he sees that as a benefit. And they don't really have any backup guards, and particularly because McBride allegedly is going to be part of the trade because it hasn't been finalized yet, that sends Mikal Bridges to New York to make the money work. McBride might go to Brooklyn. So they're going to need bodies, and Tyler Kolek would fit there.
Yeah. He's a good player. 713-780-3776 is the number. See, that's what I'm talking about. You see it? I mean,
Yeah,
she's a fine-looking young lady.
I don't think you would like John Tyler taken away from you.
No, I don't think so either. But
No,
I'm talking about the Jazz perspective.
I'm talking about the family perspective.
Oh.
And
I'm talking about every other NBA team's perspective.
I don't think the Jazz care what she looks like.
Yeah, they might. You never know.
For what reason? To put her in the front row?
You don't know.
Why would they care?
They wouldn't.
Well,
they would.
I mean,
you think if they found her less attractive, they say he's a more of a bad decision maker? Why would they care what she looks like?
We've done all we can with this Filipowski thing.
Look at you. All that new NFL money got you shook.
Yeah, he is shook. Isn't he?
No, I honestly don't know what else we can do with it. The story's not really that. It sounds salacious, but there's not any real details in there. She keeps a tight leash on him. Oh.
Well, she's controlling him. That's a
She's
pretty big
shifted
detail,
him towards
allegedly.
the Mormon religion. Oh.
Controlling
He's not
him.
on my team. I don't care.
You're going to see him a couple times a year at least.
So? He's not going to like it.
Well, we'll see.
Well, he's going to be checked by some athletic guys. Look, this ain't Duke anymore. You got to play real players now.
He played in the ACC.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not.
They got real players there.
It's not the SEC.
Okay. Kyle Filipowski's going to be just fine. You know what? That's a bad thing for the Rockets, having Kyle Filipowski
You don't want
over there.
Yeah. Well, how many minutes will he get? He's another kind of stretch four with Lauri Markkanen in there. Who knows? But, yeah, that's a good player that Utah grabbed later.
Lauri Markkanen's coming here, I thought.
Is that happening?
I don't know. No one knows. But
no, Markkanen is one of those guys who's been rumored it could be out.
Well, if they don't want to pay him.
Yeah.
Speaking of guys who got paid, Emmanuel Quickly just got a big deal. Big deal from the Raptors.
Another shooter. We don't need one of those, remember? I forgot. We never need one of those.
You got one. You got the best shooter
ever. That's right.
Remember?
We got the best shooter. Yeah, we got one guy who can shoot. That's great. Time to talk HRP. Time to talk about your business. Time to talk about whether or not you're doing it right. Time to talk about how many employees you have. Is your business growing? Do you feel like you are somebody you're starting to drown in your payroll? Or are you with an admin company that's doing your payroll and they're doing your HR and they're doing your benefits packages and they're doing insurance and taxes and all of that stuff? And man, it seems like it's kind of expensive, all that stuff. Well, chances are it is. Chances are they're not doing the best they can for you with the benefits packages, with the 401ks and the insurance, because they're doing their own benefits. Okay, they're benefiting themselves, as opposed to HR&P, who let you choose what's best for your business when you're talking about the 401ks and the insurance and everything else. Sure, they'll help guide you, and you know what? They're going to throw the taxes in there for you, and they're experts in the Affordable Care Act, but they're not going to force their benefits packages on you, because that's not what they do. They do payroll, and they do HR, and they do the taxes for you, which is awesome. You're looking for a company that is going to maybe save you a bunch of money. Let them come and break down your business. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The headlines, I guess nationally, I mean, everybody's talking about Bronny. Good, my goodness, it's the 55th pick. Can we not just kill that? Just run it into the ground, ESPN? Okay, Bronny's in the NBA. Oh, well, that's great. USMNT lost yesterday to Panama. That was bad. Probably not advancing. I don't think, Del, even if they don't play their best players, Uruguay's going to beat U.S., right?
You never know. That's how these weird stuff happens in a final group match where, particularly for a team who has nothing to play for, if Uruguay puts out a competitive team, the U.S. is going home, and it probably leads to Berhalter being dismissed. At least that's the expectation if we're taking ourselves seriously here, which is always in question. So they could win. It's just not likely.
Yeah. I will see. I mean, just a devastating loss yesterday. Probably Berhalter's job. We'll see.
The problem is they need to win because Panama is going to beat Bolivia. Bolivia is really poor. So they're going to need a win and probably need to win, if you think about it, rather impressively, because if Bolivia got smoked yesterday by Uruguay, let's say Panama goes in there, they're -1 goal differential right now. Let's say they beat Bolivia 4-0. The U.S. at only a 1 positive goal differential now needs to beat Uruguay by 3.
So what did Panama lose to Uruguay by?
They lost by 2 goals. So right now Panama beat the U.S. yesterday, so they're at a -1. So goal differential might play an issue here as well. So you could beat Uruguay, but if Panama goes in there and smokes Bolivia, you still might lose goal differential even if you beat Uruguay.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah, that sucks. Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and Kyle Tucker moving on to phase 2 of the Major League Baseball All-Star process. Kyle Tucker, now his numbers are still, he's got 19 homers and 40 RBI. I mean,
his numbers are great.
His numbers are fantastic.
He's an all-star.
He's got an over 900 OP. He hasn't played in a month.
Kyle Tucker's an all-star, though.
He hasn't played in a month.
Guys have been hurt. You say he hasn't played in a month. How many games has he missed?
He's missed a bunch. I don't know what. Let's see. They played 80 games.
No, but when officially did he go out?
I'll get that for you any second now.
Guys miss time all the time. He's an all-star. I just don't think he'll play. Based on the timing of everything, I just wonder how long it's still going to take for him to make it all the way back.
Kyle Tucker, 80 games they've played. He's played in 60 of them. He's missed 20 games.
But not due to this injury. He's missed time before, right? Has he missed 20 straight games?
He's missed it.
I guess it could be
going on a month now.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be, but I don't.
Well, I guess.
Look at the
this ain't
numbers.
the NBA, so there's not a minimum number of games that you have to play.
No.
But if he's okay, then play in the All-Star game. I guess if he wants to play in the All-Star game. Listen, being an All-Star and an All-Star starter, which is still a real possibility for him. He may not start. He may be a reserve. He probably gets picked to the team, even if he doesn't get all the votes.
He should.
But as far as contract goes for him, another All-Star appearance, that absolutely means something. It means something to him. Mm-hmm. You know, he wants to be an All-Star again and be and have that on his resume for when he hits free agency, and he will hit free agency. There was a story out about Garrett Crochet, and whether or not the White Sox need to trade him. He's only got a year and a half left before he hits free agency.
I told you,
Now's the
because
time.
of this.
Now's the time.
But you were asking why would they do that? They need players. Yeah. He's already out there as an option, and I tried to get him to Houston, but you guys didn't want him. So I guess he goes to somebody else now.
Why'd you break that?
What the hell was that?
I don't know.
Since we don't want Garrett Crochet, I guess we'll give him to somebody else. I mean, he's only the league leader in strikeouts, number 2.
Well, I looked. The teams, surprisingly, that are in the hunt for Garrett Crochet.
Let me guess. Is it Yankees?
The Dodgers. The Braves. The Mets. Okay. All in the hunt for Garrett Crochet. Okay. So guess what? Baltimore. Baltimore's in the hunt. Oh, Cleveland too. By the way, Cleveland is a really good team.
Yep. By the way, Kyle's missed 19 straight games.
19 straight.
Yeah, 19 straight.
Yeah. So.
And it'll get to minimum 25. Minimum. Probably more than that. I mean, you've got.
Oh, I don't know. He's in with the team this weekend in New York, so they said
He's just hit off the tee.
I know.
Don't you need to run around a little bit? Okay.
Well, not really.
28, 29, 30th. Why is he with the team? Well, maybe because he's on a road trip and may play in Toronto or Minnesota. Maybe Toronto. Were you shooting for Toronto? Is that what you're going to predict?
Well, they were talking about this weekend even.
Man, that'd be even better.
But he's got to be able to run around. He's got to be able to run. So we'll see. I mean, I would think after missing a month that you should maybe to get a rehab stint, but apparently not. Apparently not.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight games coming up. 10 in a row. You're from a pitching standpoint, you're a hot team, no doubt about that. I mean, look at the win streak. You're a very hot team right now. You're going to take on a little better Met team now. You're going to Toronto. You're going to Minnesota. But you do have a bunch of games. You got 10 straight games on the road. This is a pretty good challenge.
This is a big challenge.
Because you don't have a lot of arms, a lot of quality arms from a starting standpoint, but you need them all to pitch well, and they have been pitching well. So can Hunter keep it up? Can Fromber keep it up? Can Renel Blanco keep it up? Can Eric Getty put together another game like that? And who else am I missing?
That's it. They don't have anybody else.
No. There's got to be somebody else.
There's Blanco, Eric Getty, Brown, and Fromber. That's it. That's all they got.
There's got to be somebody else.
Well, no. Dubin is going to have to. That's what the talk is. That Dubin's got to step in. They've lost Javier. They've lost Garcia. Did you see Lance McCullers' photo shoot?
I sent it to you. I'm the one that sent it. Somebody who really doesn't like seeing him at all. It's a female, by the way. Most females like seeing Lance McCullers. He's a good-looking guy. She gets so mad. She's a big Astros fan. When she sees him do this non-baseball stuff, she gets furious. And she said, "Are you effing kidding me?" And sent the photo shoot stuff and all that. And all I could think of was, I don't want to read the reply section because Astros fans,
no. I mean,
more than not, they get really mad.
Well, it's a photo shoot where he is in his restaurant or whatever it is.
He's in Maven, but he's also doing. He's
dressed up, doing different dress ups for photos.
It's for Houston Life or Houston.
Yeah, this is not a good time for that. I don't think. I just.
That's
feel
why
like,
I think Lance McCullers is a point right now where he has to keep trying to build his non-baseball brand because I do question how much longer he's going to keep going at it. You don't want to give up this money.
Oh, no, you can't.
You don't want to give up guaranteed
money. I was
money.
thinking about that. You just go, listen, I can't pitch anymore. You guys keep your money. That ain't never happening. He's going to get all $85 million.
Yeah, but you could get, well, he didn't have that much left, but the entire,
yeah.
Well, you could do a buyout maybe, something like that, but why would you do a buyout?
Why?
No, you actually don't.
No,
Abreu
you're screwed.
got all his money.
No, you're screwed.
This is not.
This is the worst.
This is not basketball where you're playing again. You want all of it.
Worst money spent, Abreu or McCullers?
Well, I mean, McCullers.
Yeah.
Now that Abreu was terrible, and McCullers actually helped you during the World Series year, but he also came back for a very limited amount of games.
He helped you by giving up, 8 home runs.
I know he had a bad game, but he had a good season.
Yeah.
Go look at his numbers. You're making a joke, but he was pretty good.
It was okay.
We looked at his numbers.
Yeah.
No, he was good. Lance is good. The last 7, he pitched 7 games in a regular season. He had a bad game. So did Justin Verlander. He came back and had a good game after that. Lance has been a good Astro, but the contract's 5-year contract at $85 million. He doesn't play. I mean, Abreu, play or not play, was bad for the team, but it wasn't. It was a 3-year deal.
Is it important for one of your pitchers to pitch?
Yeah, I mean, I like it.
Kind of a big deal.
I like it when they pitch.
Kind of a big deal.
I like it when pitchers pitch.
What about if they have other interests? Isn't that great?
I always feel like your other interests right now, we're at a point where people, yes, you should be able to have other interests.
Don't you want your heroes to have fulfilling lives outside of baseball?
And I don't care.
No.
Why should I care?
Just shut up and pitch is what you want?
Well, no, but it's not my life.
How about once in a while pitch?
Too many
not
people.
Shut up and pitch.
No. I'm saying you shouldn't care like you shouldn't not want him to, and you shouldn't want to, like, what different? I want him to be happy.
I root for him to be happy. And if he's happy
he's
in
not
photo
an
shoots,
ex. You sound like he's an ex-girlfriend. I just want you to be happy,
No, I
Lance.
would never root for an ex-girlfriend to be happy. I root for him to be happy. I root for him to have a fulfilling life outside of
I don't
baseball.
have. I wish him no ill will. I don't wish.
But I root for him.
I'm
I'm better
agnostic.
than you.
No,
I
I'm
root
not
for him.
rooting for. Man, I hope Lance has a great life. I'm more worried about my life.
No,
Mm-mm.
you're not a good
Why
person.
does everyone care about the bag every player gets? And I just want this guy to have a great
Well,
life.
you're not a good person.
Trust me, they have way better lives than you. Your life is crap.
Well,
their life
what
is
about
great.
what about all the social media people yelling at him and stuff? That can't be great for him. I'm hoping people are
Mute.
be very nice
Get
to
off
Lance.
of it. Get off of it.
Support him because of all those curveballs he threw to strike out those Yankees. Remember the great moment he provided for you? He should be.
He's got 35-2. He's got 35-4 coming.
He should be a saint in the city going forward. You guys should not be criticizing
No,
him.
you're playing a role now. You're doing a character.
I think considering what the joy he provided for you for that one postseason.
Yeah, we'll always
respect him.
I don't like the fact that he gets so much crap from fans, but that's
support
just
him
because he's done a lot for the team. However, I understand it. I personally, I'm kind of with him, but it's just. But I'm at least I recognize this is just me being like it should be okay for him to do little stuff with his coffee shop. It should be, but it's just when you're not ever pitching, it just rubs people the wrong way.
Can you resend me that post so I can get into those comments and critique these people criticizing Lance? Can you resend that?
When's
to
the
me?
last time he pitched?
It doesn't matter.
November of 2022. It may have been actually.
When's the last time he smiled though?
In this photo shoot?
Who, Lance?
Yeah.
He smiles all the
Smiles all
time.
the time.
If you had $85 million, you'd smile all the time,
he's got a way better
too.
life than
This
any
is
of
what
us.
I'm saying.
You know what? He can take the ugly Instagram comments when you're making $17.7 a year.
I just simply think people should respect the man's outside interest and know
he's doing this character.
and know
He's
he's trying as hard as he can to get back. Despite, you guys see him never working out. You see him.
He's giving back to the coffee community.
And don't we all love coffee?
The coffee community.
No, it's not free rank coffee.
I said coffee.
Bleep that Lance McCullers coffee. I don't care about Maven coffee.
That man gave up his arm for your World Series.
He gave up his
You're
arm
saying
for
it's
my
a
life.
Christ-like figure?
No, you said that. I'm just saying he's a
The
saint.
last rehab stuff I got off of Lance McCullers that I can find here from a news standpoint. Well, no. 6 days ago, on Saturday, injured Houston, Lance McCullers will take next step from his flexor tendon surgery in his pitching arm. And let's see, what will that be? Per The Athletic, the 30-year-old right-hander will throw 25 warm-up pitches, sit down for a period of time, and then resume throwing. It's called an up-down because it's meant to simulate pitching 2 innings worth of baseball.
Wow.
See, he's working hard.
Yeah, he's working.
Leave
Well,
him alone.
in between photo shoots.
Well, you got to rest the arm.
Okay.
You can't be working out all
You
the
might
time.
as well have a photo shoot in between. You know what you need? I don't know how he's getting back and forth, but I wish he would buy a Chastang Ford to get there. I'm going to tell you this. You don't have to have $85 million to go to Chastang Ford. All you have to do is have whatever you have, and they'll fit the car to you. You know what? You're not getting a Lamborghini if you don't have much money. That's just not happening. So let Chastang Ford and everybody here in the city of Houston, we have to have a car, right? Because it's so spread out. Everything is so spread out. And that's why traffic is so bad and everything else. We don't have any transit system. So you got to have a car. You beginners, you youngsters, they've got the perfect car for your kid, okay? Safety, it matters, and the cost obviously matters to you. So you want that starter car? They've got that at Chastang Ford. You want something a little bit more? You want to get that, you need an SUV? They've got the Explorers and the Expeditions, and they're beautiful and they're wonderful. I had an Expedition. I loved mine. You want an F-150. It's the perfect place to go. Guys, we get trucks on here, okay? And here's what we do. And I don't know that they still have the 2023s on the lot, but if they do, grab one because it's ridiculous how low they are right now because I got to get them off the lot. But the 2024s are great too. You're going to get a great deal. You're going to get all the rebates you could possibly get. You're going to get the best possible deal that you can get on a Ford car or truck with no add-ons, no markups. You'll be part of the Chastang family and love it. All you need to do is get to ChastangFord.com or on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Time to get that tequila today, boys. It's Friday. Means I'm going to be drinking the añejo. Pretty pumped about it. Pretty pumped. I'm going to start when I get off the air. I'm going to have my little lunch. Got some work to do, and then I'm going to go home and start my day early at about 1, or start my night early at about 1 o'clock with some añejo. I may play some disc golf, but I need to hydrate before that. So maybe I keep the añejo until about 3:30 or 4. I do know that the añejo from Maestro Del Bell is one of the smoothest tequilas I've ever had. It's amazing. The flavor profiles are really terrific. It's a sipping tequila that stands out from, for me, many other types of tequilas because it hits me the right way. Now, you may be somebody who really loves the Cristalino, and that's fine. Maestro Del Bell created that category. You may be somebody who loves reposados or even just the silver because you say, Lance, I just want margaritas or I just want cocktails or whatever. That's great too. I just know that Maestro Del Bell has a tequila for you. It has been made through generations in Tequila, Mexico. It's distilled and aged the way it should be so that they get out all of the it's much more complex and they get out all of the impurities from that tequila, and you have a smooth sip every time you drink Maestro Del Bell. Wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro Del Bell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. All right, this is 33rd team put this together. Best team at every position. Best team at every position. Quarterback, Kansas City Chiefs. Well, you got the best quarterback, right? Running back, San Francisco 49ers. Best team at wide receiver. That's right. Your Houston Texans.
I just dabbed. That gave John his answer.
Yeah.
We can speak. Some people speak through emojis. I speak through dabs.
So
wow, from like 31st last year to first.
Yeah.
In 1 year. Same players other than Stephon Diggs. That's a pretty big upgrade.
Yeah. It's probably the closest call of any position. Wide receiver groups, including Chicago, Miami, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Minnesota. Based on how I expect them to perform, I'll opt for the loaded Houston Texans. They traded for blah, blah, blah. And Nico.
Yeah, there's some good.
They got
there's some good wide receiving core.
Tank Dell, Robert Woods, Mechie. Is Mechie going to have an impact at all this year?
Mechie was a pick. Mechie wasn't Slowick and D'Amico's pick, but Mechie was Nick's pick. Mechie's a pro. Mechie's solid, but Mechie's not a creator. He's not really I think he will make the team, yeah.
I think he's going to have some catches this year.
I think he'll be 5th wide receiver.
You know, he just came back last year. Were we expecting too much of a guy who missed an entire year and, dealing with cancer? I mean, did we expect too much of him?
I didn't. I don't know that it was that we talked about. No, I don't think so. I don't think we expected anything because I don't remember anybody. Do you remember anybody talking about Mechie as a starter ahead of Tank?
No.
Or as a big performer? I don't remember that last year.
I don't remember that, but I do remember thinking, well, he's not – is he a pro? Is he going to make it? Is he even going to make the team?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's the opposite. I don't think too much was expected of him
I
year.
mean, did we expect him – yeah, okay. What I mean is were you disappointed in him last year?
No.
Do you think he's a pro?
I thought he was kind of an average third wide receiver in the league, potentially. And now he's coming off of the cancer stuff, so I really didn't expect much from him. And honestly, Tank Dell plays his – to me, there is no pathway for success for him for the Texans. It's covered up. There is no pathway. He's got 2 years left on his deal, this year and next year. There's no way he gets a second contract. I don't see him being.
I think he gets a second contract somewhere, maybe just
somewhere.
Not here.
Yeah, somewhere. But I also don't think he's a great separator, and he's got good size. He knows how to run routes pretty well. I think best case scenario, you're looking at. I think best case scenario, you're looking at him as like a. I think he's like a 5th receiver on a team somewhere. Good guy you want to have on your team, but I don't know. I just don't think it's going to be a major factor. See, this is bullcrap. Why does Ryan Clark? I have to wear suits on the air, but Ryan Clark gets to just wear a hockey jersey. I mean, I should be able to wear just hoodies.
It's a sweater.
And hockey. No, he's wearing a hockey jersey.
That's called a sweater.
That's what they
learn
call
the
them?
terminology. It's a hockey sweater.
Yeah.
The hockey jerseys are hockey sweaters?
Yeah, learn the game.
Yeah.
That's what they call them?
Yes.
That's what they call them.
How many times do we have to say yes?
But they're not sweaters. They're not made of that material.
Yeah, see,
Learn the game.
It started in Canada. That's
okay.
true.
Is it a field or is it a pitch in soccer?
Yeah. Match
know
or
the game.
Is it a match or a game in soccer?
Yes. Is it 0-0 or is it 0-0?
I've always thought about. I want to start without even saying anything. Okay, so I'm telling you guys, everyone who's listening to YouTube, from now on, early in the people who only listen to 7 o'clock, don't even respond to it, react. I'm gonna start. Let's start calling when the Astros. You know, the problem with the Astros throughout the match was, let's just say match
And
for
let's say
baseball, and let's see how people start reacting.
Well, and the ball took a wild hop off the pitch.
Yeah, and then. But don't act like it's unusual.
No, right.
Let's just start using that terminology.
The Astros won 3-0.
Let's see how people respond. And let's act like it's totally what?
Okay.
That's not a problem.
Here's a story.
We'll start on Monday.
Toro Times. Where do you think Pro Football Focus has Juice Scruggs ranked as a center? Pro Football Focus.
Well, he hasn't. Did he get any snaps at center last year?
He was a guard for.
Okay, so they're ranking him. They're going to have him low. They'll have him like 26.
24th.
Okay.
Toro Times makes the argument that's way too high.
Way too high, meaning he should be worse?
31st or 32nd.
Oh, that's fine.
32nd at best.
That's Toro Times' fan site.
Yeah.
Oh, I give him credit for trying to keep it real. Yeah. That's fine. I said 26th. I mean, I think what they're going to find out is this dude can move people around. He's going to be pretty.
He
good
wasn't
center.
great at guard, but isn't the thought that is he going to be a better center than he is a guard?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's why they got him. But he was also a rookie who missed all of camp. Remember, he missed a lot of time.
Yeah, he was.
He didn't have all that run up and all that lead up.
Yeah, he's got a whole off season now where hopefully he's healthy, right? And is would you be? I guess I get what. Is it better to have Juice Scruggs at guard and Jared Patterson at center, or is it better to have Juice at center and Kendrick Green at guard?
Juice and Kendrick. I mean, Kendrick is a center too. They have center guard flexibility. Kendrick is actually a better, like he can get to really tough. Kendrick Green is an excellent athlete. He can get to unbelievably difficult. Look, my problem with Juice coming out with the Texans is he's not a great zone scheme fit to get to certain angles. He's not great at that. But he's got a better chance as a center than as a guard. And most importantly, I think that he has a chance to create movement hat on hat in a running game. Kendrick Green, to me, he's a little undersized. He's a great athlete, but he's not the strongest guy. So I'm not sure what the best amalgamation. I'm not. I think, unfortunately, figuring out
what if it's
guard
Kenyon Green?
Yeah, well, that would be the best case scenario because
Well,
he's big and strong.
Yeah,
yeah. The best case scenario.
If he's not like he was his rookie year.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm assuming if he's playing, he's played pretty well. That he's won the job with good play.
Is he going to win the job because he was the 13th overall pick?
I don't think so because he's not D'Amico's pick. Nick can't keep this roster. He can't keep him on the roster. D'Amico, if he doesn't think he's a player, he ain't playing. If D'Amico doesn't like him, and D'Amico had good things to say about him, he made a comment about how he was in really good shape, came back in much better shape, made the changes he needed to make. So that's a positive to me. That's a good start. Now he's got to show he can, play ball. But getting in shape, coming in shape was going to be half the battle for him. And apparently he did, and D'Amico was happy with it. But that was not D'Amico's pick. That was the old regime's pick. Same GM is there, but D'Amico and Slowick are not playing a guy just because you drafted him high. If he can't play, he can't play. So, and that guy is not, it's not like Stingley who just had injury issues. Kenyon had an injury he missed all last year, and he had bad tape the year before. So this is 2 years. He's 0 for 2. He's 0 for 2, man. He's got to get off to a great start. And I hope he can, because I thought he was good in college. I thought he was a good player. I still have some hope for Kenyon Green, but it started with body type and getting in shape, and now the next thing is going to be his confidence and technique. He's got to play with better technique, got to play with better hands. There's stuff that an offensive line coach can get him to do, but then when the bullets start flying in game, he's got to be able to get back to the technique and do things the right way. Offensive line play, half the battle is mental, and the other half of the battle is your physical along with your technique. And if his technique is bad, he's going to get his ass kicked. And he's not a great pass protector. So that's something you may never be happy with, John. And really, frankly, the Texans either, is because I think he's always going to have
That's the most important thing, because the only thing that this team needs to do for sure, then he can't be on the field, because the only thing that this team needs to do is make sure that C.J. Stroud is upright, to make sure that C.J. Stroud is not destroyed this year, right? So if Kenyon Green can't pass block, then Kenyon Green can't be on the field. 33rd team had the Lions as the best offensive line, and so did Warren Sharp. I trust Warren Sharp. He does a lot of work on this stuff. He had the Falcons second, Browns offensive line. Where do you think he had the Texans offensive line?
They didn't play together much last year. I'm going to say like 17.
14. Typical Texans, right in the middle of every,
It's pretty typical.
They're right in the middle of,
except our great receivers.
Our great receivers, our great quarterback, our great now defensive ends, our great cornerback. You know what? We're moving on up. We are moving on up. 14th. And you know what? I'm okay with the offensive line being 14th. I am actually okay. But like we said, Kenyon Green, if you can't pass block, beat it. Do not put him on the field because he's the 13th overall pick.
No, don't do that. Meritocracy. We're trying to win championships.
That's all we do here.
We're not just playing.
That's all we do.
We're not playing guys where they were drafted. We're winning championships.
But what if Kenyon Green's like
Title Town, baby?
What if Kenyon Green's like you and says, I deserve to play? Because you always say you deserve stuff. So what if Kenyon Green... Well, wait a minute.
I've earned it over years.
I've earned this chance to play.
I've played through injuries.
Well,
Does he?
No.
How old is he?
Is he old like Lance?
No, he's not.
No?
Does he
claim to catch 3 balls for 27 yards?
I'm sorry, was he named Sports Talk Host of the Year by the Houston Press?
How long
by
ago?
many people?
Or the guard of the year by Houston
by
Press?
By many people?
How long ago did you win that?
It was when they were, when they were a major factor in the city.
So how long ago?
Like 14-ish.
14 years ago you got that award.
Like a decade ago, 2014.
Oh, 2014.
Yeah.
Would you be considered?
Which in dog years is like a year and a half. No big deal.
No, it'd be 2 years if it's 14.
934. Let's talk.
Wait, 2014 they gave you that?
Yeah.
I need a recount.
I think many people gave him that.
A recount is needed.
Right.
No. You're saying stop the steal?
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Do I need to get a group of my favorites and rush that office?
There's probably nobody there. Are they still? I mean, I think they do digital stuff probably from home.
Who?
Houston Press.
I don't.
Oh,
I think Sean named himself the sportscaster of the year.
Sean wasn't allowed in this thing. It wasn't his choice. Yeah. Sean writes articles. He wasn't allowed.
Oh, he wasn't allowed in it? No.
You and I won Show of the Year.
Yeah, we won Show of the Year.
Entertainers of the Year.
Yeah,
People of the Year.
yeah. Did you win Show of the Year? No.
Wasn't I working on that show?
You were?
We don't know. Could have been real.
Well, you don't know.
It could have been real. Probably was, actually.
It might have been.
Nooney?
Could have been Nooney.
No, not 2014.
Nooney?
2014?
No. We won it years before that. Me and John won multiple Houston Press awards.
Yes.
This is back when it was extraordinarily prestigious.
You guys are like the Bill Russell Celtics. Competition.
We were 11 in a row.
Dominating that.
We dominated.
All those
By the way,
plumbers.
speaking of that, did you see the video scan of every player drafted in the first round of the NBA draft?
Gosh.
It's not great.
Looks like a bunch of high school. It looks like a
prom.
It looks like an Episcopal prom.
It looks like a prom, and it doesn't look like. It looks soft. I just got to be honest with you.
What about the guy who said, I really do believe I could beat up a lot of these guys in this draft?
And it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And the finesse, literally the finesse of the basketball players. And Jordan played against hitmen.
Yeah, right.
You're playing against literally TikTok dancers.
It really is. You're talking about Underdog.
Yeah, and I'm talking about Underdog. Chance for you to, hey, listen, Why don't Underdog, your big fantasy football season is coming up. Why don't you go in there and get in a season-long fantasy football with Underdog Fantasy? They actually have that available for you right now, so you want to take advantage of that and have a lot of fun. Get a draft under your belt and see how it goes from there. I think you're gonna really enjoy the process on their season-long fantasy football. It's something that I've done for years, and I love that. But I also want to make sure that you know that with Underdog Fantasy, you've got a chance to play Major League Baseball Pick'em. And all these baseball games we have, including the Astros tonight, you can pick between 2 and 8 of your favorite baseball players. They're taking it up to 8 and select higher or lower on the stats. And if all of your picks are correct, you can win up to 325 times your money in a single night. Can you imagine? 325 times. $10 can turn into $3,250. Yes, it's possible with Underdog Fantasy. It's an easy app to use. Download the app. Use promo code Lance, and Underdog Fantasy is going to give you a mystery pick, and whenever you make your first deposit, and you got a chance to, the mystery pick is basically an easy winner for you to get started in the right direction on the Pick'em Challenge. So make sure you do this 325 times your original play. The app is a lot of fun to use, and it's great to play along with the games you're watching anyway. Must be 18 or older in present state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, Del, what did we miss today? We hit on the big win for Joe Biden yesterday. We hit on the loss of USMNT. We hit on.
We talked about the Rockets trade.
AJ Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
Former mid-round.
I just don't know how you fit this. How you going to squeeze another guy in here? Is there another move? Could be.
Well, if they want to consolidate and use a couple
they
of
have
those
pieces.
young pieces to acquire someone who they think is an upgrade, they could do it. The question is, are they willing to?
Well, are these some of these pieces now that they've accumulated? Is this going towards a big name player?
This is a conversation Mopey and Mapes has quite a bit because the Rockets fans like to call the team now a core 7 because they've acquired Reed Sheppard. No roster has 7 core players on it. You have three, maybe 4, and the rest are interchangeable. They can be doled out depending on what you need to use to improve. I think the Rockets don't have to make these choices now because they're all young and the contracts aren't coming up except for Şengün and Green, and even that can wait a year. But you're not going to pay all the guys you really like a lot. So at some point, you probably need to decide who is indispensable and who can you package to make a marked improvement on your roster.
Odds that Sheppard is a Rocket will ever play for the Rockets.
Oh, you think? Well,
Wait.
I mean, I think there's there's a good 20% chance that he won't ever play.
The thing is
that he'll be part of a trade.
You have to
really?
You have to wait.
Yeah, Cam Whitmore. What are the odds, dude? Don't be surprised if they have to give up some good young talent for a big name.
Wait. You're saying odds that Reed Sheppard doesn't play as a
He
Rocket
only gave
at
it
all?
20%.
Only 20%.
Even now,
that's 4-1.
I don't even see that as
It depends
an
on
option.
who.
Really?
It depends on who shakes loose. What stars?
Yeah,
because Klingon was the one that supposedly had the value.
That was
no.
Windhorst.
Klingon had the value because so then you could give up Alpi.
Yeah,
and that was only a Brian Windhorst.
No.
He made this crap up.
I'm not talking about that. Multiple teams, supposedly Memphis guys who weren't going to get Alpi. Memphis and Oklahoma City both wanted to get their hands on Klingon.
Well, I'm sure other people like Reed Sheppard.
Reed Sheppard is a great shooter, but he's also 6'2", 185
but some
pounds.
people think a lot of places had him as the best player in this draft.
That's why you don't trade him.
Well,
depends.
He's not going to get traded.
Well,
I'd say 0%.
It always depends.
Zero.
It always depends.
No,
on
I
who's
don't
available.
think. I think there's
Cam Whitmore is much better odds that Cam Whitmore gets dealt than Reed Sheppard. Reed is a special shooter. You don't trade guys with special, unique talent.
If a superstar became available and the other team said we want Reed, the Rockets would trade Reed Sheppard.
Absolutely.
It depends on who you're talking about.
That's
Sure,
why I said
That's
superstar.
That's why I said it's
which superstar.
Of course, that's why he only gave it 20%.
But I can come up with a bunch of them, and you'd say no.
It's not like we can't possibly get rid of Reed Sheppard.
But I think there's a less than 20% chance that.
All right, I'll put 15 on it. Cam Whitmore's higher. Jalen Green, if you want to know the truth.
But you said never plays for the Rockets. I put it at 0.
Well,
it would have to be done before the season starts.
That's right. Yeah.
It could happen.
I do.
Yeah,
You don't think? No.
I don't think it'll happen.
Oh,
before the
I don't.
season
I
starts.
think something is going to happen
You do
before
think so?
Yes. I mean, the Rockets are. There was a lot of smoke around them getting a name here. You don't think that's just all dead now? Why?
Well, I mean, there was also discussions that the Rockets weren't in a rush, that they think their team is really good right now too.
No, they think that they don't have a star. They don't have an A player. That was the story. Not the. It's the exact opposite.
But I think you're more likely to see. I think you're less likely to see it after a draft than before a draft. And I think
this is after the draft.
But I think now I think you're less likely to see it after a draft than before. Now I think you're gonna I'm not saying they could absolutely do it, but I think it'd be by trade deadline. I think Reed Sheppard 100% plays a game as a Rocket. And I don't think they'll move him. I think they'll move somebody else in his. I think they see him as especially if he can play the 1. And you think about Mark Price, who was a shooter. I mean, he could score. Like Mark Price was so good.
Yeah.
And Mark Price is a really good player. If Reed Sheppard, I know he's a white guy or whatever, but if we can, I'm just trying to think of a good comparison because it's just so rare to see somebody who shoots as well as he does, but is also a smaller 2 guard who's an explosive leaper. But if you could have him replace Fred VanVleet seamlessly, oh my gosh.
Oh no! Listen, I do not advocate trading Reed Sheppard. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is I don't believe this is all over. I think that there is something else in the works for this team listen. They don't sit on their laurels. This is a team, and I think this next phase is going to be now we got to get some stars in here.
I think
and if it takes
point,
whatever it takes, whatever.
To your point, John, if the right star comes about, and sure, you're giving a low percentage, and rightfully so, because Reed Sheppard likely is going to play for the Rockets. But if the right star shakes loose, Reed Sheppard won't be the difference between the deal happening or not.
No, I don't think so. But it has to. Like, I think we're just just throwing that out there as a
No,
with the right superstar. I did a deep dive the other day, and I'm like, man,
Well,
this really it's going to be way harder to trade for a superstar.
Right at this
now.
point, you never know who during the summer
is available.
tells their team, "I want
Yes.
out." These happen. At this point last year, no one thought Dame was going anywhere, and then he let everyone know, "I want out of here." The most loyal superstar said, "I got to get out of here," and of course, it took all summer for it to happen. So you never know.
You never know. That superstar might be Kevin Durant. We ain't doing this no more. Might be Paul George. We ain't doing this no more. I can't do this anymore. So you never know when that's going to pop up. And I really don't believe, with all the smoke that was going on, that there isn't another move in the works here for your Houston Rockets. Time to talk. When we come back, news of the weird coming your way. And there's some weird stuff going on, people. I want to talk right now about Aqueduct Plumbing. I want to talk about Billy Brown. As a matter of fact, I sent him something yesterday. As a matter of fact, they needed a specialist to do some, I don't even know. It's so complicated. But Billy Brown said, absolutely. I gave him the guy's number, and he's going to call him. And yeah, I got that guy for him. And I'm like, but that's the expertise that you have at Aqueduct Plumbing. I mean, this ain't just a bunch of schmoes coming to your home. These guys know what they're doing. The training and the expertise and the professionalism at Aqueduct Plumbing, I'm telling you right here and right now that you have to have this phone number. Make sure, because at any time you could need a plumber, and then when you need him, you got to have him now. And they got 24-hour service available to you. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. You will love what Aqueduct Plumbing does. I love what they've done for me, and I've heard nothing from everybody who's dealt with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're the best. 281-488-6238. New survey says out of 2,000 adults, half of whom are in a relationship, they discovered that 69% of Americans say the simple act of seeing their partner clean is a turn on. Do you guys get turned on by seeing your significant other clean?
Not specifically the cleaning.
Scrub the toilets?
Not because she's doing that.
Right.
What?
Like if she was wearing something.
No. Yeah. Actually, cleaning the house is the turn on.
Is
that
the turn
that
on?
is a turn.
No. If men do it, it's the turn on.
Well, yeah.
No,
I guess so. Women. Half of the people here were women.
The fastest way you can curry favor is do things that you always get in trouble for not doing, like dishes or laundry or put stuff up outside.
The survey found that 67% believe a clean, fresh-smelling home would make them more likely to get fresh with a partner.
Oh.
When when the house is clean, do you like to get after it?
Wait. You're saying from a man's perspective. I think it's almost stronger from a woman's perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's accurate. No, that's 100% accurate. I lived that life.
Another survey says 85% of people work with annoying colleagues. Do you work with anyone who's annoying?
I do. Yep.
Several.
Yep.
Everyone here is annoying.
That poll is correct.
I mean, not everyone.
Everyone.
Michael Carroll's not annoying.
No, Michael Carroll's not annoying.
No,
You're absolutely right about that. Michael Carroll's a great guy, great person.
Definitely.
A man is facing prison. He is the stepson of a man who killed his stepfather by giving him an atomic wedgie.
Did you see the story? His mom, so they were going to break up. The stepdad and the mom were going to break up, and they were having a fight. And his son came behind him, pulled his underwear up over his head.
And put it around his neck, and it choked him out.
Oh, is that how he died?
Yeah, he put it over his face, and the band was on his neck and choked him.
Oh, it wasn't from the bottom part?
No, it was from the top part.
From ripping up the internal organs?
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, did you ever get an atomic wedgie that killed you?
No, obviously not.
No. Okay.
Have I ever had a wedgie? I think
wedgies
one time,
are.
I didn't do wedgie stuff.
No, wedgies
to me that
sucked.
was not.
Wedgies suck.
Yeah,
You're a bad person if you give people wedgies.
Yeah.
Just so you know, everybody out there.
I got pantsed one time.
You got pantsed?
Yeah, HQ did it.
What did he do? They pulled your pants down?
Yeah, they pull your pants down real fast.
Yeah.
It's not nice. It could be considered sexual assault.
Did you see that the Supreme Court just legalized bribery?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, the Supreme Court just got a key federal bribery statute, handing down a ruling on Wednesday in an obscure corruption case that allows powerful interests to give gifts to politicians as rewards for favors.
Well, that's part of what's
Isn't that
wrong
great?
with our government is that they can be, bought.
Yes. You can get favors from a politician.
Why does this not
and
surprise
then
me that
give
the
him
Supreme Court, who, by the way, gets favors from people and they're not supposed to? That's like asking you, John, should you be able to get favors from people in exchange for you saying nice things about them?
Yes.
Like pizzas and whatnot.
Yes, I should get pizzas from the Houston.
You like this?
From our Houston teams. Yes. Meet the man in the first in Canadian history to be in an election and get 0 votes. 0. He got 0 votes. You would think that he would get at least one.
Family or friends.
Or himself.
That shows how unliked he is, how despicable this guy is.
Well, you would think that if you were in an election, that you would vote for yourself.
You know what the new word is that's making its round on social media now? The new takeover word?
What is it?
Diabolical.
Oh.
And it's a really good word, but now it's being used all over, so now I don't like it anymore.
That's like a cartoon character you're
so
talking about.
You would probably say something like, he must be diabolical.
Oh, okay. That's a new word that the kids use?
Oh, no. You'll notice this on tons of posts now. Diabolical.
Apparently in
a
South...
crossover move in basketball. Somebody throwing somebody out from outfield. That arm is diabolical.
Oh, stop.
Yep.
You're trying too hard. Apparently in South Korea, they have the first robot who has committed suicide. City Council in South Korea said their first administrative officer robot was defunct after throwing itself down some stairs. The robot was found unresponsive after having fallen down a 2-millimeter staircase last week. Do you think the robot killed itself because it was just sick of doing all your crap?
I don't think so. We're in for a long, we do have people quiet quit all the time now.
Yeah.
I've got a news of the weird story involving Jalen Green.
Uh-oh.
Although he is name checked, but he has
it's
little
not
to do with it.
Jalen Green.
Yes.
It involves a house.
Yes, Drea,
I don't like this.
the mother of his newly born child, is suing her ex-boyfriend, Jets quarterback Tyrod Taylor, because he allegedly promised her she could buy the house he paid for that she's currently living in. But once he saw she had a baby with Jalen Green. He kicked her out.
Huh. He told her
You could buy this house and that she's already staying in, but then he saw, oh, you with him? You gonna have a baby with him? Beat it. Get out my house.
Well, I can't blame him. Can you? I mean, honestly.
Well, they're already exes. So why would her personal relationship after they're exes matter?
Well, but
Was she not supposed to go on and live her life?
no, but is it petty? Like, it's a house.
But he was going to sell it to her anyway. But now that he saw that she moved on and had a child,
Just raise the price.
she had to go. Get out of my house.
Just raise the price. Well, she's not going to win that one.
Maybe he didn't like Jalen Green and the stuff that Jalen Green used to do.
With Christopher? With Josh Christopher? You think that's the
I don't know. You don't know.
The inflection point of this whole thing?
You don't know.
Oh, man, I saw that. Some guys get upset when you leave. Not that you're with someone else, but that the person you're with, they find corny. You're like, wait, you're making me look bad because you're with him. Some guys get upset by that. Like, I was with you, and now you follow up with him?
Yeah.
With that guy? Some guys get petty about that stuff.
Yeah, and maybe Tyrod Taylor said, hey, he needs to go back to Josh Christopher.
Oh, no. This is how you're going to end the week? He was never with Josh Christopher. It's just
you don't know.
It's young boys having a good time in a dorm room.
Okay.
Do you think your friend Tillman is going to like you saying you don't know about him and Josh Christopher's relationship? I'm going to predict no.
Did you see the video?
I saw both videos.
Yeah.
All I care about is the video of him getting to the paint and finishing.
Well,
That's all.
You mean that month of March?
Yeah, but it was a hell of a month.
Yeah. 1 month.
It was an unbelievable month.
1
And
month.
he wasn't like that.
He did have a good month. Now you got to give him to him.
You got to give it to him. That month was.
Unfortunately, the basketball season lasts longer than that.
Well, but he still had a month.
A great one.
He had more than we've had. He had a month.
No, you guys have years of success.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Remember?
We actually did have
You
years.
just told me that.
Yeah. They're over now, though.
I've been telling people that for years.
Time to go.
Wash Kings.
Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN.
Your nickname for me is Mopey. I call you two Wash Kings.
Wash Kings. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great weekend, everybody.
I was going to start this show discussing what happened last night in Atlanta. But, what happened on the field, not two old men arguing about things. I don't have that much interest in that. I was going to start the show with that. But John ended last show, before we got into News of the Weird, talking about it was a low percentage, but he gave a percentage of whether Reed Shepherd would be a Rocket to start the year. And he gave it a low percentage of about 20% that he would actually play a game. He wouldn't play a game for the Rockets. So 80% that he would be on the active roster, because he believes, and I think I agree with him, that the Rockets are still in the mode of acquiring a star. And it just so happens that a report came out, and all of these are unsubstantiated. It's just reporters digging around, that the Rockets are still looking to acquire a star, but not one that is of the age of Kevin Durant or Paul George. The names that they are focused on are going to be in the age of Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker, and Zion Williamson. And all that sounds great, except until you get to the bottom of the article where, it acknowledges that none of those guys are available. So it's cool. The Rockets would like one of those guys, a star in their prime or just before it, in Zion's case. But as you might imagine, the teams who currently have them on the roster aren't interested in trading them. But lending some credence to John's point, which I rarely like to do because he rarely has a good one, is that stars shake loose all the time. And we got a whole summer to have these conversations. And if the Rockets are looking, they certainly have the assets to get them. The article in The Athletic also talks about how they do like their guys and they start running off all the young players. But the draft is over. The Rockets do make a trade we'll get to. But free agency begins this weekend. By the time we come back, there may be a shakeup as far as the NBA is concerned about who goes where. I think everyone thinks the big domino is Paul George, and then that'll start the procession of events. But at this point, I agree with John, which I hate saying. The Rockets aren't done searching and clawing and trying to pry someone away from a team with all their assets that they have. It'll just be a point of a star asking out. And I mentioned it before the previous show closed. Damian Lillard right now was, at least in everyone's eyes, going to be a Blazer for life. And then by the time the weekend of maybe July 4th hit, we found out he wanted out and he wanted to be on one team specifically. And of course, that lasted all summer. Then he wound up with the Bucks. So it's almost like Rocky would say, it ain't over. It's never over. That's really Rambo, actually. It wasn't Rocky. That's just another Sylvester Stallone character that I mixed up.
As Sylvester Stallone says.
Yeah, yes, in a movie where he plays John Rambo. Nothing is over. So we certainly, I hope a move happens before then if the Rockets are actually going to make one. But we could be dealing with this all summer as reports come out discussing what the Rockets might do. They do make a trade, though. Adrian Griffin, the once promising first-rounder out of Duke, who the Hawks took, and he played over 70 games in year one. Started at 12, only played 20 last year. Shot the ball well from three in year one. He was known coming into the draft as a shooter, so the Rockets acquired Adrian Griffin for a second-round pick. That happened actually right before the draft, and then we found out, because the draft is weird like this, the NBA is weird, that the Rockets were making a pick. If you didn't know the Adrian Griffin trade was happening, you just assumed the Rockets drafted some dude from Arizona. Turns out that dude from Arizona was actually not even the Hawks pick, who the Hawks acquired from the Rockets. The Hawks traded down to give it to the Heat. So no, if you were watching, they did not draft Pell Larson from Arizona. They did trade for Adrian Griffin. Where he fits, I don't know. He's a 11th, 10th man, which means he probably won't play very much unless injuries occur or the Rockets consolidate a couple of their talents to go get a player. You never know. You just do not know. But that's kind of where the Rockets are right now. And someone tweeted me yesterday after the game, because I posted something on that hellscape of social media about college football fans and USMNT fans agreeing on shaking hands on rooting for your coach to lose because it probably means he'll get fired. And that's what happened after the Panama game look, the Berhalter out thing has been a long-running narrative, and rightfully so. And Sean, who knows about college football fans wanting their coach to get fired, said something to me before the show started that what happened last night in Atlanta against Panama was like Charlie Strong losing to Texas. He couldn't believe Charlie Strong served it up on the platter for Texas fans, and he can't believe that Berhalter actually did the thing we thought might happen, and maybe in some places deep dark within us hoped would happen because it would lead to him being ousted. It did happen. Now, there are circumstances that were beyond his control. Timothy Weah, a good player who plays for Juventus, committed a stupid foul. Was a red card, initially a yellow card, but it turns into a red. And USMNT goes down 2-1 after, they took a lead after that red card, gave it up 4 minutes later, part of the Berhalter experience, never doing well with success against anyone with any competence. And I don't know that Panama's competent. I just think they ran into a team who let their emotions get the best of them early, and they finally took advantage with that goal to tie it. And then late, they scored a goal as the U.S. could not clear their lines late. So they go down 2-1. So, Sean, they lose. The entire soccer world, as far as the U.S. is concerned, thinks if he loses to Uruguay or Uruguay, depending on how you want to say it, he's out. Do you think he's out? Do you think they're going to torture us with, we're gonna consider things and keep him around, and then he's still around for the World Cup? Or is not getting out of the group stage on your home soil in a major tournament enough to finally say you got to go?
I mean, I just have no faith that they'll actually make the move, because you could kind of say the same case for the last time he kept his job after the World Cup.
Well, at least that was in the World Cup, and you lost to the Netherlands. You're losing to Panama. You lost in the group stage. You lost in the second round to Panama. I mean, to Netherlands. If you don't get out of the group stage at home,
it's worse.
It's definitely worse.
It's worse, but it's also, again, they actually let his contract expire
and brought him back.
Did a coaching search and brought him back.
Even when he had a giant scandal with one of your more promising players, a son of a U.S. legend.
Yes,
and they still brought him back.
So he has staying power. I don't know. I honestly I don't know. Maybe they point the finger and they put all the blame on Tim Weah. I don't know.
And that was brought up. Lance talked about Tim Weah. He made an awful mistake. He apologized to his team, and then he apologized to the public on Instagram. That was an awful mistake to make. But Berhalter doesn't have the equity to survive one of his players being dumb. He doesn't have that equity. He hasn't built it up. No, all those gold cups and Nations League titles, no one gives a damn, because what they see last night was what they can foresee 2 years from now in this country against competition this one happened to be a CONCACAF team, but against competition that isn't CONCACAF, you failing miserably on home soil. When's the last home country not to advance past the group stage? Was it South Africa back in 2010? They didn't get out of the group stage. Home countries get out of the group stage. It happens.
Did Qatar get out?
Oh, Qatar. That's the other one.
Qatar,
but no one expected Qatar to get out.
Also, look who we're comparing you to.
Yeah,
Qatar and
South Africa.
South Africa,
where you're supposed to be the 11th ranked team in the world.
Also, those are in World Cups. This is in Common Bowl.
It is. Copa America is a serious deal, certainly, but you weren't playing like a scrappy Paraguay team in a South American country. You're playing Panama in Atlanta, and found a way to, as Rafael Stone would say, trick that game off. Timothy Weah is certainly responsible.
They need to hire Ime Udoka. That's what they need to do.
So he can call Messi a soft-ass boy?
Yeah.
At some point.
Tough these guys up.
Or at least Reina a soft-ass boy. I don't know. There are multiple things to discuss as far as decision-making after they actually took the lead after the red card. I don't know why you're taking off Balogun. He was very good. Pepe had a chance, didn't convert it. You also had, you put on Cardoso instead of Yunus Musa. All things you can criticize Berhalter for that go beyond Timothy Weah's mistake. But there is the cover of your player committed a dumb red card early in the game. You had to try to fight through it, and they almost got the point. They did not. So now, what it looks like now, after that loss, is they need to beat Uruguay. and they may need to beat them by a substantial number because Uruguay has a +7 goal differential. They're through. But Panama plays the worst team in the group, Bolivia. At the same time, the U.S. is going to play Uruguay. If Panama blows out Bolivia and goes from a -1 to say in their goal differential to say like a +3, then that means the U.S. at +1 right now would have to beat Uruguay by multiple goals. And do we think this version of the U.S. team is beating if Uruguay's motivated, by multiple goals? Don't like the odds. So you probably won't even get through with just like a 2-1 win or a 1-0 win where you score and you defend admirably and heroically, as these are all soccer terms. I don't know if defending should be considered heroic, but they use that term all the time. If you even do that 1-0, you probably won't get through. If Panama handles Bolivia like they should. Now, Panama might scrape through with some 2-1 win, and it might be enough to simply beat Uruguay by a goal, but I'm not banking on it. So good luck to Greg Berhalter. And actually, to be fair, good luck to the players. If Berhalter doesn't get any luck and he's gone, better for us.
Yeah, you get what you get, Berhalter.
Yeah.
Right.
Good luck to the players. It's a lot of pressure on them at home in a major tournament to play against South American power. Of course, I would love to have them win and somehow it doesn't shine positively in Berhalter and he still leaves, but that's not how it's going to work. So I'm just going to watch, not root against the team. But if the inevitable happens, the expected happens, I'm going to be like, what? Let's make a move, and hopefully the U.S. Soccer Federation does. But like Sean said, I have no faith. I'll get to you on the other side. I'm sure whatever you want to talk about isn't what you actually want to talk about. You're telling me you want to talk Astros? I doubt it. We'll hear from when the worst person makes a good point, and that's going to be Alexi Lawless. We'll hear from him when we come back, the former U.S. international, on the status of Berhalter and what the Uruguay game means, and then we'll get into the Astros and the Mets. That series begins tonight. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. La Salsa. We'll get to you here in a little bit. But first, just to wrap up what happened last night in Atlanta, the U.S. dropped a game to Panama that they had no business losing. I thought at some point it would be just like it always is. They were going to need, a point from their final group stage match to get through. They always do this where they get in through like hard work and a little luck because the results go their way and they find a way to make it. Now they actually have to go out there and go beat Uruguay to give themselves a chance with no guarantee that they're going to make it to the quarterfinal. And this is Alexi Lawless last night on the Fox broadcast discussing what it means for the team itself and the future of Berhalter.
Lex, your takeaways right now from this loss?
I mean, this one hurts, obviously. But there's a strange part of me that said, you know what? All chips in, all right? We talked so much about this tournament being an assessment of this team, an assessment of head coach Greg Berhalter relative to getting out of the group and playing against the likes of Colombia and Brazil. Well, you know what? That challenge and that assessment and that ultimate assessment is now going to happen in the third game against Uruguay. And they better be up for it, because if they do not go through, Greg Berhalter is going to lose his job, and rightfully and fairly so. But this is a situation that this team, including Greg Berhalter, have created for themselves. Now, find a way to get out of it.
I don't like the chances. I like the players. I think they're a very talented group. We had Glenn Davis on earlier in the day, and he discussed the goings on. And look, the focal point, and rightfully so, as far as the players are concerned, is Tim Weah's red card. But not enough equity to that be an excuse for why this group of players doesn't make a knockout round game on home soil in a major tournament. There's not enough equity built up by Berhalter for that to not happen, and to be able to lean on Weah not doing what he's supposed to and keep your job. He simply hasn't done enough. So we'll see how that goes. I don't feel like it's going to go well. But in the end, Sean, maybe a couple losses in 2024 mean better days are ahead. Of course, like you said, we have to trust them to make the decision and then make another decision and hire the right coach.
Yeah.
These are a couple things I don't have much faith in.
Yeah, no, I agree. I well said. That not only do you have to hope that they make the right decision in firing Berhalter, you then would have to trust them to make the right decision of finding the right replacement for Berhalter if they don't get out of the group. And what have they done to earn that trust? They haven't. So this is I guess the best thing that could happen, because at least give you another chance at maybe it's someone respect. I mean, this is where I don't know enough about soccer to know who the candidates for the job.
Yeah, Glenn Davis was on. He didn't particularly know who they would want. There's some consternation about not having an American-born coach, which I think enough American fans would be fine with. Hey, go hire the right guy, even if he's not American-born.
Is Bob Bradley still available?
I think he just took a job someplace. So maybe not.
Make him offer he can't refuse.
Maybe not.
Get Chris Del Conte to fly to a
Is there a graveyard near Bob Bradley's house that Chris Del Conte can hide at until Bob Bradley makes it back into town? It was depressing last night. Kind of. Although it's a performance I've seen before. So there's some depression and some hope, and then I realized I gotta trust the U.S. Soccer Federation. So it's back to depression. But La Salsa wants to talk Astros, and then we'll get to the Astros more in depth after La Salsa's done. What's up?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hashtag justice for real. Hashtag Betaman. And I want to wish the Astros dubs over the weekend. Breathe some orange fire. But I finally watched episode 5 of The Boys, and my God, man, I thought I was into gore, but geez, That thing was left pocket, got flying farm animals, and RIP to Simon Pegg. That's all I got. Have a good weekend, fellas.
Well, we would generally save that for 11:30. And when you say you finally got to watch The Boys, didn't it premiere yesterday, or maybe Wednesday night?
Finally got to.
Yeah, yeah, okay. You finally got to watch. It was less than 48 hours after the premiere. You can't use the word "finally" for that. But yeah, the Boys episode was pretty gory. We'll get to that at 11:30. Michael Carroll will join us to talk all the things that are pop culture and what is going on TV. So I knew he wasn't going to talk about the Astros, so there isn't a great transition from gory things that go on The Boys. But let's get to the Astros. They play the Mets over the weekend in a series featuring two hot baseball teams. The Mets have been really good. You want to thank Grimace if you're a Mets fan, cool. But they're in the same spot that the Astros are, both at 500. The unfortunate thing, if you're a Mets fan, is that you reside in a division where the Phillies reside. So the Astros scuffling along to 500 on June 28th means they're in a much better position because they're still only 4.5 games behind the Mariners. The Mariners had the day off yesterday, just like the Astros. So they're on a 7-game winning streak, we know, and you credit the pitching for coming around. That's been the biggest thing for the Astros recently, is the fact that their pitching has showed up. And of course, they're getting off to good starts. There haven't been a lot of issues late with the road, mostly with the bullpen, but also you haven't had to deal with trying to fight back in a game because you're jumping out big early and kind of relatively coasting the rest of the way. And you can thank some of that. You can thank the Rockies for some of that. So, 2 out of 3, you love to have it, but you're facing a much different opponent. Not, the Mets haven't been great as I laid out, but they're playing great, and they're at a point where they're trying to find their way back into a playoff spot. They're not winning the division, but at 39-39, they have some hope as long as Grimace is around. I guess they have a reason to believe. I wish the Astros had like a talisman that we could point to. We know Dana Brown says Alex Bregman is the go-to for the Astros, like how he goes, this team goes. But he ain't Grimace. I know he's in HEB commercials, but he ain't a fantastical. I don't even know what the hell Grimace is, to be honest with you. What is he as? What would he be described as? A ghoul?
Entity?
Yeah, I guess.
He's a pop culture figure.
Yeah, because like we know the Hamburglar is a person who steals hamburgers, but that's an actual humanoid thing. What the hell is a Grimace?
Also, the Hamburglar is not only humanoid, but also has like a shtick.
Yeah,
we know what Hamburglar is all about.
What does Grimace do?
We don't know.
I know he threw up the first
about.
pitch and it changed the Mets season. But what is Grimace about? What's his motivation? If we're doing a character arc on Grimace, we don't know any background on him. He's just a big purple blob of, I don't know. But the Mets have used his inspiration to kind of turn their season around. So that series kicks off with an Apple TV broadcast this Friday today, and then we'll get back to the Todd Callises of the world and the Jeff Blums on Saturday or tomorrow. But today, if you didn't know, find the Astros on Apple TV. Pena, I see you. You have a life update. I guess this is the place for it. Why not? We'll get to Pena when we come back. And we'll go around the association as well, because there are things going on beyond what the Rockets are doing. Some guys are getting money that you didn't think about would get this type of money, but it's happening. And at this point, as free agency is approaching, now is the time, if you haven't done it already, to lock in your roster. Like if you are, say, the Raptors, maybe you want to pay a smaller guard a lot of money that you made a trade for earlier in the season. Now's the time to do it. You don't want them to hit free agency or even restricted free agency. So we'll talk about that. And some trades have happened. The Mavericks have made a trade. They've acquired a former Houston Cougar. We'll talk about that as we do go around the NBA. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. Go to mybookie.ag if you want to bet on the Astros tonight or through the rest of the weekend. If you think this hot streak continues, you can go to mybookie.ag for that. .ag for that. Or you're looking at the upcoming weekend of soccer, and you see you see a place to make some money in the Euros or Copa America, MyBookie will take care of you there. So you can bet on sports, and you can take your shot at making some money with their online casino. They have a live casino, particularly when you're playing the likes of blackjack. They have a dealer who you can interact with. So it's not just cards popping up in your screen. If you want some interaction with a person, like MyBookie provides that. So it's not just the soccer. It's not just baseball. You can put in some futures as well. We're going to talk about the Texans a little bit later. Maybe you think a certain NFL team in this town got a shot to win over 9 games. Go to MyBookie for that as well. Just go to mybookie.ag. And I point out all those things because it's bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Just use that promo code BET975, and you get that sign-up bonus. And if you're an existing customer, you can take advantage of that bonus as well. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. Let's get to Pena here. Pena has a life update for us. We'll see if we can help, or maybe you just want to give us some information. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So yesterday, it was 4:05. I clocked out. I work all the way in Humble. I sped down 59. I made it to Minute Maid at 4:30, and I got my hat. Anything is possible!
Or
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you.
We did it! That's right. We did. If you missed it, Pena called in yesterday, and he was very upset because the Astros set up, it was DJ Screw Day yesterday, and they had a collab where you can get a DJ Screw Astros hat. And Pena, a working man, wasn't available to get there when they started selling them at 9 a.m., so he was worried that he wouldn't be able to. But he sped down after a full day of work, got there, got himself a hat, and we congratulate Pena on making it work. And as he told you, anything is possible. But for us, we're just happy that he did it.
Did you see the prices for those hats?
I did not.
They honored Houston with the price.
$71.03. What do you mean?
Think a different area code.
$28.10.
You're closer. It's $281.
Well, yeah, of course. I was thinking they might be reasonable. Dumbass.
Yeah.
Dumbass. So yeah, that happened. Pena was very upset, but he did get himself a hat. So we're glad Pena got himself a hat. And I know this can't be the actual person just because it's not humanly possible. So I'm just going to say, and be respectful considering who you're representing, I'm going to say DJ Screw on a mobile is joining us.
Hey, Dale. How you doing today?
How you doing?
Yeah, how do you feel about the DJ Screwston collection at the Houston Astros shop? How come they don't have a Fat Pack collection?
I don't know, Eric, what goes behind their marketing. I'm probably the wrong person for this specifically. You might want to put in a call or an email over there. I haven't, but go ahead.
Do you think they should have a Myra Moreno collection at the Houston Astros shop?
Before I let you go, since you called in about this, let me ask, what exactly would a Myra Moreno collection entail? What would it be? Would it be hats? Would it be shirts? What do you think that would be?
I'm thinking skirts and dresses for the ladies, you know.
But how would
a little Astros glitter on the backside?
Okay, but how would that signify it's special to Myra Moreno? Does she have a particular style that everyone would notice if it became Astros type stuff?
Are you telling me you don't like Myra Moreno?
I'm telling you, I'm asking you, actually. I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you, what would make a Myra Moreno collection special beyond just putting Astro stuff on it? Like, does she have a certain type of dress she wears? Is there a signature style for Miss Moreno or Mrs. Moreno? I don't know if she's married. Because DJ Screw, obviously, they're paying tribute. How do you pay tribute to Myra Moreno with dresses by the Astros?
Maybe you and Myra Moreno could do a collab together at the Astros.
Why would I do a collab with Myra Moreno? All right, Eric. You're done. You're done here. I think I got him twisted up with my questions. Did a little investigating to see how far he would go with this. He didn't have much. He just wanted a Myra Moreno collection. What would that be?
I don't know. Maybe she has a logo.
Yeah, I don't know what a Myra Moreno collection would look like because I'm looking at the DJ Screw stuff. It's clear that they're paying tribute. I don't know how you do that to Myra Moreno. Just watch the newscast, okay?
I don't know.
Just watch them. Just watch them. I'm sure that's all. I'm sure she would appreciate that. Other than you,
I think she'd appreciate it if you only do that.
Yeah, just watch the newscast. You know,
move on with your life.
And move on. Maybe don't go to the social media accounts if you can't be a normal person. I'm sure she'd appreciate just you appreciating her ability to deliver local Houston news. But we move on. As the Haven of Nonsense continues, Fake Ryan has joined the show. He allegedly wants to talk Copa America. What's up?
Yellow. How you doing, Belly Belly?
Don't call me that.
I don't know.
All right.
I want to give a shout out to La Salsa. And so I had a question. Did you hear what happened at the Mexico-Jamaica game?
No, I did not. What happened?
One of the commentators in Spanish cussed. It was pretty hilarious. I want to see if we could play that clip over the air. And what do you think about Clara Fernandez as OnlyFans page?
Thank you, Fake Ryan. We will not purposely play a curse word just because it's in Spanish. We're not going to do that. We would need to have some plausible deniability. Hey, I didn't know what they were saying, but now you just told us.
We had to play it on accident.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it on purpose.
We can't go, here's the clip that Fake Ryan was talking
yeah,
about.
particularly if it's been prompted by a guy called Fake Ryan with that fake voice.
Oh, that was a fake voice?
Hello. Yes.
Thought that was... Huh.
No. So that is, you might say, the actual La Raza making fun of the real Ryan who's called in as La Salsa. If I connect the dots for everybody. That's why this is going on. If you missed the history of the show.
Thank you for the little explainer.
Yeah, this is like, if you want to, that happened earlier in season one of this show.
Yeah, that's like when after an obscure character in like a Marvel movie or
Yes.
something makes a cameo, and then there has to be 9 different in case you missed it on Easter egg articles.
I'm this show's version of Reddit. If you need an explanation, I'm here for you. And
that was actually a callback.
Yes.
One of the original comics that this show is based off of.
That's right. Apparently that's what this show is. You need an explainer. We need community notes on this show when people call in.
We definitely need community notes.
Yeah.
We definitely need. This is not true. What some people
I
say.
am glad I'm fostering this community, but it does make my job a little bit more difficult trying to bring people in. Hey, I know that's weird that these two guys called within the same segment, and the other guy who called in was celebrating getting a hat. But this is kind of what I've brought. This is kind of what I brought on myself, and it's fine, and I'm fine with it.
The Pena hat arc. That was a pretty standard arc. Of,
yes.
Something in episode 1 pays off in
episode 2. Yeah. If we're in a soap opera, what happened yesterday pays off today. This is a long-standing thing between Orion, Fake Salsa, La Raza, all the things.
It's like the B-plot to the show. It's like the long-running, this is also just kind of happening in the background.
Yeah, just in case. It's like characters are, like when the main character's walking by and 2 characters are having a conversation and we never hear the sound. That's been brought to life on this show. Cool. We will get into, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do something very basic to maybe get back on track for people who, hey, I thought we talked sports on this show. Well, you are misinformed. But we will talk some sports when we come back. The Texans have been ranked. At least their offense has been ranked. And we'll discuss that and the rest of the top 10. We'll tell you where the Texans lie, according to NFL.com. And what might hold them back from being that type of offense. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So, the Texans, as you might imagine, are thought to be a good offense, or going to be a good offense in 2024. We know about the additions. We know all that they've done, and we know about CJ and what we expect in year two. There is a baseline of at least they're going to be competent, and in some cases, a baseline of people expecting them to be good, just good. Now, how good will they be? That's up for debate. And certainly those debates will continue until we see proof of what they put together, particularly in year two of Bobby Slowick's offense. So there's a ranking of the top 10 offenses, the expected top 10 offenses in football in 2024. This is on NFL.com. Sean, have you clicked on the link yet?
No, I have not.
Good. That helps this exercise.
Okay.
If I told you that the Texans were number 9, would that surprise you?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, I'm telling you they're number 9. So
that is a little bit surprising.
Yes. Okay. Now that you know that, I'll give you why they're there, and then I'll start going through some of the other teams. You'll see what you agree with and what you don't agree with.
Okay.
All right. The reason, the worrying weakness. That's kind of that's how they describe everybody's weakness. The worrying weakness. As tough to say for me. Signature strength. It's a lot of alliterations. It's signature strength and worrying weakness.
Okay, they could have just said pro-con.
Pro-con, but they're screwing with me. I appreciate them for that.
With you specifically.
Yeah, it's probably not affecting others like it's affecting me, but I appreciate the writer for this. They talk about the ground game. They mentioned Dameon Pierce from 2022 and how he wasn't the same in 2023. And then they mentioned Devin Singletary leading a sluggish Texans offense. And they believe the acquisition of Joe Mixon is simply more of a name brand bump than anything else, because Joe Mixon, I'll let you guess this. How many 100-yard games do you think Joe Mixon has had in his last 43 games?
Last 43?
They're being very specific. How many 100-yard rushing games do you think Joe Mixon has had?
How many? That's like 3 seasons? 2.5? 10?
3.
Oof.
3. They do not believe simply adding Joe Mixon to this rushing attack is going to help that much. They just believe, hey, it's a name that you know. He's been on some successful teams, and that's what it is. So
it is a name I know.
Yes,
that is true.
Yes, it's going to be a name you think is going to provide something that and he won't do it. We will see. We will see in a new offense and a new system whether Joe Mixon can be more productive, particularly maybe running more from under center than standing next to Joe Burrow and some of their shotgun spread stuff that the Bengals like to get to, because Joe Burrow's very good in the shotgun. So that's why they're number 9. I will start naming off teams, not in any particular order, but see why you disagree, why these teams are ahead of the Texans. See if you disagree with any of these names. The Rams.
I understand.
The Lions.
I understand.
The Dolphins.
I can get it.
Okay.
But that's the one where they better be 8th or 7th.
They are 6th.
Huh. What were the Rams and Lions?
The Rams and Lions were 3 and 4.
Okay.
All right.
That tracks in my head.
So you may disagree with the Dolphins thing, but you get the thought that the Rams and Lions should be 3 and 4.
Yeah. It's more just they were better last year.
Yes.
They didn't get worse.
Of course, I'll give you number 1, the 49ers. I expect them to be number 1.
Yeah.
All right. The Chiefs, number 2, with obviously Patrick Mahomes, although they weren't great offensively last year. But
Mahomes, Kelsey.
But Mahomes, Kelsey. Well, is it the Kelsey we saw in the playoffs or the Kelsey we saw in the regular season?
Good point.
Yeah. So we will see about. I think
Taylor Swift still have a tour going on.
I mean,
it's the longest tour of my life. What are you?
She's got to serve the U.S. She's got to serve the international audience. So yeah, maybe by that point she'll be off the tour. I probably would disagree with this one the most so far. I think the Chiefs will be fine, but ahead of the Texans, I get the Patrick Mahomes
Yeah,
thing.
The Chiefs are a tough one because it's like I have full faith in Patrick Mahomes to do enough for them to win
the division and be in position.
A 1 or 2 seed.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know if that actually equals being a top 10
But even
offense.
last year, they were a 3.
Yeah.
And the defense, it was so good that they could make up for their offense performing below what we have as expectations for them.
I think they'll be better offensively. I think they'll be better than last year.
Well, they got your guy.
Well, yes, but also just they had so many games where like Kadarius Toney was just giving the ball to the other
Well,
team.
how many games?
4 touchdowns.
They do have Marquise Brown. How many games Rashee Rice plays? That's up for debate.
Yeah.
And will Travis Kelce be one of those guys who paces himself, turned himself into an NBA player where he paces himself during the regular season and then shows up in the postseason again? We'll see.
What happened in my league? You're supposed to live and die in September,
You
just
were-
the same way.
If you had to get to Brazil for a concert, you would maybe turn it down a little bit
That's what I'm
against
saying.
against the Raiders.
That's why they'll never win the big one. No, wait.
You can't even use that against them. Yeah, they've won the big one 3 times. So
including while she was on tour.
yeah, she was at the game the last time they won the big one, by the way. So the Bengals ahead of the Texans. Agree, disagree? You did take their running back away.
Yeah, they feel like it feels like they should be in the same tier, if anything. I actually
You
kind of think the Texans should be ahead of them.
No.
Because if you're just going, well, it's Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. Okay, well, Stroud, Collins,
Diggs, and Dell.
Like that. That seems like a wash, like you said. Joe Mixon's on our side now.
Is Joe Burrow going to make it through the year? That's the weakness.
Yeah, it's Jake Browning. It's Jamar Chase. It's
Well, that would change things. Joe Burrow, 2 out of 4 years could not finish the year. I mean, could not finish makes it seem like it's his fault. 2 out of 4 years he's been injured, and he was not able to make it just because of the first time we know he tore his ACL, and then he had the wrist thing last year. So that's the biggest concern. Can they keep Joe Burrow upright and healthy? And that'll be on Trent Brown and Amarius Mims, the first-round rookie, to get that done. So they're at 5, by the way.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ahead of the Texans. The other ones, Jordan Love, and the Packers are at 7.
That's aggressive, but we can keep it moving.
Okay. You don't like that one either.
Don't like that.
The Bills at 8.
That's another one where, sure.
Yeah, and they, it's interesting because in the weakness category, in the strengths, all they do is mention Josh Allen. In the weaknesses, they mention
Everyone else.
they mention over-reliance on Josh Allen.
Okay.
That might be a problem. Then they start talking about the weapons, but are none as good as Stephon Diggs has been. But they'll have Khalil Shakir and Curtis Samuel and Keon Coleman, the rookie that everyone loves because of his sound bites, and then of course Dalton Kincaid and James Cook.
Yeah.
So the Texans fall at 9.
Do sound bites?
They don't win games.
Yeah, they don't win games.
They don't get open. They don't cause
score touchdowns.
They don't cause separation. So we'll see what Keon Coleman is as an NFL player. Number 10 behind the Texans, the one team in this top 10 that they decided the Texans could be ahead of. I don't think you could ever guess it. I'll give you 2 tries because how interesting is it to listen to you guess? So I'll give you 2 tries.
2 tries for the team that's better than the Texans.
Behind the Texans at 10.
Behind the Texans at 10. The Jets?
No, not even. They're not mentioned. No. Told you, I don't think you'll ever get it.
You don't think I'll ever get it?
Well, yeah, if you know every team in the NFL, eventually you'll get it. But yeah, sure.
The Colts.
You got it.
Yes.
Second try.
Because I started thinking teams that you wouldn't think I would guess.
Yes, they use the Colts as their number 10. They think Anthony Richardson and his super heroic upside could be the difference in vaulting them. They make a Jalen Hurts comp and saying he could make that type of growth in the second year because he's playing under Shane Steichen, the same guy who got Jalen Hurts to MVP status, as a potential MVP status in his second year with Steichen. So that's part of the reason why they think the Colts can be better. They also think, once again, that Richardson actually thinking he's a superhero and taking on all those hits can be a problem for them. But they do have.
Is that the worrying?
Yeah, that's the weakness. That the fact that he will be a guy who thinks he's a superhero.
He hasn't finished half his games. We're getting on Joe Burrow for not finishing half the seasons. This guy hasn't finished half.
That's the difference. Joe Burrow didn't finish half his season, so he's at 5. Richardson didn't make it through like 6 games, so he's at 10 in his offense.
He only made it through like 2, like healthy.
I know, but he only played how many games did he actually play?
4 or 5.
Yeah, I didn't get to like 5 or 6, so that's why he's at 10, I guess. So the Texans in the top 10 at 9. You can take it or leave it. It's just one person's opinion, but they do worry about their ability to run the football and balancing out what should be a potent passing offense. Joe Mixon, that was surprising. That number only eclipsed 100 yards 3 times in his last 43 games. Maybe that's why I only took a 7th-round pick. The Bengals are like, hey, go ahead, take him, even if it is only for a 7th. And if you want to give him new money, we would applaud you for it too, because we don't want to do it. So Joe Mixon here in town, we'll see if he can improve on those rather lackluster rushing stats. I see Billy. He wants to talk about Taylor Swift. There's another call. I don't see the name. Ryan Diamond, our intern. Fix that, please. Ryan Diamond, host of a Houston Rockets podcast. He wanted to come on, and I said, you can only come on if they take a player you didn't want. And they took Reed Shepard. He was fine with it, so sorry. You should have lied. You shouldn't like, no matter who they take, I'm not going to like it because I need them to make a trade. He's cool with Gen Z Rex Chapman, so I don't want that soft boy energy he brought the last time he was on, where we had to coax the energy out of him to make him upset. The man eventually leaned on, hey, that's anti-Semitic, because some person said something, not about him, but about somebody else. You weren't here for it, maybe. But the energy picked up, but he's too happy about what the Rockets are doing. I ain't looking for that. I'm looking for angst, conflict. I will mention this podcast because I'm ripping him, but I have to ask him what the name of it is because I don't remember it. We will come back, first hour of the show over. Billy, I hope you have a serious Taylor Swift comment, because I'd love to hear it, because Sean was very disrespectful.
That was not disrespectful. I just said, how long is this chick going to be on tour?
Well, you just called her a chick. That's kind of disrespectful. I don't go around calling women chicks and see how well it goes for you. Go on. I dare you. Try it. That's a little disrespectful to one of the biggest pop artists of all time.
Just
could have said woman.
I could have.
Even girl might have worked out for you. But you went with chick. I should have said you went with the C word. We'll come back. We'll be back right after this. So I don't know if this gentleman's ever tweeted me before, but he turns out to be a Bengals fan. He asked me not to put that bad Burrow juju in the air, WJ13. It's not my fault. I'm just recounting what's happened to Joe Burrow. He's been hurt. What I say doesn't predict the future. But, maybe if he wasn't so tissue paper. I'm kidding. Just stay on the. It's not my fault. He gets hurt.
Yeah,
it's a brutal game.
We're saying in the past he got.
Yeah,
hurt.
I'm not predicting that'll happen. It'll happen again.
Yeah, we don't think he's made of glass.
No. I don't think it. I think I may know it, but I don't think it. Joe Burrow's going to be fine. He's a great player. The NFL doesn't mean physical. Quarterbacks don't suffer big injuries. I hope Joe Burrow's fine. He's been a great player, and he's just been unfortunate. But don't put it on me if it happens again. We have a history of it now. He can now be called injury prone, even if that seems a little unfair. But I hope he plays. He's one of the best players in the game. And, that division should be really, really tough. I know Russell Wilson's the quarterback of the Steelers, but that's a division where every team could finish above 500.
Yeah, the Steelers were good, or were pretty good last year, and they had Kenny Pickett as their quarterback. So,
yeah,
them having Russell Wilson,
even as
no different, really.
Well, I would hope he's a little better.
It's actually better.
It's got to be a little better, yeah.
I think Pickett threw 12 touchdowns last year. It was some ridiculously low number that I feel like we should have talked about way more during the season. But I guess there's just a lot going on during the season.
Focusing on
we didn't talk about. Wait, Kenny Pickett just doesn't throw touchdowns.
Yeah, and focusing on how middling the Steelers are. I'm not sure anyone is looking for that. But Kenny Pickett now in Philadelphia will be the backup to Jalen Hurts, and that's the division. At least the AFC North, that should be a tough one. The winners of the AFC West and Super Bowl champions were the Kansas City Chiefs, and Billy wants to talk about the most famous person associated with that franchise, Taylor Swift. What's up, Billy?
Hey, what's going on, Delicious?
Billy.
I was wondering, do you think Taylor has that hot Tua in her? I was just wanting to know.
I'm not going to speculate on what Taylor Swift or any woman has in them, as you said. But let's talk about you, Ryan. I didn't get to this yesterday, but since you called in for, I feel like, the second time to this show, and maybe you did it twice on the John Lance show, we're going to speculate about you. Oh, by the way, the name of the Interns podcast, his name's Ryan Diamond. It's the H-Town Rundown, since I was taking my shots at him. The H-Town Rundown, you can find that on YouTube and where other podcasts, and where all podcasts can be found as well. So, Ryan, what do we think about Ryan? Because he calls in quite a bit. He calls it, but you have to think about his age. So normally you would think, oh, maybe he's a college kid because he's got a lot of time to call in. But he is, I wouldn't say obsessed, but he's focused on women of a time that no college kid of this age would care about.
Yes.
So, do we think Ryan has a job?
I think let's start with yes, he does have a job.
He does have a job.
Because if the answer is no, then I think that's the end of the discussion.
Okay, he does have a job.
Yes.
What kind of job do you think he has where he has this amount of time?
Not a hard one.
He's
not a surgeon.
Not very taxing.
Yes. I'm gonna guess he's not a surgeon.
So if you don't know, Ryan can be Billy, can be fake salsa, he can be others.
He can be anything.
He can be anything.
A shapeshifter.
I say fake salsa. I'm
Salsa.
thinking fake La Raza, but it's more La Salsa is what he is, or Lil Salsa, depending on what the intern writes. So you think he has a job, but not a very taxing one? Is he?
Yes.
Does
one
he work
where he has a lot of free time.
Does he work from home?
Certainly possible.
Yes. Or is he a delivery guy where he can drive around? He's always has access to a radio and his phone.
He doesn't sound like he's in a car.
No,
though,
it's
or
pretty
moving.
clear, right?
Yeah, he's always.
You don't hear
very
any ambient noise.
Yeah, and yeah, actually, he has to be working from home because of what his calls consist
And what he
of.
says.
Like,
Yeah,
I can't believe that he would be in a cubicle.
you make a point. How many times can you call in back to back and talk about OnlyFans and not have someone notice?
Or maybe he has his own office. Maybe we're under.
Maybe does he run his own business?
He's an executive.
He could run his own business, and then he could say pretty much whatever he wants as long as that door is closed.
That is true.
So I'm gonna go if we're being if we're going to say Ryan is gainfully employed and doesn't work at home, I'm going to say he has an office at a minimum and maybe even runs his own business where he can go trick off and call us and call all the morning show as well. Because
He's
he's
on
up,
hold for 25 minutes.
He's at and wait, because he's up early because he's calling that show.
Yeah, that is a wrinkle. He's definitely not unemployed then.
No, because he's up. Well, Gilbert gets up early to call and stay on hold, so I'm not sure we should use that as the baseline. Okay. But it goes from like 7
Gilbert's an outlier. Though.
Yeah, but it goes from like 7 to 11:30 every morning. He's available to make these calls at a minimum. I don't know what he does Does he call Gallant and George?
No.
Okay, so at least 7 to about 11:30. We don't usually hear from him after that. Maybe it's lunchtime or something, possibly.
And he's just not a Gallant George fan.
No, I mean, I was really talking about this show. He goes to lunch at like 11:30 or whatever, so he's not calling after that point. But maybe he's got lunch or maybe meetings start in the afternoon, so he can't actually call. I'm just trying to figure out where all this time comes from.
Maybe no, because he's too busy if he works at a restaurant.
Yeah,
I was thinking like a restaurant that opens at lunch or something. So he's like, just prepping. I don't think he works at the Bear, but I think maybe a restaurant.
Yeah, maybe a restaurant. But I think safe bet, he's got a private space where he can make these calls. He's up early enough where it suggests he's gainfully employed. So he's a little bit too unserious to run a place.
Yeah. If we're just scouting him off of the calls, it seems unlikely that he hangs up the phone asking about Christina Milian's OnlyFans, and then hangs it up, and then has to make some crucial decisions with hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. I doubt that.
I don't know how the brain transitions from that call into that
asking
particular
about someone who's in
responsibility.
Scream 4.
Yeah. The man's thinking back to all the stuff magazines he hid under his bed, and then he's calling us. He calls us, and then he makes a big decision that can change the trajectory of a company. Don't think that's what's going on, but he may have his own office. Ryan, if you ever want to call in with your real name and discuss what you actually do, actually don't. The mystery's better.
No, because that
the mystery's actually better, at least in my eyes.
And I feel like he'll give us a fake job. Like
he would never call in with what he actually does.
No.
In fact, Ryan may not be his real name anyway. That might be the baseline we're going with, where we think that's his real name.
Now we just turned him into the Riddler. Like now there's
he's part of my rogues gallery.
Well, that's
him
for
and
sure.
Eric.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
they're definitely part of.
Yeah, but we welcome the mystery that is Ryan, if that is your real name. So we appreciate you calling in. I just thought about this yesterday, considering how often he's on hold or on air. What the hell does he do? But we welcome you, Ryan. Call in as much as you like. We'll get back. We'll get more into the Mets Astros. I'll give you who's going to start over the weekend, and there's an opening for the Astros on Sunday. Probably going to be a bullpen game, but we'll discuss who will start Friday. I say Friday, tonight, and Saturday as the Astros continue the hot streak and see if they can, immovable object versus irresistible force. Both teams are very hot. I'll give you their records in the last month or so. Both teams playing really good baseball. Somebody has to lose, and we hope it's the Mets. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
You heard the voice of Michael Carroll. He'll join us after this segment. We'll talk about TV if you want to join us for that. I don't know if it'll be an exclusive spoiler thing, but I am warning you now. In that segment, if we talk about a show, spoilers are allowed. We're not going to dance around them. So if you've missed something this week, whether it be The Acolyte or House of the Dragon, and among other things, I don't like telling people not to listen, and maybe you don't care about spoilers, but we probably will get to them, just the way it is. I figured we'll segment our TV talk to that segment, so to keep people safe from spoilers throughout the rest of our time during the week. We were going to talk Astros, so why not start with Giovanni? He wants to talk about the Astros. What's up?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for taking my call.
Of course.
I just wanted to know, with the recent injury to JP France, going to be out for a while. Let's say the Astros don't make any additions, to the pitching staff. Where do you see us finishing? How is the rest of the season going to play out? Thank you.
You know what? The way they're pitching, they've got a real shot to, and considering the Mariners are only 4.5 back up, they got a shot to win this division. It's going to be tough, mostly because you're going to ask a lot out of guys who have not pitched this many innings. Blanco, Arrighetti, Hunter Brown. Of course, if Verlander comes back, I don't know when he's going to come back. That's a guy that would certainly bolster it. But the one guy who can get through an entire season right now is Fromber. The rest of those guys, can they hold up? Can we expect Arrighetti to be what he was in his last start? Probably not. That was a great performance. Hunter Brown has been consistent over the last month plus, so maybe that's who he's going to be. Maybe not multiple games in a row where he's not giving up a run, but being very solid. I just think the pitching and can it hold up is the question. If we're going to get those type of performances start after start, you can probably expect a division title. That's how good they've been. And we expect the lineup to be, as long as health is a thing for them, because Kyle Tucker is starting baseball activity, so he is going to be a guy who comes back at some point, maybe certainly in the month of July, it looks like. So this is a division title team. If you can get the performances from these pitchers throughout the course of the year. Now, you'll get reinforcements at some point. Luis Garcia is going to come back. Lance McCullers, I don't know whether he's selling coffee or doing photo shoots. Mostly all we care about is whether that tendon is going to be healthy. But even if it is, as long as those guys hold up, what spot is there in this rotation for Lance McCullers? Why would you hand him a rotation spot considering how these guys are pitching right now?
Yeah, it might be, like you mentioned with the innings with Arrighetti, especially Arrighetti.
Yeah.
It might be not a send him down because he needs to be better, because I think as of late, when he starts knowing that he's going to start that day, he's been solid. That it's more of a protecting his arm kind of situation, because we saw it with JP France last year. JP France blew past however many innings he'd ever thrown in any season in his life, and then this year his shoulder explodes.
Yeah.
So there is some maintenance that could be done, whether it is a six-man rotation to limit the innings, or if it's just kind of putting one of them on ice for a little while. It could be that as well, because I assume Ronel Blanco hasn't thrown a crazy amount of innings in his life either, but he's a little bit older, so you don't think about it as much. But that to me would be the real addition with McCullers, and to a lesser degree Garcia, because Garcia has a little bit more of a solid track record of, I guess, just being available and good, where McCullers only has half of that. That just taking it off the plate of some of these other pitchers is really the benefit that you're getting.
Yeah, how do they manage these guys as as they go down the stretch, particularly if they are in a division title race. Can they depend on these arms, or as Sean talked about, will we start to maybe, hey, he's going to miss a start here, or he's limited to a certain amount of pitches no matter what, just because you're trying to make it through the rest of the year because the injuries have put guys in a position to do something they've never done before. So Giovanni, health with that staff and durability is probably the difference between winning a division or scrapping it out for the wild card. And we'll see if the Astros add anything. We know they've considered themselves buyers, and their recent run of success makes it more likely that'll happen. So this weekend, that Blanco will go today, and then Fromber will go on Saturday, and then we'll see who goes on Saturday with the spot in the rotation open. The Astros Mets start with a broadcast on not NBA TV, Apple TV. They'll have the broadcast tonight. So if you don't know, go find it there. I like the Apple TV broadcast, but I get it. If you want your hometown voices on the game, understood. It'll be a national broadcast for the Astros with the Mets and in New York. Should be a good series. Two teams trying to continue their hot streak. And I bring that up because MLB on Fox has this. They tweeted this out, I believe, yesterday regarding the records. So obviously we're Astros-centric, Astros-focused, so we know how hot they've been. The Astros are 15-7 in the month of June. The Mets are a half game better, 15-6. I mean, for a series featuring 500 teams, it's a pretty good one, mostly because of the way they've been playing. And these are teams, and the Mets were a team I think a lot of people expected to take a step back. You know, you trade Verlander last year, Scherzer's another big acquisition from the previous season is no longer there. You just think, hey, they weren't good last year. They're going to be pretty bad this year, and that was the case until Grimace threw out the first pitch.
Of all
things.
Entity.
Not of all people, not of all, I don't know. Like we had this discussion. I don't know what a Grimace is. I just know he's an entity.
Of all nouns.
Grimace is a proper noun. Yes. Yes. That's all we can call him. Maybe McDonald's will explain what the hell. Is he a gumdrop? What the hell is Grimace? I don't even. What are the other McDonald's characters? Ronald McDonald. Is he just a clown or a human being playing a clown? What will we classify Ronald McDonald as?
I think he's a clown.
He's a clown. So he's a species of clown. We've got Hamburglar, who we believe is not a species of burglar. He's just a human being who likes to steal, a humanoid thing who likes to steal hamburgers.
Kleptomaniac.
Yes. And is that it? Is that the three? Is there another one? Do they have any more?
I think there's more. How do I Google this? Ronald McDonald
character buddies? I don't know what you call them. McDonald's characters is what I've Googled to try to find out if there are any more. You got Officer Big Mac. You got Mac Tonight. Remember that smooth jazz piano playing character they had? He was called Mac Tonight. That had you probably don't. That had a run like in the early 90s. I remember Mac Tonight. Mac Tonight was creepy. If you don't know, Mac Tonight was just a crescent moon shaped head on a human body, and he wore sunglasses, and he was supposed to be this cool cat who played the piano. Mac Tonight was creepy.
All right.
I'm glad they retired him.
Yeah.
I didn't like him as a
out
kid.
a first pitch or anything?
I didn't like him as a kid.
Oh, I just pulled it up. That is horrifying.
It is horrifying. Mac Tonight was awful. I don't know why they decided to get that off. Why they thought that could sell burgers. But I loved Officer Big Mac.
Yeah.
Actually, looking at his face, he wasn't very kind.
Crooked officer.
Yeah. You think
he lets the Hamburglar run free?
Well, payoffs matter. He's got a family to feed, and he's dressed like an officer from England from like the 1920s. He's got that stupid hat on his head. But yeah. So
anything else from the
from the Rogues Gallery of McDonald?
Yeah, I'm looking at
Ronald McDonald characters.
I don't remember any of these people.
I can't believe they tried to get Mac Tonight off. Oof. And they sold the toys too. He was the worst. The Hamburglar, I get it, man. You want to take a burger? Understood.
Everyone's got to eat.
Yeah, trying to feed your family. Understood. We will discuss the goings on in pop culture when we come back. Michael Carroll will join us. He is the host of Comicast. He does that podcast with John Lee. If you have wanted to call in about anything regarding TV, now's your time. We will take calls there, 713-780-3776. We had Julian call in very early in the week. He wanted to talk about House of the Dragon. I held him off and said, hey, 11:30 on Fridays, that's your time. And that time belongs to you guys, too. We'll certainly discuss some things, but we'll welcome your calls as well. Michael Carroll when we come back. Welcome back. I'll remind you again, this is the time where we will talk about shows in a spoiler way. So if you have something you need to watch, whether it be House of the Dragon, you haven't seen episode 2 or episode 1, or maybe also The Acolyte, which we both have seen, and then, of course, The Boys. If you haven't seen those episodes, The Boys one's a little tricky because it just premiered yesterday. So if you haven't seen those, this is the time to maybe at least tune out or turn down your radio because we will get into that. I mean, we're not going to try to ruin your experience as far as watching those shows, but
is that what we're not doing?
We're not going to dance around things like we normally do. I mean, like I said, if you want to call in and talk about anything, 713-780-3776. So Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast, joins us. Michael, as you like to name the podcast, an issue, much like a comic book, issue
Yes.
544 is this week. What was the main focus? I know I've seen the topic, I've seen the headline about what you guys talked about, but some things motivate people and get them excited about something more than others. I talk about the Astros, but it ain't college football to me. So what happened this week that got you excited?
So for Comic Cast, we had Sean Tajapur from Nerdtropolis on. He talked about his experience at Superhero Comic Con this comic book convention happens in San Antonio. It's a pretty big event. Like, they had Andy Serkis, they had Brandon Routh, they had Jamie Alexander. I mean, the list that he listed off in the latest issue of Comic Cast was ridiculous. Both Jong and I were like, that was all this weekend, and it's a serious convention that people should, if they're into this type of stuff, definitely look into. But we talked to him about that because he moderated 11 panels at the event. And then, of course, we get into House of the Dragon, Acolyte, and The Boys. Not full spoilers because Sean wasn't caught up on The Boys.
Okay.
But we dived into a little bit of spoilers for the 3 that you mentioned already.
So you mentioned that you watched all of them. I asked you during the break, did you watch The Boys, the Acolyte, and House of the Dragon?
Yes.
So we'll start the discussion with ranking the episodes. Which one did you like the most?
Oh, man. I'm gonna say House of the Dragon, Acolyte, The Boys.
I'm going to put The Boys at 3, House of the Dragon at 2, and the Acolyte at 1, only because it's something I haven't seen from Star Wars in a very long time.
Well, I mean, to that level, and I think the surprise by people, because I think where episode 4 left off, everyone was like, okay, all these no-name red shirts basically are going to die.
Sure.
But these 3 are fine.
Yeah.
And no, 2 of the 3 were not.
Yes. Two of the main non-main characters, but main Jedi, whether you want Jackie the Apprentice, and then Yord with the F-boy haircut, they both died in episode 5. And it was a level of brutality that I have not seen from Star Wars. And this is what I wanted from the show. If we're going to push it as a show from the Sith point of view, I need the Sith to act like and by the way, the main villain doesn't even consider himself a Sith. But if we're just going to categorize him as that, I need that type of energy.
Yeah.
And when he finally revealed himself to be not the jokey, somewhat idiotic persona that he was putting on, that was impressive by Manny Jacinto.
I will say, his acting is phenomenal. Like his switching back and forth between those characters had the internet thirsting, I would say.
The arms.
Yes, the arms. But the one thing I will say is I think they teased it a little too much in the last episode. Mm-hmm. I feel like it should have come out of nowhere a little bit better.
Yeah.
But that being said, the actual him going against all the Jedi, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like the fight sequence with Jackie, the Padawan, phenomenal. Just him, the skewer move where he gets the 2 Jedi on one lightsaber. I had never seen that before.
Pulling out a lightsaber type dagger out of the regular lightsaber and dotting Jackie up.
Yeah, the 3 when they goes behind the back of her and shows the foo.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, I was really shocked.
Have we seen a neck snap in Star Wars history?
I don't think so.
No, because
I can't think of one.
My
off the top
biggest
of my
thing
head.
about Star Wars overall. Oh, look, you got killed by a lit up lightsaber. Cool. I mean,
that cuts through anything except certain things.
Yeah, it's fine. Look, I get it. I mean, you're trying to avoid. Look, in some fights they're very violent, but at the end of the day, there's like a burn hole in the guy, and they go away. There's no leaky blood. There's none of the stuff we see in other episodes, like The Boys per se,
right?
For instance, but the neck snap, I don't think I've ever seen that type. Look, you might take issue whether how brutal it was. Maybe you think Anakin killing Dooku is a different level, but I don't think a neck snap is something that I would have seen in any other type of Star Wars movie.
I mean, Vader's obviously choked people.
Yeah, but physically doing something out you would see in a John Wick movie.
Yeah, no, not like that.
Yeah.
Not like that. And especially to a character that I thought was going to be fine.
Survive, yeah.
I thought,
definitely.
he had plot armor. I thought Jackie had plot
So
armor.
did I.
And no, not at all.
No. So we're still on the verge of finding out what exactly happened as the main thrust of this show, the mystery that happened on that planet. We'll see if we get that.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Do you think there's a theory that OSHA is actually going to be the acolyte? Because obviously there's a switch that
There's
happens.
another Parent Trap type deal.
Yeah, Parent Trap type deal. Well done. Do you think, because obviously I think the truth is coming out next episode. Maybe not next episode, but I think part of the truth is coming out.
Because we need to know what Saul did or did not do.
Whatever they did was real bad.
Yeah.
So do you think that pushes OSHA to possibly be in the actual acolyte and not May?
I think it's possible, and I think that pushes Saul over the edge, because we've heard throughout the season that you got to kill a Jedi without a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not actually losing their life, but turning them from a Jedi to the dark side. And maybe OSHA wouldn't be the target because she's not officially a Jedi.
Right.
Maybe losing OSHA, and we know May is already out on Saul, turns him to the dark side when he tries to get her back. So that is a mystery for me, because the mystery about who is the Lord, the Sith Lord, if you want to call him that, Master, excuse me. That wasn't ever really a big deal, particularly after episode 4. We kind of knew where that was going. But the mystery about what a Jedi, an emotional one, is going to become, I'm looking forward to. So
same.
I kind of commandeered it because that was my number one, but your number one was House of the Dragon, correct?
Yeah, House of the Dragon. I mean, it was just, again, phenomenal writing, phenomenal. Obviously we see the fallout. Otto Hightower going into instant political positioning move and having it he played this perfectly, right? Like he's playing this, what happened at the end of episode 1 perfectly for their benefit. But Aegon's an idiot. I don't and Kristen Cole is a guilty person that can't deal with it, so he's putting it on everybody else,
on other people.
Yeah,
and eventually leads to the death of someone because he can't deal with his failure.
Yeah. So I mean, just the writing and I saw somebody, one of my critic friends, say this afterwards. That was the strongest Rhys Ifans performance as Otto Hightower. He had a spectacular episode.
He was great. Those conversations were great. Now, openly calling the king a dummy and may not be great for job status, but it's great for TV. So if I can criticize Otto on one thing, hey, maybe tone it down when you're talking to someone who has absolute power.
That's true. But there's moments where it's I know I shouldn't be saying this, but
gotta say it anyway.
I don't care.
Yeah.
He has to get it off.
Yeah,
I have to get it.
And it's,
I'm probably going to get fired at the end of this, so might as well.
That's what I think. I think that at some point in that conversation, when Aegon goes, Kristen Cole did something. I think I think that was the flip for him of no, I'm not just dressing you down as far as here's as a hand to the king. This is what you need to do to be king. This is, I mean, I think he even says it no, my grandson is an idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
It turned into, no, actually, I just need to yell at him because,
100%.
And if I get fired, so what? I wash my hands of this.
I need to get this out. And I get Aegon being, just wanting vengeance, but that's why Otto's there. He sees the bigger picture. Obviously, he's pulling strings for his own self, but still,
you need a steadying hand in Aegon. Because, he was never given the opportunity because he wasn't ever supposed to be king. Yeah. He was never at the side of his father, the wilting, molting hand of his dad. He was never at his side trying to learn how to be a king, and that's why we learned or were introduced to young Jaehaerys. And then that ended relatively quickly at the hand of Blood and Cheese. And then we see both of those gentlemen die.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. to both. Well, I don't know. They are child killers. I'm not
That's
sure.
True. Never mind. I take that back.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, so Aegon, his master stroke after Otto had gained the favor of the small folk by talking about what Rhaenyra did. All he had to do was roll his great grandson out there, his head stitched back to his body. For the funeral procession. That's all it took.
Stitched.
So
that wasn't great, yeah.
So Jong on the podcast was like, how many of us thought that the head was going to roll on that
if it was the
part when
boys, it definitely would happen if it was on the boys. But I thought, maybe they don't lean all the way in.
I think the boys would 100%.
Yeah, that kid's head would have landed in
Yeah.
some maiden's lap at some point on the boys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, so Aegon, wiped out all that good favor by killing every rat catcher in the that ever stepped foot in the Red Keep. So
Hey, there's now open positions though.
yeah, if you need a job.
Yeah,
the
need a job.
perfect time to start a rat catching business.
Yeah.
Will they follow up on that where there's now there's a ton of rats at King's Landing? Will there be? I just want a throwaway line of dialogue or a shot at the end of The Departed where there's just a rat somewhere where there's just there's a ton of rats because Aegon killed all the rat catchers.
Yeah, we've seen rats throughout season 1, but now they just need to be.
That's just going to be a whole problem.
breeding on screen. Like you just
well, not on screen.
Somebody get the rat catch. Oh yeah, that's right.
more like just one scene, just a passing
Okay,
of
all right.
multiple rats, a rat orgy even maybe.
Okay.
All right.
Just to prove the point.
All right.
Once again, that would be more on the boys.
Let's honor the lives of Eric and Arik. All right.
Oh yeah, let's talk about
Before
it.
we talk about rat sex.
Even orgy even. Eric with an A and Arik with an A lost their lives because Kristen Cole and his guilt sent one brother against the other. Eric with an A is the one who hangs out in King's Landing as a King's Guard. He sent them there to kill Rhaenyra because he still hasn't gotten over her saying, "Nah, I'm good," when he asked her to run away with him. That's still a thing that he can't get over. Understood, man. But let it go.
Let it go, bro.
It's not helping you. So, could you keep track of them? Did you know which one died first?
No, I had no idea. I honestly lost. I was trying to keep track because one of them gets the slice on the leg, and I was like, okay, I think I know who's who, and then I lost track of it. But as soon as he apologized and stabbed
Your Grace, he
yeah.
fell on the sword. Do you think there's any chance Eric with an E would have been able to continue to be in the King's Guard after this? Would anyone have ever trusted him to not be the other Eric who tried to kill
No,
Rhaenyra?
that's what my initial thought was there's no way, even if the right one wins in this scenario, there's no way you can trust him because how do you know that's not him? That dude was screwed.
Damon's
from the jump.
lopping his head off the minute he hears the story.
100%.
He is
100%.
lopping his head off when he comes back.
That unhinged person is also a problem. And the sequence between when Rhaenyra confronts him, I thought was one of the strongest parts of the episode.
we learned. I mean, we kind of figured it out, but it was said expressly this week that Viserys, his brother, didn't send him away because he was worried about him. He sent him away because he couldn't trust him, according to Rhaenyra. And Daemon said some things that lost him being the heir in last season. And I think it all came out. There's a lack of trust between the green side and the black side, which doesn't really lead to a coherent way of waging this war.
There's this whole there's idiots on both sides.
Yes,
there's idiots that are emotionally stunted and traumatized and have issues. Daemon being one on I guess Team Black or whatever, and then of course you
got Aegon and Aemond have their own issues to work through.
Aemon's got his deal. He's just he needs to be coddled a little bit
in the fetal position with in the bowels of a pleasure den.
Yeah. We need to circle back on that.
You want to talk about? Do you want to talk about him kind of having regret about what he did to young Luke
and getting doped up while he's doing it too?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Loose lips, man.
Yeah. Oh, that is the big takeaway. Is that these people are talking way too much.
You're walking way too much.
To the
so
small
much.
Folk.
Also, Aemon needs to eat a little bit. I'm just saying.
That also struck me. I was like, wow.
Man, get some food, man.
Yeah. What's the strength and conditioning program for?
Not great.
Dragon Riders?
I'm going to go very nerdy, but you remember what Voldemort looked like when he was in the station in the last movie?
Yeah.
He kind of looked like that.
Yeah.
All curled up and all malnourished.
Yeah. Ooh.
The little bit of Voldemort that remained in that way station.
It's not great.
It didn't look great for Aemon.
No, not great.
I mean, we're insulting an actual person right now because that's what he looks like in real life.
I still say he needs to eat.
Hey, I don't know if
just saying.
Hey, I'll give you the grace of saying you lost weight for the role.
Maybe.
But hey,
just hit a McDonald's up, bro.
Yeah. Truly, or something more hearty. I don't know what it has to be. But Aemond, who has the biggest dragon in the world, is a thin individual, and being in the fetal position with a Woman of the Night didn't help the look either.
No.
Maybe get off the milk of the poppy.
Maybe, maybe there's a program for that.
I get wanting to take the edge off.
Yeah.
I do.
I get it,
Eamon,
yeah.
I get it.
I mean, eat a pheasant or something. I don't know.
That's real quick, I do want to call out the character that's called Hugh.
Yes.
I don't know if it's just simply showing the people's plight during all of this, if that's going to be the perspective of it. I don't know, what his character's background is. I just want to highlight that actor is also in Warrior.
He is. He played the crooked cop.
Yeah, Bill O'Hara,
yes.
I believe is his name. This was just an excuse for me to say watch
Warrior. Yes, it's on Netflix right now.
Yes.
If you haven't seen it at all, or if you haven't seen season 3 because you saw the first 2 on Max, season 3 is on Netflix. Completed right now. Michael Carroll, the host of ComiCast. Before we go, I finished Presumed Innocent. That's a show if you guys are like sci-fi but don't like, I guess, dragons or anything, or maybe The Boys is too much for you, or maybe you don't like Star Wars. That's a show I would say go watch. Presumed Innocent ended, well, at least season 1 ended this week. Is there anything you would recommend beyond the big 3?
The Bear season 3 is out right now. All episodes are out right now. So if you want to go binge that this weekend, you can. Of course, that's on Hulu. The top pick for me, though, going to the theater is A Quiet Place Day One.
Okay.
Releases this weekend. I'm very excited. It's getting pretty good reviews so far, and that just has me excited. I've always liked the first 2 Quiet Place movies, and so showing, I guess, the initial day of the invasion, I think is going to be cool. And I like Lupita Nyong'o. I like Joseph Quinn, and of course the rest of the cast. I think it's going to be a good one, so I definitely recommend that.
Yeah. So The Quiet Place Part 2. If you don't, as Michael mentioned, in The Quiet Place Part 2, we saw the first day, but in a very town. It wasn't an urban big city environment.
It was very much like a small town feel. This is
middle. I don't know where exactly they're located, but it was like, if you want to picture Middle America, small town. A baseball game was being played, a Little League baseball game was being played, and then this version of The Quiet Place, this version that's being released, that's in theaters right now. You're in a big city.
And arguably one of the loudest cities possible.
So how do you
with the
avoid
most dense
sound?
people?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you avoid sound? So, as you might imagine, we're actually gonna get clear views of the aliens. We saw them in the back half of the second movie. I think we're gonna see them throughout crawling down skyscrapers and other things.
Yeah.
And I say good luck to the people of that major city. It's not going to go well for them.
No, not at all. There's also Horizon American Saga Chapter 1.
Kevin Costner's movie.
If anyone wants to go watch that, it's limited release, but I would lean more towards Quiet Place Day One, just based off reviews and everything. Also, that movie is 3 hours.
I'm not sitting through a 3-hour Western. I'm sorry, it's not my thing.
Also, I feel like it's a Western that should have just been a television show.
Kevin Costner's like, look,
I gotta tell the story,
and I gotta do it in movie form. Yeah. You're. I know. Field of Dreams, and but you're John Dutton to me, and particularly if you're going to be doing this type of content.
Yeah,
you're always going to be John Dutton if you're going to do this. So Kevin Costner has a new epic. Apparently, he got a standing ovation at Cannes, and now
I got a whole rant about that.
I'm sure. Is it a 3-parter? Is it 3 movies?
It's like a 4 or 5-parter.
Oh, so has he filmed it all already?
He's filmed the first 2, and I think he's trying to get budget for the next 2 or whatever.
We'll see how the box office does.
This is like Western James Cameron with Avatar.
Basically,
pretty much.
Yeah. Right now,
except this won't make $1 billion.
In the opening Thursday, $800,000.
And I imagine
so won't make 8.
And I imagine the Na'vi are going to fare better in the rest of Avatar than the Native Americans are going to fare here.
Well,
history will tell you.
If
it's historically accurate, history's going to say not great by it. Well, not by us. I wasn't there for it. The Native Americans aren't going to fare well in this epic.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Thank you for separating yourself from the genocide of.
I was gonna say us as Americans,
no,
but I wasn't there for
not
it.
like us.
My people were doing something else.
The 90s Show Season 2 premieres on Netflix this weekend.
You got that.
Also.
Hey, I'm punch drunk. It's Friday. I see. I'm only minutes away from getting out of here, so I'm just dropping dropping bombs, I guess. Michael, I'm going to save you from me by ending the segment here. Michael Carroll, never controversial. Just listen to ComicCast, him and John Lee. You can find it on Apple and Spotify, but if you want to listen to it on radio, if you're driving around, 9 to 10 Fridays here on ESPN 97.5. Michael, thank you.
Thanks, Del.
I'm going to not lay another landmine at your feet so you can get out of here. We got one more segment to go. We'll be back.
Oh, landmine.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Before we go, let's go around the association. I mentioned doing this because we have some news. Sean, let them know what the Rockets have decided.
According to Jonathan Fagan of the Houston Chronicle, the Rockets have decided that they will not be offering maximum extensions for either Jalen Green or Alperen Şengün. They're I guess he says unlikely to offer either player a maximum this season.
Now, that doesn't mean that if they came to a number they both agreed to, by both I mean not only the players but the organization, that they could get a lot of money. It just won't be to the max level. Will these two guys wait and try to prove that they're max players? We don't know. We don't know that. We don't know that right now.
And they're, just to have it out there, their maxes are for as much as $225 million over 5 years.
Yeah. So if they gave them a max, it could have been 400 plus combined for both. That's not going to happen. We'll see if they can negotiate something, or is this going to be a point of contention all year long? Now, a team who decided to give one of their young players money, that team is the Toronto Raptors. They give Emmanuel Quickley, a guy they acquired in a trade that sent OG Anunoby to the Knicks, who also is getting a lot of money from Knicks. Emmanuel Quickley from the Raptors, 5 years, $175 million. So the combination of RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley, and Scotty Barnes are making like over 100. We'll make over $100 million in 25-26. That's what they're going to be making. I'm not sure that combination is going to lead the Raptors to any success, but they're in on those guys. So we'll see. It's a young core. I don't know if it's a good young core, but they're together for at least a little bit. And of course, anytime you sign somebody to a deal, you could trade them in a couple of years anyway. But as of now, the Raptors core is Quickley, Barnes, and Barrett. I don't know if it's scaring anybody, but that's what they've That's what they decided.
The killer BBQs. Because Barrett Barnes. Quickly.
Understood.
BBQ.
Understood.
That's all I got.
Yeah. I mean, they're the Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Kelly Eco saying that the Rockets aren't sure if they have a 1A, 5-star
player,
kind of player. Toronto Raptors.
Well, they think Scotty Barnes could be that guy. They're going to pay him that way.
At least they think that.
Some other news: the Dallas Mavericks are trading Tim Hardaway Jr. Now I'm blanking on the team. I had this on my head.
To the Pistons.
To the Pistons. That's right. And the Pistons are getting multiple second-round picks to make it happen and sending Quentin Grimes, the former Coug, to the Mavericks. So that's a cap clearing thing, obviously, and they're dumping that salary and taking picks in return to make it happen. And that's kind of big news right now because free agency begins on Sunday. Does Paul George opt in? A lot of people think if he opts in, that's a trade. He'll ask for a trade, and if he opts out, the Sixers may be there waiting. The Rockets will probably have to make do with a trade if they're going to acquire a big name. And you know what? Doesn't have to happen in June. Hell, doesn't even have to happen in July. Who knows who will shake loose between now and the start of the year? But the Rockets are going to be at the forefront of the offseason as they appear to be very active, at least when it comes to searching out names to elevate this roster. We're done for the week. Sean and I will be back on Monday. If the Rockets make a move, we'll talk about it. Certainly going to talk about the Astros and their weekend series against the Mets. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We are done, and that means what?
We did it!
That's right. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George on a Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, June 28th of 2024. The series that we have been waiting for. The blockbuster of disappointment turned into joy is finally here as the now 500 Houston Astros are looking to keep a 7-game winning streak going against the also now 500 New York Mets. 3 games in New York. Whoever wins this series, Joe George, is going to be over 500 for the first time this year.
Let's go. Let's get there. World Series Part 2 this year. Feeling good? Good?
I'm not going to call it the second World Series of the season for the Houston Astros. Their series against the Baltimore Orioles last weekend, considering they are one of the best teams in baseball, that I feel like is fair to say.
It is.
Even if it's tongue-in-cheek. But considering these two teams have 2 of baseball's most expensive payrolls, the Mets are in the $300 million club, $303.9 million. The Astros are 4th with a $273.05 million payroll. This is a series with a whole lot invested into it. I'm curious about everyone's feeling going into it because for the first time, they're playing a team that's really hot. And yeah, the Orioles were playing well.
They were
going into that series, but the Astros have always had the Orioles number. This is a different one because you don't really see the Mets that often.
No, you don't. And both teams are fighting for their lives of what they're going to do this season. I mean, the National League's a little bit easier right now to make the playoffs. I mean, there is not a lot of great baseball teams. The Mets at 500 are a game out of the wild card. They're the last team at 500 or above in the National League. Everyone else, from the Pittsburgh Pirates down to the Rockies, are under 500. So for the Mets, they're on the cusp of being a wild card team where they're probably not going to win the division this
How many
year.
teams are above 500?
So there's 15 teams.
Oh, great. Sorry, I forgot. We can't do math on the fly on this
So
show.
8?
8 teams are above 500 in the National League.
I believe so.
That sounds right. Keep hitting it. No, just counting aloud.
There's 7 teams 500.
You just counted aloud.
I was going to say there might be some teams that are at 500.
No, the only team at 500 is the Mets.
Okay.
At 500 or above, there's 7 in the National League. Look, you guys would challenge my math.
I didn't challenge anything.
I got to count out loud sometimes.
Honestly,
I didn't challenge anything.
I didn't use my fingers. I thought about it as a bit. I thought about it as a bit. Maybe take my shoes off, start counting my toes.
Oh, don't do that.
I mean, it wouldn't be the worst Joe performance we've seen in the last 24 hours, but hey.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Missoula still number 1.
Missoula pulled ahead in the rankings, I will say.
I'm just glad that we were all at the Sugarland Space Cowboys game last night and that we didn't have to watch it. I DVR'd it. I hope that everybody had fun. I hope that your guy did well. And to bring it back to the Astros and the Mets, similarly, a battle of teams that have underwhelmed us that we feel like aren't deserving of our love. But the Astros have played well of late. The Astros have won 9 of 11 since releasing Jose Abreu on June 14th. 2 of 3 against Detroit, 2 of 3 against the White Sox, 3 of 3 against the Orioles, 2 of 2 against the Rockies, while the Mets have won 11 of 13 since Grimace threw out the first pitch on June 12th. They won 2 games against the Marlins, swept the Padres, 2 of 3 against the Rangers, 2 of 3 against the Cubs, and had a 2-game sweep of the Yankees in their most recent series. New York not playing so well of late. But I'm excited for this series, and I am once again laying down the gauntlet.
Let's go.
Give me another sweep. I don't need to drop an F-bomb this time around, okay? We're keeping it cool for the kids. We're trying to set a positive example and be a role model going forward. And the Astros should be a role model for us. How about you beat a super hot team, which you just did last weekend, again? 1, 2, 3. Give me 3. I will take 2 or 3 this time around, though.
Yeah, 2 out of 3, because who's pitching Sunday?
That's a good question.
That's why I think asking
Not
for
me.
a sweep is... Paul, I think you did a good job.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
I know we'll get to it later, but I think you did a good job.
I didn't like my first pitch.
But you don't know who's pitching Sunday. But in the first 2 matchups, you've got, Blanco versus Jose Quintana. Jose Quintana's been good in his last 2 starts. He's been pretty solid this year. You look at just the baseline stats of earned runs allowed, he's given up 3 every single game, it seems like. He's not getting smoked a lot this year. He's kind of had a career renaissance in a way, I would say, because he was pretty bad his last couple years. But he's looked good for the Mets. So you've got him today versus Blanco, and then you've got McGill going on Saturday versus Fromber. So that's where I'd say you have the pitching matchup, the edge in both of those.
You should, especially with what you just saw from Fromber in particular, but also from Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, throughout the entire season, he's been awesome.
So Sunday, okay, throw somebody out there. We'll see what happens. And it's interesting that we are here Friday. It's noon, and that has not been determined. I think the first pitch tonight is at 6, so we'll probably figure out who's pitching Sunday, I would hope, in the middle of today's show at some point.
Yeah, they will either – I'm really fascinated what they're going to do, because if they were going to go with the Dubin route, I think they just would have committed to it by now and just told us that Dubin's going to be the guy. I'm wondering if they're waiting to see how really tonight's series, tonight's game
That's
goes.
probably it. Yeah, I mean, look, if you get into a situation like you did last Friday where after Bloss, you were forced to use a lot of bullpen arms, that will complicate it. That game did get out of hand. I mean, they're very, very fortunate that Blanco and Fromber answered the call the next 2 games, because Friday should have been a blowout and it became nut-hugging time at the very end of that one.
Yeah, it would be huge if you can kind of flip that here, where Blanco and Fromber give you 7 the next 2 days, and then you can go into Sunday, and you can handle it however you really want. Now, you don't have an off day. You go right to Toronto on Monday, and you got to take them on with Hunter Brown on the mound. But they've got a lot of options. But if they're going to go the Sugarland Space Cowboy route and bring someone up, you kind of got to make that decision tonight. They got to fly to New York. So if they don't have someone on a plane, I mean, I guess it sounds like the guy who we saw, Blue Ball, I think is how you say his name.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a guy in the Sugarland Space Cowboys. Shout out to them for hosting us last night for ESPN 97.5 Listener Night, and shout out to everybody who came out and hung out with us. It was a great time. They have a guy who's number 69, and his last name is Blue Ball. Now, I mean, we're children, so Blue Ball looks like other things.
Mm-hmm.
And number 69 is funny.
Yes.
Because we're children as well.
But he pitched last night, so he's not an option.
He's not an option.
Give me Forrest Whitley. I'm going to call my shot. Give me Forrest Whitley.
Honestly, it would be fun.
On Sunday.
It would be fun.
Even if you can only go 2 innings, opener, Forrest Whitley, do it.
Give me Forrest Whitley, but only if the Astros win the first 2 games.
Yeah. Oh, so if it's not Forrest Whitley, so if they win one, if they're 1-1, they got to just keep it to the bullpen game, most likely.
Yeah, I think so.
But if they're 2-0 and they've already won the series,
Forrest Whitley's fun if you've won the first 2 games.
It is fun. It's a good story if he's out there. Maybe he's a trade chip, for the New York Mets. If you ever want to trade for Pete Alonso, something like that, little show off on Sunday. Say, hey,
showcase, a
little Forrest Whitley showcase on Sunday to say, hey, we want Pete Alonso, Forrest Whitley, straight up.
But that's only if you've already won the last 2 games or the first 2 games, because that's when you can get cute.
Yeah.
If you can't get cute, Forrest Whitley, enjoy Sugarland.
I was kind of hoping that he was going to pitch last night, but he might have. I left a little early.
Do you think it kind of gave you Blue Ball?
Ha.
AJ Blue Ball.
Funny.
Thank you for
starting
that.
pitcher for last night.
We keep on having to clarify that probably the rest of the show, but I like that. Shout out to Blue Ball, and shout out to the catcher who caught my first pitch.
Do you know who caught your first pitch?
I do know who caught my first pitch, but again, I'm bad with names, so let me look it up really quickly because I actually have to tweet it out. But Luke Berryhill. Luke Berryhill was awesome. So,
the singer.
No.
Yes.
Is he a singer too?
He is a singer.
He is a catcher/singer.
Yeah.
Catcher/singer.
He is a country singer.
He's a country singer?
Yes, he is.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, we might have to hear some of his music.
Yeah,
over the
he
course of
is.
the show.
Source. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this one. Sources tell me that Luke Berryhill followed a ESPN 97.5 employee on Instagram last night.
Oh.
One of the ladies.
Oh.
Yes.
Interesting.
Sources tell me. Sorry to put you on blast there, Luke, but that did happen.
Listen, what's wrong with following somebody
It's not
else?
crime.
If you meet somebody, they become a friend.
Yeah, you just don't DM them and say, miss you, like the one kid did from East River.
But hang on. You can't Joe, what you just said made it seem like Luke Berryhill just did that.
Luke, I said he didn't do it.
Okay, but the way that you said it, you made it seem like he just did the same thing.
Okay, so inside baseball.
This is the problem. You're doing too much inside baseball here.
I'm going to explain it.
Okay.
We were at a remote broadcast one time, and a server at a restaurant followed one of our promo team members on Instagram, and then like 2 days later just DM'd her, said, "Miss you." And it was really uncomfortable and awkward. That happened. Let's go
that
Astros.
server did that, not Luke Berryhill,
Not Luke Berryhill.
who caught Paul's first pitch,
Which I
and is
think was
also
very
a country
good.
singer.
But here's the thing, too, and I don't like you throwing Luke Berryhill under the bus there, because Luke Berryhill told me that was the best first pitch he received all season.
Who else did he tell that to?
Shut up. Jeremy also heard that, and Jeremy threw his first pitch with his son in his hand. But listen, I don't like that you just blew up his spot there.
Sorry, Luke.
You should be sorry.
This is something about the Space
What's
Cowboys
wrong
players.
with following somebody on Instagram?
Blair Henley, Luke, like it's just like I hear Space Cowboys. And
He's
I'm
a
like,
baseball player.
Target acquired.
He's a baseball player. This other person who you talked about is no offense to all the waiters out there, but following somebody on Instagram that you just served food to and then DMing them "miss you" 2 days later, that is strange.
That is strange.
You just. I don't like what you did
Paul's
to my
mad at
friend
me.
Luke
Paul's
Berryhill.
Paul's mad at me.
My friend Luke Berryhill, we could be a great battery mate. Next time that I'm out there, I'm gonna throw it as fast as I can.
No, what you have to do, you have to demand that Luke Berryhill catches it like you're Framber Valdez.
Yes. Oh, you have a personal catcher.
Yeah, you have
Next
a personal catcher
A
now.
personal catcher, yeah. Look, I'll say it now. We're gonna move in and continue to talk about the Astros and Mets series, but
Less about the Space Cowboys, probably.
I'm really disappointed in my first pitch. I'm really disappointed in it. I mean, I know it was accurate, but I keep on watching it back, and I'm like, oh. I look, and I hate to throw ladies under the bus here, but I look like I'm throwing it like a girl. See, he's not even saying anything to that. He knows that's correct. I did not step into it. I have thrown baseballs fast before, not anywhere close to professional league, or probably would be low speed for high school too, at least good high schools. But I am very disappointed with my first pitch. I'm very disappointed in it.
I have a follow-up question here.
Akalon says on Twitter, it's up there, by the way.
When you say you've watched it a couple times,
I've watched it a lot.
What is that? Like, give me a rough number.
Probably like 25 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was expecting there to be a higher number than that, so I think 25 is
Well, I'm
acceptable.
trying to stop watching it because my therapist tells me you need to stop beating yourself up over very small things that no one else cares about. But guess what? You're on the Paul Gallant Show with Joe George.
I was like, whoa. Whoa. Name change.
Listen, this is how I just express my thoughts, and this is what's going through my mind.
We
right
can
now.
ask for a redo.
No. I gotta wait until next year. I'm gonna work really hard.
It was a strike, though.
It
I'm
was a
rewatching
strike. It was a strike.
Orion seemed happy.
Orion, shout out to Orion. It is hot as balls outside, and to wear a mascot suit.
We were cooking last night out there.
Oh, no, it was rough. People are saying at least it was better than BK. Well, yeah, obviously it was going to be better than BK. I was a great high school football player at the lowest level of high school football in Florida, so obviously it was going to be a good pitch. Like as far as accuracy, but it looks terrible. Anyway, sorry. No one cares about this. Let's go on and George. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros are on a roll since getting rid of Jose Abreu. They've won 9 of 11. The Mets, as I said before, have won 11 of 13 since Grimace, the McDonald's mascot, threw out the first pitch on June 12th. Coming up next, what is Grimace? We need to figure this out. I am very confused by Grimace's existence and the fact that all of New York is leaning into this now that the Mets are good for a brief moment in time. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
to Paul Gallant and Joe George, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, ladies, man, I know you're running around that bar, chasing them ladies, man.
So this is Luke Berryhill.
I know you're out there breaking hearts just as
Not bad.
fast as you can. Yeah, I understand. 'Cause forever's never even crossed your mind. We get a time. Take it from future you. You'll meet this girl. She'll have blue eyes.
Okay.
And a third row pew. And she'll change your world.
So this is a song.
Well, love song.
A song written to a ladies' man who's living the time of his life, but he's empty inside.
I think Luke is a better singer than a baseball player.
And you
And
yet
that-
you
and I'm
shamed
not-
him
no, and I'm
for
not-
having the gall to follow
I'm not
somebody on Instagram.
Disrespecting his baseball career. I'm saying he's a good singer.
You disrespected his.
I
his
like
game.
country music, so I think this is pretty solid here.
I was wondering, what do we check off on the boxes of country song cliches?
Got a little twang.
Will there be any references to trucks, beers, dogs, fishing, hunting? No, but we did have a reference to a girl.
And church.
Yeah.
We got church in
Yeah,
there,
love
too.
song, church involved.
Yeah.
Checks the good box.
So he caught the first pitch that I threw to him, and he said it was the best one that he got all year, but apparently he told Jeremy Branham the exact same thing.
But you went second.
Yeah, did you go first or second?
He went second.
I went second.
So technically, he didn't lie to you.
Maybe you just topped Jeremy.
Yeah,
Jeremy
exactly.
was number one.
Jeremy was
for
number one
30
for
seconds.
I don't like it.
5 seconds.
I don't like what I threw, especially considering I've thrown fast before. I hesitated and did not want to throw it as hard as I possibly could, and I'm mad about that. Akalon says on Twitter, if you want to see it, at Joe George Radio, at Shawnee Mapes Behind the Glass. The Mets have been red hot. They'll play the Astros this weekend in Queens since Grimace, the McDonald's mascot, threw out the first pitch. And there's been a lot of conversation, Joe, about last night's debate. I don't understand why no one was talking about this moment that happened during the debate.
I don't know how you do it. I put together some really impressive deals. But this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing. A big and tasty for just $1? How do you do it? What's your secret?
There's Grimace. Blinked twice.
Got a buck? You're in luck. Because you can get a delicious Beefy Big and Tasty, a McChicken sandwich, and lots of your other favorites on McDonald's Dollar Menu every day.
Together, Grimace, we could own this town.
I mean, you used to be able to afford that before inflation and stuff.
Yeah, the dollar menu doesn't really exist anymore. It's like the $1.50 menu.
Yeah, you can't change it from the dollar menu.
But I think they still brand it the dollar.
Is it still the dollar menu and it's $2.50?
I know
think
Taco Bell's like that.
Some things are like $2, but
Yeah.
it's still the dollar menu.
Yeah, Taco Bell's like that too. They say it's a dollar menu. It's not. It's false advertising. Us fats don't want to spend a lot of money. Okay.
Hey, don't say that about yourself.
You called me fat this week.
No, you said that players are soft, and I said you shouldn't be able to
No, I
call
said he
someone
gets hurt a
soft
lot.
if your belly looks soft.
That's calling me fat.
No, that's not.
Semantics.
That's talking around it.
You look fat.
It's talking around it.
Mm-hmm.
So Grimace, for those who don't know, is a McDonald's mascot and has become the unofficial mascot of the New York Mets to the point where the Empire State Building, arguably the biggest frontrunner building in American history,
Number one.
It changed its color to purple this week.
In honor of Houston?
No, not in honor of Houston on June 27th, and not even in honor of Gay Pride Month. It did it to pander to a corporate overlord, McDonald's, and Grimace, who knows what the hell it is. Grimace is this big purple blob. For those who don't know, that's a McDonald's mascot. I guess he was invented in 1971 per Roy T. Burgle Jr., the McDonald's vice president of advertising back in the day. The original Grimace was scaly, mean-looking, had 4 arms and no charm whatsoever. Evil Grimace was inadvertently scaring away young customers, so they changed him to a soft, plush, 2-armed blob of a sweetheart who only wanted McDonald's milkshakes and to hang out with Ronald.
Okay.
Sounds like a real winner.
Yeah, he's a follower, not a leader, very clearly.
This is a beta or delta male for sure.
Like this article says from today.com says, and Eric the driver texted this in too, I believe. He is the embodiment of a milkshake.
Isn't that just a milkshake then?
I guess because he doesn't have there's no cup.
Why is he purple?
There's a purple milkshake.
But it's the Grimace milkshake is the purple.
But the Grimace milkshake came out much later.
Yes, the Grimace milkshake actually came out last year for his 52nd anniversary, and it went viral as a trend where people made horror movies on TikTok mocking the effects of drinking the milkshake. So they would show people drinking the Grimace milkshake, be like, ha ha ha, and then they would show them like dead in a subway station with like purple goo coming out of their nose.
What's the McDonald's documentary that everyone knows?
Super Size Me?
Super Size Me?
Yes.
Is he a chicken nugget? Because at one point we see how chicken nuggets are made. It's like that pink, purplish goo.
Oh, ew.
Is that what Grimace is? Grimace.
Don't ruin chicken nuggets too at McDonald's.
I don't think they're doing that in the 70s.
Oh boy.
You think there's real chicken in the 70s?
Yes.
Okay.
It's always been
All right.
real chicken. We love to see you smile. I'm loving it. Whether he's a taste bud, a milkshake, or just your favorite purple blob.
A taste bud?
The best part about Grimace is that he means different things to different people. Whatever he is, we're just proud our bestie makes people happy.
I mean, so he's not. It doesn't matter it's what he stands for is what matters.
So for us, he stands for lean.
I was gonna say Mets wins, but
Mets wins is what he stands for.
Yeah, Blob is somehow the one I'm most okay with. I don't like him being a milkshake because, again, purple. Also, not a milkshake. He's a blob. Taste bud. What?
That's a weird one.
What are we even talking about?
In 1977, Grimace got a family member incorporated. A kindly uncle that came every March to sell Shamrock Shakes named Uncle O'Grimacy, which is very racist.
Yeah, that's not. I'm offended.
I'm offended by that.
Even though the
Uncle O'Grimacy, we don't all have O's in our last name.
I did.
You did?
Technically, yeah.
Are you guys O George?
Yeah, when we came over,
and they snipped the O.
They snipped the O when they got here.
Man, that's a bummer because I would think that most Irish folks would want to have some Irish in their last name, and especially not to have like the name of, I don't know, a tyrannical English king.
Yeah.
As their last name.
Well, maybe they got rid of it.
Well, they got rid of the O.
Yeah.
At least the O makes it seem like, oh, I'm Irish. I've been conquered by the British, as opposed to George. George does sound English.
It does. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because I'm part of. I do have part of me that's part of Ireland that you hate. Just to be honest.
Oh, Northern Ireland.
Yeah, there's a little bit of me in
Explains a lot. You big Rory fan, you, huh?
I just feel attacked this week.
Well, listen, I just lashed out. I'm lashing out because I don't like the first pitch I threw at the Space Cowboys game last night.
I can't get over the blatant nepotism that's happening at McDonald's with Uncle O'Grimacy and Grimace.
I mean, it's not quite Bronny James getting drafted yesterday.
It's pretty bad.
But, I mean, it's pretty bad.
We don't even know what Grimace is. Now his uncle gets the
Yeah, his uncle gets a shake. It comes back every single year. Bronny's going to be in the league for like a year and a half. Like, he won't last.
Yeah.
O'Grimacy is here to stay. I bet you O'Grimacy comes back this year.
He should.
I feel like we're on a Grimace hot streak.
Yeah, I think Grimace is hot right now.
Also, why did they have Grimace throw out a first pitch? Like, what inspired that? Like, I'm like, hey, like,
here's Grimace.
Here's Grimace. Like I'm curious, like, what's the reason behind it?
Probably McDonald's.
But why wouldn't you get Ronald?
Threw a little money out
But
there.
is there why don't you get Ronald McDonald? B, is there like some sort of thing coming out? Like, what is he promoting?
That is probably the reason that he was out there, but
to celebrate his birthday.
It was his birthday. Got it. Okay. Well, why would you use Ronald McDonald? Ronald McDonald. No offense to Ronald McDonald. Okay, we wish him well, but clowns, they just don't work anymore. People are scared of clowns, and there is a vibe with Ronald McDonald that he would perhaps live under a sewer and, pull a small child down underneath there who's chasing a newspaper boat.
I was about to ask, did it ruin clowns for America?
But Joker kind of brought him back.
I don't think people love clowns. I still don't think people love clowns. I think if you bring a clown to a child's birthday, there's like a 75% chance everyone's gonna be.
Yeah,
end up screaming.
I wouldn't consider it. Like when Joseph turns 4.
But obviously, McDonald's thought like, who should be the face of McDonald's? A clown.
I mean, I guess I think it's Grimace now. Grimace is the face of Mickey D's.
Not the Hamburglar, I guess.
I've always been a hamburger guy.
Yeah, Hamburger's gone.
I love a bad boy.
Yeah, they probably don't want to be promoting Hamburglar these days with all the shops that are getting broken into and such. What are the other McDonald's mascots? 713-780-3776.
Mayor McCheese.
Mayor McCheese.
And Officer O'Mac or
Officer
something?
Big Mac.
Officer Big Mac.
No, you're again.
They're all Irish. It's McDonald. It's Grimace.
Birdie the Early Bird. The Fry Kids. Captain Crook. The McNugget Buddies. Sunday.
Some of these gotten lazy.
Bernice. The Happy Meal Gang. Happy Meal Gang's a little scary.
That's
I'm
a
looking at the
rough
pictures.
gang.
Yeah, that's a rough gang there. No, there are no Crips. There are no Bloods. They're worse. Something straight out of cartel land.
So, Paul, how old were you in 98?
How old was I in 98? I would have been 9.
I remember watching this movie a lot because I was 6. Did you ever watch The Wacky Adventures of Ronald McDonald?
No.
It was a movie.
There was a movie?
Yeah.
Did we get a little bit more about Grimace's backstory?
No, but he's in there. So is the Hamburglar.
Okay.
Like it's like a scary movie.
It's a scary movie.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, it's a kid's scary movie.
Oh.
But I was 6 when it came out.
Okay. Well,
I mean, IMDb gives it a 6.6 out of 10.
You know what? That's not bad.
It's better than Acolyte.
For a purely like this is an ad for McDonald's. That's a pretty high score considering it's obviously an ad.
That's probably better than most blockbuster movies with the payrolls of the Astros and the Mets being only 500 teams this year. That is on the table. This is the equivalent of a summer box office disaster, both of these teams. And it's great that they're both playing well, especially the Astros. But if you could compare this to any blockbuster disaster, what would you compare it to? Plus, there was a debate last night, and there were moments that actually allow us to stick to sports. You're going to hear some intense debate, not about our nation's future, about golf. Next, stick around, Gallant George.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
I don't know if the 2024 Houston Astros and 2024 New York Mets are quite the box office flops that Waterworld starring Kevin Costner was. That movie cost $300 million. I guess it at least made 200 something back. Or remember this, starring Riggins from Friday Night Lights? You probably don't because no one actually saw it. John Carter, which starred William Dafoe, Taylor Kish, and Bryan Cranston. It lost $255 million at the box office. A 2012 Disney action movie.
I remember like the trailer for this coming out, but I never saw it.
I don't even remember the trailer.
Oh, you know what? No, I'm thinking of a different movie. I'm thinking of the video game, Prince of Persia.
Prince of Persia.
They made a movie about that. I don't think I ever saw that
with
one,
Jake Gyllenhaal. Supposedly,
that's what it was. Yeah.
Supposedly that one did okay. I don't think it did great. There's some other ones on this list, like movies that were box office flops. And look, the Astros and Mets are playing a lot better. I'm happy that the Astros are playing better. I don't want to sound like I'm dumping on the Astros. But, I mean, fourth biggest payroll in all of baseball. We're talking $270+ million. Did you ever see The 13th Warrior?
No.
So this movie, conceptually, should have been awesome. Had Antonio Banderas. It's essentially like 13 warriors that are fighting against, I believe, aliens. I think I watched this, like I snuck watched this once when I was like 10, 11 years old on TNT. Lost $227 million in 1999 money.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it any good? Because there's a couple movies on this list that I've seen that I don't hate, I would say. The King Arthur, Legend of the Sword.
That was the one starring the guy from Sons of Anarchy, right?
I think Charlie Hunnam's fine in that. Like,
and it was a
it's
Guy
an
Ritchie
okay,
movie, too.
Yeah, it's an okay movie. It's not, I get why it's a bust, but it's not the worst movie. The worst movie on this list, in my opinion, is Wonder Woman 1984.
Wonder Woman 1984
Awful.
was really, really bad. And that was the moment in time where I decided I'm never going to watch in theaters another superhero movie.
Dark Phoenix, that's on here too. The X-Men movie, also very, very bad.
Didn't even hear about that one. But the
Sons of Stark is the Dark Phoenix.
The Wonder Woman 84 was coming off of the original Wonder Woman, which got its ass kissed for some reason that I really can't understand. It was good enough for sure, but considering a movie had Gal Gadot, it had Pedro Pascal. It had Chris Pine, and it had Kristen Wiig. I mean, they had a lot of big names in this one.
The script was terrible.
It was rough.
It was so bad.
It was rough.
Pedro was not his best performance.
Astros and Mets are better than Wonder Woman 84.
And the Mets, I mean, they're arguably the biggest blockbuster flop of all time in 2023.
Last year. Correct. I mean, they traded Verlander, they traded Scherzer, and I don't even really know what they got to show for it on the field this year.
Nothing. I mean, Gilbert's not up. Clifford's not up. I don't know what they got for Scherzer. So they're not. Yeah, so if this was last year's Mets, they'd be number one on this list. Now, $300 million, which when you said that, it kind of startled me. I didn't realize their payroll is still that high.
Not even the highest. Surprisingly, the Yankees are number one this year.
At least they're winning. I mean, the Mets were so bad last year, and they're still above $300 million. It's crazy.
It's because they made those trades and still ate the contracts of Verlander and Scherzer.
Yeah, they're eating like half of Verlander's contract this year and next year.
It is noteworthy that the Yankees are starting to play poorly. People in New York are starting to grumble about the Yankees, and maybe it's because they just lost to the Mets, but just something to monitor for now. The American League, perhaps the teams at the top, not as dominant as we thought they were to open the year. We've been so focused on the Astros struggles, we haven't really looked outside of our house.
I mean, if history repeats itself, the last time the Yankees lost a series versus the team the Astros were playing next, the Astros swept the Orioles. Orioles take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. Astros sweep the Orioles. Mets take 2 out of 2 from the Yankees. Astros sweep the Mets.
Let's do it.
1 + 1 = 4.
I like that. Speaking of 1 + 1 = 4 logic, last night's debate made us all feel like that. There was a moment that actually allows us to stick to sports because not once, but twice did a former president and our current president brag about their golf game. Here's part one.
Just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I had, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act like children.
You are a child.
I mean, it went from your 6 handicap to 8 handicap to let's not act like children to you're a child. I mean, thank God these two are running for president this year. There was more golf talk. The moderators did a poor job here. This is a moment that they should have cut off both of their mics and say, no one actually gives a bleep. Like, anyone talking about their handicap, like, you can kiss my ass too. Actual good golfers out there, no one cares. No one cares. I don't even know what it means. Here's more handicap talk featuring President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump.
It's not even senior. 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in.
Oh, my God.
I have so many questions.
Do we even ask them? Do we even need to ask them after last night? I'm so glad we got to go to a minor league baseball game instead. Seriously, the Space Cowboys treated us to a great time.
Yeah. won't waste my time watching another one of those. Because I watched it last night. I went home, put the kid to bed, watched the boys, watched the debate. Not gonna watch the next one September 10th.
I wanted to be entertained by it, and I thought I would be, and I wasn't.
I just felt cringy the whole time watching it.
Yeah.
But it's just so funny. Like it's this random golf debate.
I love that.
Like it's out of really nowhere. It seemed.
There's no way. There's no way you could golf at 50 yards. There's no way you're a 6 handicap. I'm an 8.
Like he sounds so bad. He sounds so bad.
Anyway.
But
maybe we should embrace a little debate here.
Oh, embrace debate. Should the presidential election be determined by a golf match?
No, I don't think so. No, I think it should be an actual. No offense, John Granado, an actual sport. Can we do an actual sport for this?
What are these
Oklahoma
two?
drill.
Yeah. Oh.
There we go.
I mean, someone's gonna die. One of them would.
All right, then we have our president.
I mean, what happens if they both go down?
They have vice presidents, right?
I mean,
you're next in line. Let's do it.
To be honest, like Donald does, like eat McDonald's. He hangs out with Grimace every single night.
It was funny in the commercial. Obviously, no one got to see it. He did at the end put his arm around Grimace. It was very touching.
Together, we're gonna roll this down.
Yeah.
Well, our good friend Cody Stoots was engagement farming last night in the midst of the debate. Debate this: breakfast for dinner, yes or no? We got a lot of responses. Got a lot of conversation. But maybe we need to do a little bit of debating here on the show. We had hot dogs last night.
Yes.
Should you put ketchup on a hot dog? We won't do that. Is a hot dog a sandwich? We care too much about you. Okay.
What a pivot!
I betrayed my home last night.
You did. What'd you do?
I put hot dog on I put ketchup on my hot dog.
You put a hot dog on your hot dog. I was about to say, that sounds very American.
Yeah.
That sounds actually good.
Yeah. Sometimes if I'm in the mood. But
So I used to do ketchup, and I used to never do mustard, and I used to never do relish. But gotta have mustard and relish, and burn my dog. Burn it a little bit, not too much.
Yeah.
I like the little char marks on there.
Just a little, yeah, exactly. The char marks.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Because it's like the big thing is people always say is you don't put ketchup on like a Chicago dog, like where I grew up.
Why not? Where I grew up.
It doesn't belong.
There's
'Cause
17 other things on
so
it.
much stuff on there.
Yeah.
The ketchup, it tastes weird with it.
Why did specifically the hot dog become as popular as it did? I've said this a couple of times before. Of all of the phallic-shaped meats that we have,
Yes.
I mean, it's by far the worst.
Oh, 100%.
We don't like. What's wrong with kielbasa? What's wrong with sausage? Like kielbasa and sausage got a little spice, a little extra something to it. I suppose hot dogs are very easy to make.
It's
They're
easy.
cheap, but
I think it's those. I think it's cheap and easy.
okay, that
It's
would make
cheap.
sense.
It's easy. You can do it a million different ways.
Boiling it. Ugh.
That's gross.
You can have like 7 of them.
Yeah.
That's true. You can have a few. I wish I had another one last night. It was very good.
I went back for a pretzel.
Pretzel, okay.
Yeah.
Go to Embrace Debate. This is what they should have been talking about last night. Ideal foods to have at a baseball game.
Hot dog, pretzel.
Popcorn.
Yeah, I think popcorn over pretzel.
Gotta do popcorn.
Space Cowboys do endless popcorn
What?
buckets.
I wish I would have known that.
I didn't know that.
Last night. I would have.
Sam's dad did it last night.
Oh, no.
Yeah, like they gave him like a nice like a little bucket. It wasn't a massive bucket, but it's a good size.
Solid one.
Like a solid size. Apparently, it's endless popcorn.
Zero Fold is saying the perfect hot dog has mayonnaise and sauerkraut plus jalapeno.
Huh.
I would agree with the jalapeno. I don't know if I could do mayonnaise on a hot dog.
I've done it before.
If you told me it's aioli, though, I'd probably change my mind. Because
Yeah.
mayo
Garlic
grosses me
aioli.
out, but if you say it's aioli, I'll be like, oh, yeah, that sounds good.
Ooh, classy.
It's literally the same thing. 713-780-3776 to call it to text it. And a texter from the 682 says, ketchup is for 6-year-olds. Damn, dog. Damn.
6-year-olds eat ketchup. Or 6-year-olds eat hot dogs.
I mean,
That's all they eat, right?
I don't know why ketchup is for 6-year-olds.
Yeah, what the hell is that all about?
Yeah, this is America.
I'm
You
not.
can put whatever you want on your hot dog.
I'm not dipping my steak in ketchup.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
But
Like,
when I was a little kid, I did. When I was 6, I did.
I thought that's okay.
Yeah, back because you're getting it well done generally when you're a kid,
Yeah,
right?
you don't know any
You don't. Yeah, you don't know any better.
Yeah.
We have a call 713-780-3776. Pena wants to weigh in on my first pitch. Pena, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo.
First of all, ketchup absolutely goes on a glizzy. There's no if or buts about it. It has to go on a glizzy.
It has to.
And
Interesting.
second of all, I just watched your first pitch, Paul. In the great words of Hamilton Porter, you play ball like a girl.
Yeah, I threw it like a girl. I don't disagree with Pena there. If you can look at my first pitch. Akalon says, Jeremy and I threw first pitches last night. Jeremy had a child in his left arm as he threw it, and he threw it.
It's a good defense mechanism.
Yeah, it was. It was.
It's
I
such
mean,
a great.
He really was just like, if this goes wrong, no one can criticize me.
But a little bit of throwing the baby Brandon under the bus.
I mean, he would
of
be.
built-in excuse.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I love it. It's a beautiful moment. I'm sure they'll cherish it for the rest of their lives.
I got nervous while winding up, and I half-assed it. I'm a hardo, and I half-assed something.
Yeah, I was really.
How can I call out James Harden ever again?
I thought you were gonna gas it in there. I was surprised when I saw your
Because they
pitch,
gave me
I
a real
will say.
baseball, and I threw it around a couple of times, and I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be fine. But truly, while I was winding up, I got in my own head, and I was like, I don't want to be this guy. I don't want to be this guy. So I ended up being that guy.
You were that guy. You were that guy.
Or, as Pena said, that girl. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll do debates the rest of the show. Stupid debates. Better than what's your golf handicap. We'll also talk Astros and Mets, the World Series of disappointment, though these two teams are both playing very well over the last couple of weeks. But up next, this might be the worst thing to happen to sports in years. You'll find out what that is next. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Did you watch the thing last night and feel like you needed a little bit to drink? Well, guess what? Pendleton Whiskey's got you covered. You know what you do with a little Pendleton Whiskey in your life? You get a cocktail glass, 2 fingers worth of delicious amber goodness with 1 rock. It's really good. Or you can blend it with an iced coffee. I like it too. Pendleton Whiskey is smooth, refreshing. It's not too sweet. It's just the way that I like my whiskey. And the reason it's so good is because of the amazing ingredients that make it up. First off, you got the finest northern grains from the Great Plains of the Pacific Northwest. Beautiful country out there. Also, This stuff is cut with glacier water from Oregon's Mount Hood, and then it's barrel-aged at American oak. You blend it all together. You get something that's going to satisfy your inner cowboy. It's so good. You can see all of the different Pendleton whiskey editions on their website, pendletonwhiskey.com. You can also see all sorts of different cocktails that you can make. You can make a margarita with Pendleton. You can make a Bloody Mary with Pendleton. Check them out. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition. Get some today.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I got 3 push notifications for this last night. This is the worst moment in recent sports history. Yes, sports history. Something that we all thought was possible happened. And it's just such an embarrassing look for the once proud Los Angeles Lakers, who should immediately have to give up the 5 Minnesota titles that they stole from Minneapolis. No argument on that one, Joe, because they drafted Bronny James last night. Excuse me, yesterday afternoon, because day 2 of the NBA draft for some reason started at 3 p.m.
I don't have an issue with them drafting Bronny.
I do. This is a horrible, horrible move. The guy has never been good. He's 6'1". There are no metrics that indicate he will ever be a good player in the NBA. We didn't see Michael Jordan's son get drafted into the NBA.
They played. They tried. But they both were terrible, like Bronny. Michael also I think he was out of the league by the time Marcus and Jeffrey were in the league. Unless they might have been. I think they were still in college when he was playing for Washington.
This is the worst example of nepotism in sports history. He has no reason to be in the NBA. The guy had a heart attack last year. So from a health perspective, do we believe he can play in the NBA? From a on the court perspective, he doesn't score. He was playing off the bench. Does he play defense? I don't know. He's a 2nd-round pick at 6'1".
Yeah, I mean, he did not deserve to be drafted.
That's what bothers me. He did not deserve to get picked, and they picked him entirely because LeBron James' contract expires Saturday at 2. That's why they did it.
They did, but I think this is the extreme example of this where LeBron's on the team, so it's why he got drafted. But to me, it seems like so many guys in the NBA who don't belong, and they're just there because their dads played in the league. Like or in front offices or coaches. I mean, look now Steven Silas, maybe he's a good assistant coach, but the only reason why he's in the league is because of his dad. So in basketball, there seems to be more nepotism than any sport. I would say. I mean, because at least now in the NFL, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a top 5 pick. You know, like it's Jerry Rice's kid almost didn't go drafted. He went in the 6th round, I think it was. You have it happening, but not to this extreme. He did not deserve to get drafted. I feel bad for Bronny, to be honest.
I don't know. Now
he should have gone back to college. He's got people giving him a lot of bad advice. He should have gone back to college. He should have gone to Duquesne, where LeBron's high school coach is coaching. He did not belong at USC. Eric Musselman would not have wanted him there. He should have gone back to college, developed, tried to make a couple NCAA tournament runs, and maybe you're actually worth drafting. Instead, he's going to be the last player on the bench. Because is LeBron even going to let him go to the G League?
I don't know.
And, like, he's not a G League draw.
No, he's not.
Like that. People are trying to spin that narrative that he's going to be Caitlin Clark for the G League. Here's the problem.
So dumb.
As soon as he's good in the G League,
that's not going to happen.
Exactly, it won't happen. But if he is good in the G League, then he would just get called up to the Lakers in the G League instead, or he's going to be terrible in the G League, and you can't send him to the G League because what if he's terrible there?
Mm-hmm.
Like, which he will be. He's not a good basketball player.
He's not good enough to play professionally, and I don't feel bad for him. He got drafted, and another person should have been drafted there, and that the Lakers did this so that LeBron James will opt in tomorrow to his contract. It's so transparent. Everyone sees through it. And we needed 3 push notifications from the ESPN app on our phone. We got one for the actual selection.
Yeah.
We got another one because of J.J. Redick and Rob Pelinka celebrating it. And then we got a third one because LeBron James delivered a champagne toast to it. How are they not embarrassed by this? Like, that's what I don't understand. I texted 2 of my best friends who are Laker fans last night, and they're both so embarrassed by this. Any Lakers fan should be embarrassed by this. I get that you want to keep LeBron. I understand that side of it. And I understand that the Laker way is treating our stars better than any other franchise. But this is just such a bad look for sports. He has never been good at the collegiate level. What makes you think he will be good at a semi-pro level?
He won't be.
And Joe, we heard that apparently Rich Paul was telling people that he would play in Australia.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the part that actually annoyed me the most is just where I think LeBron's just being a very bad dad, right? Like, just to be honest. The idea, like, Rich Paul is doing all these interviews and saying, we're not going to force someone's hand. We're not going to do this. Anyone can take Bronny. We're as excited as going to be in the league. Bronny is doing interviews at the combine saying, I don't want to be here just because of my dad. I want to be here because of me and what I can do as a basketball player. In which he then had a very good NBA combine, shooting, all the athletic testing was good. But then you get to the draft, and clearly teams are thinking about taking Bronny for some reason. And Rich Paul's then telling them, hey, if you take him, he's going to go play on Australia. If you're not the Lakers or the Suns.
That's
crazy.
That other part too, this obsession with bending to the whims of these super agents, I hate it. I really do. And look, guys like David Mulligeta in the NFL and guys like Rich Paul, they deserve credit for the empires that they've built up. But these organizations that are essentially bending the knee to these super agents with the idea that these agents are going to make good on the other side of it. They're never going to do something for you.
Make good.
You know?
Like they don't ever go, hey, you drafted Bronny, so the next time a Rich Paul, a clutch agent, a clutch player is available, I'm going to convince that guy who has nothing to do with Bronny to take $10 million less on his contract. That doesn't happen.
No.
It is not how the world works in sports. And the idea that that's going to happen for these teams is so stupid. Who cares? Like Clutch is not this almighty, powerful organization you have to bend the knee to. They don't have that many great basketball players. They have Braun, who's going to be out of the league in 2 years.
Know.
Maybe 3. Like, he's not going to play with his kid. Like, is LeBron going to play in the last minute of the game when they're up by 30 on the Pistons? Because that's when Bronny James plays in the NBA.
I bet it's the last game of the year when the Lakers are way out of playoff contention. There'll be like a bunch of rumors. Oh, Bronny might dress for tonight's game. And LeBron James is going to go into J.J. Redick's office and put his jersey on the desk like it's Rudy.
What is it? What do you
think? Coach, you need to put in my son.
What does he call him?
Dad?
Does he call him Dad on the court?
He's got to call him Dad. Dad, give me the ball.
Dad, I'm open.
Yeah, LeBron, father. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Astros taking on the Mets this weekend. Both teams red hot. Who's hotter? Who's got the better resume over the last couple of weeks? Embrace debate because there was a debate last night. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. One of these teams will be over 500 by the end of the weekend. Will it be the Astros, who have won 9 of 11 since cutting Jose Abreu June 14th? They took 2 of 3 against the 25th place in all of baseball Tigers, 2 of 3 against the 29th place in all of baseball White Sox, 3 of 3 against the 3rd place in all of baseball Orioles, 2 of 2 against the 30th place of all of baseball Colorado Rockies. They have had a very easy schedule, and the Orioles. And ironically, the series where they were the most impressive was the one against those Baltimore Orioles, Joe.
It's been a very surprising turnaround, to say the least.
Yeah.
Like think back, the Detroit series is good, but then you have that first game with the White Sox, and it just feels like everything is going to unravel once again. The vibes are bad, and then the White Sox play little league level quality baseball against you. But that's where it really feels like things are turning around. They've handled it this month very well. They've had performances from guys like Eric Eddy, who've been terrible, but then you've seen really good bounce back performances. You've continued to have injuries, which is crazy. Kyle Tucker, Justin Verlander.
Tucker's been on since June 3rd.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I don't know how they're doing it.
The
but
more I think about it, I don't understand how Kyle Tucker's still not playing.
I don't either, and hopefully he's back soon. I mean, I do understand how they've won 9 of 11. They've played 3 really bad teams. Honestly, they should have won 10 of 11 because they should have swept the White Sox. You can make the case they should have won 11 of 11 if you really want to get greedy. But they have a chance, if they win 2 or 3 this weekend, to be back over 500. And I'm curious as to how many people believe that what they've done is more impressive than what the New York Mets have done. The Mets have won 11 of 13. Everyone is saying since Grimace threw out the first pitch, that turned the Mets season around. They've won 11 of 13 since June 12th. winning 2 or 3 against the Marlins, 27th best team in baseball, sweeping the Padres, 12th best team in baseball, 2 or 3 against the Rangers, 24th best team in baseball. Wow, Rangers. 2 or 3 against the Cubs, 22nd best team in baseball. 2 of 2 against the Yankees, 4th best team in baseball, but they're 2-8 in their last 10. That's a slightly more impressive resume than the Astros, but they too are beating up on bums.
It's
Patrick Bateman style.
It's slight. The Mets is technically more impressive, but you have the Yankees in their worst stretch of baseball of the season. But the Astros, like, it's the 29th and 30th place teams in baseball. The White Sox and the Rockies is part of this.
Yeah.
So the Mets is a little bit longer. It's just semantics here, but it's 11 out of 13. So they've done a couple more games since scrimmage throughout the first pitch versus when Abreu was cut. So I give the Mets the slight edge of what's technically more impressive, just based on if you average out standings of where these teams are at the moment. But the Astros run's been very good. The Mets is just, I would say, like 2% better.
2% better?
Just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit.
2%. Okay.
Yeah. Not,
It's the 2% milk that would go in a Grimace milkshake.
Mm.
Although I don't really know how a milkshake is made. Do they use whole milk?
I think.
Is it ice cream?
Probably whole milk.
I would assume that it's since it's McDonald's ingredients, we're talking the finest ingredients out there.
What is the flavor of a Grimace? What's a purple milkshake taste like?
Probably tastes like purple, like those koozies that you might have had when you were a little kid.
Koozies?
Yeah, you ever had those? Those little things that look like grenades?
No.
Oh, okay.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh.
The thing with the foil top.
Foil top, yeah.
And then, yeah.
I think they're called koozies.
I don't know what they're called, but I know I can pick. I think they're actually supposed to be barrels, not grenades. But yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, yes, okay. When you said barrels, it made more sense to me. Apparently, it's blueberry flavor.
Blueberry flavor.
And apparently, it's a quarter or 3/4 of a cup of any milk.
Oh, choose your own adventure.
I guess whatever they got in there.
Okay, so it's not ice cream. I used to think that milkshakes were just ice
this is the recipe for if you want to recreate it at home.
Oh, you can recreate a Grimace milkshake at home. It'd probably be better if you recreate it at home.
Probably healthier.
Yeah, well, one of the ingredients is handful of blueberries. So I can't imagine that they...
Handful?
Well, A, yeah, give me a number. B, I can't imagine that they're doing that at the back of the... at the McDonald's, that they have a handful of blueberries that they're throwing in there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like fresh fruit really fits. Outside of like the apples you get in the kids' meal, fresh fruit doesn't really seem to be their forte.
No, definitely
at
doesn't.
McDonald's.
It definitely doesn't. Chick-fil-A's got good fruit. I don't know if you've ever had their fruit cups.
They do.
Their fruit cups rule.
Chick-fil-A's
elite. Not even fast food. That's how good it is.
It's not.
I had it twice this week. Been a little fatty boom batty this week, and Chick-fil-A, love it.
I also had it twice this week, but I've been going for breakfast.
The chicken minis are amazing.
Yeah, I'm going with like the egg white sandwich that they do.
Oh, interesting.
It's a little healthier.
Is it?
That's what their menu says.
The funny thing is with a lot of these things that advertised as healthy, it's like, oh, it's a salad.
Todd the show says Huggies, not
That's what they are. You're right. Sorry. The drink I was talking about are called Huggies because they are like all sorts of different colors. Purple was one of those colors. What is that purple coming from?
They had red, orange,
radioactive blue.
Yeah,
radioactive pink.
Also, observation from last night: Paul brings his own koozies places.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you should.
Also we got beer at the same time.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you had a koozie on yours.
Yeah,
and I was like, did they hand that out to him?
No.
And I was like, no, Paul, you brought your own.
You got to bring a koozie out. You don't do that?
I'm gonna start.
Am I a weirdo for doing that?
I don't know, but you've inspired me.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a weirdo or if it's a expert move.
I think if you go out and you think you're gonna have something from a can or a bottle, you should have one in your pocket. I actually, for a bachelor party, one of my buddies, this was in Austin, gave me this awesome koozie. It was great. It was leather and it had the Texas flag on it. And naturally, I lost it.
I was
had my name on it too.
I feel like you run the risk of losing the koozie that you bring on the road.
So what you should do is you should just have a big, like I have a drawer and it's just koozies in it. And you like from weddings and stuff like that. But no, you got to have a koozie when you go out. I'm telling you, these are Paul Gallant party tricks.
No, might implement that in my game going forward.
I think.
Lone Ranger says he keeps 4 in his car. Todd the Show says it's not weird. Sensei says I also keep 4 in my car.
I think I'm gonna have to start.
You definitely have to start.
Yeah, I never seen that move. Like
I
out.
got. Yeah, I need to like clean out my koozie drawer. I got a bunch in there that I can't use anymore.
I think you
that
start
have past
Paul,
radio stations I used to work at.
Oh,
yeah.
Those probably need to get trashed.
Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but you do the ones that you're not as attached to are the road koozies, right?
No, I actually like to bring out ones that I think are cool.
Really?
Well, you know me. I'm a little
lost.
metro. I like to have a stylish koozie as well.
I mean, if you got a good koozie and you're a single man like Paul,
I have a Houston Oilers one.
It might be a conversation starter.
Yeah, but I would want to. I value it. I would want to that this one doesn't leave the house.
But again, if it doesn't leave the house, then I mean, you don't really need a koozie in the house.
Yeah,
I guess not. But
like you using koozies at home, Sean?
Not really.
From the 281
They're just
alcoholic
at my
move.
house.
Hey.
No,
we're trying our best. Okay, we're trying our best.
It's not an alcoholic move.
The person is really looking down on all of us. We're just trying to keep our drink cool.
That's all right.
I found one. The party that I went to in Austin a couple of weeks ago. I found a koozie at the place I was at, and it's there's apparently in Austin a DWI attorney, and it says "Call Paul" on it.
Now that is a good idea.
I was like, "Oh, that's amazing! I'm sorry, I got to take this from here on out."
That's good branding right there.
Better call Paul. Speaking of alcoholics, if you're behind the wheel and you have too much and you get in trouble, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. If you want to talk about the Astros and bats, we want this thing to just get started. A big series, 2 box office flops that are all of a sudden turning around in the European market. You can discuss that. We discussed the biggest, I think, most embarrassing thing that's happened in sports in recent history with Bronny being drafted by the Los Angeles Lakers. But something else happened yesterday that some people that did internet digging discovered is maybe one of the more jarring stories that we've seen in basketball of late. We'll discuss that next. Gallant George on a Friday, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Big series for your beloved Houston Astros this weekend. Two hottest teams in baseball facing off in Queens. The Mets have won 11 of 13 since Grimace threw out the first pitch June 12th. The Astros have won 9 of 11 since releasing Jose Abreu June 14th. Very excited for the start of this one tonight. Earlier today, Joe and I discussed Bronny James being drafted by the Los Angeles Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
It is a move that is so effing transparent. Nepotism to try to keep LeBron James around. Nepotism certainly does happen in sports and in the NBA, front offices from time to time with players. This one, though, in particular, it feels like the Lakers got strong-armed into drafting a player's son. And I think it's a horrible look. I'm sure there's others out there that don't feel that way. You're going to bring up other examples, but we're not talking about, Del Curry's son who ends up being better.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about Ken Griffey's son who ends up being better. We're talking about a son who is definitively worse. How could he be better than his father, the greatest basketball player of this era?
Well, he's not even as good as his brother. I kind of feel bad for the other brother.
Well, I don't. He's going to have less pressure on him.
They are saying, well, he'll go in the first round.
Maybe.
Most likely.
Maybe. I don't know, because Bronny might be out. Or excuse me, LeBron might be out by then,
This
right?
kid's supposed to be actually like
How old
really
is he?
good. I think he's going to be a senior.
I think he's like 16.
Yeah, he's
okay. So we got 3 years. Is LeBron going to be in the NBA
No,
for 3 years?
but
Clearly, Bronny's the favorite.
But his reputation is almost tarnished now. Because Bronny gets ran out of the NBA as soon as LeBron leaves. You're going to have this other kid who actually might be a good basketball prospect. And as soon as he gets drafted, like let's say he goes in the first round, he's a lottery pick. People are just going to say, oh, it's just another LeBron kid. Like I feel bad for that kid too. Is it more embarrassing that what the Lakers did or what ESPN did? Because I think the push notifications is for a second-round pick. They made sure think about this. In the first round of the NBA draft, because Nielsen doesn't care about Canada, they went to commercial break when the Toronto Raptors were on the clock. And when they went to pick. They missed it. They missed the pick on television. They made sure they were on TV yesterday when Bronny got picked. Like, I'm sure it's clicks. I'm sure there's draft guys who they put a Bronny story up and people care. But you're doing push notifications for a second-round pick?
Yeah,
why?
3 in particular. I mean, I normally get push notifications for WNBA stories, and this was before Caitlin Clark got drafted, and now they're doing it for this. Yeah, I'll admit that was more annoying than the Lakers doing something that I kind of thought was going to happen, and that also I do think is a little bit funny because I don't like the Lakers.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think that's fair to say that the 3 push notifications by ESPN for this and the filming of the celebration. LeBron toasts his son being drafted. I mean, that one.
I can actually make the case that this helps ESPN's business, or this helps the bottom line, whereas the Lakers actually drafting Bronny James doesn't help the bottom line. So I understand what ESPN's doing. I get it. Name another so Bronny James got drafted in the second round. Jamal Shedd got drafted in the second round. Who else? That's the point.
Well, the Mormon kid?
There's another kid, and that's who we're about to talk about.
So we know one guy because he played basketball here. We know one guy because his dad is LeBron James.
And another guy because he played at Duke.
And another guy because I think, honestly, if this story didn't come out, we would have forgotten who he was.
And this is what we were about to discuss, because this should be a much bigger deal than what we're talking about with Bronny, because this is so damn juicy and with so many questions that need to be answered. Kyle Filipowski, for those who don't know, big man at Duke, 7 feet tall, very skilled player. Like, probably more skilled, you would say, than Zach Edey, and more skilled than Donovan Clingan.
He was the guy who flopped this year.
He flopped, allegedly, while in the crowd, and supposedly hurt his knee, and it led to Jay Billis going on the warpath, saying that fans need to stop storming the court.
And he limped off the court and missed 0 games.
Yep.
Yes. But anyway, the details about Kyle Filipowski are very interesting because people are wondering, wait, a guy like this, how do you fall out of the first round? And I actually think that's a great question. I don't know that much about Filipowski's game, but he's 7 feet tall and apparently can shoot. So, wait, we're not drafting this guy in the first round? So apparently, one of the reasons for Filipowski falling had to do with how he did, I guess, at the NBA draft when it came to his tryout and his interviews. Because a lot of the interviews were centered on his girlfriend. Kyle Filipowski is 20. Kyle Filipowski's girlfriend is 28. And they've been dating for a bit. And on Twitter, in response to a couple of clips that blew up talking about Filipowski falling in the draft, users claiming to be related to Filipowski, we're talking a brother, we're talking a mother, said that this woman, who's 7 years older than Filipowski, began a romantic relationship with him when he was still in high school. I don't know how many people are familiar with Utah. For those who don't know, Utah is largely a state where the Church of Latter-day Saints is the predominant religion. For those who don't know, that's the Mormons. And weirdly, Filipowski, who's dating this woman who's 7 years older than him from Utah, has been drafted by the Utah Jazz. I don't know all the specifics. All I know is that people claiming to be Filipowski's family are saying that this woman has taken advantage of Filipowski, and maybe that's one of the reasons that he fell as far as he did in the draft. And Danny Ainge ends up getting a guy who should have been taken in the first round.
Yeah.
Once again, continuing to win the draft. But I really want to know more about this. That's all we have at this moment in time. But this as a reason for a guy falling to the second round is a pretty compelling one.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because she's 24 when she's going to his prom, which is bizarre.
That is
the brother alleges that Duke staff and coaches are involved in this in some capacity with why he is estranged from his family. The whole situation is just bizarre. Think about Jalen Green, Dre Michelle, who is now suing Tyrod Taylor because he's kicking her out of their house. Because apparently they have a kid together.
Oh, no way. I didn't know that. Texans legend, Tyrod Taylor.
She's 40, and she's having Jalen Green's kid. Jalen Green is, 22, 23? It's a 17-year age gap.
But that age gap is different, though, because
he's already in the NBA.
And he's of legal age.
He's of legal age.
It's still weird.
So, but you would think that in the NBA, where stuff like this is so common, where you've got all these young NBA players dating much older Kardashians, that this situation might not be as bizarre. But I think it's the estranged family part of it that to me is the red flag. And it sounds she is forcing him to no longer be in contact with his family.
Which would also be very interesting if true, and how are we going to figure that out? So this all just dropped on the internet yesterday, and I guess it hadn't really been talked about a lot until yesterday, until the Filipowski family, or at least people claiming to be part of Kyle Filipowski's family, decided to speak out. And look, there's a lot of stuff that I don't quite understand about the Church of Latter-day Saints, and I respect everybody's right to, practice your religion, whatever it might be. It is definitely strange in the eyes of a lot of people. There's a South Park episode about it, for God's sakes. So just understand that. And I don't know all of the intricacies of it. I do know that, BYU, a Mormon university in Utah, has very strict codes when it comes to premarital sex and things like that. I believe Baylor has some similar ones, but maybe it's less enforced at Baylor than it is at BYU. And it does make me wonder, okay, like just for the actual state itself and the way that the Church of Latter-day Saints rolls, what might have been going on when you've got a 24-year-old going to the prom with a high school kid. It's a crazy story, and it really does feel like this is the only explanation that makes sense as to why Filipowski fell to the second round, ironically, to a Utah team. I mean, all of it turning into this. Someone, please, for the love of God, do an investigative story on this if you can.
Yeah.
Because I'm so fascinated by this. The Bronny story, it's embarrassing, but there's not much to it. We know what it is.
This is way more interesting.
This is so fascinating, and I need to know the details.
Yeah, because
I'm nosy.
Jonathan Givony was on Zach Lowe's podcast.
He's getting crushed. Givony is.
Why?
He's getting crushed for essentially acting like it's not that big of a deal what Filipowski off the court is doing. And he's getting crushed because he's being accused of, he's okay with groomers, which is one of the vogue terms online these last couple of years.
Okay, we have breaking news.
We have breaking news.
Is it Kyle Filipowski related?
No, it's Paul Gallant related.
What happened?
I don't know what you're talking about, my man. My hand was killing me after that. Good to meet you. God bless. From Luke Berryhill.
Did he
just replied to your tweet?
He responded?
He just replied to your tweet. It showed up on my Twitter feed right away.
He doesn't need to keep telling me that. I know it was a terrible first pitch.
No, it hurt his head.
I know it was a terrible first pitch. I know it was a terrible first pitch.
He's making this so much worse for you.
He told me it was the best first pitch he's gotten
all
all
year.
year.
He's saying his hand was killing him. He's got soft hands.
I want to bring Luke Berryhill on the show now.
I think we have to.
I need to tell no, don't say that. That was a terrible first pitch, and I threw it like a girl.
I don't think he played. I think it was the late scratch last night because his hand was comfort.
Shut up.
That's why Omar Narvaez.
No. My first pitch was garbage. It was garbage. It looks terrible, and I'm embarrassed by it.
I'm going to trust a pro athlete here and say it was not.
You
are not a pro athlete.
He is the nicest person, okay? He made me feel so big for that moment, which, of course, Jeremy took away from me by saying that he got it, too.
So funny.
It's not funny.
I'm so glad you responded. Because now I can't wait to see your response. You can't just ignore it.
I'm going to tell him what I said. Like, Luke, I threw it like a girl. It's okay. You don't have to pat me on the back.
I mean,
we have to get him on next.
Well, this is date updates. This is you go on a first date.
I do have a first date tonight.
You show her.
I'm actually very excited about this first date.
Pro baseball player Luke Berryhill says, "I throw so hard I hurt his hand."
Maybe don't show the video.
Don't show the video.
Oh, I already showed her the video.
Okay.
No, she objectified me when I sent her the video, and I was like, "See, this is the kind of girl I like."
Oh, because it's short. That's why you wore the short shorts.
That wasn't why. I just wear short shorts now. People, you want to shame me for short shorts? I'm bringing the 80s back.
I'm just saying you strategically wore them.
No. I didn't even think I was going to send her the video. She was texting me during the game, and I was like, all right. And she made a comment. She asked me if I'm Italian because I got a donk. Apparently Italian men have donks. I don't know. Sorry, I'm generalizing
That's
here.
a stereotype I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. What's your favorite stereotype? 713-780-3776. I'm just kidding. But I do want to hear more about this Kyle Filipowski story.
It's same.
We all do.
So many questions.
It is one of the more fascinating stories I've seen, and the fact that he got drafted to Utah makes me wonder if we actually will have anyone dive deep down the rabbit hole. For those who don't know, the Church of Latter-day Saints, they got a lot of money. They got a lot of money, and there's a lot of people that work in Utah that I would imagine know that they got to be careful with what they do when it comes to investigating something like this. Again, I'm not saying there's a conspiracy or anything like that. This is just a very, especially because it's all in Utah and it's staying in Utah. This is the most Utah story ever.
Yeah, it's because it's like there's undertones of like Mormon recruiting, basically. That it is. It's a very strange story. We need someone from a credible reporter from a credible outlet to like write a story
that
about
has
this.
no connection to the NBA.
Yeah, so that we can separate like the rumor, because this is kind of where like the Josh Giddey story fell, where there was like it was like internet rumors and internet policing or internet investigation.
Yeah.
And then when the actual investigation happened, there's just like,
well,
the family didn't press charges, so there's nothing really we can do.
But the reality is that if someone outside of an NBA like circle, so like that's why I would remove Jonathan Givony from this. You wouldn't like call this victim blaming if he fell to the second round if he's 15 years old, dating a 24-year-old, and then falls in the second round of it. Like the family's accusing her of grooming. Think if this was flipped. If this was a male and a woman, but flipped ages, this would be a much different story. So, like, I'm
Josh Giddey-esque.
curious what the response will be from the NBA if they're basically like, yeah, he got groomed by a woman 10 years older than him, so he fell to the second round.
And that is a very touchy word, but if you're looking on the outside,
Well, that's what the supposed family members.
The family is jail.
Yeah.
You're right. So we'll see. I'm fascinated by it. It is Gallant and George. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. Coming up next, we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. 69 days away. Who's the best number 69 in NFL history? This is actually tricky. I definitely know the most famous Houston Texan to wear the number. You'll hear it next. Stick around. "69 days away." Nice. Did you know that Chester Pitts wore number 69? Honestly, I did not know that Chester Pitts
I didn't know that.
wore 69 for the Houston Texans until yesterday. What a story that is. San Diego State. I believe he didn't want to play football. They actually could make a movie out of that. Surprised they haven't.
That's like before my time, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
in Houston. So what I know Chester the most from is the Amazing Race. I won't lie.
I forgot he was on that.
Yeah.
Chester Pitts was, and his Wikipedia shows up right away. Chester Pitts was a devoted oboist who had never played organized football.
Oboist.
And he was convinced to join, I believe, the San Diego State football team. He played so well the Texans drafted him in the second round of the 2002 NFL draft.
Interesting.
Might have been the best pick in that draft because that was their inaugural draft, and David Carr didn't really work out so well. Plus, on top of that, the expansion pick of Tony Baselli, first overall. That didn't work so well either.
It's crazy that they're like, let's start this new team with David Carr and an oboist.
Hey, but Chester Pitts, oboist turned
I'm just
NFL
saying,
offensive lineman.
At the time, it was probably hard for Charlie Casterly to be like, yep, love it. Yep, new team, a guy who's played football for 5 years. And it worked out.
It did work out.
It's so weird thinking back to the expansion draft. I wonder how it'll feel weird now, like really weird now when they do it. Because I just feel like we know NFL teams so much more collectively. You know the lower level players because of fantasy sports and just the way the coverage is, that when players are getting selected, there'll be way more takes about just.
Or even just like when they announce who's protected and who's eligible to get drafted and stuff, we'll be like, wait, what?
Yeah, like John Mechie not protected by the Texans. They'll do good YouTube numbers, Paul.
I don't know about that.
Maybe not. Okay. Maybe Damian Pierce.
There's not one player that's worn number 69 to get into the NFL Hall of Fame. Not one. Shout out to our Sugarland Space Cowboy friend.
AJ Blueball.
Thank you. Jared Allen is close.
He's going to get in.
He'll get in.
He's got close to 200 sacks. I think he's got 169. Nice.
Wow. Committed. He's committed.
That would be amazing. Stink, a.k.a. Mark Schlereth.
Yep.
Longtime Denver Bronco also. John Runyon, who was once considered the dirtiest player in the NFL, former Eagles tackle. And David Bakhtiari from the Green Bay Packers, one of Aaron Rodgers' besties. Let's go around the league. It seems the Jaguars have a very meddlesome owner. So we talked about some Shad Khan comments yesterday, talking about how disappointed he was that the team could not win 2 games down the stretch after an 8-3 start. Well, he also had this to say about an offseason where the Jaguars were very, very active. They signed Eric Armstead, who the Texans were supposedly interested in for a while since he played in San Francisco. Wide receiver Gabe Davis. Center Mitch Morse. Safety Darnell Savage. But Khan said he does not want this to be the long-term approach to roster building. Quote, I think there's a sea change for us, and this is for our coaching, that they have to develop young players. Our solution isn't going to be, we're going to be signing free agents every year. We don't have that ability. Bottom line, that young talent has to be developed. The coaching staff, their priorities have to change. Their mindset has to change. Whoa.
Interesting. That sounds like someone who's getting a new stadium that can't afford free agents.
But they have money. Shad Khan's rich. Shad Khan's one of the richest owners in the NFL, based off of net worth, from what I understand.
That's an interesting quote for him to publicly say that.
He's not done. Do you want to see more, Joe? So, when asked about play calling duties for the Jaguars this season, Doug Peterson and Press Taylor shared the job in 2022. Press Taylor had it full-time last year for the first time. Doug Peterson hasn't said who's calling plays this year. Shad Khan says, when asked about who he wants to call plays this year, yeah, I have an opinion, but I don't want to tell people we need to do it because then things don't work out. They look at me and say, we did it because you wanted it. I mean, this is Jerry Jones adjacent.
Part of the reason why I find this so interesting is that this is the same owner who allowed his son to take a bump in his wrestling company and wear a neck brace on television during the draft. And then they got the NFL Network to play along and interview him about it. Like, you're using the NFL draft as a way to promote your wrestling
for
company.
Fake wrestling clout. Because this is not even the WWE.
No, it's AEW. It's the minor leagues, basically.
Yeah.
And then this guy says this? Like, pick a lane.
A little nepotism.
Big time nepotism. I'm sure his dad really owns AEW, and Tony, the son, is just kind of
the like operating officer. Yeah.
This is his title that they gave him.
It's a sandbox to play in. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. It's hey, he grew up loving wrestling. I'll pay for a wrestling company for him to pretend like he's Vince McMahon. only in the good ways, please.
Yeah.
And have fun doing that. Yeah, you'll wear neck brace in the draft room. Who cares? Your computer isn't even plugged in. Like, why? You could ask the question, why is this guy even in the draft room?
For the bit. Like, it's the only reason, because it really feels like he had a wrestling company, so he would stay away from the football team. Like, what a bizarre.
I'm very happy that we're no longer saying these things about Cal McNair.
Oh, he never owned a wrestling company. We'd probably like him more if he did that.
I don't know. I don't think we would necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, Cal.
I'd like him more.
Cal. The only weird thing about Cal is you go back to the video game story.
No, there's nothing weird about playing video games.
Sitting on the floor.
What's wrong with sitting on the floor?
In your office playing video games with a backup quarterback.
Why
It's
not?
kind of bizarre behavior.
No, he understands his players.
I mean, they
He
make fun of him.
relates to the common man.
He gets
Something his dad never
unnecessary.
did.
Yeah, he gets unnecessary grief for the grilling and the barbecuing. Like, I don't know why people like make fun of him so much for that.
I mean, it's a little try hard, but hey, whatever.
It's a little bit of like, it's obvious that a PR company was like, "This is your bit. Hold the spatula."
Yeah,
they've done a very good job in the last 2 years of seeming like they actually listen to their fans, but 2 interact with their fans. And Hannah deserves a lot of credit for that, but Cal also deserves a lot of credit for that. And we're not talking about Cal McNair in the same way we talk about Jim Irsay, son of Bob Irsay with the Indianapolis Colts, or the way that we're talking about Tony, I wore a neck brace, Khan, so that I could promote minor league wrestling while running the show for my dad.
I've ever told you I have one Cal McNair interaction.
Mm-hmm.
When I was working at Lids.
Yeah.
In the Galleria.
Wow. Oh, he came in?
They came in.
No way.
And
what hat did
he
he
bought
buy?
his nephew
Uh-huh.
a Texans mini helmet. I found it so bizarre.
We're probably just walking through the
I know, but that
Galleria.
the owner of the Texans is like, yeah, I need this, and I can't just have it for free.
He's supporting local business.
I guess so.
But Joe is acting like he could have just gotten this for free.
It was just so bizarre because I'm behind the register.
That's the kind of money the Texans have.
Miserable with my life.
I can't
like trying to pretend like I'm in radio, but making like $10 an hour. And I look up and I'm like, I'm probably gonna trash you tonight when I get on the radio.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The guy is supporting local business. He clearly has enough money that he can buy.
Philadelphia-based business.
He can buy. It's a business in the Galleria.
You're right.
They need to get their inventory so that they can employ, I don't know, you, sir. Pay your Cal McNair was paying your salary.
Yeah, that mini helmet bought 2 hours of Joe
You're
George's
right.
time.
And it was making more there than I was at the radio station. So thank you, Cal. It was just so bizarre. Like, I was like looking down. I look up and like I see the mustache. I was like, oh, I was like startled. Like, I just never thought I'd be like at Lids and also like Cal McNair would be standing in front of me. It was a weird moment.
One of my best friends apparently saw them in Aspen the other day.
Oh,
that's a more normal place.
That's a more normal place.
But man of the people. So he talked with them for a little bit, as did Hannah. Will Levis is refining his mechanics, by the way, whatever that means.
Good luck.
Sick. Love it.
I mean, he should refine, 1, his password on his phone. 2, he should refine running and diving headfirst into traffic only to end up 3 yards short of a first down.
Yes. His football IQ could use some reworking.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The password, though, dude. The password.
I was just gonna blow past that.
Yeah,
And maybe,
password.
Really blow past.
Take the peel off the banana.
It's
weird.
Gallant George.
It's weird behavior.
It's Gallant George. Coming up next. Hey. Speaking of football, the United States of America lost to a country it created yesterday. Not good. We'll discuss. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
For those who don't know, way back in the day, the United States may or may not have used a civil war or something like that to help create the country of Panama and then build a canal that went through Panama to make it easier to ship things west.
Okay.
Well, this country, Panama, beat us yesterday in soccer.
Oh, I thought you were going to say football.
2-1. Well, football.
I was worried about after the Japan team that beat the American football
It's been
team.
a rough 2 days for American football and football. So what happened was Tim Weah got a red card in the 18th minute after extending his hand and striking Panama defender Roderick Miller in the back of the head in an off-ball incident. Yellow
does
card
seem
at
against the
first
rules.
was changed to a red card by center official Ivan, Russian, Barton. I think this was going to inflame tensions between the United States and Russia for sure.
I think people are going to be upset about this.
Well, people are upset about the U.S. losing. Everyone seems to hate the United States manager. I don't follow soccer closely enough to know whether or not that hatred of him is merited. But more than anything, Joe, I am fascinated by how consistently we will point at a coach for the struggles of a team. And this also relates to the Houston Astros, who are now at 500 and have a chance this weekend to take 2 or 3 from the New York Mets. Both teams red hot.
Mm-hmm.
So many people pointed the finger at Joe Espada to this point this year. So many people pointed at Dusty Baker for the Astros issues last year. This is not to say that both have never done anything poorly over the course of their time running the Houston Astros. I just find it fascinating that we always get really mad at managers when, honestly, it seems like the person to get mad at for this game is the guy who slapped somebody in the back of the head in the 18th minute so that the team was playing one man down. Actually scored a goal, by the way, to take a lead before things equalized 4 minutes later, and then they lost in the 93rd minute.
It is funny with American men's soccer. This more than anything else, I feel that they're always complaining about the manager. It always feels that they're the only ones to blame, when in reality, it's clearly the developmental system. Our best athletes don't play soccer. They're not playing soccer from a young age in these schools, basically, that kids in Europe are and all over the world. But they always do seem to blame the manager. I think it's just easy. It's harder to blame the players as a fan. You always want to root for the player more. Your rooting interest is always in the player. And it's really challenging for a coach in any sport, I think, to get that support behind him. I think you have to be a championship level coach. D'Amico Ryans, a former player, someone that had that passion from the fans, and that's why coaches, I think, always get the blame, no matter what.
Football's the only sport where they should get the blame. I mean, you have to be in charge of a roster of, in college, up to 100 players. In the NFL, 53. You have to get the most out of all of them. You have to delegate to the right people. It is a hard job. And I feel like with football, coaching should be criticized the most. But with basketball, is it really Darvin Ham's fault that the Lakers underachieved this year? No, of course it's not. Is it really Joe Espada's fault that the Astros are struggling to this point? No, they've played poorly. There have been some decisions by Espada that you're frustrated by, but, I mean, the Jose Abreu thing also, that's not his fault.
Yeah.
Football's really the only one where I think it's justifiable to routinely get mad at coaches. And I suppose in soccer you can do the same thing, but soccer's one of these sports. I'm sure Glenn Davis can tell better than the two of us. It's one of those sports where the players are on the field. You can't really stop it. The game just goes on and on. You could have some plays on free kicks and corner kicks and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's the responsibility of the players that are out there. Once the kickoff happens, it's on these players. And okay, you could develop them, you could put them in the right spot or whatever.
Your game plans and stuff like that. But most of the time, a coach is not at fault. It's the players or it's the general manager.
It's the guys who put those players on the roster, like guys like Jose Abreu, or a lack of talent on offense or defense in the NFL, or it's on the players for not executing. Like, they are the ones in charge.
All of the U.S. players these days are supposedly starters on legitimate teams in Europe or wherever country they're playing. This is the first time we've ever had that. Is it really the fault of the coach? And I am asking this as a person who is not a football savant. I just feel like it's very convenient to point at the coach, but in a game where a player got mad and slapped somebody in the back of the head and played a man down for 70-plus minutes, I mean, isn't it the player's fault? Isn't it that specific player's fault?
It's something where Greg Berhalter's, like, his tactics have been in question, and and the subs he brings on and win have been questioned since before the last World Cup. So it is something where he is viewed as having through no, like, nothing he did, but he is now in charge of the most talented American team ever, and they get the same results that they've always gotten.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why.
That's why the finger gets pointed at him. Yeah, it's because he didn't develop these guys. He got the job.
Maybe he's a bad coach, but they really do this every World Cup, every Olympics. When Team USA men's soccer fails, they blame the coach, and there's new coaches coming every 8 years at a minimum. It feels like, and it's always the coach's fault. It's always the coach's fault, and they're this talented, and they're playing this guy instead of this guy, and it's like, at some point, like, maybe it's just we're not good at soccer.
I mean, that's really what I think it is. Chalupa Batman says formation, position coaching, building a team identity. Yeah, I mean, you have to do all of those things, but is that why they lost yesterday? To me, they lost because they were playing a man down for what? Do a little math here. 70 divided by 9. I mean, we're talking about upper 70%. Upper 70%. We're talking of the game. They were playing a man down. I don't care who you're playing against. That's really hard. And I feel like we want to blame Berhalter for whatever we possibly can, and it probably is fair to blame Berhalter for a lot, just like it was with
he should have
Bradley and Klinsmann before.
Because they let his contract expire after the World Cup, and people were like, "Cool, so they'll get a new coach,"
and they didn't,
and then they just bring him back. And so there is a little bit of
So what Joe was saying with the general manager, it's like it's a federation problem.
It's like
yes, because the federation. You talk about nepotism.
Oh
yeah.
Do tell, because honestly, again, we're
all it is favor trading and among people that if you're somehow involved in U.S. soccer 30 years ago, you or your family member is still involved in U.S. soccer today, and it's just they don't really seek out any new ideas. And like Joe, you were saying with the development system, not interested in I guess investing in that. It's more of, I mean, you look at the best player on the team, Christian Pulisic. Where did he get developed? Well, his family went to Germany to have him developed. All these guys, they went to Europe to get developed. They didn't stay here and get developed.
A text in shows y'all don't know about the USMNT. Yeah, hand up. Again, I admit that. I'm not trying to say that I don't. All I'm saying is everyone's mad at the coach, and a guy smacked somebody in the back of the head in the 18th minute and got ejected. That's what I'm thinking about.
Compared to, it's like it is a lot. Dell and I talk about this all the time. It is like a college football program where the fan base hates its coach. And so now after every loss, this is the coach's fault because the coach really should get fired. It just hasn't happened yet. And so now every loss is it says a lot about the coach. It's an indictment on what the coach has done and the culture and the management of this the talent that he, again, just has. Because this is the difference between a regular team. Like, if the Astros stink, and yes, they can blame Joe Espada, they can also blame, like, the players. We need new players. For national soccer, there's no new players coming up. There's no trades we can make. I'm sorry. This is kind of, you have to make do with what you have. And, again, he has the best roster of any U.S. coach of all time. And he does the same exact thing with it.
Is there any chance he doesn't make it to the World Cup?
There's a chance. If they don't make it out of the group, there's a chance. But again, now, and you're asking the U.S. Soccer Federation to make the right choice in A, fire him, make the right choice in B, hire the right guy.
Yeah.
I
got the right choice.
That's what you're asking.
I got the right choice. Now he's doing a little TV for TBS this fall.
Oh.
Pawpaw. You think
Dusty?
Pawpaw?
Dusty Baker?
Pawpaw can't coach the U.S. men's national team? Pawpaw invented the high five, bitch.
I'm sure he has stories about like the time he met Pele or something.
He probably has met Pele.
No,
that's the thing.
I am 100% certain he has met Pele.
Dusty
I have no
Baker-
idea if he did, but I'm certain he has.
I'm sure he's met David Beckham, Pele,
Maradona, all the goats.
Beckham's on his level. Maradona, Pele, they're on his level.
Twitch is saying Glenn Davis for coach. USM team.
I will say this.
No, because we need him here at Soccer Matters. So
I know
they'll
I
have,
would be okay.
They'll have to pay the buyout.
I would be okay if Glenn left for that.
Whoa.
That's a great job.
Whoa.
That's a great job.
Will he have to give up?
Also, why couldn't he do both?
Well, JJ Redick gave up podcasting.
That's because JJ Redick. I don't know.
Glenn Davis is one of the few people
Glenn Davis built different
that actually criticizes soccer the way that it should be criticized. And it really is a shame that we don't have, like, hand up. I don't pay that much attention to it. I would maybe if they were better. But there's only a few people that are constantly pointing at what the U.S. men's team and the federation doesn't do. If you're Glenn Davis, you've got to be losing your mind that you've been saying the same things about this federation or about the Dynamo, who are finally decent, forever and ever. And nothing seems to change, even though he is asking for things and criticizing things in a very polite and fair way.
It does feel like what we went through with the Astros this year and last year with the Espada, Dusty Baker stuff. People have been having these same conversations about men's soccer in this country.
Yeah.
For 20 years.
Yeah.
I know.
Probably
longer.
Since they made the quarterfinals in 02.
The sport of the future in 1970.
If you do a show like Glenn's and you're criticizing these same criticisms
over and over
and over and over.
I'd go crazy. I'd go crazy.
Because they don't get any better.
It's Gallant and George. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big time Astros Mets series, baby. The Mets have won 11 of 13. The Astros have won 9 of 11. Who's going to be over 500 at the end of the weekend? It's Gallant and George. Stick around. Friday, got to get down on Friday. Joe, should I do it?
Yes.
Do you know what I'm asking to do?
Nope. But I believe in you, Paul.
I didn't bring my prop today. I forgot.
Then I think you can't.
Do we have something else?
Should I go look?
No, you don't have to look. This is something I probably should have thought of. I was hoping there was maybe like a dustpan or something.
There's a red flag back there.
Okay, what props do we have? No, we don't have we don't have enough.
A jersey koozie.
Bobbleheads.
F it, we'll do it live. Not only, you know what? I said I'd be okay with 2 of 3. The Astros taken from the Mets.
Oh, he's walking it back.
To finally get over 500 for the first time this year. I said that. And I'm ashamed of that. It's just like I'm ashamed of my first pitch. I'm ashamed of that. It's time. I need another sweep. I'm not going to swear. We're on good terms. I'm very happy. You're making me happy. But you have created an expectation, Houston Astros. You have created an expectation that I feel like you need to live up to. This happens from time to time. I was having a conversation with one of my friends. She recently got engaged, but before the engagement, things weren't going so hot. And she made some demands of what she wanted this person, who she's had great times with, what she wanted him to do better. Guess what? He has. And he proposed to her not too long ago. And she said yes. The Astros are working their way back to getting me out of my, thinking about my open relationship with baseball. Because, I'm a little bit of a baseball slut, a little bit of a fair weather fan. I need another one of those. Give me another sweep. You can do it against the Mets, right?
You can, but they're playing good baseball.
They are playing great.
I have to ask you this as, someone that's, exploring what you're demanding of your partner here of the Astros. Are you being too demanding by asking for another sweep?
I might be.
You might be.
I might be asking for a little bit too much because things have gotten better. I might be asking my significant baseball other to walk around in stilettos, all day. And maybe that's too much to ask for, but they look really good when they're winning. They look really good in the stilettos.
But you know what, Paul? You're not asking too much.
I'm not asking too much?
You're not asking too much.
Good.
Let me hear it. Really tell me.
I got to do it with some oomph.
Give me some oomph.
Okay.
Demand that sweep.
Give me my sweep! Thank you.
Don't want to spill my coffee.
There's no please. Give me my sweep. I need another sweep. I want the 3rd sweep of the year. You only have 2 sweeps this year. The 2 series against the Rockies, I guess, if you combine them together.
Yeah, it's like a combo sweep.
It's a combo sweep.
Yeah.
I need the 3rd sweep of the year. I want more moments like this from the Houston Astros where they dig deep and somehow do something that they shouldn't. And considering they don't have a starter on Sunday, they probably shouldn't. So I'm not calling a sweep like I called last weekend.
But you're asking.
I'm asking for a sweep this time.
Adamantly for a sweep.
Yes.
I agree. They should win 2 out of 3 this weekend, no questions asked. They're the better baseball team.
Oh, 2 out of 3, no questions.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to. There is one question to ask. Who is starting on Sunday?
That we don't know. That's why
we still do not know.
That is the question we have to ask.
2:07 on Friday, June 28th. We do not know who is starting Sunday.
Yeah, I am surprised that they must really not know what they're doing with this decision yet. It's really the only logical explanation.
What would you do? Yeah, I honestly can't think of a solution.
They're going to try to. My guess is Dubin's going to go out there for 50 pitches, and you hope that 50 pitches equals like 3 innings.
He did pitch on Tuesday, though, right?
Yeah,
on Wednesday.
Or was it Wednesday?
Yeah,
too?
it was while y'all were at Highway Kentucky.
You're right. He was on Wednesday.
So
that was the last game they played.
You can't use him today, tomorrow.
Wednesday. Let's do a little math here. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 4 days rest for
but
Dubin?
It's not. That's why you're only asking about 40 pitches. But then he's probably shut down.
Yeah,
that's the thing about that's like they mentioned this too, and I saw McTaggart write a story about this. They have to find a logical answer very quickly here. They have to make a real decision. If Justin Verlander is not going to Toronto and he's not ready yet, you have to have an answer by July 5th. You can't just you burn Dubin for 50 pitches on Sunday
Well, then he's not available for you, presume, the next 3 days. You shorten your bullpen once again. You just put yourself in a tough spot. They need to find, whether it's Eric Lauer or Bluba or someone else, Zach Greinke, off the scrap heap. Like, you got to find a better answer than what you have and just wait for JV to come back. Or you got to trade for someone right now. Like, this seems, you could probably get through Sunday. I don't think you can get through another one of these.
No.
Even though you won't be facing Carlos Correa next week. He got crushed yesterday.
Oh, what happened?
He got hit on his inside forearm, and he immediately was holding it.
Like it broke?
Like it broke and left the game.
Danielle's going to have to do her magic.
I mean, last time she gave him a massage, she broke his ribs.
Well, I'm sure
we
she
don't,
learned.
To be fair, I apologize.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
But we did recklessly speculate that was
for years.
For years. Pretty confident still. That's what happened.
That's why Daniela was like, you know what? I'd rather be in Minnesota than Houston, Texas.
Oh, they have Dior store here too? I'm good. And not the radio clowns? We're good.
By the way, there's a story in The Athletic. I don't know if you guys saw this, but did you know that Joe Espada, manager of the Houston Astros, and Carlos Mendoza, manager of the New York Mets, were boys way back in the day?
I did not know that.
When they were playing for the Pensacola Pelicans, they roomed inside a home that neither owned. And what they would do in this independent league where they played in was eat ice cream together. They're ice cream buddies.
That's cute.
Said Mendoza about this. It was pretty cool looking back now. I saw the game in a certain way. He saw the game in a certain way. We would be discussing eating ice cream, getting fat. At the same time, the next day, we knew we would be playing in 120 degrees and getting on a 20-hour bus ride. From those bowls of ice cream and brutal bus rides came a bond between two baseball junkies.
Ice cream junkies, too.
Espada and Mendoza spent 2 seasons together in independent ball, manning the middle infield, while forming a foundation for what followed. I wonder what kind of ice cream it was.
I had the same thought.
It's got to be a basic.
I thought I was getting distracted. But yes, because if you're having ice cream that much, you have a staple that you're going to.
For me, always coffee.
Coffee ice cream is so good.
I actually, last night, I did my grocery shopping after the Sugarland Space Cowboys game. And because I was so upset with how womanly, no offense to all the ladies out there, my first pitch was, I went to the ice cream aisle and I got coffee, oat milk ice cream because it's good for my little lactose intolerant tummy.
Mm-hmm.
And I ate the whole thing while crying and listening to Everybody Hurts, curled up in the corner of my shower. It was really sad. My cat was staring at me, then walked away disappointed. It was just a rough time.
Did you put on Everybody Hurts, or was it just? Oh, I thought it was maybe just on a playlist.
I blared it. My neighbor downstairs, they got their broom, which I should have brought today for the suite, and they were hitting the floor, and they were saying, "What's wrong with you, Paul?" And then the next thing I knew, the cops came to do a wellness check, and I had to come out, and I was naked with my oat milk ice cream still,
shivering.
It was just really and shrunk. It was just not a good look for me. Much like the first pitch. But long story short, Joe,
they
like
ice cream.
A lot of TMI. They like ice cream, and I like ice
the
cream.
Ben and Jerry's half baked.
That's your favorite? Okay.
Yeah.
Joe, what's your favorite ice cream?
Rocky Road or coffee.
What's Rocky Road? Is that just chocolate chips? But
no, it's chocolate with with nuts in it and marshmallows.
Okay. Oh, interesting. What kind of marshmallows?
You like the little guys?
Excuse me. I mean, what kind of nuts?
I think is it peanuts?
No, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. It might be peanuts, but that's one of my go-tos. But I love coffee ice cream. Love coffee.
Coffee ice cream's the best. I wish I had it growing up because I used to always do vanilla or be a sherbet guy. But
sherbet's good.
Coffee ice cream is the best. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Were the Killer Bees spreading misinformation earlier this week? And what should the Houston Astros be looking for in addition to that fifth starting pitcher? It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
We do have a couple of recommendations as to who the Houston Astros could theoretically pitch on Sunday. They do not have a scheduled starter for Game 3 against the purple-hot New York Mets after their Grimace first pitch. They've won 11 of 13. The Astros have won 9 of 11 since cutting Jose Abreu. From the 281, Greg Kessinger threw a scoreless inning this year. Give him a chance. This texter continues to say, Kessinger was a joke, by the way. Kessinger had a key drop in last night's Space Cowboys game, and luckily his teammates came to his assistance in a rally to a 9-6 victory.
I know who it could be.
Who?
Part of the Houston Astros 1 minute ago. He's not back on the roster, but Blair Henley has cleared waivers and has been outrighted to AAA Sugarland.
I love it.
He's still in the organization. So Blair Henley could be on the mound Sunday against the Mets. Redemption, taking down Grimace, the story we need.
They're going to make a movie
Forget
about
John
it.
Singleton and the story that John Singleton is. The Blair Henley story, directed by Joe George, produced by Paul Gallant and Sean Mapes.
So in this movie, there will be a scene where right after Blair Henley, in front of his family and friends, through no fault of his own, is put in an impossible situation and gives up all those runs. And they're going to show, with like some sad, dramatic music in the background, let's say Brick by Ben Folds 5 is playing as he's walking down the street. And then all of a sudden, he walks by a person who's sitting outside drinking a cup of coffee with a little radio next to him. And on the radio, it's Joe George saying, "This is the worst thing that's ever happened to my eyeballs."
Yes.
And not Greg. Greg dropping that foul ball. Come on, bro. But Blair Henley, he sees Joe's words just reverberating through that little boombox. And he just continues to walk on down the road. So this would be about like 30 to 40 minutes into the movie.
Yeah, and
you're going to be the villain of the movie.
But I'm going to direct the movie.
You'll be like Ranch Wilder and Angels in the Outfield. You will not be the hero. There's no way. You're the antagonist of this movie.
I motivated Blair Henley.
You did not motivate him at all. You did not motivate him.
Why not?
I don't know if it was motivation.
You just told the story about how he was walking down the street, heard my voice on the boombox, and then turned his career around.
No. That's him at his lowest. He's at his lowest.
And then he goes home and he gets some ice cream.
And like Paul. But while he's in his car, he hears 92.5, the station that carries all of his games, just absolutely eviscerating him the day after. Just really pulling no punches. Actually, it was like the Monday after. He pitched on a Friday. Probably thought everyone was going to forget. Yeah. Nope, not Joe George.
Joe's going to be the Ranch Wilder of this movie.
And he is in the intro and our Fall Guy intro, too.
Yeah.
Which we haven't had to play. But we just haven't had to play that in a while. So
they've won so much.
Yeah, people might have forgotten.
But look, at least Joe was being honest in that moment. It was really bad.
I want him to have his opportunity to finish the story.
Redemption.
No hitter. Sunday,
if I can change, you can change. We can all change.
Yeah.
After he throws 5 innings.
I'll get like one of those presidential T-shirts. it'll say Henley Whitley 24.
I mean, probably better option than what we saw last night.
I don't like I don't like how Forrest Whitley health record. I don't know.
Forrest Whitley.
I don't know if he's got 4 more years on him.
Forrest Whitley can't do Adderall, but Joe Biden and President Donald Trump can.
They could use more of it.
Or excuse me, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. My bad. I got a little dyslexic there.
I think you still call him president.
I don't know how that works.
One Astros pitching note.
Yes.
Luis Garcia today began his first rehab assignment, pitched an inning in the Astros Florida Complex League, tossed a scoreless 1 inning, picking up 2 strikeouts.
Let's get him
without
back.
surrendering a hit or a walk. So,
Let's get him back.
I mean,
they
need every inning they can get on Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just his next start's just 2 innings on Sunday. He's just back.
We were talking about redemption a little bit ago, whether it's for Blair Henley or Luis Garcia conquering injuries. But do the Killer Bees need a redemption for spreading misinformation?
This is a touchy one.
I ask this question because, listen, I'm all for getting clicks. I'm all for getting retweets. And we have a big old tweet up on the @ESPN 97.5 Twitter account with 715 likes. The Astros, quote, main priority right now is Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays. That from Michael Schwab, Astros writer of the Juicebox Journal. 75.6 thousand followers. A lot of clout. Talks to people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any truth to this rumor, personally. That's just me.
Yeah, no. John Heyman put out a story today in the New York Post, which talks about Bo Bichette and Vlad Guerrero Jr., and he does connect Vlad Guerrero to the Mariners, Astros, Pirates, and others.
I didn't hear Astros there.
Yeah, Mariners, Astros.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Pirates and others. So, validates it a teeny tiny little bit.
I don't know. John Heyman's he blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah,
It doesn't count.
The tough part with Schwab, and I would tell them to his face, is he doesn't get a lot right, and he throws out a lot of speculation that never happens. So whatever he's hearing is often maybe he does have someone in the organization who's plugged in and is. They might go after this guy. They might go after this guy. It's always a lot of mites and buts and targets and ideas. Now, he got the Scherzer news first. He did. They didn't recognize him, but he broke Scherzer to the Rangers before others. So I give him credit for that. But a lot of it is stuff that never happens. And it's never really validated either way. So I'm skeptical, to be honest. I'm skeptical of people who call into radio shows and ask to get put on as a caller, and then when you put them on the air, they say they're Michael Schwab, because he's done that.
Oh, I was wondering if there's people who are stealing Michael Schwab valor and also calling in as Michael Schwab.
No.
Gotcha. Okay, so he calls in as somebody else, and then
he says he's Michael, but then when you just put him on the air, he's like, hey, it's Michael Schwab. He's like, I have this to say. And it's like, well, we don't really need, he doesn't do that as much anymore, I'm sure. At this point, he's validated himself enough on Twitter, I would imagine. I mean, the Bees had him on. But I'm skeptical. Just to be honest. I don't buy it.
So the Killer Bees are spreading misinformation?
I wouldn't have him on.
Disinformation?
Yeah.
I forget which one's which. One of them is basically government employed, one or the other. I remember I actually wrote this down a couple of weeks ago, and now I forget it already.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything to this. I would like there to be something to it. I'll admit that.
I don't want there to be something to it.
You don't want them to be looking at any first baseman upgrade options?
Not at that price tag.
How much do you think it would cost?
Look, I know you don't love prospects. Okay, I know.
Just tell me how many prospects are we talking here?
Probably 3, and one of them's Lo Profido.
Oh yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
You traded 2 prospects last year for Justin Verlander. You have a depleted farm system.
Yeah.
I don't want to trade Lo Profido. I don't want to trade I don't want to trade Bryce Matthews. I don't want to trade the kid who pitched last Friday. I can't remember his name right now. The starting pitcher who got hurt.
Bloss. Jake Bloss.
I don't want to trade him. I don't want, you have to replenish your farm system at some point instead of taking away from it. We saw Will Wagner play last night. He might be the opening day third baseman for the Astros next year. I don't want to trade these guys. And Vlad's under contract through at least next year, so that helps. But I'd rather just run Doobie out there.
Yeah, I'm cool with
kinda
Doobie
fine
there.
with it.
I'm cool with that.
I don't want the Astros. I don't think they need to make a major upgrade. They need help in their pitching.
Is that what you want the Astros to do at the trade deadline?
They need starting pitching.
Is there anyone whose name comes to mind? Because they're probably going to have to give up prospects too. I mean,
they are.
Is
for
Lo Profido involved in any deal that the Astros make at the trade deadline? I wonder about that. I mean, if I'm a team looking to make a deal with the Astros, I'm looking at what Joey Lo Profido's done, and I want him. I mean, he's come up to the major league level. He's hit, and he's been fantastic defensively.
Yeah, I would want him. Bryce Matthews would probably be at the top of my list for a lot of teams. Wagner would be intriguing. Depends on the level of player you're gonna get. I mean, what I mentioned earlier with the Mets is it's where this gets. It's really complicated to think about this right now, because in the National League, the Miami Marlins are 29-52. They're 12.5 games back. If you just look at the wild card standings, the next team there is 38-44. The Chicago Cubs. They're 4 games out of the wild card. Every single team in the National League besides 2 is within 4 games of a wild card. Like even like people are talking about Bellinger being traded by
We're
the
a
Cubs.
month away from any real trades.
We are, yeah. So like it's really hard to say right now like who would be available outside of players that are on the Rockies, Marlins, A's, and White Sox. So I would say like Luzardo from the Marlins would make some sense. But I they need a starting pitcher, but I don't want them to go get. I don't think they need to go get a Vlad quality player, whether it's someone in the lineup or in the rotation, because you got to keep some prospects. I think at some point.
He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've seen some insane contracts given out across the NBA. We might have to run through them before the end of the show. But coming up next, we got to give you a deep steel blue pill, because a prominent NFL voice loves everything about CJ Stroud. And when you hear what he has to say, I feel like even some of the few doubters, specifically those on the Twitch, I think you're going to buy in. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Tomorrow, myself, Sean, Brian, we'll be at LaBerge, Lake Charles, doing a show from 12 to 3 on the bullpen. You can check us out there. We'll be on live on YouTube, radio, Twitch, as always. But we're doing the show from out there this weekend, getting you ready for what's coming up this football season there at LaBerge. We'll be talking about the fantasy football draft packages that they'll be having there, what kind of discounts you can get, how you can book it, where you can hold your draft at the pool and the sports book, all the options you're going to have. You're going to be checking out the interviews we'll be doing tomorrow with the people of LaBerge to find out what you can get this upcoming year for football season, fantasy football, and college football. I can't recommend it enough. 19 betting kiosks while you're there, a 24-foot wall. You'll have the TV outside on the patio. So yeah, it's a little hot outside right now, but it cools off at night. So if you want to go out there, watch an Astros game, watch UFC 303, that's what we'll be doing. I can't recommend it enough. Don't forget, you can download the ESPN Bet app while you're in Louisiana as well, so you can make bets on your phone. Great food, great entertainment. I love going to LaBerge. Can't wait to get there tonight. When you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Some of the deals that I'm seeing across the NBA over the course of the last 5 days or so have been insane. So the latest of those today, Joe. Emmanuel Quickley, Toronto Raptors guard, 5 years, $175 million.
Man, I know it's just what you have to do. These contracts are absurd.
I mean, you've also got British basketball star. It's funny that he's British because they are so bad internationally. OG Anunoby is signing a 5-year, $212.5 million contract. Maybe we shouldn't get to laugh at this. The Rockets did sign Fred VanVleet to a ridiculous deal last offseason, and they did the same thing with Dylan Brooks. But holy smokes, these deals are getting so big. And maybe this is just like in the NFL where the quarterbacks are all getting big contracts, and we all say to ourselves, do they really deserve that contract? But wow. I mean, is Anunoby even the Knicks' third best player?
No, he's probably not.
Because, I mean, last year it was Brunson, it's Randall. Are there others that are ahead of him before they went and got Mikal Bridges?
Probably not.
It's because that's how their contracts are set up. I mean, right now, Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün can be offered 5 years, $225 million contracts.
Good for them.
Jonathan Fagan reported today the Rockets are unlikely to offer them those max contracts this offseason.
I can understand why. It's a lot, even if that's the way things go now.
Doesn't mean because what's so interesting about the NBA contracts is like because they're max deals. Jalen could have an incredible year this year. It's the same contract he's going to get next year. So it's not like you have to pay these guys now. But what's complicated is when you have to talk about bird rights and all these different things in the NBA of who you can pay and who you can't pay. And that's how Anunoby gets that contract. That's how quickly he gets that contract. Is you have to spend money. You can only sign a certain amount of guys that are off your roster, it feels like at this point. The fact you have to use your cap space in the NBA puts teams in a weird spot. They look all like bad contracts. When's the last time you saw an NBA contract and you're like, that's a good deal? The best contract in basketball right now is Jalen Brunson. Makes $24 million.
Yeah.
The best contract's Jokic.
How much is Jokic making?
The max, but that's a good contract.
That's true. But Brunson's like a
because
top
you know who
player.
else is making the max? OG Anunoby.
Yeah.
that's.
I mean, isn't Damian Lillard making $60 million?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think by the end of the contract.
Yeah.
It's funny that the max exists and some players get so close to the max that you would think, just based off of who they are compared to the players that we all believe are worthy of the max, that they shouldn't be getting anywhere near this. And I think that's what kind of F's us up, because in the NFL, there's no max for what a player can make.
It's also the timing of it is if you sign your max 4 years ago, that's 35% of the cap 4 years ago versus if you're Emmanuel Quickley, you're signing for 25% of the cap starting next year. And with the new TV deal that they got, the cap is going to go up 10% every year for the next 5 years, 6 years. It's going to go up 10% for a while.
Yeah, they're not going to do the crazy spike that they did a couple
they
years
smoothed
ago.
it. To where it's a maximum of 10% until it's all in there.
The NBA is fascinating because I love the tweets when it's like, Joe Burrow signed this and Emmanuel Quickley signed this. And it's like, well, there's 15 players on an NBA roster. There's 53 players on an NFL roster. So even for me, math, it means the NBA players are going to make a lot more money. But it puts the Rockets in a fascinating position because you think about Jalen and Alpi, their contracts next year. Before you know it, Tari, Jabari, all these guys are going to start being due money. And that's why this core 7 idea just makes me laugh because it's not realistic.
Tari Eason making that kind of money would be funny, but
Yeah,
probably
Emmanuel
not
Quickley's
that out of the
doing
realm
it.
of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a few more good years, like he can be an OG Anunoby kind of guy. He can be a Mikal Bridges kind of guy. So I mean, obviously, it turns into a good problem to have because that means these guys are good. Like all these
you
guys
want these problems.
All these guys that we're mentioning are good draft picks. We don't mention the guys that get picked in the first round and aren't getting max extensions. So there's a little bit of this is champagne problems for the Rockets if they do have to end up, man, how are we going to pay all these guys? That's all right. I can deal with that.
A lot of money, though. Anyway, let's give you guys a deep steel blue pill. Texas Swarm! Nate Tice, son of Mike Tice, writes about football for Yahoo Sports.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, nepotism.
It's everywhere. He wrote an article about CJ Stroud, and this is certified Houston Texans porn. CJ Stroud prefers to, no, he craves to operate from within the pocket. And it's a true joy to watch such a young player playing like a crafty veteran at such a difficult position, smoothly maneuvering up, down, left, right, like a video gamer inputting a cheat code, while bending his body and arm to find a throwing angle. This sounds a lot like Lance Zierlein's
got the chills
mock draft.
He didn't say bending like
scouting
that, did he?
reports. Bending his body. I said it.
Are there's italics there?
No, I just said, I just read it a little.
Are there some emojis that I'm not seeing?
I read it with a little flair.
That's how he wrote it. Prove me it's not how he wrote it, Sean.
in the writer's voice.
I'm allowed to read things.
Yes, you are. That is a fact.
And interpret how those words were meant to be.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a flair for the dramatic.
Well, maybe he meant it to be written that way. You're doing it right, Paul.
It's like the Constitution. We have to decipher what was the intended meaning of this.
Yeah.
Creativity comes in many forms, continues Nate Tice, and Stroud's interpretation is to keep his eyes forever downfield, hunting chunk plays with a 20-yard gaze, beating defenders, pass rushers, and players in coverage alike with timing, ball placement, and a supernatural sense for space and angles. Stroud has a strong arm, a quick throwing motion, and needs very little space to operate. His Warren Moon-like spirals are so pretty, they are more comparable to an arrow fired by Legolas.
Surprising reference.
I like how we go from Warren Moon to Legolas in one sentence.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
I think Nate Tice would have a place on Gallant George.
I think so too.
He's speaking our language.
Yeah, even though I don't know.
Should we try to get him?
Yeah,
I just don't know
to see if he says bending and moving like the way they used to.
This is CJ Stroud erotica. Okay. I would tell him that.
We can't find another quarterback though to comp him to. Not an Oiler or a Titan.
Well, he's trying to keep
someone that disowns the city.
Yeah, Warren Moon, his very clear arranged marriage with the Tennessee Titans for now, which probably involves compensation.
I've always wondered how much.
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, none of Warren Moon's career happened in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Bruce Matthews, this would actually work for. And Bruce Matthews is one of the guys who says, yeah, we belong in Houston.
Yeah. But this is a very...
Legolas never took the easy way out.
Boom.
That's for sure.
Got him.
Well, I don't know. You could argue shooting somebody with a bow and arrow is taking the easy way out.
Okay. Oh, you're right. You're saying snipers aren't real.
A lot of people in shooter games would say that snipers are campers.
Okay. I mean, there's a difference, there's a difference between sniping and camping.
Sorry that Legolas doesn't have the respect of all the 9-year-olds that you're playing Call of Duty with.
Also, I'm a dumb apparently. I thought it was Legolas.
I don't know what it is.
You guys, Legolas.
Oh well, I just see it written out for the first time in my life.
Sniping and camping are the same thing.
No, they're not.
If you're sniping like an actual sniper snipes, then you're probably in a prone position, sitting there for a very long period
of time. So Chris Kyle, war hero, Paul.
Yes, obviously.
Okay.
I'm not calling him out.
But he's a camper.
Whenever I play a video game, that's what I do. I like to sneak around and snipe people.
His Medal of Honor should come with a little asterisk on it, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that at all. Continues Nate Tice, writing about C.J. Stroud. This isn't to say that Stroud is a bad athlete. He's actually a good athlete, something he displayed when he had to in college, and also something he flashed as a last resort in his rookie season. But Stroud is a traditionalist. Damn it. He's a quarterback who throws, that's in italics, and distributes to his teammates and slices a defense up within the comfy confines of a deep pocket.
He loves CJ.
I got to say, I mean, he did a write-up about Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lot hotter reading this.
Well, I mean, we're going to talk about Trevor's hair.
No, but there's a lot more descriptors in here.
That's who I thought he would compare to Legolas.
Trevor Lawrence, though. Dad, congrats.
Congrats.
0-2 versus Texas.
All the hard work he did to become a dad.
You never know how much it took.
I didn't know he's the dad.
They just announced it.
Oh, okay. Continues Nate Tice writing about C.J. Stroud for Yahoo Sports. Stroud has already shown, even with an oft-injured offensive line, the ability to make tight pockets in tough situations work. He wants to launch the ball, hell or high water, but he's so intelligent about it. He knows when to turn the dials and let things rip, but he also knows when to throttle it down. There are times he could give up on a play and throw a split second earlier, but he's already showed a high level of timing during his first season, and it will only improve with more time as a professional.
Whew. That sounds like CJ Stroud MVP 2024.
Could be. How much better do you think he can get from what we saw last year?
Oh, man.
I think that's the tough question to answer because he really was good, and you expect him to continue to improve. But, I mean, it's going to be hard to improve based off of what he was last year.
I think he can improve quite a bit. I look to the Jets game, the Panthers game, the duds that happened, the Ravens games, both of them, where he was completely ineffective when they played Baltimore, Carolina, and what we saw the first half in Indianapolis. I know it's the second game of the season, but there's games where he was not good enough, frankly. The Carolina game's a big one. Stuff like that can't happen.
That to me is the improvement, is that the bad CJ Stroud games are become better than they were last year.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much there is to go up. It's more about lifting the bottom a little bit higher.
That makes sense.
Like even the Saints game, he's 13 of 27 for 199 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. But it's not his best game. Not his worst game, but you got the win. Like that's the big thing this year is raise the floor to where you don't ever do what you did against the Panthers.
Yeah, that you don't lose a game scoring 9 points. Was it 13-9?
Like that can't happen again. The Jets game, I know he got hurt, but it was a pathetic performance until he got hurt. I think he threw 91 yards in that game before he got hurt. He was just not good.
And then he got concussed.
Yeah, and then he got concussed.
Yeah.
The Ravens, they clearly had no answer in either of those games to score at least. So that's where the biggest improvement is.
I'll tell you something that Stroud has improved in. Stroud has improved in his appreciation of Houston. Sean, can we play this clip? This is C.J. Stroud, who, remember, last offseason was talking about how Houston doesn't exactly have the, I guess, talent of a California. Well, he's starting to learn something. He's starting to learn something very important. He knows now the true meaning of living in Houston, Texas.
I mean, I've been here for a year now, and, I've really enjoyed it. And, being from California, it's so fast. And, when I got here, it was like, man, people actually genuinely, stop their day to take care of, another person. And I'm not really used to that, So I feel like the hospitality, just the camaraderie, the togetherness, even though it's a big city, people still look out for one another, and I can appreciate that, So that's why I feel like it's blooming right now. You can see Houston on the upcharge, not just in sports, but really just in life, period, So it's an honor just to be a part of that.
It's an honor.
Texan Swarm.
It's an honor.
He is right. It is a city that does go out of its way. You know, when I had that issue where my car got stuck in the ditch, I mean, I had a homeless guy find 2 wooden planks to try to help my car get out. And 3 other random people came by to help me too. I felt like I felt as unmanly as I felt throwing out that first pitch at the Sugarland Space Cowboys game last night.
I will say, like, I do. I love you. I'm never leaving. If I
ain't leaving.
If I lost this job today, like, I'm not going back to Chicago.
You're not?
No, we're staying here forever. That's our plan.
Forever. Forever.
Yeah, like I love Houston.
Forever.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably move out of an area that is likely to get flooded soon.
That's good.
But you know,
that's
League City.
Flooded soon.
I like League City, but like we're first in the evacuation zone, so want to kind of.
Oh yeah. I mean, supposedly this is gonna be not the best year weather-wise. 2 more deep steel blue pill things to get excited about. Stephon Diggs is doing Pilates.
This is I
didn't work for Jose Abreu.
Veto.
Did not work for Jose Abreu.
It didn't. I don't think it worked for Stephon Diggs.
Have you watched this video?
I haven't watched it. I just saw he was doing Pilates.
He falls off.
Oh,
Click on it right now. Click on it. This is a battle red pill.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you need to click on that link right now and watch this video.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to think less of Stephon Diggs. I don't want to think less of Stephon Diggs. So he fell.
He's like leaning back on this machine, and it just comes out from underneath him. He just falls off.
Resistant bands go everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh God. Well, listen, Pilates is tough the first time you do it. Shout out to Houston's Pilates Illuminatis. Also, Stephon Diggs has an.
I keep watching it.
I think he tweeted about it. He's addressed it on X.
Well, because Tank Dell put it on Instagram. Good teammate or bad teammate?
He's holding him accountable.
Okay.
Yeah, and that shows camaraderie.
Yeah.
Right.
They're comfortable joking around.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's not afraid that Stephon Diggs is such an egomaniac that he'd get mad about something like this. All right, let's see what Stephon Diggs tweeted about this. But also, Stephon Diggs has ASICS shoes, and shout out to those. ASICS shoes are the best. You ever worn those?
No.
So basically, they have like the built-in. Like it's really good for people who've got the really arched feet. Diggs tweets this about the Pilates. Pilates really not that hard, LOL.
Disagreed, Stephon.
Don't let video fool you. I ain't just get whopped by the reformer. I held my own in there. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Y'all, GMFU, I will go dominate that reformer. LOL like for FR. So there you go. And that's your deep steel blue pill.
When we go to break, can someone teach me what
I have no idea what he said there.
The GMFU one means?
Me neither. We'll figure it out.
Because I don't know.
We'll figure it out. We wrap things up before Astros and Mets in a moment. It's Gallant and George. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You want to put a little action on tonight's game? On this weekend series, the Astros, they've won 9 of 10. 11. The Mets, they've won 11 of 13. The Astros have won those 9 of 11 since getting rid of Jose Abreu. The Mets have won since Grimace threw out a first pitch. Honestly, I would like to know if Grimace is throwing out a first pitch again. Do you think the Mets will get a little bit greedy and think to themselves, you know what? Let's do this again, potentially destroying all of the good luck that they've built up. The Astros, with Ronel Blanco on the hill tonight, are 1.5-run favorites with the over-under in tonight's game at 8. The first pitch at 6:10. MyBookie.ag, you enter promo code BET975. They match your first deposit up to $1,000. You can also play blackjack. You can play poker with live dealers. MyBookie.ag allows you to bet on anything. Baseball, Copa America, the Euro Championship, whatever it is, WNBA. It's MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We learned that in the commercial break, Stephon Diggs, who wrote GMFU means got me effed up. For real. Stephon Diggs, that Pilates video, oh boy. Pilates are not that hard, sir.
He was leaning too forward. He just lost his balance.
Okay.
Stephon Diggs not coordinated?
I'm wondering if he was trying to get extra attention from the instructor, but hey, that's just a theory.
So now that, it's been, 2 hours and 54 minutes of the show today, Luke Berryhill has tweeted you encouragement. We've discussed it.
Yeah.
The Twitchers, the Texters have given you positive vibes.
For those who don't know, I threw the first pitch yesterday
Yes.
at the Sugarland Space Cowboys game 2. Sugarland Space Cowboys catcher / country music star,
Yes.
Luke Berryhill.
And
not
you were
Lukey.
upset about your pitch.
Yeah, it was terrible.
But there's been many who have, given words of encouragement.
It wasn't good enough. For the standard I
Okay.
hold myself to, it wasn't
I was
good
trying
enough.
to see if you felt any better after
No, I
all
don't.
of
I'm not
this.
going to feel any better about it, okay? This is entirely
strike.
how I feel about it. I don't care how other people feel about me. I only care how I feel about me.
What will happen if when next year rolls around and you don't get to throw it again?
If I don't get to throw it again, I don't get to throw it
Oh,
again.
okay.
But it bothers me. I'm mad. I should have put more.
You're
going to
get redemption next year, I promise.
Anyway.
You can't promise that.
Very thankful the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
I decide who throws the first pitch.
Congratulations.
You can't promise he'll get redemption, though.
I promise
Paul will
Paul
have
will
to
get
prove
an
that on the
attempt-
field.
He'll get an attempt at redemption.
Congratulations to our Pacific Coast League first half champs on winning the first half of the year and rallying to win 9-6 last night.
I should have bought a T-shirt while I was
I know. They have first half season T-shirts.
They did?
Champions, yeah.
Should have bought a shirt. I didn't see it. I should have bought a shirt.
I'll send a text.
Let's
so we can get some.
Let's do a little garbage time and get out of here. Golf was the subject of last night's debate between former President Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden. On Reddit Golf, I'm not sure if this is real, if we can verify this, but a cart boy begs to differ about Joe Biden's claim of a 6 handicap and then 8 handicap within seconds of one another. I'm a cart boy at Columbia Country Club, writes this Redditor, half an hour from Washington, D.C. In March, Biden came to play with 3 of our members who had connections to him. I watched them tee off. Biden's first drive was a 15-yard shank. Literally only went 15 yards. They let him take a breakfast ball. He then whiffed and then claimed it was a practice swing. Then snap hooked it about 90 yards to the left. I also caught them on the 6th green where Joe chipped on and had about a 12-foot putt. He walked up to it and just picked it up as if it was a standard gimme. On the 13th hole, I saw him throw a club after chunking his approach shot. He put a lot into it, but the club only went about 8 yards. When they returned their car after a 6-hour round with nobody in front of them, and Joe shot a 96.
Yeah. See, I kind of believe he isn't 6 or 8 handicap now.
I don't believe he's a 6 or 8 handicap.
If that's the way he golfs.
I don't know if I believe
because that sounds like a cheater.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I also don't believe Trump scores either.
Also a cheater.
Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot of people who lie about their golf scores.
Yeah.
These are 2 people that I would not trust to tell me an honest golf score. I would tell you an honest golf score. It's generally going to be 120, and that's because I usually stop shooting after 8 shots.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look, Joe Biden is...
I'm terrible at golf.
He's 81.
He's 81.
And I love... My favorite part, though, on a side note, was how he challenged Trump to walk it. I'm like, Joe, you're going to walk 1,600 yards?
Yeah, I don't think either of them are.
Like, I don't think either of you were walking that day. Like, it doesn't really feel like... Take the cart, man. It's okay.
Again, Oklahoma drill. Let's do it.
Oklahoma drill for
Oklahoma drill for
Settle
presidency. I want
I'm
that.
in. I'm in.
Big thanks to Sean Mapes. Big thanks to Joe George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Go Astros against the Mets. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Together, Grimace, we could own this town.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A getaway edition of the Killer Bees. It is birthday week for Branham. Did you hear the new injury in Sugarland, too, by the way? The Astros organization continues to be snake bit. Just broke. Did you see it?
No.
Luke Berryhill has a broken left hand because he caught my heat yesterday.
Oh, boy.
First pitch. His hand's broken.
Acknowledge
Got a broken left hand.
I gave you credit for the way you handled that yesterday because you brought Brandon Baby out on the hill, got him involved in it, gave him a great experience. Was well done.
Luke told me that it was the best one all year. I was like, Luke, you tell all the boys that, don't you?
Paulie won't argue with you because Paulie was beating himself up today. And
Paulie's was fine. What was wrong with Paulie's?
He was mad at himself.
Why?
He was even tweeting that he let everybody down. He'll do better next time.
He broke a cardinal rule of baseball. He did do that.
He went up on the hill.
He did go up on the hill. Broke a cardinal rule of baseball. Do not step on somebody else's mound. But yeah, it was a good time. Thanks to the Spacers for having us out there. That was very nice of them to have us out there. It was really cool. Thank you for coming out, to some of the listeners that were out there yesterday, saying hello. It was good to see everybody out at the ballpark. Speaking of ballparks, Astros have been winning at ballparks as of late. Winners of 7 in a row. Big series kicking off. It kind of annoys me. Like Renel Blanco was doing MLB Network yesterday. Renel Blanco and Brian Abreu were visiting the Major League Baseball offices, I think, yesterday. It annoys me whenever teams go into New York. It's like the car wash, kind of. Like, you know how guys go to ESPN and they'll do the car wash. They'll be on First Take. They'll be on Sports Center. They'll go on, like, McAfee. They'll be on whatever. Like, they're there that whole day. They do the ESPN car wash. When teams go into New York, they do the Major League Baseball car wash. They get interviewed at MLB Network. Sometimes they're in studio. They go visit the Major League Baseball offices. It annoys me like these teams do not exist unless they're playing a series in New York, and it just gets under my skin. It bothers me. It's a pet peeve of Branham.
I mean, it's understandable, but at the same time, look, they're lazy. They don't, they are who they are, so they don't want to go out across the country and see all these guys. So every time that they know somebody's coming into town, everybody tries to pirate it and capitalize on it and bring them all in and through. But yeah, I mean, ESPN's the worst about it, but I understand, like, guys coming in and wanting to see the sights and do those kind of things. But yeah, the 18 different interviews in a 24-hour span, you see the same interview, you can end up catching it three times.
See, it's not the interview stuff that bothers me. Like, I like the content. It's like you don't exist until you go to New York. It's like you could do that content and that stuff whenever they're in any other city. You could do that in Houston. Yeah, that's the laziness. It's a good point. It's a good way to describe it. It just annoys me. You're not significant unless you're playing in New York. Bothers me. Bothers me as a Houstonian.
And honestly, especially from like MLB Network standpoint, you don't have to be that lazy. I mean, all you got to do is coordinate with your teams. And there is a really quick and easy way to get that done remotely, split screen, and you can get every content you want. But it's laziness. They just wait because they want them to come to them.
Yeah. Sorry, I got sidetracked. But the Astros have been playing better. And it begs the question, because when the Astros were losing earlier this season, they got the hiring wrong. Joe Espada's David Culley. What a terrible signing. They should have found a veteran manager, et cetera, et cetera. Espada's ruining. He's not playing whatever the excuse was. How are we feeling about Joe Espada now? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. And look, there's still a long way to go. You haven't even played halfway through the year. The halfway point after you conclude today's game. 41-40, even if you win, is not a great record through 81 games for what the expectations were for this team. But they are turning it around. They are playing better. There is optimism now for the second half of the season. They could be awful the second half, and we're all blaming Joe Espada again and calling him David Culley again. So what is your feel towards the Astros skipper now? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What are you feeling about the Astros manager, Blankers?
You know what? I feel like all along we knew that he had a relationship with the guys in the clubhouse, and what you hear now is that there's never been an issue within the clubhouse. That's great. I do feel a little uneasy still because I'm not sure he's in full and complete control, because I believe that he's still looking over his shoulders. Maybe this win streak and the fact that the team is building confidence with that, maybe he'll have more confidence that, especially in game, he'll be his own manager to do things his way, because it feels like sometimes and it felt like in the first half that there were a lot of times that he was looking over his shoulder and he was making forced moves with the bullpen or who to use or when to use them and who to put in the lineup because it wasn't up to him, or he knew that he was going to catch heat and there was a directive coming from above. If he can get to a point where he can settle in, be his own manager now, and be comfortable making his own decisions and realize, yeah, I'll sit in the meetings, I'll understand the direction that the organization wants to go, but once we get ready to lay the lineup on the lineup card and go to play 9 innings of baseball, then it's my choice.
Yeah. I think he's settling into his own, quite frankly. I think that, and you should expect this from a first-year manager, quite frankly. I don't think that first-year managers come in day one and they're their best. You know, you kind of learn some things. You get a feel for the team a little bit better. I think that you probably have some ideas that you want to do as a manager, and you kind of round peg, square hole it. That may not be what this club represents. And where I'm going with that is like the whole aggressive base running thing. That's great if you have like a young team that can fly around the bases and they're super fast and et cetera, et cetera. This is probably not a team that you're taking extra bases with. Like, you want Jose Altuve going first to third every single time at his stage of his career? No, I don't. Like, I get a little nervous every time Jose Altuve slides into third. Talk about Yordan Alvarez. Anytime Yordan Alvarez takes an extra 90 feet, I hate it. Back to Altuve. He's not the greatest base runner. Yeah, his stolen bases are good. Stolen base percentage is fine. But how many times does Jose Altuve run into an out because of over-aggression? So I think there are times whenever you as a manager have certain plans on how you want your team to play, and you don't always take into account the personnel because you don't know the personnel you're going to have. Like, if you're 5 years away from being the manager, you have no idea what that personnel is going to be. So you're like, well, this is the way we're going to play whenever you're thinking about your first job as a manager. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, we can't be doing that with the personnel we have. I think that Espada has kind of learned some of those things. I think there was some bad luck with Espada, the injuries, the amount of pitchers the Astros have had to use. But I think Joe Espada after 80 games is better than he was after 8, 18, 40 games. He's settling into his own. He's settling into being a manager that I don't have fear being in the dugout making these decisions. Whereas early in the year, quite frankly, I did. I thought there was a ton of questionable decisions, and still have some questionable decisions here and there. But the best way that I would describe how I'm feeling about Joe Espada now versus 8, 18, 40 games in, he's settling into his own, and he's not somebody that I fear costing the Astros a game in the dugout. I'm not going to say I completely trust him or that he's going to win games with his strategy, but I don't fear he's going to cost you.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, to me, like I said, you're right. I mean, we always talk about, well, how many games is a manager going to affect you positively or negatively in a season, and maybe it's 5, maybe depending on who it is and how it's done. I just want him to be the manager that has all this baseball experience built up to be able to make the decisions that he feels in game that he wants to make. Because that's what worried me the most, was that he was essentially, and we talked about it, he was essentially a puppet, and Geppetto and the puppeteers were upstairs, and he wasn't being able, because at the end of the day, I'm sure he wants to walk away from the job just like Dana Brown does, saying, I gave it everything I had, I did everything my way, it didn't work out, okay, I'm going to look for my next job. But you don't want to have the regret of walking away going, if I had just did it what I thought in that situation or with this, this situation, things like that. You don't want that. And he's got enough skins on the wall and experience in baseball to say he should be given the opportunity and the freedom to say, in game, I'm going to do what I want to do because that's why you hired me.
Yeah, I think there is some truth to that too, because I think there were some things that were forced onto him. I think that he had to do some things that maybe he wouldn't have done. And I think it's the first baseman. Like, why are we beating around the bush here? Sensei, I like that Joe is getting everybody rest and others are getting a chance to play and develop. There's probably not been a whole lot of that. I feel like he plays his guys and doesn't sit them as much as Dusty would have. That's now, the luxury that Dusty had was that they were kind of winners. Last year they were chasing a bit, but they were still in the playoffs as they were chasing. Whereas Espada, they're 10 games under 500. They're 10 games back. So it's like, okay, we got to put our foot on the gas a little bit quicker. Fake Tony Stark, I feel like Espada is still a bit over his head, learning on the job. Hopefully he's not handcuffed with a Brayu gun now. And I think it's kind of what you're alluding to. I don't feel like he's handcuffed anymore. I think it's, here you go. Here's your 26-man roster now. Yeah, we might want to see extra Loperfido. Let's see what Dubon looks at first base. But ultimately, it does feel like Espada finally has control of his lineup, where it didn't necessarily feel like that post or pre-Abreu, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that going forward now, because maybe, the powers that be will also ease up a little bit, because now instead of just getting dusted and being, no closer than 5 games below 500 for the majority of the first half, you're back to 500. You're back relevant again. You're within striking distance of a wild card and the division. And with that 7 games in a row should at least earn you the ability to have everybody else back off a little bit and say, hey, it's your team. Go do it. You did it with Dusty. Obviously Dusty had a ton more experience as a manager, but Joe Espada taking this team from basically the depths of the dead to get them where they got deserves the chance to manage the team his way.
Yeah. Todd says he's been splitting Yiner's time more as a catcher and only using Chaz against left-handed pitchers and reverse split pitchers. I will give him credit there. He's kind of been forced into Yiner now because of the injury to Caratini. But, yeah, he was giving Caratini a good amount of play behind the dish, which I think is smart. I think Caratini's better as a receiver. As far as the Chaz thing, I actually kind of want to see Chaz play a bit more, especially while Tucker is hurt, because I want to see if Kyle Tucker is career Kyle Tucker or if he's 2023. Chaz McCormick. I want to see if he is Chaz McCormick of last season. So, quite frankly, I would play Chaz over Trey Cabbage every single day. Mm-hmm. I would be playing Chaz over John Singleton every single day. I would have as much Chaz in the lineup right now while Kyle Tucker is injured to see if he can revert back to who he was last year. That way you can make educated decisions on how you want to play Chaz McCormick once Kyle Tucker comes back.
Well, and there's a lot more to that, too, in the fact that you want to have options, too. If you're considering a move with Chaz, you'd like to have him have value. But more so than anything else, my opinion is ride the hot hand. I used to always get extremely upset when Dusty would have a guy that's red hot and he'd sit him down because it was a scheduled day off. Well, if you know that Joey Loperfido has had multi-hit games in 3 of his last 4, I don't care about the matchups as much, and I don't care if you need to see more of I care that the best lineup's out there because you're chasing, not being chased, and that you want to see the best lineup on the field every day. I think Joe Espada wants to do that as well, and I hope he continues to do that.
Yeah, I think that's something that we undervalue in modern-day baseball. The analytics get caught up in the lefty-righty, how do they do versus fastball and junk, as opposed to this guy's in form, this guy's red hot, let's see if that continues. Todd says he also stopped pinch hitting for Myers in the 7th inning, stopped overthinking. That was annoying for a little while. He also did that the other day, though, with Chaz, where he pinch hit Trey Cabbage for Chaz against a righty, and then Cabbage struck out, I think, on 3 pitches. 713-780-ESPN. It's a busy show. Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros on the Shin, will join us at 4 o'clock. We have our very own Killer Bee presidential debate. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Is he a Met? Is he a blah? Also, car wreck of the day today, all the mean things you say to us. So still 2 hours and 45 minutes to give us all the meanest things you want to say to us. 713-780-3776. I did the math on what Verlander needs to do to hit that vesting option, 140 innings. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight. We'll talk about that when we come back. We'll also continue the conversation. How are you feeling about Espada now? Get your reaction to it. A bunch of texters weighing in on that. 713-780-3776. twitch.tv/ESPN975. He's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I was at that Sugarland Space Cowboys game last night talking to Joe George's parents. And of all things, air conditioning came up. And I was letting them know, hey, they're Midwest born and have been here very recently. And I said, hey, before it gets too hot, you might want to call Vanderford Air, because Vanderford Air is not only a sponsor of the station, they're the best in the business at making sure your air conditioning unit is up to snuff before it gets to triple digits and taking care of you every step of the way. I mean it when I say it, because I love the fact that everything is 100% guaranteed. That's what I want when I do business with a company. If things don't go right, if you don't do the things you're supposed to do, or the parts don't, or the systems don't, I don't want to be on the hook for it. I want it to be taken care of and guaranteed. And that's what Vanderford Air does for you. And it starts with an even bigger guarantee. Normally, if your air conditioning unit goes down, you want it fixed immediately. But most companies are backlogged with so many customers, they can't get to you for days. With Vanderford, they have a guarantee in place. When you call them within 24 hours, they'll be there to see you. And that's the first win-win for you in that situation. You know it's not going to take days. You know they're going to get on it and try to do their best to help you as soon as they possibly can. And then the other guarantees come into play. Whether they're doing plumbing, heating, water heaters, all the other things that they do. But the most important thing right now, AC units, HVAC units, They're going to make sure from the parts to putting in total new systems, everything is guaranteed. That means the parts and all the different services that they offer, from the installation and the workmanship to the fact that the unit is going to and the repairs are going to get your air conditioning units to the right temperature, maintain it, do the things you want it and need it to do. It's all guaranteed. And it's all 100% money back guaranteed. That's the best kind of guarantee of all. And they're going to put it in writing. From the time they come out there, they're going to put it in writing, tell you what they would do if they had to replace a part, tell you what they would do if they had to replace the system, give you the option to do one or either one of them and pick which one you want to do, and then also back up their workmanship along the way. They're the best. Check them out today. Go to VanderfordAir.com or call them and save that number in your phone because you never know when you're going to need it. 281-557-COOL. 281-557-COOL, VanderfordAir.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Blank Branham in the Bees. 713-780 ESPN. All of you in the Hive. 4690. It feels like Crane and the bunch have been giving him more room to make decisions. Something that you alluded to. I think that the line of demarcation there, quite frankly, is Jose Abreu. I think it's that simple.
I think winning, too. I think that plays into it. I think that if they're losing, then they're going to be more desperate. They're going to be more demanding. They
weren't winning when they released them.
No. But I'm saying, and previously, I think it was. Look, they at that time, Abreu was bad. You were trying to figure out what Bregman was going to be. A lot of people clamoring to see Loper Fido, but they were still force feeding Chaz till he got hurt. Then when he came back, maybe they brought him back too soon. There's been a lot of different positions where there has been a lot of ire because of the questions of, is Joe Espada allowed to put up the best lineup he can to win, or is he being directed by the powers above?
I do agree with you that once you start winning games, the grip kind of loosens a bit. But they weren't winning games whenever they released Jose Abreu. It's kind of been after that since they went on this torrid run. Was it 9-2 now? Winners of 7 in a row. I'm pretty sure that's right. 713-780-ESPN. 8693. I don't think I can get a full opinion until his first season finishes, especially if they make the postseason. I want to say how he manages in October. I think it's completely fair and valid. Completely fair and valid. But many people were voicing their opinions when they were 15-30 or whatever it was. So we're giving you the opportunity to voice your opinion now that they've climbed back out of a dreadful start and are 40-40 and all of a sudden in the playoff race. So if you're going to have an opinion then, you should have an opinion now. I'm a big believer in always having opinions, but having the open-mindedness to change that opinion. Like, people have called me a waffler. No, I'm just open-minded. Like, I'm willing to take in all the information and make an educated decision based on the day I'm making that decision. It's like we talked about the other day. Like, if somebody's fence is broken 2 weeks ago and then they fixed the fence, well, now I think the fence looks good. So, like, things change. Things are fluid. Things always are on the move.
I mean, well, it's the same as saying, well, there's a A, B to a conversation. If I tell you it's B and I really believe it's B and I'm telling you that that's my opinion and it turns out to be A and there's no denying it, I'll tell you I was wrong. I said B, it was A. I was the one early on that was saying for everybody that wanted to fire Espada, before you want to fire Espada, and we pointed out when there were shortcomings and he made mistakes, the fact was he was playing with less than a full deck of cards in terms of the resources he had in front of him, and the injuries kept on mounting. And we talked about how many starting pitchers he lost and the fact that, he had players that were down and players that he was, quite honestly, being force-fed to play that weren't good enough to be in the lineup, and you're starting the game 9 versus 8 alone with just Abreu in the lineup. So he overcame a lot in the first half of the season as well, but it wasn't fair to put the crosshairs on him quite that quick.
1029, I think the interaction he had with Spencer Arrighetti changed the way I view Espada. I think guys trust him, and I think he's done a great job staying the course. That was a sweet moment. Gave him a big hug, whispered sweet nothings into his ear. That was a romantic comedy in the dugout after he pulled Spencer Arrighetti. He was asked in the postgame if he could share some insight on what he told into Spencer Arrighetti's ear, and he said, nope, not telling you, which I kind of respect.
That's good, yeah.
I like that, actually.
And, Spencer's got the long flowing hair. He could run his fingers through while he was talking to him. But, look, it could be the opposite. We talked about it with Schlossnagel. Some guys are hard asses and they're going to be dictators, and that's just not their style. But if you have the connection enough with a player to basically good things or bad things, you can at least have the ability to interact with them, can take you a long way. Because a lot of guys, unless you walk into a Skip's office, they're not going to come out and make it their point to go talk to you. If you got a problem, come talk to them. Otherwise, it is how they say it is, and it's my way or the highway.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So I did the math because Justin Verlander has that vesting option for next year. He has to hit 140 innings for that option to vest. The Astros are getting half of that contract paid next season if the option vests, which the total amount of the contract, I think it's $35 million again. And the Mets would be on the hook for $17.5 million of it. They'd be paying 50% of that $35 million contract that Justin Verlander would have next year. That is the case. $35 million. If he hits the 140 innings, the Astros are on the hook for half of it. So if he hits 140 innings, Astros are paying him $17.5 million to be on the Houston Astros next year. Conservatively, and this might not even be conservative, I don't think he's coming back until after the All-Star game.
That's fair.
The All-Star game's in a few weeks. Justin Verlander's still not throwing a baseball. I don't envision a scenario where he's coming back before the All-Star break.
That's the biggest key. I mean, if there was a chance for him to throw before the All-Star break, you'd have to kept throwing or started throwing by now at least to kind of get your arm the ability to ramp back up to be where you were and make up some of the lost ground. If you're not throwing at all and now suddenly you're hoping to get him, it's just not going to happen.
2 weeks. The All-Star break starts on July 15th. That's 2 weeks and 3 days.
It's just not happening.
He's not going to be back before the All-Star game. Now, could he be back on July 19th, 2021? Maybe. Yeah, I think that's probably the most optimistic. So I don't even think that's conservative. That might actually be pretty aggressive for him to be back after the All-Star game. But let's play with that. Let's say he's back after the All-Star game, that first series back. All right, so Justin Verlander, who is currently needs 83 innings to hit the 140 inning pitch threshold for that vesting option to vest and then be on the hook. He's only pitched 57 innings this year for the Stros in 10 starts. So he's averaging less than 6 innings. Keep this in mind. He's averaging less than 6 innings per start, 5.7 innings per start. Yes, I know that's not a real number, but bear with me because that's the math. So Verlander, if he's in the rotation, the Astros will have 66 games after the All-Star break. Let's say that he starts a fifth of them, which is also not necessarily a guarantee. We're talking if the Astros go to a 6-man rotation to save the arms, et cetera, et cetera. So there's not even a guarantee that Justin Verlander pitches a fifth of the 66 games post-All-Star break. It's also not a guarantee that he's back immediately after the All-Star break. But if he's back after the All-Star break, if he pitches every fifth day for the Astros 66 games, that's roughly 13 starts. 13 starts, he needs 83 innings. needs 83 innings and that's 13 starts. You know how many innings that is to start? A little more than 6 innings per start, which he hasn't done so far through 10 innings. I don't think Justin Verlander is hitting that vesting option.
He's not getting it. I'm just wondering where people sit in terms of, is that good or bad? Because I think Justin Verlander at $17 million a year for next season, that's all you got to pay him. I think that's fair. That's a pretty good deal in your corner that you don't have to pay him that, because you're already paying Lance McCullers that kind of money to not pitch for multiple years. I'm fine with it. If he walks away, I'm afraid that he might try and bogart his way to trying to get more than that per year. And I don't think you want to pay him more than that, and then you just have to let him walk.
I would want him back at $17.5 million a year. Like, I want him to hit the vesting option. Like, I want Verlander in this starting rotation next year, and I think $17.5 million is fair. If he doesn't hit that vesting option and he wants to say, well, I'll make good on that extra year. I will give you that extra year for $17.5 million. I'm open to that.
If he does just that,
I'm open to that.
But I think if he wants to test the open market, I think someone's going to give him $23 million a year.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
I think he would get $20 million in the open market.
Yankees and Dodgers would open up the pocketbook to say, I'll give you $23 million for a year on a one-year deal. We've done a lot worse for a lot longer, and we know you would help our rotation immediately. You get a guy that, like we talked about, he's not Cy Young Verlander anymore, but if he's a sub-4 ERA, keeps you in ball games, keeps giving you 6 play, and he can pitch with his head as well as his arm, he's an advantage and a bonus to have on your team.
Yeah. What would be the highest figure? Let's say it's a one-year deal. Let's say it's a one-year deal, and Verlander's willing to do these one-year deals. And, like, Verlander's done business with you in the past. Mm-hmm. He signed, the $66 million deal for 2 years and then pitched 1 inning on that deal. And then he left you. He left you the last time because he signed with the Mets and an offer that he was getting $43 million a year. And Crane was never going to pay that. So, like, I'm sure he gave the Astros the opportunity to match that, and the Astros like, no, thanks, we're good. What is the highest you would be willing to go to? Because I don't think he's hitting this vesting option. I think it would be a minor miracle for him to hit this vesting option. What would be the most you'd be willing to go in a single season for 1 year?
I think that 20 is probably the cap for me. If all things being considered, I'd give him 20 for a year. And then the problem is just, you're going to look at, I think some team out there is going to give him 25. If he hits free agency, it's going to be, do I want to stay with a team in a situation that I know, in a city and an environment that I know, or do I want to go try it again in New York, or do I want to try it in L.A.?
I think that's my number 2. Like, I don't really want to go to 20. If you want to give me like $19,999,000, whatever, mm-hmm. I don't want to go to, okay, round it up to 20. I don't want to go above $20 million. I do think Verlander would be willing to do business with you. Like, he spurned you to go to the Mets, and he got tons of money, and it didn't work out in New York, and he was back in Houston before the trade deadline. The first time around came up in that contract. So I do think he'd be willing to do business with you. I want him to hit the vesting option because I think it actually saves you some money at 17.5. Yep. He is still a big league starter, even though he's not Cy Verlander. And yes, if he came back on a 1-year deal, I think it's somewhere between $17.5, $20 million anyway. So give me that vesting option, but I don't think he's going to hit it. And maybe that's why he's being conservative with the Astros, though. Maybe they've kind of talked about this and like, hey, off season, 17.5. If I hit the vesting option, great. If I don't, hey, I'm back on a 1-year deal for less than $20 million anyways.
I think that you would have to hopefully have those conversations with him along the way, because you've done him the solid and you brought him back and you committed to give him everything that he wanted. And you've been very, very open to doing the things, whether that you wanted to do a 6-man and he wanted to do a 5-man, and the things, because he's chasing those other things as well, not just the contract, but also the strikeouts and the wins that, I think that he should. I mean, like you said, you basically paid him for 2 years for free. Mm-hmm. So you would think that if he's going to give anybody a solid, because he didn't the last time he hit free agency, that you've stayed in his corner the entire way. Cut him some slack.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. But if I had to bet, I'd bet good money he doesn't get to 140. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lance, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Lance?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my calls. I just had a question regarding, like, our roster construction and with people like McCullers on the team. He's been hurt for so long, and I think Schwab was saying it yesterday or the other day, where he might come back, let's say, mid-August. Let's say he gets hurt again, which, in my mind, that's a real possibility just considering his history. Is there a point where you say, hey, Lance McCullers, thanks for being here, but here's your money, like, get off, like, I'm going to release you, and open that spot up? Like, is he currently taking up a spot on our roster? I know you said there's 26 members man roster right now, but is he taking a spot where somebody who is not hurt all the time could be on the roster?
Appreciate
How
it,
does that
Lance.
work?
Appreciate the question. He's currently not taking a roster spot because he's on the 60-day injured list. Anybody on the injured list is not on the 26-man roster. So there is that. Now, if he was on the 15-day IL, not the 60-day IL, like Jake Bloss is on the 15-day, not the 60, so he is taking a spot on the 40-man roster. McCullers is not. The contract's guaranteed. It's right at $17 million. Actually, it's just under $18 million this year. A little under $18 million next year, and then a little under $18 million in the 2026 season. It is very, very difficult for anybody who has a capable arm to release them and be like, hey, go about your way. Like, the Astros were so hesitant to release Jose Abreu, who was on pace to be the worst position player of all time. And the fact of the matter is, when Lance McCullers pitches, and yes, it's few and far between, and it's not very often, Lance McCullers has a good history of pitching well. So I'm not cutting a guy that I owe $18 million, which actually is pretty reasonable, $18 million a year for a guy who's capable of doing what he is capable of doing, career 3.48 ERA. It's just super frustrating because he's always injured. But if he were to come back, even if he only gives you like one solid year, it's worth what's remaining on his contract.
And that's what I was going to say. When you look at the Abreu situation, it was he just couldn't play anymore. So you had to eat that. At a certain point, you just knew you were going to end up paying free money to him because he wasn't doing any good being on the roster. He was a detriment to you being on the roster. Lance McCullers, it's not about him being any good. I mean, I think he's top three rotational talent in all of Major League Baseball when healthy. But the fact that you're going to pay him anyway for this and two more means that I'm going to give him every and all the opportunities I can to pitch when he's able and healthy enough to pitch, because he's better than most of the guys that I can throw out there, or he gives me an advantage over a lot of teams that don't have the kind of arm that he has. So I'm going to keep putting him out there. I'm not going to cut him and then he's going to go to another team and then, a year and a half after all these surgeries and everything, he's still good and he goes and signs with somebody else. I've already paid him and I'm paying him, and he's going to get extra money and he's going to be good somewhere else. I'm going to keep him around, and you got to ride it out at this point.
713-780-ESPN. A texter just called us crazy. Why is this texter calling us crazy? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter called us crazy, which is really not even close to the meanest things we've been called. That doesn't even make mean text coming up at 5:45 today. 713-780-ESPN. If you want to call us crazy or send us mean things. Y'all are crazy. If Verlander, stays healthy all year and pitches well in the playoffs, he's getting no less than $30 million a year. Okay, those are two major ifs. If he stays healthy, because Justin Verlander is 41 years old and he's currently not healthy. He's missed a significant amount of time with a neck injury and is not throwing a baseball. So if he stays healthy, I would say is a serious if. And then secondly, pitches well in the playoffs. I do think that his playoff resume gets overblown at times. People, he's terrible in the playoffs. He's actually really good in the playoffs. He just hasn't been great in the World Series. And the final point on this, Justin Verlander currently, right now, has a 3.95 ERA. Like, we a lot of times back a baseball card these guys. Oh, he's Justin Verlander. He's getting $43 million a year. Thank you, Mr. Espada. Thank you, Skipper, the most interesting man in the manager in the world. He is currently a middle-of-the-rotation pitcher. Do middle-of-the-rotation pitchers get $30 million? Maybe if they're younger. I think $30 million is crazy. And I think that the ifs that the texture points out are pretty out there, too.
Yeah, no, I think when you look at it, too, and you can look at a guy like Kershaw, but you can look at it from the fact that you also have to take into consideration there might be some middle-of-the-road teams or teams on a flyer that might be willing to give him more, but he also wants to play for a team that allows him the opportunity to get to some of the individual and personal goals that he has as well, and those pertain to winning and doing the kind of things, in the kind of environment that he's looking for structurally as well as off the field. He's got requirements. He's got a family. It all factors in. I think that, realistically, some team may want to give him 30, but does he want to go there, and does it give him the opportunity to do the things he wants to do? I think the Dodgers and Yankees and winning teams probably fit the mold. Now, off the field, that's another story. I don't know how that fits, but I still think because of his age, because of the fact that he came off Tommy John, he's in his 40s, and now he's hurt again, that I look at it and say teams are going to go, you're not what we just basically said, you're not Justin Verlander that you used to be. And when you're on, you're good, but I don't know how on you're going to be on the bump for me all year and into the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that into consideration.
It maybe if he went to the absolute highest bidder, maybe it could come close to $30 million. I think that's out there. I think that's a bit lofty for a 398 guy that has been hurt, and that's going to be 43 years old. I think what you say comes into play a lot, too. I think at this point in his career, he's going to want to cherry pick where he lands. And not that long ago, 2 off seasons ago, he chased the Mets offer, and it blew up in his. Not that he was like miserable and unhappy, but it didn't work out. He got traded to the Astros. Yes, he's still making that same money. I think at this stage of his career, maybe we were saying this 2 years ago too, but I think off a subpar year where there's been injuries, or he wants to be comfortable, I think that the Astros would get a discount on Verlander.
I agree, because I think the priorities have changed too. The last contract he was chasing when it was with the Mets was he wanted to be the highest paid pitcher of all time. That was when he and Scherzer were going back and forth, and we basically knew before he even went out and accepted the offer that the offer he was looking for was 43.5.
Yeah,
he got that. Now he's done that. No one's maximized that since, I don't believe, but regardless, he got that at that point in his career. Now there's other priorities like the winning, like the wins, like the strikeouts, all those things, and being comfortable on and off the field.
4218, another piece of this is that I don't think he will take less than 30. He's prideful. I think there is something to that. I think that's a good point. But if you think that he could get 30, then you definitely want him to hit the vesting option of 140 innings. Like, if you think he's a $30 million a year pitcher on the open market, then you would be crazy to not want him to hit the vesting option, so you get him at 17.5. Because now the Astros are coming ahead $12.5 million. If his value's 30, you're paying him 17.5. That's a major win for the Stros. But that's the frustration of him probably not hitting the vesting option.
And he's also happy, right? Because he gets the 30-35. He just gets half of it from the Mets if you get it vested.
Yep.
So if he's still prideful and wants to get 30 plus, he's getting 35. You're only paying for half of it. You've got a happy pitcher focused on doing the things. Even if he's chasing what he wants to do individually, it helps you as a team get to where you want to go, and it's a win-win all the way around.
Yeah, because even if he gets 30, that's -5 of what he would have gotten if he hits 140. That's a great point. 5798, if the Astros get to the postseason, can those innings count towards JV's vesting option? No, they cannot. It's regular season innings. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys, just random thought experiment. It's probably too late for this year, but for future years, given this trend in injuries with pitchers, as a possible outside-the-box thinking, is there anything in the rules that would stop a team from, let's say you're an older pitcher, 37, 38, you want to retire, but you don't. You still have the itch, but you just can't go a full year. What's to stop? Roger Clemens is an example. He's out there on the mound in Sugar Land giving it a go just for fun, right? So is there anything that would stop a team like the Astros from, say, taking a guy who's 37, 38, kind of in between on the retirement, and say, here's a money deal, we'll give you $500,000, go live in West Palm Beach for the summer, and just stay loose, and if we need you, ramp up, and we can plug you in for a few weeks?
No, there's nothing.
They
against
wouldn't
that.
be on the roster. They wouldn't hit the tax figure, I would think, unless they get added, right?
But here's the thing: if a guy is 38 and he's been any kind of a decent pitcher at all, coming off a year where he was pretty good, he's going to get more than $500,000. He's going to actually get a contract, and we saw it with, you mentioned Roger Clemens. But if a team wants you enough, they will make some sort of concessions. I'm not saying everybody's going to say you don't have to go until the day before your start. You don't have to go on certain road trips if you're not going to pitch. You're not going to do all the concessions that the Astros made for Clemens, but he was also at a very elite level still to where everybody wanted him. But if you get a 38-year-old pitcher that's at least decent, I think he's going to get an offer or two that's going to suit him, that's not going to have to, do that and, do a big solid favor for a team.
Yeah, I don't see the problem. I don't think this is realistic. Is there anything against a player doing that? Quite frankly, there's not. No, a pitcher could sign a minor league deal, and he can actually sign a minor league deal with the signing bonus. And then we see this on lower scales. I mean, we were talking with Garrett yesterday, voice of the Space Cowboys. That's what Eric Lauer did. Eric Lauer signed a minor league deal with a signing bonus, and then he also has options in his minor league deal where if he doesn't get called up by a certain date, he has opt-outs of that minor league deal and can opt out of that minor league deal. So it could be done within the rules and how the CBA is drawn up. I just don't see any way that a pitcher would do that.
And it also happens with position players all the time.
Yeah.
If they're still, look at Yuli Gurriel. If you're still trying to hang on, then and you still want to play, you got to get a team that wants you too. So the Braves are saying, hey, we'll take a flyer. We'll give you a minor league contract to go play AAA ball for us. If we find out we caught lightning in the bottle, you figured some things out, you still got a little left in the tank, and especially if we have injuries, we can call you up and we can get you. So it happens with position players. I don't think with pitchers because they're so valuable, and if they're worth a darn at all, if they want to play another year, they're going to get a lot of money.
This does it does. Oh, go ahead, Philip. I didn't realize you're still on the line. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it would take a special situation, I think, where a pitcher really did feel like they could not handle the grind and pitch, 150 innings, but maybe they could give it, 5-6 starts in the summertime, and they don't mind living in Florida and taking a paycheck to hang out with the young kids, maybe do a little mentoring. I think it could be a special situation for certain guys near the end of their careers where that might be an opportunity where they could be kind of a organizational depth and at the same time not have the wear and tear on their bodies that they might be worried about.
Yeah.
I think the other thing too, though, is if pride is in the mix at all, if you have those starts and you start pitching well, well, then if you know your stuff is still there and you're feeling good about it, well, then I want to pitch in the majors.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea, Philip, for what it's worth. I just think it would take a really, 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 really rare case. Like it might be a once-in-a-decade type of thing. Now, would it hurt if Dana Brown and, minor league instructors, like scouts and all that stuff, would it hurt if they're, kicking the tires on that sort of thing? No, I don't think it would hurt to kick the tires on that sort of thing. It's good to have minor league pitching depth. And Dallas Keuchel has been bouncing around in the minors for a while. So we see these kind of situations, but not exactly the way Philip's describing. It's not a bad idea. I think it's worth calling veteran pitchers to at least take their temperature on it. I just think it's maybe like a once in a decade, like where it would actually come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, it takes two to tango, right? It can be the great idea, and one side be willing to do it, whether it's the pitcher that's willing to go take a minor league deal or a team that is offering it to someone. But you've got to get both sides in sync to want to do that too, and say, yeah, I'd be willing to do that. And I think if most baseball pitchers that still have anything left in their arm, they believe that they can play Major League Baseball and make a whole bunch of money, and that the teams will make some concessions for them too.
Yeah, I mean, they would want to have if I'm pitching well in the first, April and May in the minor league season, I expect to be called up. Yeah, I mean, I don't see the harm in trying, though, Philip. I do think it's a good idea to at least ask some veteran pitchers if they would be willing to do it. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Couple of questions at first base. I like what Dubon's doing over there, certainly. Is it good enough? I think is a valid question. Cody Bellinger may be on the block. Would you be interested on that? And then also, how about the backup first baseman, John Singleton? Time to release Big John, 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's a Friday. It's a Friday of my birthday weekend. Gentle Ben is on tap. I cannot wait. I like a good drink at the end of the day. I like a good drink on my birthday. Vodka, gin, bourbon, all in that rotation for me, and Gentle Ben Spirits does it better than anybody else. How? Their revolutionary Percedo technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you will ever taste. Purification of Gentle Ben is unrivaled. You'll love what's not in it, including gluten. But Gentle Ben isn't going to brag about that one, though. All spirits are naturally gluten-free. Try a sip of Gentle Ben vodka, gin, straight bourbon, cask-strength bourbon. Compare it to what you drink. You will never go back. We've had listeners calling in saying, I'm hooked, I'm convinced, I'm on the Gentle Ben train. You will be too. I've been ever since I had that first sip. You get all the flavor, none of the burn, smooth, clean, eliminates the burn. Enjoy your drink. Don't work through your drink. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store. Go into the restaurant, go into the bar, ask for Gentle Ben. Go to the Gentle Ben tasting room in Alvin. Great spot to have some Gentle Ben, of course, and then spend an afternoon, spend an evening. Or you can just head to gentleben.com. That's right. You can order straight from the website. You don't want to go to the liquor store. You don't want to go to Alvin. You don't have to. Just hop online. gentleben.com. Learn about the incredible story. Learn more about your new favorite, but also order online. Have it delivered straight to your doorstep. gentleben.com. Get yours right now. Gentle Ben, the secret ingredient is what's not in it.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
That call by Philip did make me think about Luis Garcia made his first rehab start today in the Florida Coast League. Pitched an inning, struck out a pair, didn't allow a walk, didn't allow a hit. I didn't see how many pitches it was. The game tracker isn't very good for the FCL, so I haven't seen the pitches there. But what is important to note here is pitchers that are on rehab assignments have 30 days to have their rehab assignment. Then you have to either call them back up to the big leagues or then place them on the IL, one of the two. If he started his rehab today, you know that the full length of a rehab is 30 days. You're looking at a July 27 deadline.
So is it officially a rehab start
It's
at your minor league complex, kind of an inter?
It was a game, it's a minor league game.
I mean,
I had questions too because it's like it's a FCL rookie ball, not like single A, double A. But whenever I looked at the tweets, I had that question in mind. And Matt Kawahara, who covers the Astros for the Chronicle, he said Luis Garcia made his first minor league rehab start today. That's a minor league rehab start.
Unless he's just being flippant or
I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's a game. I mean, it's a game. I think I'm almost 100% sure. I'm 95% sure that today counts as his first rehab day.
Because I don't think as an organization you're going to set yourself up without knowing full well that in 30 days you feel like if he keeps progressing that he's going to be ready to go, or you wouldn't start the clock yet.
Yeah, exactly.
You just have him keep throwing mounds.
Yeah, you wouldn't have started the clock if you're so. And that's been backed up with that timeline too. Like the timeline we've been hearing all year is like post All-Star break, right around post All-Star break. Well, today, day one of a 30-day rehab assignment, which puts that 30th day as July 27th. So Luis Garcia getting closer. And it's good that he didn't get lit up at the FCL.
I take it he threw it in a full uniform too.
I hope so. It's a minor league game.
All he
it's
needs
a real
to do
game
now is just get some video of it on social media, and I mean he's progressing.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any videos of that actually. Like, why wouldn't there be video footage of Luis Garcia pitching in a big league game? Like, why doesn't that exist?
The organization would want to chart it. Whether Dana was there or not.
I'm sure they have it, but like it being public, you would think like some of these beat guys would have feet on the ground out there to go get
like
some footage of that.
You get a phone, go get me some.
These games I don't think are held in private. Like I think that they're held at the complex, but I think fans can go. I think they can. Cody Bellinger on the block, interested.
I am because of the fact that price matters and he's spendy, but at the same time, he's better than what you got. And if the Cubs are going to be sellers, he's a guy that I know has history, but a majority of his history, yes, it was organizational, but it was also a lot with Correa, and it was the back and forth with Correa more so than anybody else. There's a couple of guys still left from that, from that regime. But at the same time, if he makes you better and you have the communication with the players on your team to see if there are any issues, and I don't know that there would be, if your focus is on winning and just winning for the rest of this season and he makes you better, yeah, I'm interested in Cody Bellinger.
His contract's kind of weird, but it's not crazy, like expensive. He has the opt-out after this season. Like he signed that 3-year deal, opt-out after this year. But it's not super pricey. Like it's pretty up. It's above $25 million. And then if you were to opt in, he has 2 more years on top of that. $27.5 million this year. There's a player opt out for this offseason, $27.5 million for 25. And then he has another player option for the 26 season. So he could go 27.5 this year, 27.5 next year, and then 25 in that final year, or he could opt out this offseason. His season hasn't been as good this year as it was last year, but it's still been fine. It's still been okay. He is a Boris guy, if that matters to you. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm okay with it if Jose Altuve is good with it. I'm okay with it if the leaders and the captains in that clubhouse are okay with it. And I think that they would be. I think that they would be okay with it. If they are, and they give you the approval, I'm okay with it. I'm all right with Cody Bellinger being a Houston Astro.
I am also, because of the fact, if you remember, not you personally, but the listeners remember, he was looking for the big deal this offseason, didn't get it. He was one of those guys that he kept waiting and finally just got to the point where he was like, I'll bet on myself. I'll have the opt-out after a year, and then also have the guarantee that if I don't have a big-time year, that I still have the contract to fall back on. But you know what? If he comes and does for you what you want him to do, and then he prices himself out and goes to free agency, so be it. But he handles a massive need for you, possibly in terms of giving you more punch from the first base, corner, infield position. That could be a difference maker for you down the stretch as you're trying to make up ground.
Yeah, I'd be all right with that.
Price tag obviously matters.
Yeah, I think he'd be cheaper than like a Vlad Guerrero. So that that comes into play. 759 OPS this year hasn't been fantastic. Like, he hasn't been great. That's not that much better than Mauricio Dubon's OPS. But it gives you some options, gives you a real first baseman. He can play center, too. He can play outfield, too. He's been more of a center fielder with the Cubs than first baseman. But I think if you're acquiring him to play first.
We also got a text that said that, you're open to, hang on, the text from 6813, hang on. Y'all will entertain Bellinger and not Bauer. Get the out of here.
Yeah, Bauer beat up a girl.
Yeah, it's a totally different set of circumstances. You pissed off, you were talking mess back and forth with an organization when you were with the Dodgers, and now you're on a different team, and the guy that you got into the majority of it with Correa, is no longer with the team, and it's baseball. You're not talking about the kind of stuff that, look, the Dodgers, whether he got convicted or not, in the case of Bauer, the entire team said and went to management and said, we don't want him back. We don't want him in our locker room. We don't want him back. And veteran players that were being honored said, if he's on this team, we don't want to be a part of that Dodgers organization. There has to be something to that.
The whole, like, a lot of the Bauer communities, well, that stuff got thrown out. He wasn't found guilty. It doesn't change the fact that there is a very real chance that he physically abused women. You might not be able to prove it in the court of law, but there's a very real chance that he did that. He's also been somebody that, like you mentioned, clubhouses don't like having around. I have zero interest in Bauer. What did Bellinger do that's anywhere close to what Bauer has been alleged to do? He talked trash about Jose Altuve. Oh, well, they're big boys, and if Jose Altuve is willing to say, I don't care if Bellinger's on this team, bring that guy in, cool. The bring Bauer in community is... Like, seeing some of these pictures, it's like, okay, like, these women weren't beating themselves up like that.
No, and the thing is...
Even if it was consensual, like, you went too far.
And also, if you want to just get down, you don't want to forget it or remove it, but just from a baseball perspective, he's throwing in the Mexican League, and he's become a gimmick, where he's telling hitters what he's going to throw, and then he's filming it, and he's talking about it, he's putting it on social media, and it's all about ex-Major League players, and basically him using the glove signal to let him know, here comes a fastball, here comes a change,
doing that.
and then telling his teammates how he embarrassed somebody, as opposed to Cody Bellinger, who's playing Major League Baseball for a Major League team and shows he can still play.
Yeah, that's... I've read up on the Bauer stuff, and yes, I understand that it hasn't been able to be proven, and it's been thrown out, and it's been dismissed. Go read up on the Bauer stuff. If you're saying you want Bauer, go read up on everything you can find about it, and then let's have a conversation. Because it's what's been alleged, pretty sickening. I've seen pictures, pretty sickening. Even if it was consensual, pretty sickening. We'll get to the John Singleton stuff a little bit. We got to get out of here so we can get Callis in at the top of the hour. 713-780-ESPN, the voice of the Houston Astros on the shin. Todd Callis joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by the voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. Our conversation presented by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at lancezcars.com. TK, as you well know, Astros streaking 7 wins in a row. They've gotten back to 500 for the first time this year. What do you think is the biggest reason that the Astros have started to win ball games over the last week?
I think the pitching has really stepped up, even with all the injuries and only 5 legitimate starters right now in the rotation. Still trying to figure out who's going to pitch on Sunday. Yeah, I think those guys have been getting it done, pitching well. And Eric Getty was as good as he's ever been the other day on the last game of the homestand. And combine that with Blanco, who should be an American League All-Star, and Fromberg's doing his thing more often than not. He does have a few blips on the season. And then you combine all those guys with what Hunter Brown's done in his resurgence. It's been really good to see. And the offense has been better, too. And it's been 1 through 9. It hasn't been really one guy in that offense, even though Bregman's been really hot over a month now. It's really been the whole 1 through 9 getting it done. So the combination of contributions from a lot of guys offensively and the pitching staff.
So with all that being said, TK, and they're getting healthier and they're playing better, and it's nice to see that it's jiving between. Normally it's either the offense is good and the pitching's bad or vice versa, but everything's clicking. But then you still got Verlander, and he hasn't thrown yet. So when we're looking at the start that you're talking about on Sunday and looking at getting another starting pitcher back because you could sorely use him, we were just talking about it before we brought you in. Is it realistic to say you won't see Justin Verlander till after the All-Star break, and when do you think we might see him?
I don't think that has been determined yet. I think it'll be unlikely that we'll see him on this road trip, but I don't know if before the All-Star break is off the table. If it is, there'll be 96 games into the season at that point and only 66 remaining, so it'd be hard for him to get to 140 innings, which would be what he needs to get to have that player option for his contract next year to vest. So hopefully, for his sake and for the Astros' sake, he pitches at least one start before the All-Star break. I'm not sure if they figure that out yet. I know he's not on the first leg of this trip, but we could see him later on in this trip and maybe make a start before the break. It's just a neck situation. It's not like he's dealing with a major ligament or anything. And once that neck gets better, then hopefully we'll see him sooner than later.
Astro fans are fearful of the neck because of Christian Javier, having the neck, and then a couple of weeks later, it was the elbow. Not that they were related, but it's just, something that's in the back of their mind, of course. Todd Callis joining us on the HRP guest line and in crunching the numbers on that JV contract, too. Hitting 140 innings, I'm with you. I want him back at 17.5. I think it's a bargain. I think if he hits the open market, he makes way more than that. Now, he'd be getting $35 million because the Mets are on the hook for the other 50%. How much do you think that weighs in from the Astros' point of view? Not that you're rushing Verlander back, but how much do you think it weighs into what they're doing, and then how much do you think it weighs into Justin Verlander trying to get back?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, Verlander has made a lot of money in his career, so I'm not sure if he's going to push himself to the point where he could get, hurt himself for his future. He's going to be 42 years old next year. Obviously, $35 million is a nice contract. Anybody would love to have that sitting in their back pocket for next year. But I don't think I think he truly wants to pitch more than just next year. I think he wants to pitch into his mid-40s. And I don't think he'll rush himself back at the expense of maybe having a career-ending injury if one leads to the other. So you're right. The Mets are playing the Astros this weekend, and they're hoping that Justin Verlander doesn't come back. The Astros hope he does come back. The Mets would be on the hook for $17.5 million and get nothing out of it except for watching Justin from afar. And obviously, the Astros would have a bargain at $17.5. But Justin will, even if he doesn't get 140 innings, he'll still make a pretty good number next year, assuming he finishes the year healthy.
TK, you mentioned Eric Getty. I want to go back there for a second because we saw him be really bad, then we saw him be really good, and then we had people saying, well, but it was the Colorado Rockies, so does that count? It looks like he figured some things out. He really kind of started pounding the strike zone, kind of Hunter Brown-esque, that he was trying to take command of the strike zone, rely on a fastball that was topping out at a higher velocity. And it seems to me like he's got a different kind of game plan going into games now. Is that what you saw, and do you believe that we're going to see that Spencer Arrighetti going forward?
It was really, I hope so. It was really extraordinary to watch because the guy had been walking a lot of hitters throughout the year, and more recently averaging 3 walks a start for the last 6 starts. So all of a sudden, not only does he not walk anybody, he doesn't have a 3-ball count on any hitter yesterday or 2 days ago, and just completely turned around his normal. I don't know if he's been nibbling. I feel like he has a lot of confidence in this stuff, but for whatever reason, he wasn't able to land his pitches like he was 2 days ago. And he felt like he could land everything for a strike. It was the best we have seen him by far. Leaps and bounds better than any other start we have seen. And hopefully that is a trampoline forward for better things from Spencer. I know the Astros have a lot of confidence in him. They were a little frustrated with his previous 2 starts, but that's going to happen in a rookie season going around the big leagues for the first time. The Rockies aren't the best offense in baseball, but they're not the worst either. Their problem is they've been giving up a lot of runs. So I think Spencer did his thing. He got ahead of hitters, and if he can get ahead of hitters, doesn't matter if it's the Rockies or the Orioles or the Yankees, he's going to be just fine.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. Another Astro pitcher that's been dominant this season on the mound tonight. Ronel Blanco, 8-2, 2.34 ERA, a sub-1 WHIP. What do we have to do to give Ronel Blanco some Cy Young love? I know that it's a all-star game. I think it's a lock for him to be on the all-star game. But what do we have to do to campaign to get Ronel Blanco a little bit of attention for the game's biggest prize for a pitcher?
Well, I think first things first is he has to make the All-Star team, which I think he will. And then all of a sudden people outside of Houston will realize what an incredible season he's having. He's still flying under the radar. But Cy Young's a long way to go. Today's the halfway point of the season. Ronel's making another start today. Will he make as many starts in the second half as he made the first half? That's to be seen. He's a big dude who could probably handle the workload increase, but that's a lot of innings on top of a season where he's never pitched all the way through as a starter. So we'll see. To get to a Cy Young award, you have to be at least 150, 160, 170 inning pitcher. And they may have to look at giving Ronel some time off or at least a 6-man rotation at some point to protect his innings. But if he keeps pitching like this, then there's no doubt he's going to be in the conversation.
TK, we talked all year whenever we catch up with you about the situation at first base. Now we look at it and say with Abreu out of the mix, with the fact that Dubon has been the go-to guy and has been performing well when he's been there, are we now settled into, from the Astros' perspective, that's my platoon going forward, that I'm going to platoon Singleton and Dubon, and those are going to be the 2 guys, and it can be determined at a later date if Lil Perfido or Cabbage or anybody else, even Yiner, might play into the mix?
Yeah, I think that's the way it is for now. I don't think they're going to move Yiner to first, but I think you could see Lil Perfido or Cabbage get starts at first down the road. I think, just like it was incumbent on Chas McCormick a week or so ago when we talked to have some good at-bats and earn some playing time, I think the same thing can be said about John Singleton right now. Singleton was getting at-bats when Jose Abreu was really struggling, but now he's got some competition behind him with Lil Perfido and Cabbage being left-hand hitters who could potentially play first base. So I think John has to continue to prove his worth to stay in that lineup. But yes, the Jose Abreu experiment now being over, it just frees up the entire offense so you can get Dubon in there more frequently. And there's kind of a domino effect. So when Dubon plays first base, now you've got an extra outfield spot available, whereas if Abreu is at first and you move Dubon to the outfield, now maybe a Lil Perfido or Chas doesn't start. So yeah, there's a trickle-down effect. So Joe Espada can put his best lineup together. The Astros stayed with Jose Abreu as long as they could. It was not working out, and I think they're a better offense now, unfortunately for Jose's case, because he is no longer there.
Winners of 7 in a row. Mets winners of 11 of 13. Asked you a little bit earlier what's been going right for the Astros. What's been going right for the Mets to turn their season around?
Yeah, I was just doing some work on that. It seemed like when they went to England and played the Phillies in that series, and it looked like they were going to get beat those games and end up splitting that set, maybe it bonded them together. But Carlos Mendoza, the manager of the Mets, has had the exact same scenario as Joe Espada, where they have really come around lately. Both 2 teams have had the best month of June. Mets have the best National League record in June, and the Astros have the best American League record in June. So it's going to be a really interesting series. I think the Mets, 15-4 now recently, going back to June 3rd. Everybody points to the grimace throwing at the first pitch as their turnaround. I don't know what it's been. I'm interested to see what's been going on. I know Francisco Alvarez has been hot with the bat, just like Yanner Diaz has been hot with the bat behind the plate for us. Vientos has been good for the last week or so. I'm curious to see what the Mets look like because from afar, it's hard to tell why they have turned things around. Although you can probably say the same thing about the Astros. I mean, there's not one real reason, right? I mentioned the starting pitching and the offense 1 through 9 and Bregman being hotter, but there's really not one reason why the Astros are better. They're just collectively better, and I think the same thing can be said about the Mets.
TK, you mentioned it briefly, but that Sunday start, I know you had Espada on during the telecast, and he was talking about going to a bullpen day for Sunday, at least for the first of the 2 foreseeable possible open dates where you need starting pitching. But then Dubin goes and throws, a significant amount of pitches on Wednesday. Where do you think they're going to go if they do indeed go bullpen on Sunday?
Dubin's going to be a candidate. Brian King's going to be a candidate. You're going to see them mix and match guys to try and cover 9 innings. AJ Blueball pitched yesterday for Sugarland and pitched well again. He was just player of the week before in the Pacific Coast League, pitcher of the week, and he pitched well again. I was personally thinking it might be Blueball, but the fact that he pitched yesterday, he's out of the equation now. So I'm not a huge fan. I don't make the decisions for the Astros. I'm not a huge fan of a bullpen day in Game 3 of having 10 games in 10 days, just because you can really set your bullpen back for that Toronto series. And then if you have to do it again, by the time they get to Minnesota, you can set your bullpen back again for those final couple of games against the Twins. So, who am I? I'm not the one making decisions, but I'm not a huge fan of the bullpen day on Sunday, but that's the way they're going. And hopefully it's just one time around, and they do go with a true starter when they need a 5th starter the second time on this road trip.
Blue Ball was good yesterday, TK, but he was the second best pitcher on the mound. I threw out the first pitch at the Sugarland game. I was the best pitcher on that mound. I'm kidding. I was reading The Athletic today, TK. I didn't realize the relationship and the friendship between Joe Espada and Carlos Mendoza. What do you know about that relationship?
Yeah, I feel terrible we're not televising today on Space City Home Network because we had this story sitting in our pockets since spring training. Joe told us in spring training, got a great story. We played indie ball with Carlos Mendoza. We had the same host mom. We lived together, and we're going to try and get the host family up to New York when we play the Mets. Unfortunately, the host family is not going to be able to come up to New York for this weekend series. But, yeah, those guys are as close as possible. Joe's obviously very close to his brother-in-law, Brandon Hyde, but of the other 28 managers, he's by far closer to Carlos Mendoza. So their careers have kind of paralleled each other, even to the point where in their first year as managers, they both looked like they were in trouble in the first couple of months and have turned it around in the month of June. So that's a story for the Apple TV crew today to unlock. I know Heidi Watney and I had talked yesterday, and she has the story all lined up for tonight. So unfortunately, Space City Home Network will not debut the story that came out in The Athletic today on TV, but it will be an Apple TV exclusive tonight.
TK, they're trumping you on 2 fronts. We had Heidi on yesterday, you today, and now she's going to have the story, not you, so you don't have the game. You got a fluffy night off. What are you going to do? Are you going to go to the park, or are you going to just kind of kick it in New York City?
My wife, whose favorite city in America is New York City, is up there for the trip. So yesterday we did a little sunset cruise on a little schooner sailboat cruise. And today we have a Broadway show and some dinner and a little rooftop bar lined up. So, It's a good couple of days. Off. And the irony about you guys having Heidi on is I didn't realize you had her on yesterday because prior to when I was talking to her, she said, I got to go on with a Houston radio station after we talked. So I assumed that she was prepping for your guys' interview.
She said she's got to go on, huh? Sounds like she was reluctant. Sounds like she didn't want to. TK, I'll text you later for a little bit of love advice, though. It seems like you've got it figured out.
Rico Suave's on high effect.
Yeah, New York City's not a bad place to have a couple off days, although it's also not very cheap. So I am kind of working for food this weekend.
TK, thanks so much for the time. Enjoy New York City. That'll be a lot of fun.
We'll do it. We'll talk to you guys next weekend.
That's Todd Callis, voice of the Astros on the Shin. And like you said, tonight, an Apple TV exclusive. And they'll be back for Saturday and Sunday. Texas Star Grill Shop, Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at LanceZCars.com. They present our interview with Todd Callis. 713-780-ESPN. The fallout from the draft. How do we think the Rockets handled it all? Also, no maximum contracts this offseason for Alpi Şengün and Jalen Green. Are the Rockets handling that the right way? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Astros draft, Rockets draft is over. Astros draft coming up in a couple weeks. Reed Shepherd, pick number 3. They trade pick 44 for A.J. Griffin. It hurt my heart to see Jamal Shed go 45. And then they signed Go Cougs. Jamal Shed going to be a Raptor. I guess they'll be my favorite team in the East. We were talking about Quentin Grimes yesterday, a Piston. He got traded today. Blankers put the black cloud over Quentin. Although I think it's a better spot.
I wanted you to remember your
I remember.
brethren.
But yeah, he got traded to Dallas today for Hardaway and draft picks. Basically a salary dump is what it was. Although I think Grimes will be a good fit for them, a good role player that will help a playoff caliber team. Made the finals this year. How would you grade how the Rockets handled it? They a 2-way contract with Dante from Oregon, who I've seen play up close and personal. He can go. Now he doesn't have any touch. He's a big guy, athlete, can block shots. Pretty good. I think 2-way guy. But how do you think the Rockets handled this draft?
I don't know that you can have too many qualms with the way the Rockets handled this draft. I think if anything, the one thing that I was hopeful for at 44 was the fact that between Shed and Furphy and a couple other guys, that you could get a guy that might have been a fringe first-round type player or a guy that could contribute sooner than other guys. You could get on your squad and really catch another young player that you could develop. But the fact that you're getting a former first-round pick for a second-round pick that looked like he could perform, he had an injury and he maybe just didn't have the right system with a new coach that came in late in the season or in mid-season, so that he didn't get in favor of the coach. It's worth taking a shot on. I probably give them A minus. The only reason the minus would be is if you could have gotten one of those second round guys. And like you said, when Shed goes to pick right after, I thought losing a guy like Holiday, you take in a guy like Shed, you can work with him on his shot, but he gives you so much NBA ready possibilities with his toughness, his court vision, his ball handling, and things like that. I would love to have seen something like that happen, but in the meantime, I'm not going to sit there and dock them because of the fact that they took a chance on a guy that was, a first-round pick just a couple years ago.
Yeah, I think they got pretty good value for that. You trade 44 for a guy who was the 16th pick 2 years ago, and he had a good rookie year and then kind of fell out of favor. There was an injury in play last year. I think he's a 3, probably. I think he can play a little small ball 4, actually. Certain matchups, he can knock down the shot. I was fine with the trade. I think they got excellent value for the trade. It just hurt my heart a little bit seeing as soon as they made that trade, I wanted Shed to get drafted before 44. So it broke my heart whenever he got drafted 45. But I like the way that they handled it. I think they knocked it out of the park. I think they were good. Jonathan Fagan reporting today that the Rockets are not expected to give Alpi Şengün and Jalen Green max contract extensions. They're eligible for it for the first time. They don't have to do it. Next year would be the final year in their contract, but if they hit free agency, they become restricted free agents. Both of them not getting the max this offseason. Do you think the Rockets are handling right or wrong?
Absolutely right. Absolutely what you're supposed to do, because we've talked about this for about the last month or so. We've been making sure that everybody knows, hey, look, they aren't sold on either one of those guys being max money guys yet. Yeah, you can say in each guy's case, there were glimpses. There were things that we saw that said this could be one of the guys that we're going to build around for our future. But there were also things that have also led you to believe that we don't want to make a move too fast and be too swift with our decision-making that could end up biting us. And like you said, you don't have to make that deal. So you're playing it out the exact right way. You play another season if they can, especially in the case of Alpi, but in both cases, if they continue to play and progress like they did when they were good last year, then you have a tougher decision to make, and you can make it at the appropriate time. But nothing says that you have to make it now. Sure, I'm sure the agent would love to lock it down and the player would love to have the money. But the fact is they're playing their cards right, and they're making a smart business decision, not doing anything until they have to.
Yeah, I think they're chilling. Like, I think they want to see a second year of what these guys look like under Ime Udoka. I don't think either one's a max player yet. If Alpi Şengün stacks another year like he had last year and then shows the improvements he had last offseason, a second offseason, and all of a sudden he's a 25-point guy, 10, 12 rebounds a game. He's developed more of a three-point shot. He's taken another step defensively. Okay, now we can have a conversation about what he looks like. But I think doing it this offseason would be too early, and I don't think there's risk here. I don't think that there is risk. If you allow them to play and they play really, really well and you want to sign them to a maximum contract next offseason, you sign them to a maximum contract next offseason. This isn't like the Nico Collins scenario where you want to lock him up early because if you don't, then he's going to get a bigger percentage of the cap going forward. No, the max contract's the max contract. I don't see risk of not doing it this offseason. I'm in favor of waiting as well.
The other thing, Jeremy, is if you do things too soon, it can really bite you. And then you can really lock yourself into mediocrity. You look at what's going on in Toronto right now and going from what they had and some of the guys that they had on their roster previously that were legit superstar type players. And now the majority of their contract, and they're going to be their contracts taken up for the foreseeable future, Emmanuel Quickley, RJ Barrett, and Scotty Barnes. Of those three guys that are getting massive amounts of money from you, basically Scotty Barnes is a guy that maybe is going to be a top 3 caliber player from an NBA team standpoint. But yet you are throwing massive amounts of dollars around and you're making commitments in a couple cases before you even had to make those moves. I think it's a risky proposition because you could settle into mediocrity for a foreseeable amount of time.
Yeah, I think that they're handling it the right way. And there's no risk. There's no risk. You sign them next offseason to a maximum contract if you're enamored with them and you love them. Also, the Athletic reporting today that the superstars that the Rockets are holding out for, there's 3 of them. Sam Amick and Anthony Slater combining for this article. The Houston Rockets are expected to show interest in Zion Williamson, Devin Booker, and Donovan Mitchell. The only problem, of course, is that none of them are expected to be available anytime soon. So there's that. Another element of them chilling, seeing what they have, running it back, seeing what development looks like. But this is another reason of why they're stockpiling those draft picks. These are the three guys that they're monitoring their situations, that if they become available, they are ready to strike. And I like the strategy, quite frankly.
No, it's exactly how you play it. Opposite of what I mentioned with Toronto. Now you've got so many different options. You leave all your options open. If you want to get to a point where at a certain point you just lock down the core that you've developed, you can do that. But in the meantime, you can, in a year's time, who's to say that some team, or even mid-season, that a couple of different teams have either got a new coach or a new general manager or have changed their philosophy and they're deciding to start over, and now they're ready to move on from guys that are more significant pieces. Booker likes Phoenix right now, but Booker would be an unbelievable fit for a lot of teams with young players because he's still young enough to blend with them, but he's already proven to you that he's a premier player in this league with the ability to shoot the basketball. Zion, the risk is all about the health because otherwise the ability is there. Donovan Mitchell's the guy I worry about because he's longer in the tooth than those guys in terms of his age, and he's also had the injury history as well. But injury history aside, I would go Zion before I would go with Mitchell because I think Zion's still young enough, too, to fit with this core better. And I think we saw at the end of the year last year, until he got hurt going into the fourth quarter, he had 35 and 16 in a must-win game.
Zion's health scares me. I think Zion's the best player of these three, but he's trading for a guy who's always injured is terrifying. Now, they're not on the brink of doing this, so, you have another year of information. Maybe Zion turns into an 80-game player next year, and it's a much different story 365 days in the future. I like Booker's game. I think that Booker can be really good. I like the way that he shoots the ball. I like his offensive game. I think Booker would immediately be your best guard. I think he's better than Alpi.
Player.
Yeah, I think he's. I was kind of deciding if I wanted to put him ahead of Alpi. I would offensively, and I would. I think that Booker's offensive game's really, really good. I like Booker the player, so I'm okay if they were to make a huge swing at Devin Booker someday. It's not happening now.
No, but like I said too, the other thing is you never know who's going to become available also down the road where it might be an even better fit. Because New Orleans, if Zion has a season like that, they're probably going to be less likely to want to trade him.
Yeah, unless he's unhappy.
Right.
Unless he's unhappy.
And Booker right now loves Phoenix and from what I've been hearing, loves KD still and loves the opportunity to play for the Suns. That could change if everything goes, completely into the crapper from Phoenix doing what they did this year, yet again another year, and they want to blow it up. But from the standpoint of Booker, the only complaint I have about Devin Booker is he complains too much to the officials, kind of like Luka did in the playoffs. He's too good to have to sit and whine all the time. But from the ability to put it on the floor, to shoot the three, to everything in between, the mid-range, he's got everything you want in one of your go-to guys.
713-780-ESPN. Everybody's favorite game. Who said it? Brian's going to read to us quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. And the Bees, guess who said it? We've been hotter than the Astros at this game. Can we continue? It's Who Said It next with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Who said it with the bees? Brian's going to read to us 5 quotes said by ESPN 97.5 personalities, and then we are going to guess who said it. It's in the name.
You guys want to make a prediction for this week? I think you guys used to call your shot on how many you would get.
I don't know that we've ever called our shot.
No, I don't remember that either.
No.
Okay.
No,
All right.
we don't,
you
we're not.
You want to call your shot this week?
We're humble. We're humble.
So speak for yourself. I'm not humble.
Well, I'm humble.
I went to humble, but I'm not
humble and hopeful every week.
No, we're just going to dominate. That's what we're going to do.
I think you're going 5-0 this week. I'm going to put it out there. I think you got a chance.
Look at this. He's trying to jinx us.
Yeah, you're really
I think you got a
baiting
chance
us
of
now.
5-0. I really do. I'm rooting for you guys. All right, quote number 1. And he wouldn't leave him alone. This is talking about Jalen Green and his girlfriend. And he wouldn't leave him alone. It was embarrassing. We're embarrassing as a society. We really are. Leave people alone. What the hell? I mean, that's so. If they like if they're in love or not in love, what do you care?
What?
I think this was this morning. I think this was Dell and Sean having a conversation because Jalen's baby mama used to be in a relationship with Tyrod Taylor.
I saw that.
Tyrod Taylor said that she could live in the house and buy it from him. And then when he found out that she was pregnant with Jalen's baby, he decided that he was going to sell it to the best offer.
That's kind of petty. I do appreciate the capitalism. Sounds like a Scandival situation. It sounds like you know who said it.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was Sean and Dell. It was in the morning, so it was either the end of John and Lance and or the beginning of Dell and Sean.
It can't be Sean though, so it'd have to be Dell in this case.
Right. So it's either Dell or it's the John and Lance.
You feel like it was Dell though? What's your level of confidence here?
I'm trying to piece the time together. I want to say it was Dell. It sounds like that. One more time.
And he wouldn't leave him alone. It was embarrassing. We're embarrassing as a society. We really are. Leave people alone. What the hell? I mean, that's so. If they like if they're in love or not in love, what do you care?
The what the hell sounds like Dell.
Okay. It sounds like you're on it.
Yeah, I think it's Dell.
Let's do it.
And he wouldn't leave him alone.
Oh,
It was
Yeah, it was from
we're
Tuesday.
embarrassing as a society.
So
we
you
really
didn't
Dell
hear
hit it today.
leave people alone.
Darn.
I heard Dell and Sean today hit it.
So if they like each other, they're in love or what?
Well, there goes 5-0,
Brian.
Brian.
I believed in you guys, but my belief was apparently not warranted. All right, quote number 2 here. OnlyFans is going to be utilized by tons of people in the future. Yeah, they make money, good money. I would if I could. It's just I can't. No guy can. It's not going to work.
All right, one more time. Immediately.
One more time immediately, okay?
Yeah, sorry.
OnlyFans is going to be utilized by tons of people in the future. Yeah, they make money, good money. I would if I could. It's just I can't. No guy can. It's not going to work.
This sounds like a Paul quote.
See, I screwed the first one up, so I don't want to be too adamant. But I know that Dell has a frequent caller or two that always questions which celeb that he wants to see on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
So it becomes a pretty relevant topic. With
Okay.
Dell, the OnlyFans part of it.
And he could be trying to throw us off the scent.
True. I think that if I didn't say Dell, I would say Paul.
But you feel confident in Dell?
I screwed up the first
I
one.
don't care if you screwed it up. Like, what's your level of confidence here?
It sounds like Dell to me because he's always talking OnlyFans, but
Let's do it. Let's do it. Dell, Olaleye.
OnlyFans is going to be
Attaboy.
utilized by
No,
tons
it's
of
Lance.
people in
Oh.
the future.
I'm screwed.
Yeah. They make money.
I just screwed us
good
twice.
money.
I thought that was Dell.
I don't think I should comment
No,
on the
I
next
can't.
one. I screwed it twice.
I thought that was Dell. My bad.
That might be my favorite moment in set of history. Fist bumping Joel like he got
My
her.
favorite part is that he knew it was Lance, but he still gave me the fist bump.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to leave you hang.
Yeah,
but
he's being a good
but I
teammate.
owned it that it was me yet again.
I heard Dell there. I didn't.
The only solace there is the fact that your guess would have been wrong too. So at least neither one of us had it. But yeah, I screwed us twice.
Yeah.
All right, 0-2, not a great start, but there's still time to win for you guys. Quote number 3. I don't feel good about them, but they also don't really scare me. You know, if I saw one, I would go up to it and do what you're supposed to do with a black bear, which is make your arms wide and go, ooga booga booga booga, and they run away. Because brown bears will kill you, but black bears are low-key bitches.
That sounds like so much like Paul.
I think your call, because I'm not going to screw us out of 3 in a row.
That sounds very Pauly. Yeah, let's go, Paul.
I don't feel good about them,
Yeah.
but they also don't really
Good
scare
call.
me.
Okay, now you can respond. There you go.
Yeah,
I
got
would
it
go
back.
up to it and do what you're
Play
supposed
down.
to do with the black bear,
Play
which
down.
is make your arms wide and go ooga booga booga, and they run away.
Okay.
Brown bears will kill you, but black bears are low key bitches.
And then he didn't want to say it. He's like,
Yeah, he kind of.
You want to insult the Bears out there listening.
Yeah, he kind of muffled it.
My favorite.
Scream that if you mean it.
He's scared of the Bears hearing.
Yeah,
my favorite part.
What if a brown bear hears that?
My
Or a black
favorite
bear?
part was Joe going, okay. Like, I could just imagine, like, Paul is standing around a bunch of Joes and, like, delivering this,
Ooga booga
genius
booga
ooga booga booga behind a campfire, and a bunch of Joes are around him. Okay, I believe you, Mr. Gallant.
But you know what Joe's normal response is when Paul's on one of those? Okay.
Yeah, I think there was some of that in the conversation.
Yeah, he
Like,
likes that one.
The part that didn't make the cut, yeah, I think there was some of that. Yeah,
That was the uncut stuff.
yeah, exactly. We'll get that on the DVD extras in a few years.
The rest of the story.
Yeah. All right. Quote number 4. And I'll start that one over. And congratulations to all the Aggie haters. If last night was more about rooting against than rooting for anyone, congratulations to you. I respect the energy. I'm a hater too. I will hate against things even if I have no real rooting interest.
Well,
What? You heard this?
no, I'm going to say it for the 3rd time in 4
Dell?
possibilities. Yeah, because he likes to hate on things. He's negative.
Yeah. I don't think John would have had, I don't think that would have been John or Lance. I don't think Lance would have said that. I don't think Joe would have said that. Can you read it one more time?
And congratulations to all the Aggie haters. If last night was more about rooting against than rooting for anyone, congratulations to you. I respect the energy. I'm a hater too. I will hate against things, even if I have no real rooting interest.
That sounds deli.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Del Olaleye.
And congratulations
Atta
to all
boy.
the Aggie haters.
Well done.
If last night was
Now we're
more
even.
about rooting against than rooting for anyone, congratulations to you.
All right, rubber quote here, number 5. That show makes me very squeamish. Very, very squeamish. It is the goriest show I think I've ever seen on TV. Game of Thrones is honestly basically Barney on PBS compared to this season at the very least of The Boys.
Lance and John talk shows a lot.
So do Dell and Sean.
When you go back to the Del Well.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't know if he'd go Dell again. Of course, I went to the Dell Well 3 out of 4.
You went to the Del Well more than I
and
have.
I finally got one right, so I should probably shut up on that. I just know Michael Carroll is part of the reason, and that was today. But then they also frequent television show reviews.
Say it one more time, please.
That show makes me very squeamish. Very, very squeamish. It is the goriest show I think I've ever seen on TV. Game of Thrones is honestly basically Barney on PBS compared to this season at the very least of The Boys.
Who was the PBS?
Barney.
You think Dell plays the Barney on
No,
PBS card?
I think it might be Lance.
That's like a Lance card, right?
Yeah, it
Or
might be
Granado
Lance.
by
Yeah,
chance?
well, I think it's those two talking about it because they do both frequent a lot of shows. So I think it comes down to John and Lance.
All right, one more time, Brian. Sorry.
All right,
This is
number
a big
3
one.
here.
It
It's
is
the big one. Yeah, it's pivotal. That show makes me very squeamish. Very, very squeamish. It is the goriest show I think I've ever seen on TV. Game of Thrones is honestly basically Barney on PBS compared to this season at the very least of The Boys.
I think it's Lance.
Oh, man. I hate that you said that.
Why?
The cadence is Granado-y.
You think so?
The double, like the pump fake, like kind of starts sentence and then finishes the sentence, like Game of Thrones.
But normally it's listen, okay, listen. No.
Yeah.
But the end part of the quote is where I hear Lance, his cadence.
Read it again after me saying that.
All right. That show makes me very squeamish. Very, very squeamish. It is the goriest show I think I've seen on TV. Game of Thrones is honestly basically Barney on PBS compared to this season at the very least of The Boys.
I'm torn. Which of the two is more likely to be squeamish?
I don't know that John would use that.
Squeamish?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Lance word?
I think it is.
I
screwed this up enough, but that's my vote.
Yeah, but you're usually better at this game than I am. Let's go, Lance.
That show makes me very squeamish.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Very,
At least we were
very
both
squeamish.
wrong.
It is the goriest show I think I've ever seen on TV.
We should have known. Of all the people who's squeamish, who'd be squeamish? It'd be Paul. I'm mad at myself.
You calling Paul a soft boy?
Yes.
He owns it himself a lot of times.
We should have known of the squeamishy people. It would have been Paul. Man, that's a botch. We screwed that up. That's an error on the bees.
Really thought you guys were going 5-0.
Yeah, I know
You never thought that.
Right.
You never thought that.
I really thought that was Lance.
Ah.
At least it
Are
wasn't
you sure
Dell.
it wasn't Dell?
I was going to say, at least it wasn't Dell. Dell can't hate on me this week. I picked him 3 out of the first 4.
He hated on you for not picking him?
Yeah, he makes little subtle shots.
What did he say? I want to know.
Yeah, you brought it up.
No, he had brought it up a couple times about it. See something about. Let me see if there's something that Joel made me mad about again or something like that. I don't know, and it was something that I had said while we were discussing possible who could it be for.
That's
who said
funny.
it.
How do you feel about the job Rafael Stone has done so far? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What do you think of the job of Rafael Stone? Bordeaux on Twitter. Good rocket follow on Twitter. He posted this question this morning. It caught my attention. That's a good question. I'm curious what Blankers thinks about that.
I bet you are.
Killer Bee presidential debate coming up in 12 minutes, by the way. We're going to answer sport questions, right, though, Brian? We're not going to answer,
border
policies.
No, I'm not going to ask you questions about the economy.
The economy.
Yeah.
We're not going
to. Whether or not we slept with porn stars.
Well, I actually,
we can talk about our golf
have
handicaps.
you slept with porn stars? I mean, I'll ask that question.
We can talk about how good our handicap is, and then yell at that. And
can
get
you
emotional
drive
about
the ball
that.
over 50 yards? That's apparently a.
I can. Booker T cannot.
Oh my God! When will this war against Booker T end?
Whenever he becomes a real tough guy.
Wow. Okay.
Real tough guy.
Put him on soft boys.
Throwing open in the studio, and Booker T wants to.
I can't wait to hit the music one day.
He won't be able to catch him.
By God.
Yeah, my heart would probably skip a beat. Bordeaux with the question: how do you feel about the Rafael Stone job so far? He's been on the GM job for a few years now. Was it 3, 4, 5 years, somewhere like that? What do you think of the job that he's done so far, Blankers?
I think you know what. I think it's pretty good. I think that there are still things that I question. I think recently the fact that he can make good moves and then he trades away the Brooklyn picks, and I start scratching my head going, well, why would you do that? Now, if it works out and comes to fruition, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that it could go in your favor and that the Phoenix picks and getting more picks in the Phoenix deal turns out being beneficial for you, because I thought he really screwed up the Harden trade, and I thought those picks would never amount to much, and here we are, yet before you could pick them, you gave them away. I love the fact that he went out and got Alpi Şengün.
Giveaway is a little strong.
Okay, you didn't give them away, but I think you might have undervalued them and traded them. I think getting Alpi Şengün in the draft and making the move to get him was great. I think that there were a lot of first-round picks that I questioned that didn't work out, and you go to the end of the first round type picks and the Josh Christophers and the Ty Washingtons and guys like that. So there's been hits and misses, but overall I'm not going to give him a non-passing grade, and I think he's done pretty good. I think that as much as I knew he had no basketball experience coming into this, and worked alongside of him on a lot of things over the years, I had a ton of doubts and some issues, I think you could say as well, but I'll give him his props that he's done a pretty good job.
I'll go a step further. I think he's done a really good job with what he inherited. He inherited that, the last edition of the James Harden Rockets and Harden demanding a trade and, facilitating that. I liked how he handled that trade. Like the players that you would have gotten, and maybe he missed on Jared Allen, but like Spencer Dinwiddie's, you're not winning with Spencer Dinwiddie's. Maybe you can limp into the play-in tournament or whatever, but it says you're not going to be a serious player. The picks that he's gotten back for James Harden has turned into, at this point, a Tari Eason and a Reed Shepherd. Pretty decent return already. And then he's at all of those future picks as well. A 25 Suns first-round swap. A 27 Suns first-round pick. A 27 Nets first-round swap. A 29 Suns or Mavs first-round pick. Suns or Mavs first-round pick swap. And your picks included in that as well. So I think that he's done a really good job of rebuilding this roster kind of quickly after the Harden years. You look at this starting rotation and just the starting five, you go, you have Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Jabari Smith, Alpi Şengün. You got some depth off the bench, Tari Eason, Amin Thompson. You throw in a Reed Shepherd. This team is they look like they're trending in the right direction, and I think how quickly he has gotten here with where he was with James Harden, and maybe he was dealt a great hand with the all the assets that James Harden got you. But I like the job that he's done. I like the direction of this organization. I like the team that he has built. I like that he went out and got a really good head coach in Ime Udoka. So I think they've positioned themselves very nicely. Now, you got to continue winning. You got to get to the playoffs. You want to build a championship contender. I do think they're trending that way. I've kind of I don't mind the trade that he made prior to draft night a few days ago. Asset maneuvering, kicking the can down the road. A lot of it's because of the flat lotto odds, 14% for the worst team in the NBA. So that one does need to be remain to be seen, but there's a lot of fortune involved on that one as well. If the Nets pick next year turns into the first round pick because they hit on a 14% probability, that's super unlucky. But what if they don't? What if they are out of the top four entirely the next 2 years, and then what if one of these Suns pick all of a sudden wins the lottery? So that to me is you have 2 shots at the dartboard versus 4 shots at the dartboard. Maybe the 2 shots at the dartboard are a little bit closer, but you really don't know. It's the unknown. And I also think that he wanted to spread out the draft picks based on the current roster that he has. Like, they have a ton of young players currently on this Houston Rocket team, so he doesn't want another. And they're using number 3 this year with Reed Shepherd, so he doesn't want another first-rounder next year, and then adding him to this collection of what is already a deep team full of really young players. By pushing those draft picks out further away, we're going to have an answer on Alpi Şengün by then. We're going to have an answer on Jalen Green. Maybe they've packaged these players for a star, and then they're going to have to add some depth down the road. So I actually like the trade. The further and further we get away from it that Rafael Stone has made, I think he's done a pretty good, like a really good job.
See, I think pretty good, because a lot of times when things are going, you're right, because I'm not dispelling the things that you've said, but I think that you have to be fair and also remembering that he brought in Kevin Porter Jr. He stuck with him longer than he probably should have, and he also was forcing him to be a point guard. He brought in Silas, which was a huge miss. It's kind of like Casario. You get the wrong guy, but when you get the right guy, then it's a better situation. And then when you talk about, the fact that you essentially, with the and just being fair in terms of like the positives and the negatives, but when you look at some of the guys that you brought in that didn't work, that were first round picks, and you talk about Garuba and the guys that I mentioned, and then essentially you gave all those guys away and didn't get enough in return, that's not the best move. But again, that's not to say that he didn't make enough good moves and build enough young guys to have the nucleus that he has right now. I question giving a guy like Dylan Brooks $91 million a year. I know you had to spend the money.
Well, not 91. He's not getting 91 a year.
No, not 91. Sorry, 91 for a 3-year. The fact that you didn't have to pay him that much, I don't think anybody else was going to. The fact that you kind of went overboard with the years and the money, I know you had to spend it.
Right, and he reverse escalated it. Like, it gets cheaper the further and further it goes along. I thought that was a pretty shrewd move.
But he also put the escalators in there in terms of just to make sure that he reaches the 91. I didn't think he had to do that. I didn't think he had to spend that much money. But overall, I like the fact that he has built the nucleus. You're right. He has gotten this team back on a fast track, and I question whether he could do it.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Yeah, it's I like the direction. The Ime Udoka thing, it was like perhaps the biggest move, because to me, whenever you brought in an Ime Udoka, it's like, okay, we got to take the Rockets seriously. Like, we got to take this team seriously. And also, like, the players that were playing for Ime Udoka, okay, like, all of a sudden, they're different guys. Jalen Green, like, oh, okay, this is winning basketball. I've never played winning basketball in my life. Jabari Smith, like, the toughness that Ime Udoka brought to this team, which I think Jabari Smith was craving a coach who could instill that toughness in him, because I think Jabari wants to be that guy, and at times kind of isn't, especially before Ime Udoka. Like, I think he should rebound a little bit better. I think he should be tougher a little bit. And I think Ime Udoka instills that stuff in his players.
I will tell you this. I think my personal opinion is that Ime Udoka saved Rafael Stone's job because he had done enough that there were questions from an organizational standpoint if they were going to extend him. But credit to Rafael, who wanted a guy that, especially his first time on the job in this kind of job, wanted a guy the first go-round with Silas that he could have the true upper hand with. Now, he to his credit, he took a step back and said, I need the best basketball coach I can get, and he got him. And that guy changed the direction of everything else, and that's when you started to see true progress in terms of not just the systems they were running on the floor, but listening to your players, Alpi and others doing interviews going, I'm finally being coached.
Yep.
That's why I'm getting better. And a lot of guys' ego wouldn't allow them to do that. The fact that he did what he needed to do saved him, but also saved the franchise in a lot of ways.
But with where you were, though, with the young players, like, if they were going to balk at that style of coaching, where those aren't players that I want. Like, it's one thing if they're LeBron or if they're Kevin Durant or if they've had, they're 8-time All-Stars. But whenever you have a bunch of young players who are their first, second, third year in the league that need coaching, if they're going to balk at coaching, well, I'm getting that guy out of there.
And I'm not talking about it from that perspective. I'm talking about the fact that the players were the first to say what we weren't getting previously under Silas, we're getting immediately, and that's why I'm getting better. But as a team, we're getting better. And we saw it with the 20-plus wins that they got from year to year from Silas to Udoka, to where a lot of general managers are like, no, I want a guy that understands I'm still the loudest voice in the room and I'm making all the decisions, as opposed to a guy like when Casario brought in, D'Amico, and they were able to create that synergy of they could work together and make decisions that were the best for the organization. A lot of guys can't do that. It's my way or the highway.
Yep.
But the fact that he was able to do it with a guy that had some skin on the wall with a trip to the finals and what Udoka had done previously, and then together they took him in this different direction of positivity. Credit to him for getting a guy like that.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. It's time for our Killer Bee presidential debate. What are the tough questions that our moderator, Brian McDonald, is going to hit your presidential host with? Find out next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Welcome, my fellow Americans, to the Killer Bee presidential debate today. I will be moderating this great debate between the candidates, one Mr. Jeremy Branham and his opponent, Mr. Joel Blank. Together, we will ask the tough, fair questions to determine which man is the best to lead this great city into the generations that are here to come. Gentlemen, we will have decorum in this debate, and as such, I will be moderating and keeping track of your time. When I ask you a question, please don't interrupt your fellow candidate here. You'll have 1 minute for your response, and then I will give 30 seconds to your opponent for a rebuttal, and I will cut off your microphones if you exceed that time. Now, we flipped a coin before the show, and the coin dictates that Joel Blank, you will go first, receiving the tough questions
Age
here.
before beauty.
The coin decided.
That wasn't called for. You shut up.
Mr. Joel, you sound Southern right now. All right, candidate Joel, question number one. Candidate Joel, under the watch of Astros owner Jim Crane, the good jobs of successful workers like James Click were lost in favor of handing out favors to his cronies like Jeff Bagwell. What is your plan to drain the swamp and return integrity back to the Astros hiring process? 1 minute, Mr. Blank.
I inherited a situation that was very unideal. And what I did was I was able to use every bit of my knowledge to be able to do the things we needed to do so that we could stay on the straight and narrow and build up from what this guy did. And did I mention that we got more jobs at Minute Maid Park? We did a lot of things that did a lot of good for the city of Houston, and then it was the sign of good leadership because this guy screwed it all up. And then on top of that, I mean, I need to talk about the fact that, you know, we kept it clean. We didn't have to go sleep with porn stars. We didn't have to do the kind of things that bad leaders do. I was able to lead by example and what's that? And do what we needed to do to be successful as a baseball team.
All right, time. You hit it right on. Thank you, sir. You hit it right on the dot. That was 1 minute.
That's what I do by the book.
Your time
like
is up.
this guy.
Candidate blank, your time is up. Mr. Branham, would you like 30 seconds for a rebuttal?
I would. I'm not sure what he said. I don't think he knows either. The first thing that you would have to do is you need to bring back Jeff Luhnow. James Click, he got let go. A good man that brought you a World Series, and Jim Crane should have never done that either. Jim Crane has let go two great general managers that have led this organization to a World Series. He should have had a backbone whenever Robert Manfred stood up to him with the whole sign-stealing thing. We should have seen an owner with a backbone that never got rid of Jeff Luhnow.
That is time, Mr. Branham. Sorry, that is 30 seconds. We are holding to our debate format. That is all your time for this question. But the next question does go to you, Mr. Branham. Candidate Jeremy, you once called the drafting. Would you prefer Branham?
I would.
Okay.
Why?
Your time, Mr. Blank, is over. You'll wait for the next one. Thank you. Candidate Branham. Decorum, Mr. Blank. Candidate Branham. You once called the drafting of C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson the worst day in Texans history. How can you win back the trust of our dear listeners, busy with their own lives, raising kids, working honest jobs, just needing their sports host they trust to give them the truth? 1 minute, sir.
Well, that is a quote that has been taken out of context, and it's a quote that's inaccurate. I did not say this will be the worst day in Texans history. I said this would be a day that could live in infamy in Houston Texans history. The producer that day, which happened to be you, Mr. Moderator, cut me off before I could say for the rest of the NFL. I said this could be a day that lives in infamy for the rest of the NFL, but you couldn't hear that on the air because I was cut off by a producer, much like I've been cut off by you again today in our debate. When it's terrible because we don't get the real story of what is being said whenever our mics are silenced, whenever we're shut up, whenever people tell us to stop talking, we have to stop talking, and the truth doesn't come out. So the quote that you said is inaccurate. You're doing a terrible job as a moderator. A good, decent moderator would have the actual quote. So I put a lot of blame on you, like a lot of his followers that misquote me time and time again.
That is time. I've given you the floor here. I appreciate your candor and your honesty here, but I feel like the attacks are unwarranted. We will now go to Mr. Blank for your 30-second rebuttal.
He's a liar. He's a liar. He told everybody then, he'll tell them now that it was such a bad move that they should go out in traffic and start breaking windows on cars and taking the Texan stuff off and out of the cars and getting rid of it, causing a whole bunch of riots and problems because that's what he does because he's a pot stirrer. And the fact is that it caused a lot of people to be in a lot of danger because and we talked about the border and the fact that we know that we got to make sure that we regulate things, but he went out in traffic.
That is time. That is time. Mr. Blank, we are holding you to the 30 seconds. Mr. Branham stayed on time. I ask you to stay on time as well, Mr. Blank. But the next question goes to you. Candidate Blank.
He's a liar.
Sir, we are moving on to the next question. You will have your time here. Candidate Branham, I'm all flustered now.
There's a beep in my ear.
Candidate Blank. On Tuesday, June 19th, you told us the Astros season was over, they were snake-bitten, and wouldn't make the playoffs. Less than a week later, you flip-flopped and told us the Astros were back. How can voters support your platform, sir, if you don't even know what that platform is? 1 minute.
Because I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people, and I believe in what I believe at the time that I believe it. And if I believe something different later, then I'm going to tell you what I believe for the sake of the people. I believed back then that our fans were in danger, and I was going to do whatever it takes to protect them. And then when I realized that because of my staff, because of the great things we were able to do, that we could resurrect the bad from the good to make it good again, then I believed that it was the right direction for our people to take. And that's the only way I'm going to lead. I'm going to lead them into the positive and stay away from the negative. And that's what we did no, just from me personally. But then what I said was the border is this thing that I was never completely sold, but I'm going to focus on that too. But overall, we did what we were supposed to do for the benefit of the people and nobody else. And I'm the only one that does it. He's a liar. He doesn't want to do what we want to do, which is do things ethically and morally and lead the people into positives, not negatives.
That is time, Mr. Blank. And I believe the question was about the Astros season, not the border. But I thank you for your candid and your honesty there. Well, honesty, maybe a loose definition there. All right, candidate Branham, your 30-second rebuttal, sir.
Yeah, my opponent's bordering on insanity. I'd like to go back to the Texans question. It was Mr. Blank that was the real one that did not like the Will Anderson trade. He went on for weeks about how a terrible trade it was. I think he still talks about it to this day, about how he'd rather have Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. He didn't like the Stephon Diggs trade either. As far as the Astros and the waffling, can we please cut off his mic?
You have your time.
The Astros being back, again, how could you trust a host in the city that quits the talent of one Houston Astros? Mr. Blank says stay positive. Mr. Blank says stay positive? When is Mr. Blank positive at any point? You should have never quit on the Astros, and if you're a host in this city, it is blasphemy that you did.
Thank you, Mr. Branham. Okay, the next question goes to you, Mr. Branham. Mr. Blank, again, I ask you to not talk over Mr. Branham's time. He gave you yours. Please respect his time. Candidate Branham, people who have worked with you and your opponent in the past have labeled you guys the angry bees. How can voters be sure you have the right temperament for the office, and why would your hand leading the city be more steady and calming than your opponent's? 1 minute, Mr. Branham.
People say that Angry Bees moniker as it's a negative connotation. In what way is that a negative connotation? Anger is a feeling. Anger is an emotion. And I would say that when you're listening to sports radio, any city, when you're listening to sports radio, you want your host to have emotion. You want them to have attitude. You want them to have passion for your sport teams. I hear the moniker Angry Bees, and my candidate gets upset by that. He's positively upset by that on a daily basis. I hear that. I take it as a compliment because I'm a glass half full, not a glass half empty kind of sports talk host in the city of Houston. I hear Angry Bees and I hear compliments left and right. I hear that's a host with passion. That's a host that loves his sports teams. That's a host that is willing to tell you the truth about the Astros. That's willing to tell you the truth that Jose Abreu is robbing money. That's willing to tell you truth that an owner has given too much power to a former Astro icon. That is willing to tell you that Cal McNair is a buffoon and sounds...
That is your time, Mr. Branham. Mr. Branham, that is your time. That is your time.
Man. Come on, man. What are we doing here?
Mr. Blank, I know. My apologies. It is now your floor, sir. You have 30 seconds. Go ahead and proceed with your rebuttal.
He just wants to say he wants to say what he thinks is his way all the time. He just got done saying I'm positive, then I'm negative, then I'm negative, then I'm come on, man. Make up your mind. I mean, I'm a man of the people. I'm trying to do the right things for the people, but you're going to tell me I'm positive, and then you're going to tell me I'm negative, and then you're going to I don't break the law. I mean, you're going to sit there and tell me all these things. You'd be willing to break the law to be successful. I'm trying to do the things the right way for the people, whether it's positive or negative. At the end of the day, we're all going to come together as a nation to be better because of it.
Right on time. Thank you, Mr. Blake. I'm not sure what point you got to there, but it was right on time, and I appreciate your promptness. We have one more question for each candidate, and again, 60 seconds for your response and 30 seconds for your rebuttal. Candidate Branham. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. This question goes to candidate Blank.
Some job the moderator's doing.
That is
wrong. Sad.
Come on, man. Are we got to control this?
Respect the position, Mr. Branham.
My knees are going.
All right. Candidate Blank. Candidate Blank. Many voters are worried that where your allegiances may lay, that maybe some love for the green and gold could be bleeding through into your takes about how tough the Texan schedule is. Right now, once and for all, Mr. Blank, please let our fellow Houstonians know where your rooting interest will be when the Texans face the Packers
No one cares about the Packers. Mr. Blank, I never said that you were positive.
Mr. Branham, Blank, the floor is yours.
I mean, here's the thing. For as long as I've been doing this, and everybody knows it's been at least 150 years, my allegiance has always been to the red, white, and blue. I've always been a man that bleeds with the red and the white and the blue of this country, and I believe the same way with my teams. I know that what needs to be right now is unification, and everybody needs to come together to realize for the benefit of all of us and the beauty of this great city, we want to come together to support our football team, our favorite team, the Houston Texans. And I know the fact that, we've got just the same kind of straight-laced, very, very shrewd and analytically driven ownership of the team, just like you have with me as president, with organized thoughts and abilities to make sure that everybody knows that I'm a man of the people. And no matter if we put a border around the practice field or we make sure that there's burgers and fries on everybody's table that maybe or not I had something to do with, that we're a unified people.
That is your 1 minute. Again, for those just tuning in, that was a question about would he root for the Packers, and somehow the border came up. Mr. Branham, your 30-second rebuttal, sir.
It's hard to keep up with the lies and the terrible, terrible things that my opponent is talking about. When it comes to hamburgers and cheese, I created those things. I created those things in my previous term, and I am the one who puts them on everybody's plate. As far as the question goes about the allegiances to teams in this state and teams in other states, Mr. Blank does not miss an opportunity to talk about America's Dairyland and how he's from America's Dairyland. How can you trust a Dairyland American in our great city and in our great state, the Lone Star State?
Thank you, Mr. Branham. We will have to fact-check your claim that you created cheeseburgers, but I thank you for keeping it on time there. Final question of tonight's debate goes to candidate Branham. Candidate Branham, your opponent has a strong track record and background with the Houston Rockets, causing some voters to question your own basketball credentials. What is your plan to end years of mediocrity and turmoil with our beloved Houston Rockets and get them back to the glory days of the 1990s?
Well, I think we should put all of our trust in the general manager, Rafael Stone, and all of the trust in the head coach, Ime Udoka, and all trust in the greatest owner of the NBA, and one Tillman Fertitta. They have a trio of powerful men that will bring dominance back to the Houston Rockets. They're trending in the right way. Look how many wins they improved last year versus the year before. They've added IRS, Isaiah Reed Shepard, who's going to be a knockdown sharpshooter from downtown. So I love the direction that they're going in. My plan is to get out of the way. Sometimes the best managers are ones that don't micromanage, that sit back and let the smart people in the room do all the great things. But one person does have to bring all the smart people into the room, and I created smart people. So there is that aspect of it, that I was the one who was able to bring all the smart people together. And as a sports host in this city, I will always bring smart people into the equation. You're moderating today. Our next moderator is going to be smarter than you are. I'm willing to fire people. Mr. Blank over here is never willing to fire anybody, and that's why we're...
Okay, all right, that is your time. That is your time, Mr. Branham. The shots at my character, I don't feel were warranted, but we will now have to move on for time's sake to Mr. Blank, your 30-second rebuttal, sir.
How are we going to believe that this guy over here at any time in his existence is going to get out of the way? How are we going to believe for any one moment of moments when you put moments together to make more moments? How are we going to believe that this is a guy that's going to let others do what he thinks when he thinks he knows it all? I'm a man of democracy. I'm a man for the entire political career. I brought everybody together, and I've been the one that's brought everybody to where we need to go.
I don't think that I know it all. I know that I know it all.
Have we talked about the border yet either, and the fact that, you know what, this guy...
That is the end of the debate. I have to cut both mics. I even cut my own. It was such a chaos there at the end. All right, that is the debate. They debate. You decide. Hit us up on the text line who you thought won that debate.
Oh, it's a no-brainer. 713-780-ESPN. Branham or Blank, who you voting for in 2024? We know what you should be voting to do tomorrow. That's to go to the SaberCat match. It's the final SaberCat match of the season. Brian Cheaton's going to be out there. Drink specials before the game. It's going to be a party for the regular season finale. Also, it's the Texas Showdown. That's one thing we can all agree on, right? Beating up on Dallas. SaberCats and the Jackals tomorrow, 7 o'clock start. Gates open at 6 p.m. Fan Appreciation Night. Tons of giveaways for you, the fan, to honor you, the fan, for what has been an incredible season. SaberCats, of course, have already punched their ticket to the playoffs, have clinched home field advantage in the playoffs. So send them out strong in the regular season as they get ready for that. Also, in addition to all the fun that's going to be held out there, more fun to come with Mascot Scratch. It's Scratch's birthday party. We'll decorate the night, have appearances from Houston area mascots joining in on all the fun, too. The kids always love that. So be there for Scratch's birthday party. And then stick around. Post-match fireworks and meet the players on the pitch in our post-match show, social. Go to HoustonSaberCats.com. Use promo code ESPN20, ESPN20 to receive 20% off your tickets. Last regular season game of the year before the SaberCats head to the playoffs. If you can't make it out, they are airing their first ever local live broadcast on CW39. So check it out there if you can't make it out to SaberCats Stadium tomorrow. But get out there. Scratch's birthday, pregame drink specials, post-match fireworks. Kids will have a great time. You'll have a great time, and you get 20% off your tickets when you use promo code ESPN20 at HoustonSaberCats.com/tickets.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Leo gives the dub to me. Leo on YouTube gives the dub to Branham. 6036, campaign manager Johnny G has done wonders for Mr. Blank. He's also a man of the people. He gets my vote. What has Granado done to your campaign, Blankers?
Supported it.
Okay, that's
in
good.
a lot of different ways. I can't mention.
Oh,
Is he supplying
throw this
Coors
man in
Light?
jail.
Hey, no, I got some people, and he's got people.
The best part of well, there's a lot of good parts of the debate yesterday. It was high entertainment. But there's only one convicted felon on this stage. And then
the immediate response,
and then Trump goes, I'm not sure what he said. I'm not even sure he knows what he said.
It was professional wrestling last night.
It was high entertainment.
Yeah.
Sometimes sad, but high level of entertainment.
Who knew Biden was a golfer?
I
I would look at him and say, the man can't play golf.
No. Yeah, I if they were to
Especially not at age 81.
I would watch a round of golf between them two. Like they should do the TNT the match between them two, and my money would be on Trump. He's a better golfer at this stage in life. 0188, Branham's an angry bee. He blocks listeners on Twitch channel in the middle of a discussion. That's not true. I don't block people. I time out people, and then I'm pretty sure this is Dre. I timed you out because you were crawfishing on a bet. You didn't want to accept or deny the bet, so that's why. 1953 says we all lost after that. Vote here for use 3367. Got to go with blank. Why? Because it was so dumb and erratic, it sounded smart. So there you go.
You guys say I do that daily.
0315.
Sound
It was
like
a
you did a
tie.
good impression then.
Both did better than those clowns last night. And then, All right. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. A couple of Astronauts. 10-game roadie starts tonight, by the way. They take on the Mets, Apple TV. Heidi Watney said she was going to give us all a free trial. I quote tweeted that. So if you're looking for a place to get some Apple TV, quote tweeted that. Just get to Heidi's tweet and you can get a free trial to Apple TV. But some updates from Brian McTaggart about the Stros and a couple of injuries. Go Cougs, by the way. Tucker took 35 swings in the cage. They look more clean and more fluid, says Espada. He also ran on the treadmill again, so I guess that's good news. Trending upwards. Doesn't seem like he's close to playing ball, though. No on-field activities.
And then the other question I have is, what kind of guard will he be wearing and how limiting, because of the fact that if he gets hit again on the same spot, he's going to quickly revert back to where he was, I would assume. So that shin guard that didn't get protected the first two times, he's got to have one hell of a pad on that right below the knee.
It was kind of high up on the shin,
Yeah.
like just under the knee. I bet you he doesn't wear anything. I bet you he just goes for it.
I don't think so. I don't think you can risk that.
I don't know.
because-
I've never seen a pad that goes all the way to the knee.
Or just make one
other
that's,
than a catcher wears.
kind of like Bagwell had on his hand.
Yeah.
Maybe have one that just gets between right below the knee to right before the calf.
I would. I've never seen one like that for a hitter.
I think that's why they construct these things on the fly based on the injury.
Yeah. And then Verlander is feeling a lot better and close to perhaps playing catch. So Tucker's getting closer to on-field activities, and then Justin Verlander is feeling better and getting close to having a catch with a teammate.
And Bloss was a guy that looked like his shoulder might fall off, and yet he already has played catch.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I don't know if that's comforting or not. John Singleton, not in the lineup today. We've had this conversation. We've talked about this. People have discussed it. Is it time to DFA John Singleton? Is it time to move on?
When I think about that, the first thing I'm thinking about is the predicament that they're in. You have options at first base, but what are you truly trying? What are you trying to do? Do you need Dubon to be your utility guy, and you need someone else at first base? Otherwise, is he hurting you? The fact that he's got a decent eye at the plate, he has pop. The fact that you can use him as a pinch hitter from time to time, but nothing says you have to do a true platoon between him and Dubon. Unless you feel like Cabbage, both offensively and defensively, are better than Singleton, and Lil Profito is actually going to get a chance to play first base at this time, then I don't think you have to do anything right now except what you're doing. Give Dubon the majority of the starts. Give Dubon the majority of the opportunities. If you give Singleton an opportunity here or there, then maybe you can basically draw a conclusion based on how he performs when you do still put him in the lineup, and then make the decision when you have to kind of juggle your lineup around, when you get a healthy Caratini and you get Tucker back and you're looking to still probably put your best lineup out there every single day and your best roster. Is there a move to be made so that you can have, say, Low Profito or Cabbage be the other guy at first base because you want someone different on the end of your bench?
2 moves away for me, for him to be DFA'd. I would DFA him in 2 moves. The first one, Tucker's going to come back, and he's going to take not Cabbage. He's going to take Cooper Hummel spot on the roster. So when Tucker comes back, Hummel goes down. Caratini doesn't really factor into the equation for me because Caratini or Salazar will be your backup catcher. That doesn't really influence John Singleton. But if you were to either trade for somebody, let's say the Astros traded for first baseman X, okay, well, John Singleton's days are done. I'd rather have Trey Cabbage on this team than John Singleton. Cabbage gives you positional flexibility, can play, I think, any outfield spot, probably more of a corner outfielder. He's capable of playing first base. He's faster, so it gives you some options off the bench late in the game. And I think he's a slightly better hitter than John Singleton. Singleton's hitting .224. He's got a .651 OPS. His OPS plus, where average is 100, is 88. He's doing that as a first baseman. That is not big league worthy. So 2 moves away. The second move, like the first move's Tucker, humbled down. The second move is a trade for an offensive player, and then Singleton's gone. Now, if that doesn't happen, okay, well then what is another move that could, where John Singleton gets DFA'd? I think it's possible that they could go with the utility infield route. If they don't trade for a first baseman, Mauricio Dubon's clearly a better offensive player than John Singleton. They're going to play Mauricio Dubon at first base most days. If you're playing Mauricio Dubon at first base because he's run away with the job, then you probably need to call up another infielder that can take off a little bit of the stress of not having a backup infielder on the roster because your utility guy has now beaten out everybody else to be your everyday first baseman. So I could see a scenario if post-trade deadline, the Astros don't trade for an offensive bat, because if they trade for an offensive bat, Singleton's gone, because I think Cabbage deserves to be on the team over Singleton. If they don't trade for a bat before the deadline, and Dubon runs away with the first base job, like he is your first baseman. John Singleton's not platooning. John Singleton's not getting reps there because Dubon's just far superior offensively, which he is. He should already be there. Then I could see them calling up an infielder, whether it's just Kessinger as an emergency, or you could go with Shea Whitcomb, who actually has a better OPS in AAA than Joey Loperfido did, and then Singleton could get DFA'd that way. So 2 moves away. They're not really imminent. Like, Singleton has a few weeks here to, keep his job, but I do think that via trade, somebody else, Singleton's gone. If there's not a trade before the deadline, post-deadline, I could see Espada wanting an infielder because he's playing Dubon at first base mostly every day.
Yeah, and I think the infield position is one that you definitely, that's a valid point, that they need to do something better or have the options available to them. And I think that, quite honestly, if Joey Loperfido continues to hit, we know he can play first base. Everybody we talk to, both when we go to Sugar Land and otherwise, says there isn't a problem with him being able to play the position. And he's played it in college, and he's played it for the Space Cowboys. If you just feel like he is a better offensive option than John Singleton, then you have options depending on what you want to do, whether you make a move or not, to at some point just say, hey, look, Singleton he's so erratic with when he's going to give you some power. And you with the numbers that you're talking about, if Joey Loperfido is hitting for a better average, and he's doing the kind of things that the OPS and everything else is telling you, he's a better hitter and a better player than John Singleton, then to make your overall team better, whether you make another move or not, you should put Joey Loperfido in the rotation of being able to catch some at-bats at first base and move on to add a better player to your roster and just say, John, thanks for the memories.
The only way that Loperfido makes sense at first base, though, is if Chas McCormick comes along. Because
True.
if Chas McCormick continues to be poor and not very good, well, then Joey Loperfido is just going to play left field all the time. Mm-hmm. So for that to be an option, for that to be something that realistically Espada could do with the lineup, is that Chas McCormick's going to have to press Loperfido for playing time. Chas McCormick's going to have to press Mauricio Dubon, because Chas McCormick, if he's trying to get into the lineup, he needs to be better than either Joey Loperfido or Mauricio Dubon. And then the path for Loperfido getting at bats at first base is Chas McCormick's outperforming Mauricio Dubon, and they need to get him out in the outfield. So he needs to produce. And I think Chas knows that. I think Chas realizes that while Tucker is away, he's getting an opportunity here to showcase, okay, I'm worthy of getting those starts in left field, and let's slide Joey Loperfido to get some first base starts. But until Chas proves that, there's really no sense to move Loperfido to first.
Unfortunately, the problem is Chas does know it, and he's pressing because of it, because every time he makes an out, you see him in the emotions and the mini tantrums and everything else, because he knows that he's not performing like he was a year ago, and his team needs him to perform better right now with the situation they got with Tucker, and it ain't happening except for the 2 home runs that he had.
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit better as of late, but you can see the pressing. That's not debatable. Astros 10-game roadie starts tonight. What do you want to see?
I want to see him continue to win series first and foremost. I want to see. I think you have an advantage in 2 of the 3 games from a pitching perspective. I like where they're going from the pitching perspective. If the offense keeps rolling, You win the series against the Mets. You're going to probably catch the Twins without Carlos Correa. So hopefully that's an advantage for you as well. But that's a team that is in the standings, a team that you need to chase and you need to beat. So, I mean, from the road trip perspective of the 10 games, I want the only thing acceptable to me is 500 or better. But if you continue to win the series, then I would expect them to go 7-3.
Yeah, I'm okay with. I want winning road trips, so I'm okay with 6-4. You go 6-4 in these 10 games. Cool. Come back home with a winning record on the roadie. Road trips are not easy. The Mets are playing much, much better. The Twins are a playoff team at the season we're in today. I'd be happy with 6 out of 10 wins.
Yeah, I think the least acceptable would be 5-5. And if you can at least get a winning record on the road trip, then that means you won 2 of the 3 series probably.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've done better than most in terms of going out on the road and holding your own.
And Blue Jays have not been good, but Canada, kind of a weird
they're
trip.
handing it to the Yankees, though.
Yeah, their offense coming alive a little bit. So, hey, 6 wins. 6 wins.
Springer had 2 bombs.
Did he?
8 ribbies in his first 2 at bat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he had 2 bombs in his first 2 at bats, 6 ribbies. I think he finished with 8 ribbies in the game.
Springer terrorizing the Yankees. Love to see that little double dong Springer. 2 Springer dingers. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Is he a Met or is he a
member of the New York Metropolitan Opera?
Oh, my goodness. Todd Callis might know. All right, that's coming up next. Mets or a member of the New York Opera. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's that time of year you're wasting your valuable time dealing with your yard. You want to go home today. You want to watch the Astros. You might have to sneak in a yard mowing to get it prepped for the weekend. Doesn't that sound annoying? Doesn't that sound like something you don't want to do? Of course it does. You wouldn't have to do that with Sin Lawn. Sin Lawn, artificial grass, never looked more natural, and it's perfect 365 days of the year, and you never have to mow it. You come home, you watch the game whenever you want to. You're wasting your valuable time, and your yard's not looking good, quite frankly. You got the weeds, you got the dead spots, you got all of that, and it looks terrible. It doesn't look good. Sin Lawn is here so you can get those weekends back. The evolution story of the AstroTurf. That was made popular by the Astrodome. And now Sin Lawn, S-Y-N, Sin Lawn, wants to improve your lifestyle. Stop mowing. You don't want to. Stop pulling the weeds. It aches your back at this stage of your life. Stop throwing money into an ugly yard that, quite frankly, you're embarrassed of people seeing anyways. You got 4th of July plans coming up. They ain't happening at your house because your yard's ugly. Sin Lawn artificial grass is the best in the market. Why? Well, Sin Lawn will control the process from yarn to yard. Get them out to the house. They're going to give you a free estimate, free consultation. It's going to take 30 minutes of your time. You have no idea. You know the price? We'll get them out there. They'll tell you the price before they even leave. It's the highest quality job, and they have the resources to get it done quickly. Quality top-shelf products that are made in the U.S. of A., fully insured, fully bonded. Sin Lawn has their own in-house crews. They don't contract out a single thing, and they put their money where their mouth's at with their lifetime warranty. Sin Lawn's perfect for your yard, whether it's the patio, kids' playground, your pets. They're not going to track mud inside anymore. The putting green you've always wanted. Head to 975sinlawn.com to learn more. 975synlawn.com to get started on that yard of your dreams. Get them out to your house this week. Sin Lawn, artificial grass never looked more natural.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank Branham Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Time to play, is he a Met or is he a...
Member of the New York Metropolitan Opera.
Can we just say New York Opera?
Sure. I was going for the New York Metropolitans.
Oh, I see.
New York Metropolitan
I went over
Opera.
my head.
Yeah. So that was what I was going for there.
Oh, you're playing the music.
And they perform at the Met. Therefore, the Met Gala.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Oh,
I haven't looked up. I haven't done a whole lot of New York opera research, Joel. I'll be honest here.
Are these where the three tenors sing?
Well, some of the answers to this are
Jeremy.
some of the answers to these are tenors. I don't know if they're the tenors.
You remember the Seinfeld episode?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, with he took like he mistakenly was accused of taking the coat.
That's true.
From one of the tenors, right?
Yeah,
I
haven't seen
Lane
that
dating
episode
one of the
in a long
tenors,
time.
maybe.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember these things.
Yeah, I vaguely remember them as well.
All right.
All right. New York Metropolitan player or a member of the New York Metropolitan Opera. Well, number one, this will go to Joel. Will lead off here.
I like this music.
Thank you.
Do you?
I didn't
Yeah,
write
I do.
it, but yeah.
It makes me. I appreciate the finer things in life. It makes me feel cultured. Blankers, get cultured.
Yeah,
get cultured.
I know.
I need some vino. I need to hold it at the base.
On the
of
way
wine.
by from break, it's like, really, opera? I was like, come on, Joel, let's get cultured.
I feel like I need to put on a suit and have a glass of a $300 red wine.
Yeah, you got to hold that wine glass a certain way too if we're going to be cultured. All right, first one, and I'm going to even have trouble pronouncing this one. Roberto Alagna, and I'll spell it for you. Last name Alagna. Joel, is that a member of the New York Metropolitans or a member of the New York Metropolitan Opera?
I'm gonna go opera.
Yeah,
Jeremy?
This guy sounds like he's got a lot of tenor in his voice. I'm going to say that he is an operaman as well.
That is correct,
Boom.
and he actually is a tenor with the New York
I
Metropolitan
can tell.
Opera.
His name gave it away.
Because you're cultured.
Yeah, I'm cultured.
Yeah, of course.
I've heard of it. I listened to him on my ride in.
Yeah, obviously. All right, number two, Josh. Who's Josh? Jeremy will lead off here.
You used to work here.
You used to work here, yeah. R.I.P.
For free.
Josh Blue. Is that a member of the New York Metropolitans or the Metropolitan Opera of New York?
Can you spell blue?
Just like the color. B-L-U-E.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Josh Blue is the person I'm asking about right now.
Did he blow the game?
Oh, there's the who said it face.
I've never heard of him. He's either a relief pitcher or an operaman. I'll go operaman.
Joel?
I'm also going to say opera.
That is
Yes.
correct. He is a tenor in the Magic Flutes that played at the New York Opera. Obviously, you guys
Magic
knew that.
Flutes. That's
You
an
guys-
unfortunate
you guys knew
name.
that. You guys knew that, obviously. All right, Joel leading off here for number 3. You're both 2-0. Scott Connor. Is that a member of the New York Metropolitan Opera or a New York Metropolitan player?
Is it it's my turn?
Yeah. Scott Connor.
Sounds like a baseball player, therefore it's going to be an opera singer.
Yeah, my rule on this is if I've never heard the guy, I go with the other thing. So I'm going to say he's a Jose Operaman.
He is a member of the New York City
Nice.
Opera. Yeah, he is a bass for a show called La Baheim. I don't know.
What was his name?
Scott Connor.
Scott Connor's a bass?
He's
I
a
always thought
bass.
Connors were more of a tenor.
Commentary is that of Jeremy Branham. All right, number 4. You guys are both 3-0. Luis Torrens. Is this a New York City Metropolitan player or New York City Metropolitan Opera
Can you
performer?
spell Terrans?
Sure. I mean, it might be Torrens, but it's Torrens.
I think you might be tricking us. But I'm gonna go with our first New York Met.
Joel?
I'm going to go opera singer as well.
Jeremy is now up. It is a backup catcher for the New York Mets.
Oh,
He's a backup catcher there. All right, question number 5. Joel leading off. Jeremy is up by 1. Sean Reed Foley. Is this a New York Metropolitans player or a member of the New York Metropolitan Opera? Sean Reed Foley.
I'm going to say opera singer.
This is Mrs. Foley's baby boy?
No, not that Mrs. Foley.
I think I've heard of this name. So, rule of thumb, New York Met.
Jeremy is correct. That is a Mets relief pitcher.
Relief pitcher?
Yeah,
Couldn't
he's a
remember what
relief
position
pitcher.
he played.
Yeah.
I suck at this game.
Mrs. Foley's baby boy.
So, Jeremy.
I've never.
Mother!
I've never heard him referred to as Sean Reed Foley. I always thought it was just Sean Foley, so that kind of threw me off.
Yeah, that's what he was listed at on the depth chart page I saw.
Is that his first name?
Sean's first name and then Reed Dash Foley.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Reed Dash that's Foley. On the back of his uniform?
Yes,
it's on the back of his baseball card.
Oh,
yeah, I did see
the back of his baseball card.
I did see a photo where it said Reed/Foley.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
interesting.
All right, question number 6. This will be Jeremy leading off, up by 2. Rafael Davila. Rafael Davila. Is this a New York Metropolitan player or a member of the opera?
I've never heard of this gentleman, so I will go with a Jose Opperman.
Joel?
I have no chance to win.
Yeah, you don't.
So
You gonna play the game and go
I
opposite?
also think it's an opera singer, but I will say New York Met because I need to have a chance.
Jeremy has increased his lead. That is a member of the New York City Opera. He is a tenor for Carmen, for the show Carmen.
I'm in. Let's go.
Yeah, all right.
So
Last one.
I think I've got them all right.
You have. All right. Question number
Perfect.
7. Question number 7. Joel leads off here. Ryan McKinney. Ryan McKinney. Is that a New York Metropolitan player or a member of the New York Metropolitan Opera?
Opera singer. I might as well finish not so strong.
Yeah,
keep going with what I was going with.
I think you might be right here. This is for the perfect game. There's 2 outs in the 9th. 27th man up. I'm going to go Jose Opperman.
That is a member of the New York Metropolitan Opera. He is a baritone in a show called Dead Man Walking.
That sounds interesting.
Perfect game for Jeremy Branham.
Good
job.
When we play this game, that's what I am.
Who is this? Who is this guy? Like the actual singing right now. What's your song you're playing?
I just searched opera, like opera music, and it came up. A video came up called "Best of Opera," so it's very generic. I have no idea where it's from.
Singing?
I don't think so.
I thought it was a female singing.
I did think it was a female singing as well. At least at one point. I wasn't fully listening the entire time though.
Like that makes me want to pull up next to a fire and sit back on my chair with a nice glass of red wine and read a book. Read a book.
Or maybe a glass of Gentle Ben.
No, Gentle Ben's like I don't think Gentle Ben suits for that kind of music. Honestly,
Okay.
If I'm being dead serious, I don't think that's like the demographic for Gentle Ben. I really don't.
Is red wine with opera?
I would say so. Yeah, it's very, very cultured.
Champagne.
Yeah. Gentle Ben is very cultured, but I think that's more of a red wine community. Gentle Ben's for the 99.9% of the rest of the population.
Would champagne be in the mix there?
Maybe champagne's
more celebration.
Celebratory.
Cognac.
I think cognac's too much of a good time.
To me, this is jazz.
I think so. Yeah.
But you're sipping it.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think cognac and opera go like cognac you hear in like rap songs. Like I don't think cognac really goes to the opera community.
The most opportune drink for like by the fire in a cozy situation.
I don't know.
It depends on how you party, Joel.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's true. It's been how you party. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day this week. All the car wrecks of the day on Friday. All the mean things you say to us. And there's still time. 713-780-ESPN. You've been holding that mean thing. You've had the text typed out, but you're like, I don't want to be too mean to the bees. Now's your chance to press send. Final chance of the week. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word coming up for the weekend with lots of sports on television and opportunities for you to keep an eye on all kinds of games. There's so many ways you can cash in as well with mybookie.ag. You can be betting on sports or you can be playing in their live casino. With the spare time of the weekend, it's a great time to get on mybookie.ag. You can bet on football futures like the Texans winning over or under 9.5. Or you can bet on all the soccer games all over the world. Baseball games, UFC coming up this weekend, golf, tennis. You can even bet on the WNBA. Take watching sports up a notch with a little wager on the games thanks to mybookie.ag. And do what we always tell you to do. Remember that you can always use our promo code BET975. Whenever you see an opportunity or they ask you for a promo code, when you get that promo code opportunity, put in BET975 and realize you can cash in immediately whether you haven't bet on a game or you have, because of the fact they're going to put extra money in your account for using that code. Therefore, more money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And if you don't want to get into any games, but you like casino, but you don't want to go to Vegas or drive to Louisiana, you can sit there right in the courtesy and comfort of your own home, or you can be using your phone and you can do the same thing. Go to mybookie.ag, live dealers standing by for blackjack, and all kinds of games like poker and so much more. And basically, it's the best place to have all the worlds collide with you having the opportunity to bet on sports, play casino games, and you don't have to do anything but just use your knowledge and let it ride. It's all of a fun, good time, and it's the weekend. It's the best time to do it. It's the best online sportsbook and casino. It's mybookie.ag. And remember our promo code BET975, as I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Oh, it's time for Mean Text. Car wreck of the day. All of the things that, all the mean things that you said to us or others throughout the week. Best segment of the week, according to some. Someone earlier said, we're terrible. Where's the wheelhouse? One's writing for Houston football. I think $9.99. One's doing Texas Unfiltered.
Yeah.
What's that?
And
went up in price?
Is it $9.99 or $7.99?
I have no idea.
I don't know how much it is. He gave me his sub for free.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. He didn't do that.
That's what
I don't think he ever liked me. One is in Austin doing Texas Unfiltered or something like that.
Yeah, Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Texas Sports. I've been on with him once. And then the other's in New York.
Yep.
The Asman is in New York.
Running his Jets thing, and
he's on every now and then on ESPN radio. Someone texted earlier this week that he was he came on after us one day.
Yeah,
last week.
That's happened several times. He's filling in for ESPN National, and it happens to carry over.
He fills in for Mad Dog sometimes.
Does he?
Yeah.
So that's where the wheelhouse is at. Hope we answered your question. Joe George getting his own show and bashing on y'all like he's something. It's kind of mean, like saying that Joe George is not something. Joe George is something.
Mm-hmm.
He's something. He's a host of the Killer G's. He's a host of the Gag Show from noon to 3.
Something doesn't necessarily mean he has to be good, but he's something.
Joe's good.
He's got at least 3 things going really well for him right now.
He's got a gym membership.
Yeah, I mean,
and other things besides a gym membership.
There are big things going on in his life.
That's right,
including gym memberships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I think he's right for saying that. I think it's right for saying that his gym membership is right on line with his family.
Family or just his kid?
Did he not mention his wife in that?
Not mention his kid. That's what I noted.
He did not. The big three.
Did not mention the wife.
The baby. Because
without
baby
the wife,
Paul
you don't have the kid.
And gym membership.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not something. Maybe that texture was right. Kidding.
There you go.
Keith, we had Schwab on the other day, which came with a lot of attention. Michael Schwab did. A lot of haters of one Michael Schwab saying, what is this guy know? But Keith said Astros Twitter is the worst. What do you think of Astros Twitter?
It's entertaining.
I like Astros Twitter. I'm a fan of Astros Twitter. They are very volatile.
Oh, for sure.
A volatile community.
So is Rockets Twitter.
I think that's Twitter in general.
But
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
that you find the entertainment in it, but you got to also catch yourself and hopefully don't take it too seriously all the time in terms of the accuracy of some of the stuff because it's coming from a place of fandemonium.
Yeah, I think it's very important to take it with a grain of salt. If you're not willing to take advice from some random Twitter person, don't take the criticism of one Twitter person as well. Yeah, you have to weed it out. You have to have your own little filter, I guess. This one's from Largo, I think. Largo's a volume shooter. Largo is not very efficient. Largo's the kind of guy that will take 50 shots and score 20 points and be like, "Oh, look at me, I'm a 20-point scorer. Look at me, I average 20 a game." Yeah, but you're taking 50 shots a game. You're a volume joker. You say a lot of volume things to try to get one or two things on mean text. Now, sometimes you hit, like this one. Talking into the mic turned PC into an 8-time Olympic gold medalist.
Oh, wow.
That was Largo that said that, not me. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger here. That was a good line. 8-time Olympic gold medalist. I wouldn't mind a little Ozempic, though, to drop about 25 pounds.
Does it work?
Yeah, absolutely. As well all the stars in Hollywood are doing right now.
I've heard that.
Yeah, it works. I don't think it's healthy for you.
No, it's not meant for weight loss. It's meant for people with diabetes, but people have kind of hijacked it and used it for weight loss.
Yeah. What's all's well
But
that
why
ends well?
isn't it healthy? If it's helping people.
Well, I think it ruins your stomach or something. Do you know the science behind it?
I don't know.
I think it suppresses things in your metabolism that are kind of needed for a healthy person.
Yeah.
Now, if it's life or death and diabetes, you got no other choice. But for a naturally healthy person doing it, I think it's kind of silly.
Well, some people that I've heard, including one that I'm not going to name because I'll get killed for it, but that said that once but it's good while you're taking it, but the minute you take it, you gain all the weight back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Alex saying Buff Branham on the comeback. No, Fat Branham is here to stay. Call sponsored by Cricket Wireless. That was when Kelly was.
Oh yeah, Kelly Eco. Yep.
Calling us the other day. This was kind of a compliment. First time I ever busted out laughing during one of y'all's silly games. It's a compliment, but it's also a backhanded compliment because
which means you don't normally find humor in the stuff we were trying to be funny with.
Yeah, it means we're only funny once.
What
And
was
you're
the
calling our
segment?
game silly. I don't remember.
I don't remember which game it was.
I don't remember which game it was either. And then last
I think
one.
it was one of the Astros opponent or.
It might have been.
Yeah, I don't remember which one though.
Would have been the last one.
Yeah, it would have been the last one. Whatever we did on Tuesday. Oh, it was the Rocky one.
Yeah, it was a Rocky one. And then somebody said 97.5 signal is greater than Branham's hockey knowledge. I have great hockey knowledge. You must be saying good things about our signal. All right, does it for us. Vinyl Voices coming up at 7. Hall of Fame, that Fraud Booker T and Brad Gilmore. And then Comicast at 9. You can catch Space Cowboys over at 7:05 on 92.5. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday.